Test subject number 24. The subject lasted for 2 minutes and 45 seconds after the administration of Valkyrie. Time of death: 4:22 a.m. I should be the only one at home. Who's talking? Xiao opened his eyes, only to be blinded by light. The familiar hatch of his VR capsule was no longer there. Instead, he was facing a white ceiling. The walls that surrounded him were also white and reminiscent of cold, hard metal. They felt like something straight out of science fiction. The room resembled an intensive care unit, and Xiao lay atop a cold metal table, bare-chested and wired to all sorts of machines. His back was freezing. Xiao noticed that there was a group of people in white coats surrounding him, and they were looking at him as though they had just seen a ghost. I thought I just accepted a leveling request? Where am I? Suddenly, Xiao felt as though a large amount of data was being transmitted into his mind, causing his head to throb painfully. The last thing he could remember was accepting a leveling assignment. He was in the midst of creating a new character in Galaxy when he seemingly started to smell burnt eggs. Quickly, let Ms. Gila know. The test subject has come back to life. Call the guards. As the researchers started a commotion, Xiao realized that he could understand them, even though they were speaking in a language he had never heard before. Test subject, back to life, and guards. These terms unnerved him. Soon, he could hear the sound of rushing footsteps coming from outside. Should I make a run for it or just lie still? Xiao decided on the former in a split second. He was not the kind of person to just lie around waiting. He abruptly sprang up, ripping the wires off him, and made a clumsy beeline for the door. The researchers did not attempt to stop him. Instead, they backed off hastily to avoid being knocked into. Crash! He pushed his way out into a white corridor, only to be greeted by a dozen or so guards suited in black and armed with electric batons advancing upon him from both sides. Xiao gasped at the sight of the crest on their uniforms. It depicted half a plant. The germinal organization from planet Aquamarine back in version 1? Weren't they eliminated? Suddenly, a guard swung his electric baton at Xiao, and Xiao unconsciously raised a hand to block it. The ensuing current caused his whole body to spasm in pain. It felt like his bones were about to split and his entire body turned numb. Is the pain calibration at 100%? Galaxy's pain calibration was restricted to a maximum of 40% because any higher setting could potentially cause nerve damage to players. The VR capsule was also supposed to monitor the player's vitals to prevent this, but it was currently malfunctioning. It's only been 7 years and the capsule is having problems? Damn it! The repairman I paid $300 to a few days ago told me that it would still be good for another 6 months. I want a refund. The guards yanked him up and took him to a small room where they locked him up alone in pitch-black darkness. Xiao grimaced in pain as he massaged his wrist. His head continued to throb as more information poured in. It took Xiao a moment to reconcile the facts and make sense of what had happened to him. I've transmigrated in a galaxy? His eyes widened with amazement. Had it novel been at? Galaxy was a fully immersive virtual reality game that ran servers worldwide and boasted a peak concurrent player count of almost 60 million. The game was set in a vast universe with a world map and landscapes that were procedurally generated using the latest generation of quantum computers. The scale of its world was massive, and it was said to be able to run smoothly even with 1 billion concurrent players. There existed many organizations and companies that specialized in farming gold and running dungeons, and the best pieces of gear could even go for ridiculous prices of up to $1 million. Being an extremely popular game, good balance was of the utmost importance. While big spenders did have certain advantages, it was not so unfair to the extent that it displeased the casual players. Maintaining competitiveness and improving skills were key factors towards game balance, and Galaxy did a good job in these areas, facilitating its strong allure as an esport. Although Xiao did indeed make a living out of playing the game, the term professional gamer didn't fit him well. He was, instead, one of the despised power levelers and preferred to work solo. Xiao had been playing the game since its very inception, and through the numerous patches, he had made a name for himself. In the last annual top 100 rankings, he placed 47th. He definitely had what it took to try his hand at going pro, but what he enjoyed most about the game was the leveling experience. The Germinal organization originates from one of the beginner planets. New characters were sent to back in version 1 of Galaxy. Planet Aquamarine, mumbled Xiao. Before transmigrating, Galaxy had already been operating for over a decade. Version 1.0 was ancient history. Have I time traveled too? Xiao's expression darkened. Does that mean I won't be getting my $300 back? Am I stupid? That's the least of my concerns. Xiao slapped himself. His memories were still jumbled up, and he could not recall anything about his original life. Not even his name. All that he could recall were details regarding this world, such as its present era. He was currently in the year 687 of the Galaxy calendar, a year behind the updated timeline. In version 1, there were 3 universal powers that were upholding a peace that had lasted for 10,000 years, since the era of exploration. They were the Commonwealth of Light, the Crimson Dynasty, and the Arcane Church. The Silver Revolutionary Army had yet to be formed. The one responsible for the supernatural disaster was still fighting for dear life on some desolate planet. The world of light had not come into existence. The civilization of the World Tree had not yet invaded from the beyond, and the shattered belt that contained planet Aquamarine was still budding inconspicuously along the fringes of the explored universe. In order to ensure that the game remained attractive, Galaxy borrowed and implemented ideas from its predecessors, such as WoW, where each version update revolved around a disaster or some major event. While Xiao enjoyed the game, now that he had transmigrated over, get me out! While the Germinal organization was small fry compared to the interstellar powers introduced in later updates to the currently powerless Xiao, it was an entirely different story. Planet Aquamarine was modeled after Earth, and the Germinal organization's aim is to overthrow this planet's government. If I'm not wrong, Valkyrie test subjects are brainwashed to serve as cannon fodder. The body he currently possessed had experienced a memory wipe. Apart from some general knowledge, all that remained were fragmented memories of captivity and experimentation. It seemed to be roughly 20 years old and bore a slight semblance to his original self. However, its state of health was as yet uncertain. He had heard the researchers mention that he had been injected with Valkyrie, one of the Germinal's gene-altering drugs that was used to strengthen the brain. Valkyrie had a survival rate of only 30%, but this body had reacted positively to it. Suddenly, a glowing line of blue text blue appeared before his eyes. You have been injected with Valkyrie. +1 endurance. You have learned a new ability, concentration. You have learned a new ability, low-level willpower. Virtual interface. Xiao jumped for joy. Name, Xiao. Race, human/carbon-based yellow. Model, NPC, countdown to version 1.0 launch. 358 days, 11 hours, 03 minutes. Level 1, experience, 0. Main class, NA. Subclass, civilian LV1, 0/50. Attributes, strength 2, dexterity 2, endurance 3, intelligence 3, mystery 1, charm 2, luck 1. Unassigned stats, 0. Energy, 0. LV 0. Energy rank, 1-2. Grade, F mortal. Piece of trash with a combat strength of 5. Pick any NPC out from the streets, and he will wipe the floor with you 100 times. 100 times? Health points, 23/30 injured. Stamina, 36 of 36. Abilities, concentration, +10% to learning and crafting speeds. Low-level willpower, +3 resistance. Skills, none. Talent points, 0. Class talents, none. Influence, 0. Reputation, 0. Equipment, none. Thank God, I still have the interface. Xiao was ecstatic, but quickly discovered that there were several irregularities. NPC, not a player? Countdown timer? Xiao furrowed his brows as he organized his thoughts. First of all, although he had no idea how the interface had transmigrated together with him, he had to treat this world as his new reality, meaning that if he died, he could not bank on being able to respawn like in a game. Secondly, he could still access the system's interface despite being classified as an NPC. This suggested that he could still level up like a player, which was good news. Thirdly, if the countdown timer confirmed his suspicions that he had indeed traveled back in time to before the game's launch, did it mean that real players would soon appear? Lastly, and most important of all, he was currently in grave danger. Han Xiao felt indignant. Didn't people who transmigrated normally receive perks such as resources, companions, or at least an ex-girlfriend? At the very least, he should have started out in a safe location. The war hadn't even begun, and he was already a lone hero deep behind enemy lines. A single slip could prove fatal. He could very well end up in the Hall of Heroes, if such a place existed. Han Xiao only had one life here. If he died, then that would be the end of it. It would be a pity. Yes, Han Xiao only felt that it would be a pity. I want to survive would be a more normal line of thought. As for variations such as, my fate is not for the heavens to decide. If the heavens want to erase me, then I will erase the heavens, or swallow an Aurus core to transcend life and death. Such ramblings were exclusive to people with second-grade syndrome. What the hell? Why am I the only one SAO'd? Han Xiao lamented. And while his senses confirmed that this was indeed reality, he started to wonder, what exactly am I now? Am I an actual life form? Or am I just a bunch of data? Did my soul transmigrate? Or is it something else entirely? He sighed. I guess I'll just have to make the best out of the situation and take it one step at a time. The essential thing was to survive. With a year to go before launch, he had enough time to get prepared. This was the sole glimmer of promise that he could cling on to. Clank! Suddenly, the door opened and several people walked in. As he could only make out their silhouettes due to the light streaming in from outside, Han Xiao could not see their faces clearly. However, he could make out from their outlines that one of them was a woman with a fiery figure. The subject's condition? Said woman spoke to her subordinate in a voice that was smooth, yet intertwined with an ever-so-faint rasp, reminiscent of a cup of rich coffee. It appears that the test subject has calmed down. The experiment leader, Lin Wei-Xian, answered the woman as he stared at Han Xiao passionately, as though he were looking at a prized possession. Who are you people? Han Xiao asked hoarsely. Amnesia? The woman's eye twitched. Valkyrie stimulates the brain, so memory loss is not unexpected, replied Lin Wei-Xian, squinting. When Han Xiao's eyes had finally adjusted to the light, he was stunned by the sight of the woman. Boasting a head full of luscious, burgundy hair that concealed part of her face, the woman wore a tight-fitting, jet-black bodysuit from which her curvaceous figure threatened to burst out at any time. Her features were telling of her Western descent, but they were also composed of a certain softness that was characteristic of Eastern women. Perhaps it was her mixed heritage that blessed her with such beauty and charm. In a different world, she could have been easily mistaken for a beautiful snake demoness. If the Ji had possessed such beauty, then King Zhou did not die in vain. One thought Han Xiao. I am Hila, the commander here, said the red-haired woman as she looked at Han Xiao. She waved a hand and ordered, conduct a blood test. I want to see the report ASAP. Two stone-faced guards walked forward to yank him away. Their massive bodies and the fact that they were carrying guns dispelled any notion that Han Xiao had of resisting. He recognized the Crimson Snake, Hila, and that this was one of the playable scenarios on planet Aquamarine, Valkyrie Experiment Lab, located in a key base of Germinal. During version 1, Hila was a boss who had caused beginners on Aquamarine much grief. She had many nicknames, one of which was the Goddess of Death. She would eventually attain celestial-class strength and rise to prominence in the Cotton Cluster. Han Xiao laughed bitterly on the inside. The situation was bleak. The blood test results were compiled quickly. Hila went over the data she had received from Lin Wei-Xian with knitted brows. No abnormalities detected? Valkyrie mainly affects the brain. We will need to open the head up for assessment. Open the head up? Snapped Han Xiao inwardly. Open the head up? Hila waved a hand in dismissal of the idea. He is the only subject to have ever survived the experiment. We'll leave that option out for now. Han Xiao's eyes lit up as he realized that his current status was somewhat advantageous for him. Lin Wei-Xian was not pleased by Hila's decision, but he made no fuss about it. In that case, we'll observe him for the time being to see if anything has changed. Proceed with the brainwashing, ordered Hila suddenly. Brainwashing? Han Zhao's heart sank. Brainwashing was a common method of subordination, and while in the game, a brainwashed character would simply become an ally of the faction, it was completely different now. Losing his sense of self was the worst-case scenario. No way. The good news was that memory-altering technology available on the planet was still underdeveloped, so the organization's methods were very primitive. They made use of sensory stimuli to recalibrate the subject. A character with at least 10 points in intelligence would be immune to the effects of the brainwash. Valkyrie had given Han Xiao a +1 boost to the growth potential of his endurance. Growth potential was an innate stat that affected the growth rate of the affected stat. Different races had differing starting potentials in each stat, and in the entire world of Galaxy, humans generally had a mediocre growth rate. They did, however, boast the highest intelligence potential. As they also possessed the lowest health, this single point in endurance growth potential was nice to have. Concentration gave him a 10% increase in mastery and crafting speeds, also increasing their success rates. Low-level willpower gave him 3 points of willpower, which substituted for 3 points of intelligence, so he still lacked 3 more intelligence to survive the brainwash. Leveling the civilian class will boost a random stat by 1, and also give me 1 unassigned attribute point, but the chance for intelligence to be boosted is extremely low. Han Xiao knew that he could not rely on luck. In fact, he had always suspected that he was cursed. If a god or goddess did smile upon him, it would have to be the goddess of disaster. Rather than rely on luck, finding some way to learn a new class was a more reliable idea. Although Han Xiao was incapable of moving freely, there had to be a way. After all, it was a scenario, wasn't it? Suddenly, he thought of something. If I'm an NPC, I should be protected by the system, right? Take him, ordered Hila. Han Xiao was yanked away once again and brought to another room. Han Xiao noticed that there was a bookshelf in this room. Tom's Introduction to Machinery, a theory on human genes and lizard genes, Rand's hypothesis. They were all reference books. Hold on, there's a class book there, rejoiced Han Xiao. Han Xiao disregarded the 2 guards behind him as he stood up to walk towards the shelf. His action startled everyone, and instantly, the 2 guards were pointing guns at him. However, Han Xiao steeled his nerves and continued to approach the bookshelf. You better not fire, he prayed. I'm a valuable test subject. Hold your fire. Let's see what he's up to, shouted Lin Weixian all of a sudden. The 2 guards hesitantly lowered their guns. Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He had been banking everything on his status as the first successful subject. Tom's Introduction to Machinery. This was the book that had caught Han Zhao's eye. He picked it out from the shelf and started flipping through. Although the long paragraphs of text and complex diagrams were hard for Han Xiao to comprehend, he patiently read on. After 20 seconds or so, the interface lit up. You have completed 1 session of self-learning in basic machinery knowledge. Basic assembly has progressed by 2% based on your intelligence, plus 0.2% from concentration. As I expected, Han Xiao rejoiced. Although he wasn't able to understand the book's contents on his own, the system's automated mastery system had allowed him to directly absorb the knowledge. Lin Weixian's curiosity was piqued. The test subject seemed to be learning. He allowed Han Xiao to continue in order to observe him more. The entire room was now silent, except for the rustling of paper. Basic assembly, progress rate, 15%, plus 1.5%. 29%, plus 2.9%. 48%, plus 4.8%. Han Zhao's reading speed increased with time. However, the pressure mounted on. Every second that passed could be his last. When Hila arrived at the room, the sight of Han Xiao reading caused her to frown. What's going on? Lin Weixian began to explain what had happened. You're saying that his learning ability has been strengthened? That is my initial conclusion. If you allow me to open his head up to perform a thorough assessment, I will be able to come up with a more complete answer. Han Xiao flinched. How much does this bastard love brains? Gila thought to herself, if his brain has been enhanced, he could prove to be more valuable than we initially thought. Is the brainwashing apparatus ready? She asked. Preparations are complete. Damn it, I have to be faster, thought Xiao. Suddenly, a notification accompanied with a sound popped up on the interface. Underscore. Basic assembly. Progress rate. 90% plus 10%. You have learned basic knowledge of machinery, unlocking the mechanic talent tree. You have unlocked a new profession. Mechanic novice. STR plus 10, Int plus 1, N plus 1. You have gained 2 free attribute points. You have gained 1 potential point. You have acquired new skills. Mechanic novice affinity. Basic maintenance. Basic enhancement. As warmth surged through Xiao's body, he realized to his surprise that he could actually comprehend the contents of the book now. I can gain actual knowledge from the game. Are you kidding me? Galaxy has been in service for over a decade. How come the Federation of Earth hasn't conquered the Milky Way yet? Strange. The character information interface had updated as well. Name, Xiao. Race, human/carbon-based yellow. Model, NPC, countdown to version 1.0 launch. 358 days, 10 hours, 11 minutes. Level, 2. Experience, 0. Main class, Mechanic Novice, LV1 0/200. Subclass, Civilian, LV1 0/50. Health, 43/50 injured. Stamina, 80 out of 80. Attributes, 3 STR, 3 DX, 5 Yendi, for INT, 1 MYS, 2 CHA, 1 LUK. Free attribute points, 2. Energy level, 10 tenths, LV1. LV1 10. STR plus 1. DX plus 1. Yendi plus 1. Max stamina plus 20. Energy rank, 3-4. Grade, F mortal. You still are 1 power level short of power level 5 crap. Abilities, concentration, plus 10% to mastery and crafting speeds. Lesser willpower, plus 3 to focus. Skills, Mechanic Novice. LV1 0/1000. Increases mastery in machinery. Basic Maintenance, LV1 0/400. Able to perform simple maintenance. Basic Enhancing, LV1 0/600. Able to enhance machinery. Potential points 1. Class talents. Arms. Basic Assembly LV1. 19 talents not learnt. Energy. 20 talents not learnt. Control. 20 talents not learnt. Influence 0. Legend. 0. Equipment. None. Regarding stats, strength improved melee damage, the ability to bear weight, and was also a requirement for some heavy equipment. Dexterity improved movement speed, attack speed, and evasion. It also gave a bonus to ranged attacks. Endurance increased health and stamina. 1 endurance gave 10 HP and 10 stamina. Certain skills could influence these numbers. Endurance also affected some abilities and skills, and increased HP and stamina recovery rates. All actions depleted stamina, be it attacking, blocking, walking, running, swimming, crafting, etc. Endurance also affected physical defense. There were many formulas contributing to the calculation of defense. For example, even if 2 characters' defense stats were equal, one of them might not be wearing metal armor, so they would take more damage from a bullet than the other character. Other factors that affected damage taken included attack type, melee, range, bullet type, energy, might, personal attributes, and equipment material. All of these factors were taken into consideration when calculated by the quantum computer that the servers were run on. It was impossible for players to accurately optimize defense, but this wasn't that big of a deal, as having more defense could only be a good thing. Intelligence affected perceptivity and willpower. A character with higher intelligence could master their skills faster and gain more experience. It also increased mastery and crafting speeds, and it could affect the quality of any machinery crafted by a mechanic, making it the most important stat for the class. Mystery affected a character's talent for supernatural powers, and it affected psychic powers and magic abilities, like how strength or dexterity affected physical abilities. Charm was useful when improving relationships with different NPCs and factions. It even enabled characters to enjoy discounts with certain sellers. Luck affected judgment and item drop rates. These were the 7 main attributes that attribute points could be added to. Then, there was also energy, a core component of the game that functions as mana for superpowers. It could only be increased through leveling or by acquiring certain skills, and it was described as a manifestation of the dormant power that lies in living cells. Energy was a requirement to unlocking superpowers, as well as latent awakening. A character would also receive bonus stats based on their energy level. LV1 energy was reached at 10 points, LV2 at 50 points, and LV3 at 100 points. Each energy level would give random stats according to the character's class, and a character with a higher level class would benefit more from this. This bonus worked retroactively. Energy was also the mana for superpowers, and the additional stats received from energy were lost when the amount of energy remaining dropped below its tier. For example, LV1 stat bonuses would be lost when energy dropped below 10 points. The character would become fatigued after exhausting power, and this affected their combat ability. This mechanic made micromanagement in combat important. Energy recovered automatically, but at a slow rate. However, stamina could be used to recover energy faster. Also, when using superpowers without sufficient energy, stamina could be used as a substitute, and when there was both insufficient energy and stamina, health could be used. Many players ended up dying carelessly by sucking themselves dry this way. A character's grade reflected their combat strength. Characters were ranked according to their grade. The standard unit of measurement for energy was the Ona. Superhumans were graded A, B, C, D, or E, based on their Ona levels. An E-grade superhuman, such as the present-day Gila, possessed 100 Ona. A celestial-class superhuman would fall under grade A. Grade A superhumans were capable of planetary-scale destruction. Of course, grade A wasn't the limit. Han Xiao knew this, having transcended grade A himself. However, then was then and now is now. Having gained 2 unassigned attribute points from unlocking the mechanic class, Han Xiao still needed 1 more intelligence in order to endure the brainwash. Apart from leveling up, there did not seem to be a way for him to obtain it. How was he supposed to gain experience? He obviously couldn't hunt monsters now or complete quests. Damn it, is there no way? Suddenly, an idea occurred to Han Xiao. He abruptly tossed the book to his side and proceeded to stare at the gun on the guard's waist with a blank expression. Gila frowned, but did not act. Everyone looked on to see what Han Xiao was up to. Han Xiao walked rigidly towards the guard. As if to make his intentions extremely clear, he reached out exaggeratedly for the gun. The guard instinctively drew his gun, and although Han Xiao did not seem to have any intention of snatching it, he tightened his grip. As Han Xiao was moving extremely slowly, the guard did not see a need to fire. "Unload the gun and let him have it," ordered Gila. She was keen to know Han Xiao's motives. The guard obliged and proceeded to do so. Upon receiving the gun, some information popped up on Han Xiao's interface. Underscore 73 Wasp, small caliber handgun. Gray. Damage, 28-35. Fire rate, 1.1/s. Power output, 13. Key components, spring, slide, firing pin, magazine missing. Basic assembly automatically gave Han Xiao knowledge about many types of machines, and the blueprints for a 73 Wasp appeared in his mind. Instantly, Han Xiao understood how to assemble it. While in the game he simply needed to load the gun after learning it, he now had to perform some more technical procedures. Everything was truly far more immersive than it had been in the game, confirming his suspicion that he had transmigrated to an actual reality. Han Xiao began to strip the handgun and reassemble it. The skill icon for basic assembly lit up. After 40 seconds, he finished the task. To a specialist, 40 seconds was nothing. However, Han Xiao was a complete newbie. He had only spent 10 minutes on a book. Everyone was shocked. Is this the effect of Valkyrie? Lin Weixian started speaking excitedly. Such learning prowess. If I can analyze his brain, perhaps I can recreate. Go to hell. How much, exactly, are you obsessed with brains? Han Xiao proceeded to repeat, reassembling the handgun. You have succeeded at an assembly basic. 69% perfection rate, 28 EXP gained. You have succeeded at an assembly basic. 73% perfection rate, 32 EXP gained. There were many ways to gain experience in Galaxy. Apart from hunting monsters and completing quests, skills and crafting were two key sources of experience for mechanics. As Han Xiao repeated the task again and again, he gradually became faster and faster. He was soon able to complete the task in a mere 20 seconds. Proceed with brainwashing now, ordered Hila suddenly. Fortunately for Han Xiao, it had been enough. He had accumulated a total of 200 experience points. Use all experience to level up class. Mechanic. Ding! Mechanic Novice has leveled up. LV1-LV2. Energy plus 10. Intelligence plus 1. Endurance plus 1. You have gained 2 attribute points. You have gained 1 potential point. Han Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. Han Xiao was strapped to a metal seat with his eyes forcefully pried open by extensions. Before him was a black screen with speakers on either side. He was unable to move at all. How long is the procedure? 12 hours. Keep watch here, ordered Hila before she left with some grunts. Lin Weixian activated the procedure, and the screen lit up. It began to display all kinds of geometric shapes and patterns that morphed continuously. The vivid, rapidly changing colors and harshly alternating music caused Han Xiao much discomfort. While he wanted to close his eyes badly, he was unable to, and soon, his eyeballs turned bloodshot and swollen. Ah, this is so uncomfortable. It was a primitive method of brainwashing. The theory behind it was to overwhelm and distort the subject's thoughts to make it easier to feed messages into their mind. It did, however, have the advantage of not causing permanent damage to the brain, which both Han Xiao and Lin Weixian could appreciate. The depraved expression on Lin Weixian's face enraged Han Xiao. He felt like he was a pig at the slaughterhouse. Han Xiao added 2 of his 4 unassigned points into intelligence. Underscore. You are being brainwashed low level. Your IT 7. Your resistance 3. Brainwash failed. Han Xiao's discomfort immediately eased. At the end of the 12 hours, Han Xiao's entire body was aching, and his eyes were completely dried out. Hila returned on schedule. The boss had assigned her the task of brainwashing Han Xiao, so she had to ensure that everything went smoothly. She undid Han Xiao's shackles, revealing bruises on his limbs. Although Han Xiao was still hurting, he continued to look at the screen blankly in order to act the part. Hila suddenly bent forward, and her face came to within 2 inches of his. Her moist breath fell upon his lips, but Han Xiao was far too concerned with his predicament to be distracted. Perfume filled up his nostrils, tickling him, and it took great effort on his part to resist the urge to sneeze. "Who are you?" asked Hila in a soft, hypnotic voice. Han Xiao decided to twitch his face instead of replying. Although Han Xiao had never been a good actor, it wasn't too hard to act like an idiot. Suddenly, Hila began to whisper into his ear. As her hair tickled Han Xiao's throat, 2 snowy mountains came into his view through the window of her collar. He steeled his heart with a prayer. Between the mountains is a valley, empty like the void. Atop the seas stands an island, straight as a tree. I, who have seen over 100 gourds, will not fall for your bait. From today onward, your name is Zero. The Germinal organization is your home, your country, and your everything. You will forever be loyal to the organization and will forever strive to help the organization achieve its goals. You will neither hide anything from nor betray the organization. You will carry out your orders faithfully, and you will sacrifice yourself for the greater good when the time comes. Lin Weixian broke out in manic laughter. Your life belongs to the organization. You will do whatever you are ordered to do, he added. Who are you? Re-questioned Hila. This time, Han Xiao knew that he had to reply. However, he did not reply immediately. Hila shot a frown towards Lin Weixian. I followed the procedure. It's not my fault. Suddenly, Han Xiao began to speak. I am 0. Lin Weixian's eyes lit up. Valkyrie strengthened Zero's learning ability. However, as a side effect, it impaired his speech. Hila thought back to Zero's earlier behavior. He had indeed responded slowly to his surroundings. Seems like the experiment was not perfect after all. You're wrong. This is perfection. He does not need emotions. Take him to recover. I will report to the boss. I'm safe now. Han Xiao could finally relax. He had come up with the idea of acting slow to lower their guard during the procedure. Although I didn't transmigrate to an ideal location, at least it's not so bad time-wise. The Valkyrie experiment was the prototype of a later super soldier project that implemented microchips into test subjects in order to ensure loyalty. Transmigrating to then would have been way worse. They would have been able to blow him up any time. At least Lady Luck is smiling upon me in one regard. Hila made a call through an encrypted line. Boss, the situation has stabilized. Is the brainwashing complete? The man's voice was hoarse. I oversaw the procedure. There was no issue. What arrangements do you have for Zero? The Valkyrie experiment's aim is to train soldiers, so train him. How is my sister doing? Don't forget the deal, the man warned. I gave you permission to visit her once every 2 months. Don't cross the line. Hila clenched her fists. The interior of the underground Valkyrie lab was almost entirely white. Guards constantly patrolled the grounds. After a night's rest, Han Xiao was brought to an isolated training field where Hila awaited. While he was not too sure of what arrangements the organization had for him, he was certain that they would value his learning ability, meaning he would definitely get the chance to level up his mechanic abilities. It was virtually impossible to escape from such a tightly guarded fortress, so Han Xiao had steeled himself for the long haul. 0. You will undergo daily combat and shooting practice from today onward. Hila tossed the suit to him. Put it on. Han Xiao quickly wore it. As soon as he put the suit on, Hila attacked, launching a vicious kick at chest level. Bang! Too fast. Han Xiao was unable to react, and the kick cracked his ribs through armor. He staggered back over a dozen paces and clutched onto his chest, coughing. As expected of a superhuman. Although she was obviously not going all out, she was still several times faster than an ordinary person. 30 seconds of rest, she stated blandly. Combat training was tough, but straightforward. No words were exchanged between the pair. They continued like this for 2 hours, by the end of which Han Xiao was completely exhausted and covered in bruises. He also now suspected that Hila had masochistic tendencies. Are all ice queen types like this? He wondered. Hila LV30 has taught you basic combat. Progress rate 5%. Hila left wordlessly. A stout, burly man arrived to yank Han Xiao to the target practice field. I am your shooting trainer, and one of the vice managers of this base, Baltar, introduced the scary-looking man with a hideous knife scar across his forehead. He pushed a 73 Wasp into Han Xiao's hands and said, "There's 10 bullets. Hit the bullseye with all of them." Han Xiao frowned. How could a beginner who had never touched a gun in real life before hit the bullseye? Moreover, the target was a moving dummy 30 meters away. I'm no Olympic champion. Han Xiao shrugged his shoulders and raised the gun with his aching arms. Bang, bang, bang. After 10 shots, Han Xiao took a look at the scoreboard. As expected, he had failed. Suddenly, he felt a searing pain in his back. It was only with great restraint that he did not scream out. He turned around, only to see a frenzied Baltar licking blood off a black tactical knife. Continue. 1 miss, 1 cut. Let's see how much blood you will lose today. Han Xiao moved a hand across his back, and it returned bloody. Bastard, he cursed inwardly. One of the glass panels in the room was a one-way mirror. Hila and Lin Weixian were observing from the other side. Baltar is being too careless with my precious test subject. Might as well let me dissect him now, bemoaned Lin Weixian. Hila cast a plain look at Lin Weixian and replied, The organization will not approve of your request. Lin Weixian laughed coldly in response. I will have my way sooner or later. I created him. He is mine. Gila remained silent. Baltar, LV-15, has taught you basic shooting. Progress rate, 5%. Agent profession unlock rate, 1%. Han Xiao was cut again and again. The cuts themselves might not have been deep, but there were so many of them that his clothes were completely drenched in blood. Baltar watched the weakened Han Xiao with a grin. He reveled in the smell of fresh blood. Why are you not screaming? He asked. A good toy screams? Damn bastard. Han Xiao took a deep breath to compose himself. While he really felt like punching Baltar, he knew that he could not afford to act recklessly. It was similar in some sense to LOL. When you trash talk despite losing, you're only setting yourself up for a more spectacular fall. For now, all he could do was suck it up. Laugh while you can. Han Xiao gritted his teeth. After the blood-boiling training session, Han Xiao was brought to dip in a special restorative bath for 2 hours. Although it healed his wounds, the pain from the cuts still lingered. There was an unused machinery tuning room in the base, and as Han Xiao had demonstrated some talent with machines, he was arranged to reside there. In the room were materials, tools, and a vehicle bench that he was given free rein to use. There were also shelves of books lined against the wall. Although there was a surveillance camera in a corner of the room, Han Xiao paid no heed to it. He had expected to be monitored 24/7. In the present year 687, Aquamarine was still a relatively new planet in the grand scheme of things. The planet was in the midst of a transition towards a new era, hence its technologies were still quite far behind for a sci-fi game, similar to that of Earth. Mechanic talents were split into 3 trees. Each talent tree had over 20 talents that were divided into the 5 levels of basic, intermediate, advanced, expert, and master. Talents formed the core of a character's class. Learning a class unlocks the first talent, and subsequent talents require potential points. There are 3 ways to obtain potential points: through leveling, special quests, or mastering a skill. Han Xiao decided to hold on to his 2 potential points. Talents were not yet a major concern for him. Many new players spent them as soon as they got them, but potential points actually became harder to come by in the later stages of the game. They were to be used wisely. Outside of training, Han Xiao was basically free to do whatever he could, and he spent all his time on machinery in order to accumulate as much experience as possible to escape this prison. Time went by quickly. Han Xiao continued to assemble and enhance machines to gain experience, and as he improved, his perfection rate in assembly consistently hit over 90%. This gave him a lot of bonus experience. Although assembling the same kind of machine too many times gradually decreased the experience gained, up to a point where it would not yield any experience at all, there was an armory in the base that was essentially a gold mine of machines, providing Han Xiao with all the resources he needed to gain experience through assembly. Han Xiao kept a low profile and continued to remain quiet and docile. Gradually, the organization also stopped monitoring him so closely. Although the organization had high hopes for him, he knew that standing out would only be disadvantageous, so he chose to accumulate experience instead of leveling up when he could. Very soon, the research team lost interest in him. The degree of skill that he displayed in assembly was easily attainable by trained logistics personnel, and he simply did not fulfill their expectations. They continued observing him for another month before writing him off as a failure. Instead of wasting more time on him, they chose to devote their efforts elsewhere and cease the 24/7 surveillance. This allowed Han Xiao to relax a little. As the organization's attention gradually shifted away from him, eventually, only Lin Weixian and Baltar continued to keep tabs on him. Although Lin Weixian's continued requests to dissect Han Xiao for research were still being rejected, Han Xiao knew that it was only a matter of time before they would be approved. There was not much time left for him. As for Baltar, Han Xiao had become the sole target of his affection. As recovery pills were readily available, and the researchers believed that torture could stimulate growth, Baltar was allowed to indulge in his sadistic ways. Han Xiao gradually grew numb to the pain. With nothing much to do and no one to converse to, Han Xiao channeled his focus and thoughts into studying machinery. He found solace in the sense of accomplishment that crafting brought him. One day, a number of armored guards came to the tuning room to move a large portion of Han Xiao's resources away. As Han Xiao watched them quietly, a person walked up to him. "You have let the organization down. From today onward, your resources will be cut by 80%. The person who spoke to Han Xiao was test subject number 1. "I heard that you were my predecessor. With so many resources, is all you can make garbage like this? You are a failure, and I have been chosen to replace you." For some reason, the sight of Han Xiao irked number 1. Han Xiao remained silent. The organization prioritized results. Since Han Xiao was not giving them results, he was being stripped of his privileges. They planned to devote their resources to grooming the more promising number 1. As the research lab did not have any maintenance personnel for machinery, Han Xiao still got to keep the tuning room for himself. He was now assigned to perform maintenance and repairs. TSK, sad rats. A few guards who saw the pair conversed among themselves. Brainwashed lab rats. Fated to be sacrificed. I'd rather die than end up like that. Xiao. They can hear us? It doesn't matter, does it? They've already been brainwashed anyway. To them, test subjects were less than animals. Han Xiao walked away silently. Half a year passed. In this period of time, Han Xiao managed to figure out the layout of the entire facility and the routines of the staff. The Valkyrie Laboratory, commanded by Xiao, was an underground facility that comprised of 3 floors. Because it was a secret base, it wasn't built to be very big and was concealed within an uninhabited forest. Its supplies were delivered by airdrop. A total of 60 armored guards patrolled the facility. Every now and then, the organization would send a batch of test subjects who had had their memories wiped here for experimentation. Although there were a dozen so other Valkyrie laboratories, this base was the main one. After Han Xiao and number 1, the German organization had managed to produce another 76 successful test subjects. While most of them had already been transferred to other facilities, number 1 and 9 other exceptional test subjects were chosen to form a squad, and they were still awaiting orders here. Han Xiao had grown accustomed to his life here. Aside from training, he spent all his time working with machines in the tuning room. The room had become a haven of sorts for him. The guards gradually began to ignore his presence, and when he passed by, they would simply gloss over him as though he were invisible. This was extremely advantageous for Han Xiao, who was tirelessly gaining as much experience as he could. He also tried to memorize as many blueprints as he could. The experience that assembly and enhancement rewarded were separate. When Han Xiao could no longer gain experience from assembling a certain machine, he would proceed to work on enhancing it. He was always careful to revert the machinery back to its original state after enhancing, so as to keep his abilities a secret. After many hours of training, Han Xiao also managed to master the 2 skills of basic combat and basic shooting, and unexpectedly unlocked a passive ability called Grinder, which gave him plus 100 health. He also unlocked the subclass of Agent, and was now at a character level of 4. After his continued efforts, Basic Assembly and Basic Enhancement reached LV4, while Basic Combat and Basic Shooting reached LV2. Mechanics required substantial amounts of resources and currency for growth, and while this would normally be a limitation to the class, Han Xiao had access to free materials from the organization. He had used up almost 90% of the machines in the armory, accumulating a total of 600 experience. Without monsters or missions, only mechanics could earn so much experience in such a short amount of time. Give Lin Weixian the green light. He has asked repeatedly. He may dissect 0, ordered the boss over the line. Xiao frowned. You rejected him repeatedly. The organization has devoted so much resources to him already. We must gain something in return, said the boss plainly. The only worth that trash has isn't being recycled. That is 0's fate. Xiao bit her lip. Understood. What are the results of number 1 and his team's training? Continued the boss. Very promising. I see potential in them. Very good. Send them to the Night Owl base for training. I have already sent the Night Owl squad to receive them. They will arrive in 2 or 3 days. That's the day I visit my sister. You don't need to follow them. All right. Ah, cried out Gila as her bullet-like fist connected onto Han Xiao's chest. Han Xiao endured the pain of the blow to grab Gila by her collar. With a mighty twist, he threw Gila over his shoulder. However, it was ineffective. Gila effortlessly nullified the shoulder throw by performing a flip. Han Xiao paused to rub his chest. Is that all that you are capable of? Gila was visibly upset. Han Xiao remained silent. He had expected the organization to have given up on him with what little progress he had shown. But for the past 6 months, Gila had dutifully trained with him every single day. For some reason, though, she was going especially hard on him today. Although Gila was the commander of this base, she did not have much work to do. Training Han Xiao was actually one of the few things that she had to look forward to. When she had learned of the boss's intention to hand him to Lin Weixian, it had upset her. Although they had never actually conversed before, it was 6 months of accompaniment regardless. A person could even develop feelings for an object if he or she spent that much time with it. Perhaps, due to having grown used to seeing Han Xiao every day, Gila was a bit reluctant to hand him over. How many times has it been, she wondered? All those people, all those faces. The organization's cruel methods had not only caused her to lose many of her friends, she had also lost her sister. The reason she had pushed Han Xiao harder today was to try and stimulate him. She had hoped to be able to draw out any latent talent in him. However, it had clearly been too much to ask for. The boss has approved of Lin Weixian's request to dissect you. She sighed. Strictly speaking, this was the first time she had ever spoken of anything outside of training to Han Xiao. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. Finally, although Han Xiao had been anticipating this from the moment he decided to lie low, he did not regret doing so. His background made it impossible for him to rise up through the ranks, which meant that he would only be able to continue on as a henchman. Either way, Han Xiao did not wish to work for the organization. Suddenly, Han Xiao noticed a photograph on the ground. It seemed to have fallen out of Gila's pocket during their fight. Han Xiao bent down to pick it up. It was a group photo set in front of a vast, blue sea that was basking under a setting sun. 2 girls stood side by side in the center. One of them was Gila, who was smiling radiantly. The other girl had snow-white hair and seemed to resemble Gila somewhat. She looked both clever and gentle. Gila's face changed upon realizing that she had dropped the photo. She immediately bent down to snatch for it. When she saw that it was undamaged, she let out a sigh of relief. As she pocketed it, she took a final, probing look at Han Xiao before turning around to leave. The interface suddenly lit up with a message. You have initiated a D-class quest. Night Owl plans. Accept/decline. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. My first mission in 6 months. Accept. Quest synopsis. The dark and blood-stained advent of the Germinal organization has always been a great mystery to the 6 nations of planet Aquamarine. Gila has a secret past that no one knows about. Where do her loyalties truly lie? You now hold one of the clues to this mystery. Will you seek to uncover the truth? You may choose to pass this clue on to someone else for a small reward. The quest had obviously been initiated by the photo. Han Xiao knew who the white-haired girl was. She was none other than Gila's younger sister, Aurora. While the sisters both possessed supernatural powers, their powers were of 2 extremes. Aurora's blood possessed mysterious healing properties that could extend life, or even bring back the dead. She had been brainwashed and was now being controlled by the Germinal. Not only were they taking advantage of her powers, they were also using her as leverage to make Gila do their bidding. Gila only cared for one person, and that was Aurora. The war between the 6 countries and the Germinal organization reached a climax at the conclusion of version 1.0. As a last resort, the Germinal organization used Aurora's flesh and blood to create an endless supply of miracle drugs that won them the war. Gila, who had been at the front lines at the time, only learnt of what had happened a few months later. Losing her sister tore her apart, and the Germinal organization took advantage of her moment of weakness to capture and imprison her. After her escape, she became cold-blooded and ruthless, going so far as to sacrifice countless of lives in order to awaken her latent powers. She turned to the dark side and stopped at nothing to gain power, eventually coming to be known as the Goddess of Death, whose very name spread fear throughout the Shattered Belt. Although the present Hilo was cold, compared to the future Goddess of Death who wielded the power to wipe out entire civilizations, she was a billion times nicer. If he had the chance, Han Xiao would definitely do his best to alter her tragic fate, not out of pity, but to prevent her from destroying his fleet of spaceships. However, he was still far too weak to do anything. Escaping the base was his primary goal. Han Xiao knew from Hila's routine the past 6 months that she would leave the lab in 2 days. That would be the perfect chance. Han Xiao returned to the tuning room and summoned the interface. He currently possessed 2 subclasses and 1 main class: Civilian, Agent, and Mechanic Novice. Of the 5 main classes, mechanics were weaker in the early stages of the game. They were also more intended to be a support class early on. In version 3.0, however, they would receive new talents that greatly buffed their combat capabilities to become one of the more popular classes. In the later stages of the game, a high-level mechanic was akin to an entire galactic fleet. Mechanics were well known for having many skills. Each blueprint itself could be seen as a skill, and since there were thousands of blueprints of machines, mechanics could be played in any number of ways. The slew of skills at their disposal made them adept at all sorts of tactics and warfare. Nevertheless, they had a glaring weakness. They needed more experience than other classes to level up. Han Xiao contemplated for a moment before dumping all the experience he could into mechanic, initiating a leveling frenzy. Engineer Novice has been raised to LV3. Plus 10 energy, plus 1 INT, plus 1 Yendi, plus 2 unassigned attribute points, plus 1 potential point. Engineer Novice has been raised to LV10 max. Plus 30 energy, plus 1 INT, plus 1 Yendi, plus 2 unassigned attribute points, plus 1 potential point. It took 130,000 experience to level LV2 Mechanic Novice to LV10. As a result, Han Xiao gained 8 endurance, 8 intelligence, 100 energy, 16 attribute points, 8 potential points, and was now LV12. It was usually more cost-effective to raise the level of the main class first as it gave more energy. As Han Xiao did not meet the requirement for class advancement yet, he could not level Mechanic up any further. Most classes had a starting level cap of LV10 that could only be exceeded after performing an advancement. Han Xiao continued to use 80,000 experience to level up Agent to LV9. He gained plus 12 strength, plus 9 dexterity, plus 3 charm, 9 potential points, and 9 points of unassigned stats from this, and hit LV20. While a character could have any number of classes, LV20 was the maximum character level before completing the special advancement mission. In the game, the maximum level was usually raised every major update. In version 1.0, it was LV60. Galaxy had hundreds of classes, and this gave players unlimited combinations to play around with. It made it common for a character to have individualized skill sets. As there was no fixed strategy in particular, each and every character could be skilled uniquely. This was one of the game's strong points. Han Xiao discovered an anomaly. His interface did not display a maximum level. This could mean that he was allowed to exceed the limits of a regular character. The gameplay of version 1.0 and version 2.0 was mostly based around the beginner planets. Although the stronger civilizations in the universe were already implemented from the start, players were unable to interact with them. Han Xiao wondered if his NPC status would have any impact on this. LV20 Advancement Mission. Learn an advanced mechanic skill. As one of the requirements to learning an advanced mechanic skill was to gain advanced knowledge, Han Xiao had no way to proceed with the advancement. He used another 150,000 experience to raise Basic Assembly and Basic Enhancement to their LV10 each, thereby gaining 2 potential points. He then used 10,000 experience to raise the level of his machinery affinity, novice, to LV3. After some calculations, Han Xiao proceeded to use 60,000 experience to reach LV6 in both basic combat and basic shooting, and this unlocked grappling and precise aim. He intended to use the remaining 170,000 experience to do some blueprint gambling. Blueprints were an important feature of the mechanic class. The first method of obtaining them would be through leveling talents. The second method would be through completing missions. Some missions rewarded blueprints. The third way through perform reverse engineering, done by disassembling machinery. However, on top of certain conditions and requirements, this method expended experience points. The fourth way, and the most important one, was through combining talents. This method also expended experience points. As there were 60 talents, and the same type of combination could yield different kinds of blueprints, the possibilities were endless. Some blueprints even had hidden prerequisites, making it hard to determine exactly how many blueprints could be derived from a certain combination. The experience needed to perform talent combination also increased with each attempt. And if the player received the same blueprint again, the experience expended would not be compensated. This is why talent combination was widely known as blueprint gambling. As useful as it was, it did consume a lot of experience. Back to before he had transmigrated, players had discovered and researched thousands of combinations, and Han Xiao was familiar with many of them. As a mechanic, he would be able to overcome the early weaknesses of the class, as there were a few rare blueprints of godly equipment that could be crafted by a novice engineer. Besides the 4 methods of obtaining blueprints above, there was also a lesser-used method known as free creation, where players were allowed to freely create machines that they conceptualized. However, this method had an abysmal success rate. The success rate of free creation depends on various factors, such as the viability of the concept itself, the quality of the materials, the character's level in knowledge, certain abilities, tools used, and so on. Before Han Xiao transmigrated, players still had not managed to figure out the exact science behind it. It was simply too hard to succeed at this method, causing it to be largely viewed as a waste of time and effort. As Han Xiao had gained 19 potential points from leveling his classes and 2 points from maxing 2 of his skills, he now had a total of 21 potential points. Han Xiao proceeded to pick out 2 books from the shelf before summoning the interface. Use 1 potential point to unlock the weaponry branch talent. Basic mechanical engineering. Y/N. Use 1 potential point to unlock the weaponry branch talent. Basic bioengineering. Y/N. Confirm. A large amount of information related to these 2 talents began to be transmitted into Han Xiao's brain, causing him some discomfort. This continued for 10 minutes. When he was done, he used another 2 potential points to raise them to LV2, increasing his degree of comprehension for them. Combining these 2 LV2 talents can yield 6 types of blueprints. Each combination will double the required experience for the next. The first combination requires 10,000 experience, so 170,000 experience will allow me to combine 4 times. I must get that blueprint in 4 tries. Han Xiao nervously proceeded to combine LV2 Basic Mechanical Engineering and LV2 Basic Bioengineering. Proceed with talent combination of LV2 Basic Mechanical Engineering and LV2 Basic Bioengineering. 10,000 experience will be used. Yes. Han Xiao's vision whirled momentarily as a new blueprint appeared before him. Success. Congratulations on discovering Sky Swallow Gliders. Not this one. Han Xiao clenched his fists. Continue. 20,000 experience will be used. Success. Congratulations on discovering Bionic Limb. Damn it. This is the worst one. Again. 40,000 experience will be used. Success. Congratulations on discovering lightweight mechanical arm. This is it? Xiao slammed the table excitedly. Lightweight mechanical arm. This is what I was hoping for. Half a year of hard work almost went down the drain. Name, Xiao. Race, human/carbon-based, yellow. Model, NPC, countdown to version 1.0 launch. 182 days, 8 hours, 23 minutes. Level, 20, can proceed with advancement. Main class, Engineer, Novice. LV 10/10, can proceed with advancement. Subclasses, Civilian, LV1. Agent, LV9, 0/25,000. Health, 320 of 320. Stamina, 434 of 434. Attributes, 21 STR, 17 DX, 22 YND, 15 INT, 1 MYS, 5 CHA, 1 LUK. Unassigned stats, 27. Energy, 120, LV3. LV110, STR +1, DX +1, YNI +1, max stamina +20. LV250, STR +3, DX +2, YNI +3, max stamina +50. LV3 100, STR +3, DX +3, YNI +5, max stamina +100. Energy rank, 48 to 55. Grade, F mortal. To the weakest superhuman. You're a slightly huge ant. Abilities, concentration, +10% to mastery and crafting speeds. Lesser willpower, +3 focus. Grinder, +100 health. Skills, mechanic, novice mechanic affinity, LV3. Basic maintenance, LV10 max. Basic enhancement, LV10 max. Blueprint, Cloud Sparrow glider, LV1, 0/5000. Blueprint, bionic limb, LV1, 0/2000. Blueprint, lightweight mechanical arm, LV1, 0/10,000. Agent, basic combat, LV6, 0/16,000. +6% damage when unarmed. Basic shooting, LV6, 0/16,000. +6% accuracy. Grappling, LV1, 0/3000. +3% parry, +2% damage when unarmed. Precise aim, LV1, 0/3000. +3% accuracy, +2% range damage. Potential points, 17. Class talents, arms, basic assembly LV1, 0/1. Basic mechanical engineering LV2, 0/1. Basic bioengineering LV2, 0/1. 17 talents not learnt. Energy, 20 talents not learnt. Control, 20 talents not learnt. Influence, 0. Legend, 0. Equipment, none. In one shot, Xiao was able to reach LV20 and significantly boost his combat ability. He spent 5 of his 27 unassigned attribute points to raise his intelligence to 20, fulfilling the prerequisite to craft the lightweight mechanical arm. Now, he had one thing left to do. Suit up. Xiao grinned as he looked at the spare parts scattered all across the floor. I will show you what raising a tiger's cub means. The Valkyrie lab was hidden underneath an abandoned farm situated within an extremely large forest. The farm itself was enclosed by a tall, electrical fence. A black Harrier helicopter descended on the abandoned farm. 6 fully equipped agents dressed in black emerged from the aircraft. I am the captain of Night Owl Squad 3, Silverblade. I've come under orders to transport the Valkyrie squad, introduced the stony-faced captain. Stop wasting my time, replied an irritated Gila as she fixed her tousled hair. There are vehicles in the hangar. I'll take the helicopter. Number 1, who had been chosen to lead the Valkyrie squad, stepped forward. Test subject number 1 greets officer. Follow us? Yes, sir. As Gila hopped on the helicopter, she frowned. Strange. It feels like I've forgotten something. Machinery Tuning Room. Han Xiao was almost done with crafting the lightweight mecha arm. It had proven harder to craft than expected. In the game, blueprint crafting was guided. The player simply needed to input the materials and follow a few simplified steps. Now, however, Han Xiao had to do everything manually. It wasn't necessarily a bad thing, though, as it did give him the freedom to make small modifications. Although the organization had taken away most of Han Xiao resources, there was still enough left for him to work with. He had primarily used manganese, a tough alloy well suited for making weapons and armor. While the design of the lightweight mecha arm was very basic, it would have to suffice. Han Xiao put down the wrench in his hand. The lightweight mecha arm was now complete. Underscore. Lightweight mecha arm left. Quality, average. Basic stats. Damage, 3558. Defense, 1317. Power level, 38. Durability, 270 of 270. Equip requirement, 25 STR. Stat bonus, -3 speed. Length, 0.51 m. Weight, 14.7 kilograms. Additional bonus, +10 STR. Han Xiao gained 3,000 experience points from crafting the arm. Crafting generally rewarded more experience than assembly or enhancement. Han Xiao currently had 21 STR, so he needed to spend another 4 attribute points to equip the mecha arm. After crafting the mecha arm, Han Xiao crafted a 73 Wasp and enhanced it to 38 to 47 damage. He also forged a 10 damage carbide tactical knife. He hid the lightweight mecha arm and the enhanced 73 Wasp before heading out to the canteen. The canteen was like a recreation room of sorts for the staff in the facility. They would come here to relax and while away the time. Han Xiao had learned a lot of information from eavesdropping on their conversations. Groups of guards were chatting nosily. I want to go outside too. Being confined for so long is getting on my nerves. Well, Gila's an officer. Her status is much higher than ours. Man, I'd do anything to spend a night with her. Hey, watch your mouth. Do you know why she's an officer? Because she's a superhuman? Of course she is. Han Xiao rejoiced at the confirmation of Gila's absence. Looks like today is the day, he murmured to himself. Han Xiao got up and headed to basement 3. His target was the surveillance room. There were 2 guards stationed outside the surveillance room. Before entering the corridor, Han Xiao slapped a piece of half-chewed bread onto the surveillance camera. He had learned that the guards did not take their shifts seriously, and true enough, nothing happened even after a while. After composing himself, Han Xiao entered the corridor and approached the 2 guards. No unauthorized personnel, warned the first guard. It's 0. Just shoo him away, laughed the second. The first guard nodded. He was about to push Han Xiao away when, suddenly, Han Xiao grabbed hold of his wrist and stabbed the second guard in the chin with a knife. The knife pierced all the way into the guard's brain. Han Xiao then immediately maneuvered around the first guard to perform a chokehold on him. Crack! Han Xiao had dispatched of both guards in an instant. You have dealt a fatal blow. You have dealt a fatal blow. -162. -171. You have killed a guard of the Germinal organization, gaining 360 experience. You have killed a guard of the Germinal organization, gaining 360 experience. Han Xiao carefully placed the guard on the ground before checking their stats. LV 7 agent, 10 STR, 15 end, 150 health. You have acquired 4 bullets. Han Xiao re-equipped the dagger before slowly pushing the door open. A jaw-dropping sight greeted him. 2 guards were pressed together in an extremely compromising position. The sound of the door opening had startled them, and they were staring at Han Xiao in horror. Spicy. Well, this is awkward. Should I just pretend like nothing happened and step out? Wondered Han Xiao. Han Xiao did not have anything in particular against any group of people. He He respected people's hobbies and interests. These two men before him were simply two lonely hearts who had had no way of releasing their pent-up frustrations. Over time, their common bond developed into something special. It's not your fault. It's Tokiomi's. It's just how things ended up. Although Han Zhao's mind was dulled with such thoughts, his body was quick to act. Reversing his grip on his knife, he rushed forward to attack the closer guard. The guard was unable to react in time, and as he fumbled to draw his gun, Han Xiao went in for the kill. Unfortunately, the second guard kicked him to safety. Han Zhao's surprise attack had failed, but he was not disheartened. Twirling the knife in his hand, he switched back to a standard grip and stabbed the second guard in his abdomen, followed by striking his neck with his free hand. The guard collapsed to the ground. Overwhelming force. You have 25 strength. The target has 10 strength. As you have over twice as much strength as the target, your attack dealt 50% more damage. The target has lost consciousness. One down. The other guard who had been kicked to safety rolled further away to create some space between him and Han Xiao before raising his gun to fire. Han Xiao immediately tackled him down and slammed his hand against the floor, causing him to release the gun in pain. It would have been disastrous for Han Xiao if he had managed to fire. Han Xiao proceeded to headbutt the guard on his nose, disorienting him, and circled around to strangle him from behind. Rear naked chokehold. The guard's face turned purple as he struggled to break free. You have performed a submission. You have 25 strength. Your target has 11 strength. Your target is unable to break free. The guard struggled for a few more seconds before fainting. That was close. It would have been easier if I were a pugilist, panted Han Xiao as he got up. The pugilist class was the most popular class in Galaxy for the simple reason that it was the coolest-looking class. Their skills had the coolest names, such as Inferno Quake, Devil's Beam, or Starbreaker. Of course, many skills were not actually as powerful as their name suggested, but the point is that they sounded cool. Shouting out the skill's name as you used it also always seemed to make it stronger. Although most players weren't thick-skinned enough to do so, Han Xiao enjoyed it. Pugilists were also a much simpler class to play. Basically, just keep on hitting the enemy. Compared to the most demanding class to play, the mechanic, the difference was night and day. Han Xiao used his knife to finish the two unconscious guards. He looted 4 magazines of bullets from them. He then moved the bodies of the other 2 guards into the room, cleaned up the bloodstains in the corridor, and smashed up all the security monitors. After confirming that he had not missed anything, Han Xiao emerged from the room with his usual blank expression on once more. Eliminating the surveillance room was important to Han Zhao's escape. It allowed him to move freely. Han Xiao returned to the second floor where a guard suddenly stopped him. "Mr. Lin Weixian wants to see you." Han Zhao's eyes flashed. Lin Weixian was one of the few people in the base who possessed a security pass that could access the main gate. He was saving Han Xiao the trouble of looking for him. Han Xiao followed the guard to Lin Weixian's private laboratory. It was a dimly lit room. The walls were lined with shelves of specimen jars filled with organs, almost like the private collection of a homicidal murderer. "The organization has finally let me have you. If I dissect you, I will be able to find out the difference between you and the other test subjects. After extracting all the valuable information your body has to offer, I will preserve your corpse as a specimen. You will be fondly remembered as the first test subject." Han Xiao remained silent in the dark. "You there, secure him tightly and don't let him struggle. It'll ruin my experiment," ordered Lin Weixian. He then proceeded to turn around to retrieve his toolbox of oddly shaped surgical knives and scalpels. Before Han Xiao, how many had fallen prey to them? Suddenly, Lin Weixian heard a dull thud from behind. He turned around, only to discover that Han Xiao was standing right behind him. Before he could react, Lin Weixian felt a pain in his chest. Looking down blankly, he saw that a knife was stabbed directly into his heart. His eyes widened with shock as he dropped the surgical knife he was holding. He could see the motionless guard lying on the floor behind Han Xiao. as well as the coldness in Han Xiao's eyes. Right? This room is under surveillance. Han Xiao seemed to have read his mind. Give up. I've already cleaned the surveillance room. That tone. Is this really that dim-witted Zero? Lin Weixian shuddered as the color in his face drained quickly. Half a year. You've been faking it all along? Han Xiao nodded. How is that possible? You fooled everyone. Lin Weixian wondered aloud, incredulous. Nothing is impossible in this world. Han Xiao twisted the knife viciously. Lin Weixian crumpled to the ground, wide-eyed in indignation and terror. I am your creator. Han Xiao changed into the guard's uniform before leaving Lin Weixian's laboratory. It was likely that people knew he had been taken to Lin Weixian, so a disguise was necessary. There were usually 4 people in the base that he had to watch out for. Hila, number 1, Lin Weixian, and Baltar. As Hila was not in, number 1 had left, and Lin Weixian was a non-factor now. Han Zhao's escape would proceed smoothly as long as he did not encounter Baltar. The main gate to the base was a reinforced steel door almost 1 meter thick. Even if Han Xiao used all the explosives in the armory, it would still not be enough to blast it open. The only way to escape would be through unlocking it, and only 3 people possessed the security pass to do so. One of them was none other than Lin Weixian, and, naturally, Han Xiao had already acquired his pass. However, as the main gate was heavily manned, and everyone knew exactly who possessed a pass, escaping was not that straightforward. If Han Xiao so much as appeared at the main gate, he would be surrounded by heavy fire in mere seconds. 1 bullet would do only 10 damage to him, but add them all up, and he would be lucky to last for even a second. Not a bad way to go, he thought, but I think I'll come up with a better idea. Han Zhao's plan was to cripple their communications in order to gain a few hours of time. This was the safest option. Currently, he was heading back to the tuning room to retrieve the mecha arm first. As the tuning room came into sight, Han Xiao was suddenly pushed from the side. To his horror, the person who had pushed him was none other than Baltar. Why am I so unlucky? He groaned inwardly. Which squad are you from? Questioned Baltar. Why have I never seen you before? Han Xiao lowered his head and pushed his cap down. I'm new here. I'm from Squad B. Why was I not informed of new guards? Hold on. Your voice sounds familiar. Raise your head and show me your face. Han Xiao noticed that Baltar was slowly reaching for his handgun. 3 guards nearby had also sensed that something was amiss. What should I do now? If Han Xiao were exposed now, Baltar would definitely send guards to look for Lin Weixian. That would be disastrous. This is a problem. I didn't want to have to resort to Plan B, muttered Han Xiao. What did you say? Suddenly, Han Xiao raised his head to reveal his face to Baltar. I've always wanted to tell you this. Go see a shrink, psycho. 0. Han Xiao took advantage of his confusion and thrust his knife into Baltar's chest. Unfortunately, Baltar dodged on reflex, and Han Xiao's knife only grazed his chin. Fire! The 3 guards hastily reached out to draw their guns. Unfortunately, they were too close to Han Xiao, and Han Xiao managed to close in on them before they could fire. He sent a fist smashing into the nearest guard's face. -48. The punch sent the guard flying backwards into his comrades. Han Xiao gritted his teeth as he turned around to make a dash for the tuning room. Baltar's face darkened as he felt his chin. As he gave chase, he shouted into the transmitter on his collar. All agents, listen up. Come to the tuning room on the 2nd floor at once. Test subject 0 has gone rogue. All the guards who heard the news were stunned. 0? Gone rogue? Are you sure? Wasn't he brainwashed? Is this a drill? Are you dumb? Didn't you hear the gunshots? Han Xiao became strangely calm under the assault of Baltar's gunfire. As his brain began to process all the variables and data in his surroundings, the world before him astonishingly changed. Han Zhao's surroundings began to be reduced to 3D lines, as though his mind were filtering out all the clutter, making everything look clear to him. Somehow, he had entered a state of mind in which all his brain's functions were heightened. 2.0 seconds to reach the tuning room. 3.7 seconds for Baltar to catch up. The 3 guards will not pose any threat for another 4.2 seconds. roughly 30.0 seconds before reinforcements arrive. Han Xiao had been through countless battles before. Although they were all from his time in the game, it was still experience. And it was precisely experience that enabled him to tap into this special state. He started to run in an irregular pattern to dodge the bullets. Interesting. The toy wants to resist, mused a frenzied Baltar. You asked for it. Baltar was an elite agent with over 20 years of experience. No matter how terrifying Han Xiao's learning capability was, he had essentially trained for only 6 months. To him, the outcome was already decided. As soon as Han Xiao neared the tuning room, he jumped inside and locked the door. Baltar burst out in maniacal laughter as he paused to reload his gun. Hiding in a room? You have sealed your fate. Suddenly, the door was blasted into smithereens by what appeared to be a gigantic mecha arm that appeared out of nowhere. It followed through to smash into Baltar's chest. -95. Baltar was sent flying into the wall. 4 or 5 of his ribs were broken by the force of the impact. As he got up, he coughed a mouthful of blood and looked at the newly emerged Han Xiao in disbelief. What the hell is that? Baltar stared in shock at the gigantic mecha arm that was enshrouded by the black smoke it was pumping out. The 3 guards raised their guns to fire, but Han Xiao was a step quicker. With his right hand, he drew his enhanced 73 Wasp and fired 2 consecutive shots. With the accuracy bonus provided from his skills and DX, Han Xiao's current shooting abilities were extremely frightening. Each bullet hit either guard squarely in the throat. The 3rd guard opened fire, but Han Xiao simply raised the mecha arm. Clank! The bullet deflected. Lightweight mechanical arm, left, has lost 8 durability. Han Xiao fired another shot. The guard collapsed to his knees with an expression of disbelief. The corridor quietened down. Han Xiao and Baltar faced each other off. The nearest guard will take another 30 seconds to arrive, calculated Han Xiao. Han Xiao flexed his mecha arm tauntingly. I really feel like crushing your throat with my bare hands to thank you for all 420 cuts. Baltar furiously spat out some blood and laughed coldly as he unsheathed a dagger that had been concealed within his boots. That was quite a punch, but don't think that you can defeat me with a piece of junk like that. We'll see. I can kill you 10 times in 30 seconds, howled Baltar as he suddenly pounced forward. Han Xiao charged forward to meet him. Sparks flew as Baltar's knife clashed with Han Xiao's mecha arm. In the moment that they passed each other, Baltar bent down and aimed a kick at Han Xiao's knee with his foot. To trip the enemy from behind was an extremely effective tactic that Han Xiao had learned from Hila, and, unfortunately for Baltar, Han Xiao had anticipated the move. Seemingly with superhuman reflexes, Han Xiao swung the entire mecha arm back to smash into Baltar's foot. Baltar's foot was fractured by the blow. He crumpled to the ground. -87. The mechanical arm had a power level of 38. Added onto Han Xiao's own power level, the might of blow was already at the level of an E-grade superhuman. It had essentially doubled Han Xiao's damage. Han Xiao estimated Baltar to have a max HP of 300. Coupled with that destructive blow from earlier on, Han Xiao knew that he was probably at half health already. Baltar was indeed extremely weakened. However, he endured the pain and continued to attack. Unfortunately, his actions had grown dull, and Han Xiao easily caught his arm. Impossible. How could I? You! Baltar howled indignantly as he struggled to break free from the grip of the mecha arm. Suddenly, the world before him darkened as Han Xiao wrapped the mecha arm around his head and slammed him into the wall. Splat! Baltar was no more. Han Xiao dragged the already unrecognizable Baltar against the wall. Sorry, I lied. I didn't crush your throat. Why don't you get up so I can do it properly? Baltar did not reply, not that he could. You have killed Baltar, Vice Commander of the Valkyrie Lab, gaining 1,500 experience. Team A and Team B arrived at the gruesome scene on the 2nd floor. Vice Commander Baltar has been killed. What exactly happened here? Where's the enemy? Why is the surveillance room not responding? Inform Professor Lin Weixian immediately. Team C has discovered Professor Lin Weixian's body. Oh my God! All the guards gasped in fear. Was all of this really done by Zero alone? All the commanders were either out or dead, and they realized that there was no one left to give them orders. Wasn't he brainwashed already? Has he been planning this from the very start? The thought of it sent chills down their spines. Han Xiao could have taken their lives any time he wanted. Don't panic. There's only one enemy. Proceed with a sweep of the facility. Fire at will. Team A will head to the armory. Team B, check out the surveillance room. Team C, go protect the laboratory. Team D, fortify the main gate. If Zero wants to escape, he'll have to go there. Now go. The Team A leader rose up to the occasion to give the orders. There were a total of 60 guards in the base grouped into 4 teams. Usually they were scattered, but this was an emergency. Unfortunately, Han Xiao was reading them like a book. Bang! A loud crash came from above, and the entire facility started to tremble. What's going on? Asked the panic team a leader through his intercom. The sound of gunfire intermixed with panicked yelling could be heard from the other end. Team C has encountered the enemy in the lab. I repeat, Team C has encountered the enemy in the lab. Damn it! Zero set the lab on fire with a grenade. Where did he get the grenade from? The Team A leader was both enraged and horrified. His team had been standing guard outside the armory, but they had seen no one the entire time. Send reinforcements quickly. Which team is nearest? Team B is also at Basement 3. The surveillance room has been wiped. We're coming over right now. In Basement 3, Han Xiao was hiding behind a corner near the laboratory while the fire raged within. He had used 3 hand grenades to set the lab on fire. Presently, there were a dozen guards from Team C that had suspected his presence and were advancing on him. After his battle with Baltar, Han Xiao had not headed for the main gate immediately. Instead, he had gone back down to Basement 3, predicting that the guards would conduct a sweep of the facility from the top. Since it was no longer possible to sneak out as he had planned, Han Xiao had to change his tactics. Here in the laboratory at Basement 3 was where all the Valkyrie data was stored, making it one of the key areas of the entire facility. He knew that setting it ablaze would cause the enemy to panic. I still have 77 bullets and 5 custom grenades. Han Xiao reevaluated his inventory before peeking out from the corner for just an instant. Bullets were fired almost instantly. 12 guards, 3 N9 submachine guns, 973 Wasp handguns. I'm outclassed in firepower. Han Xiao's mind raced. It had been a minute since he set the laboratory on fire. Team B would arrive within 3 minutes, so he did not have much time left. Han Xiao knew all of this because he had been eavesdropping on a stolen intercom. Everything had happened so suddenly that the guards did not stop to consider this possibility. Han Xiao tossed out a grenade, causing the Team C guards to frantically jump for cover. Bang! Han Xiao used the smoke of the blast to sneak up onto the nearest guard. He gave him a mecha punch in the stomach, crippling him. Shoot! Quickly! Shoot! The other guards resumed shooting. Han Xiao yanked the poor guard up to use as a shield. And while this did not stop them from shooting, Han Xiao was able to close the distance, and he swiftly dispatched of another 3 guards. The remaining Team C guards scattered further back to pull apart from him. Han Xiao rolled and ducked as he closed in on them. The mecha arm's durability plummeted as bullets rained upon it. As Han Xiao evaded, he pulled out his handgun to return fire and scored 3 more kills. Suddenly, Han Xiao grimaced. You have been shot in your right arm by a 73 Wasp. 17 damage taken. You have been inflicted with a gun wound. You are now bleeding light and will lose 1 HP every second for 15 seconds. Quickly bandage your wound. You have been shot in your left leg by an N9 SMG. 21 damage taken. You have been inflicted with a gun wound. You are now bleeding light and will lose 1 HP every second for 15 seconds. Quickly bandage your wound. If not for Baltar's training, he would definitely not be able to endure the pain. Han Xiao grit his teeth and threw out another grenade. Bang! The blast of the grenade caused Han Xiao's ears to ring in pain. He growled it off and proceeded with his onslaught. 1 minute later, Team C no longer existed. Han Xiao proceeded to bandage his wounds. He had lost 110 HP, more than a third of his max HP. A head-on assault is too costly. If only I had active skills. Team C, please respond. What's the situation? Asked a guard over the intercom. Han Xiao pinched his throat and replied, cough, cough. Team C has suffered heavy losses. We have trapped the target inside the lab. The target has been shot. Please send reinforcements quickly. He then picked a submachine gun on the floor and casually sprayed it to create the illusion of a fierce battle. Roger that. Please hold on. Team B is on the way. The guard did not doubt him at all, as Han Zhao's silent act was deeply ingrained in their minds. The idea that he could employ such tactics simply did not occur to them. Han Xiao proceeded to tie his 3 remaining hand grenades together and hung them on the door of the laboratory. He then hid behind a desk and loaded 3 submachine guns before firing his handgun multiple times to create the illusion of a crossfire. Footsteps approached, and the door was kicked open. Kaboom! As soon as the guards began to scream, Han Xiao rushed forward under the cover of the smoke and stuck 2 SMGs out of the door to open fire on either side. Although vision was limited, Han Xiao could hear his shots landing, and when he had emptied his clip, the guards were no longer making any sound. The standard tactic to attack a room was for one person to kick the door while the others hit on either side. As the guards in the base were not an elite squad, Han Xiao had known that they would employ this tactic. Although most of Team B had been lucky to survive the first round of grenades, they were unable to hide from the ensuing storm of bullets. His inner face lit up like crazy. When the smoke cleared, Han Xiao saw that 3 guards remained. When they saw Han Xiao emerge from the room, their eyes grew wide with shock and fear. Is this really that dim-witted Zero? Han Xiao fired 3 consecutive shots to finish them off. What was that explosion? What's going on? Team A's leader shouted through the intercom. Han Xiao randomly picked up several scattered guns and fired them around casually. Team B is under ambush. We are engaged with the enemy in the experiment lab. Requesting assistance. Requesting assistance. Team A is coming right now. Something seemed off about the entire situation to him, but he could not figure out what. It was only when they reached Basement 3 did the Team A leader finally realize what was bothering him, and he hurriedly ordered, all guards, listen up. Zero might have infiltrated our comms. From now on, only take orders from me. It suddenly became apparent that Zero could be baiting them. After all, they hadn't heard of any other Team B member speaking since then. An unbelievable notion occurred to the Team A leader. Did Zero already wipe out both Team B and Team C? The notion caused him to shiver. If that was what had happened, it would mean that Zero had wiped out over half of the entire base's guards alone. Although he was unwilling to believe the idea, everything pointed to the fact that it indeed what had happened. Was Zero baiting them? Or was he trying to divide them while he made a run for the main gate? Team D, any abnormalities at the main gate? He asked through the intercom. None yet. The Team A leader sighed a breath of relief. He couldn't let Zero play them for a fool any longer. The situation at present was already extremely bad. He knew that hoping to kill Zero now was no longer realistic, and that he had to inform Gila ASAP. Team A, listen up. Return to the main gate right now. He decided it would be better to gather all the remaining people to fortify the main gate. There they could simply wait for reinforcements. This was the plan that appeared safest and surest to him. No matter what Zero's aim was, his fate would be sealed as long as he had nowhere to run. Team A retraced their steps to join up with Team D at the main gate. Teams B and C have most likely been eliminated. I'm going to call for reinforcements. Guard the exit. The Team A leader glanced at the present members. There were 31 of them. With 31 guns directed at the corridor, the second Zero appeared he would be torn to shreds. However, he suddenly realized that something was off. Hold on a second. Shouldn't there only be 30 of us? Beep beep. The security panel flashed green as the gates suddenly opened. As the guards turned back to look, their jaws dropped. There was a man who was wearing the same uniform as them at the gate. The man began to whistle as he pushed his cap up with a finger to reveal his face. It was none other than Han Xiao. Bye-bye. He waved before abruptly pulling the manual lever and rolling out as the gate clamped down. The guards continued staring at the gate in disbelief. The veins on Team A's leader's temples bulged. When did Zero blend in with us? On the other side, Han Xiao rejoiced. I finally escaped. Han Xiao stretched as he basked in the sunlight. The sight of the clear sky seemed to evaporate all his worries. It was roughly 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and Han Xiao could discern the silhouettes of several moons in the sky. Some of them were even close enough for their craters to be observed. Han Xiao took a deep breath. The crisp air was reinvigorating. Since the start, Han Xiao had never planned on taking all the guards head-on. Even though the guards had already been weakened, it might not even matter if he were able to kill them all since they could put the entire facility in lockdown at any point. Then his expression would not be that much different from the guards on the other side of the gate. After impersonating a Team B member to bait out Team A, Han Xiao had searched around for a relatively clean set of uniform to change into before concealing himself underneath the stairway. The guards had failed to notice him joining their ranks as they had been panicking. As such, Han Xiao was safely escorted to the entrance where, while they let their guard down, he had crept towards the gate, and the rest is now history. It had been a huge gamble. If anything had gone awry, he would have been torn to shreds by dozens of guns. Han Xiao would rather not have had to rely on this risky plan. However, Baltar had ruined his original plan, leaving him with no choice but to do so. It was a 50-50 all-in gamble, but there was no other choice. Han Xiao found himself in the middle of an abandoned farm. He noticed the trails of several vehicles and traced them back to a garage where there were several all-terrain vehicles. Conveniently, their keys were all slotted in. Reinforcements might appear any moment. I need to leave ASAP. His escape was far from over. The organization definitely would not let him off so easily. Han Xiao threw his backpack into the passenger seat and got into the driver's seat. He ignited the engine and stepped on the gas pedal, intending to leave immediately. He ran the vehicle over the electric fence and headed into the forest. As Han Xiao knew nothing about the geography of the area, he would have to bet it all on following one direction. On the Black Harrier helicopter, Gila noticed her phone ringing. "Oh," she answered, irritated. "Commander Gila, there's a situation. Zero has gone rogue. He's killed Vice Commander Baltar, Professor Lin Weixian, and over 30 guards. He's also destroyed all the Valkyrie records in the base." The Team A leader was dispirited. They were definitely going to be punished for having been useless. That went without saying. However, he still had to swallow the bitter pill and contact the commander as they were all trapped and needed someone to deactivate the lockdown. Gila frowned. "Are you kidding me? I personally conducted his brainwashing. How could he have survived the procedure? Has he been fooling even me?" she wondered. Gila immediately contacted the boss to relay the news. "Turn back right now and give chase," ordered the boss, enraged. "But my sister," Gila began to argue. "Shut up. You have no right to bargain with me." Gila glowered as she reluctantly ordered the pilot, "Return to base." "Commander Gila, the helicopter needs to land to refuel first. Step on it." The Night Owl squad had also received the order to return. Number 1 was livid with rage at the guards' pitiful appearances. "There are 60 of you, and you can't even stop one person. Are there spies here?" He was unable to believe that Han Xiao could have escaped alone, not when it was impossible for himself. The guards were terrified by his accusation. No one dared to betray the organization, and for good reason. However, they were demoralized and unable to talk back. They did secretly hope that Han Xiao could escape, as it would help their case. "That's enough. The boss ordered us to hunt him down," interrupted Silverblade coldly. "Hold on. The test subject team will follow." Number 1 was now rattled by Han Xiao's combat prowess, and this frustrated him. He felt like he needed to defeat Han Xiao in order to prove his worth to the organization. Night had fallen, and the night sky was decorated by numerous blue moons. Each planet and galaxy had a different kind of landscape and environment. In Han Xiao's previous life, there existed players who specialized in galactic tourism. They would sell albums of beautiful scenery and landscape from across the universe. Unfortunately, the thick canopy blocked out nearly all the moonlight, making it hard for Han Xiao to see, much less enjoy the night view. Han Xiao drove carefully, fearful of crashing into a tree. The darkness was extremely disadvantageous for him. Not only was he unable to move quickly, the sound of his engine could also expose his location. It's really bad to drive at night. I'd better walk. He stopped the car and turned off the engine, deciding to abandon it. The silence in the forest began to set in, and he noticed that the shadows around him resembled ghostly figures. Underscore. You have obtained Combat Biscuit X5, Mineral Water X3. Han Xiao found some ration and water in the boot of the car. He stored them inside his bag and continued on foot. As he was unable to do anything about the trail that his car had left, he could only change his direction slightly to throw off any pursuers. The night was his cloak. Although Han Xiao was completely exhausted and his stamina was almost depleted, he did not dare to stop for a break. Suddenly, Han Xiao heard the sound of engines coming from behind. He instantly sought for shelter behind a tree before peeking out to see 3 sets of flickering headlights about 300 meters away. He was about to creep towards a safer location when suddenly a gunshot pierced the night. Han Xiao's danger sense tingled, and he threw himself onto the ground. Something grazed past his shoulder. He turned to see that the bullet had narrowly missed him to pierce a tree 10 meters away. The 3 vehicles stopped, and 6 men alighted. They were none other than Night Owl Squad 3. The person who had fired was Silverblade. 6 Cyclopes. Han Xiao was momentarily taken aback by their appearance. Those are night vision goggles. Han Xiao cursed his luck. You have been grazed by an SWP sniper rifle. 18 damage taken. Holy cow. Even though it was just a graze, it did as much damage as a direct shot from a handgun. You have entered combat and gained enemy information. Night Owl Agent, LV-15. Classes, LV-10 Agent, LV-5 Elite Agent. Stats, 18 STR, 15 DX, 25 Yindi, 10 INT, 3 MYS, 8 CHA, 1 LUK. Energy 0. Power level 40. Health 350. Abilities: Grinder, plus 100 health. Pain tolerance, combat strength not affected by injury. Skills: LV 4 basic combat, LV 5 basic shooting, LV 2 precise aim, LV 1 sniper leader. Equipment: SWP sniper rifle, high caliber, grade common, damage 70 to 88, fire rate 0.5/s, ammo 5 bullets per magazine, power level 30. Prerequisites: LV 1 sniper. Thermal night vision goggles, grade common. 73 Wasp handgun, grade common, small caliber handgun, damage 28 to 35, fire rate 1.1/s, ammo 10 bullets per magazine, power level 13. G-Grenade 3 deals 50 to 80 damage to all targets in a 20-meter radius. Has a chance to do bonus damage. Power level 45. Jackson assault rifle, grade common, assault rifle, damage 36 to 42. Fire rate manual 1.5/s. Fire rate continuous 4/s. Maximum fire rate burst 10/s, 3 seconds. Ammo 30 bullets per magazine. Power level 33. Lightweight Kevlar vest, grade common, defense 10 to 12, durability 50. Metal alloy dagger, grade common, damage 8 to 12, length 0.28 m. All 6 of them were elite agents, an advanced class. Although they were lower level than Han Xiao, they still had high stats and were much better equipped. Han Xiao's face darkened. Oh boy! All that Han Xiao had in his arsenal was the enhanced 73 Wasp handgun, an N9 Colt assault rifle, 15 magazines of ammo, and the lightweight mecha arm, whose durability had been reduced to 130. He was essentially outmatched in terms of equipment. Bang! The sniper rifle was fired again. The bullet pierced through the tree he was hiding behind, narrowly missing him. Han Xiao groaned. While the enemy had night vision, he could only attempt to make out their position from the muzzle flashes. The sniper rifle was too powerful. With his current health, it would probably take only 3 shots to kill him. Han Xiao decided to put the 18 unassigned attribute points at his disposal to use. He added 14 points in a Yindi for additional health and 4 in a street to bolster his STR advantage. Engaging in a shootout would only be disadvantageous, so even though close combat was risky, he had to take the chance. It was virtually impossible to run away since the enemy had night vision. The only way to make it out now was to kill them all. With the plus 10 bonus from the mechanical arm on top of his 29 STR, Han Xiao had enough STR to ensure that his blows would proc overwhelming blows. With 36 points in Yindi, he now had a max HP of 460. He had instantly gained 140 HP from adding Yindi, which was crucial as Han Xiao was already low on health. His current HP was now close to 400, which was much more optimistic than before. The agents were fanning out to surround him, and Han Xiao noticed that they were not very closely coordinated. He estimated that it would take around 5 to 8 seconds for them to reach each other to help. In other words, Han Xiao had to be sure to finish off his target in this short amount of time. Having killed over 30 guards in the Valkyrie base, Han Xiao was now sitting on 116,000 experience points. He dumped all of it into his combat skills. Grappling has been raised to LV5. Plus 7% counter. Plus 10% damage barehanded. Basic combat has been raised to LV8. Plus 8% damage barehanded. As basic combat has reached LV8 and submission has reached LV3, you may learn one of these 3 advanced skills. Special Ops Combat. Jiu-Jitsu. Iron Fist. Special Ops focused on explosiveness, assassination, and usage of tools. Jiu-Jitsu focused on grappling and submission. Iron Fist focused on strengthening the limbs and improving one's tolerance to taking damage. They were 3 very different styles of skills. What Han Xiao needed now was explosiveness, so he chose Special Ops Combat. You have learnt the advanced skill Special Ops Combat. Plus 6% crit rate, melee. Plus 4% damage, barehanded. Han Xiao's melee damage was now increased by 15%, and his overall combat ability was also boosted considerably. Not only did he feel much stronger than before, he had a mysterious feeling that he had somehow acquired mastery over several fighting styles. It's a pity that I still don't have any active energy-based combat skills, thought Han Xiao. As mechanics had very few active skills in their earlier levels, they couldn't make much use of their energy. Han Xiao put on the lightweight mecha arm and crouched down. He took a few moments to regulate his breathing and optimize his oxygen flow before suddenly springing forward and charging towards the agent closest to him on the flank. As soon as Han Xiao showed himself, the 6 agents opened fire. With the mecha arm as a shield, Han Xiao weaved through the trees to evade the rain of metal while returning fire with the SMG in his other hand. The smell of gunpowder was overbearing. In 3 seconds, Han Xiao came within range of his target. He threw the SMG at the agent's gun hand as a distraction before swinging the mighty mecha arm at him. The agent raised his arms in reflex to block the blow and endured the pain to draw his handgun. He aimed at Han Xiao's head and fired, but Han Xiao's DX was not just for show. With seemingly inhuman reflexes, Han Xiao clipped his arm over the agent's gun hand and tugged down to make him lose balance and buckle forward before proceeding to ruthlessly smash his knee up into his groin. Underscore underscore underscore. You have dealt a fatal blow. 2x critical hit. Your target is stunned for 2 seconds. Although the agent's expression was covered by his goggles, his painful scream was telling of the blow's effectiveness. Han Xiao took advantage of his temporary immobility to knee him again and again. Thud, thud, thud. -78. -81. -84. Sorry, brother, I know it must hurt a lot, but I'm not the one who decided not to include groin protection in your armor. The agent's HP plummeted, and Han Xiao finished him off by ripping into his throat with a mechanical arm. Before Han Xiao could celebrate his first kill, he felt a sharp pain in his back. He hurriedly dropped to the ground and dragged the agent's body over him as a shield while he crawled towards a tree for cover. Underscore 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 underscore. You have been shot by an SWP sniper rifle. 68 damage taken. You have been shot by a high-caliber bullet. You are now bleeding medium. You will lose 3 HP every second for 15 seconds. The pain caused Han Xiao's face to pale. Just a single shot had taken out one whole chunk of his health bar. Unfortunately, he could not afford the time to bandage the wound. Damn it! The remaining 5 Night Owl agents were enraged that Han Xiao had killed their comrade. They rapidly closed in as they fired, cornering Han Xiao. Han Xiao quickly searched through the agent's body and put on his Kevlar vest. It would do well to block 1 or 2 shots. More importantly, however, he found 3 G-fragment grenades, one of which he immediately tossed out. Kaboom! The agents had to stop shooting as they frantically ducked for cover. "Shoot more, assholes!" yelled Han Xiao furiously as he threw out a second grenade, causing the 5 agents to scramble back to the ground just as they were about to get up. After the blast, a third black object was flung out in the air, and the 5 agents subconsciously crouched down once more. However, when there was no explosion after 2 seconds had passed, they looked up to see that it was just a piece of rock. Meanwhile, Han Xiao was already charging towards the next agent while firing his assault rifle wildly. Although Han Xiao managed to kill the agent who was seeking cover in the grass, he was now out of ammo. Han Xiao tossed the rifle away and threw the third grenade, buying himself some time to get in range. As he rammed into the third agent, knocking him down, a shot from Silver Blade's assault rifle clipped him in the calf. Han Xiao grimaced. The calf injury affected his movement speed, so Han Xiao decided to jump into the agent he had knocked down, causing them to tumble together out of the other agent's line of sight, where he made short work of him behind a tree. The agent simply stood no chance against him at close combat. But there were still 3 agents left. Although the odds were against him, and he had lost half of his HP, Han Xiao remained calm and spent some time to plan his next move. The enemy will probably... Meanwhile, Silver Blade was in complete disbelief. He had vastly underestimated the test subject, resulting in their number being halved. "Bomb him," he ordered. They threw grenades. Kaboom! "Is he dead?" "Stay cautious," replied Silver Blade as he and the other 2 agents slowly approached. When they reached the tree, they noticed that there was a burnt corpse on the ground. From what remained of its uniform, it appeared to have been Han Xiao. Finally, the 2 agents lowered their guns and relaxed. "No!" shouted Silver Blade all of a sudden. "Get down!" Before the 2 agents could react, a gunshot was fired. However, the gunshot was not intended for either of them. Instead, it was aimed at the corpse, or more precisely, the 3 grenades that were planted on it. As they were at point-blank range, the 2 agents were instantly engulfed by the blast and bombarded with shrapnel. Underscore 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 underscore. You have dealt 60 damage to the enemy. X8. You have killed a Night Owl agent. 1500 EXP gained. X2. Han Xiao rose up weakly from a patch of tall grass. He was heavily injured, bleeding, and almost out of stamina. Fatigue was setting in, and it was taking him all the willpower and focus that he could muster just to keep his eyes open. He had managed to survive the previous blast with 50 HP left by using the agent's corpse as a meat shield, after which he had dressed the corpse in his clothes and planted the grenades. Only Silverblade had been vigilant enough to escape his trap. Xiao's limbs were shaking uncontrollably, and he couldn't even see properly due to the blood blurring his vision. Suddenly, a black figure darted towards him. "You asked for it," howled an enraged Silverblade as he thrust a knife forward. The searchlight from a black Harrier helicopter was illuminating the forest. Gila jumped down from the aircraft into what seemed like the aftermath of a fierce battle. The test subject squad had already arrived and were collecting blood samples. Number 1 was standing silently with clenched fists. The sight of the 6 agents' bodies stunned Gila for a few moments. As unbelievable as it seemed, Zero had eliminated Night Owl Squad 3 and escaped. She crouched down to examine the bodies and was able to deduce that 1 had died by gunshot, 2 by explosion, and 3 in melee combat. Silverblade's entire lower body had been pulverized, and there were shards of glass from his night vision goggles embedded in his eyes. He had clearly been done in by someone much more powerful than him. How could Zero have become so strong all of a sudden? Even if he had been hiding his true capabilities the entire time, Zero had only been training for at most half a year. It was simply inconceivable that he could take on the Night Owl squad that comprised of veteran elite agents. Could he have awoken superpowers like I did? Gila regretted not having kept a closer eye on Xiao. Perhaps she thought she could have prevented all of this. Also, Zero had chosen to escape on the same day that she had happened to be away. Was it luck? Or had he planned it all? "Their equipment is missing, but we managed to find this," reported one of the agents as he showed the mecha arm to Gila. The mecha arm was drenched in blood, and there was a knife sticking out of its engine. "Bring it back." 1 day later, a large number of Germinal personnel arrived at the Valkyrie base to salvage any remaining surveillance footage and gather clues. The boss himself also came. The boss of the Germinal organization wore a black coat, black mask, black gloves. Well, he was essentially covered in black from head to toe and looked like he had come right out of Detective Conan. Only 5 people in the entire organization had ever seen his face. "Where is Zero?" he asked plainly. "We failed to track him," answered number 1 through clenched teeth. "If I have more time..." The boss abruptly raised a hand in dismissal. Number 1 immediately stopped blabbering. The boss was in an extremely bad mood. Just a few days ago, he had dismissed Zero as a piece of trash, and this piece of trash had managed to escape while taking out so many of his men. 30 armed guards killed, all the research destroyed, and 1 elite squad wiped. On top of that, he killed Lin Weixian and escaped? "Are you kidding me?" he yelled at his men. "I want to know when he turned and how he got so strong." A researcher hastily replied, "We have come up with a theory after going through his records." "Go on." Zero's behavior and actions before and after the experiment are strikingly different. According to the original reports from his capture, Zero's original identity was Xiao Han, the 3rd son of the Alamera family's second in charge. This was shocking news even to the boss himself. The Alamera family were a powerful warring clan allied with the country of Theus. Test subjects captured for experimentation were usually criminals or stragglers. How did someone with such background end up in their hands? The son of the Alumera's second in charge? How? According to our investigations, Xiao Han was the most ungifted among his siblings. Not only was he unable to awaken any energy, he was extremely incapable at leadership and weak-minded, answered the researcher as he flipped through his report. Our agents stumbled across him in the wreckage of a battle. He had been following his elder brother, Xiao Hai, on a transport mission when they were ambushed by an enemy. Continue. At the time, Xiao Hai was in command of the team, and the assailants' true aim was not the goods that they were transporting, but he himself. He was the most promising of his siblings, and was more or less guaranteed to succeed his father's position. According to our intel, the ambush was an inside job. Someone within the family wanted to get rid of him. During the ambush, Xiao Hai forced Xiao Han to swap clothes with him, and he used him as bait. In the end, while Xiao Han was hit by a cannon, Xiao Hai managed to escape to safety. "Since when was our network that well-informed?" frowned the boss. Xiao Hai did not bother to hide the truth, including the fact that he used Xiao Han as bait. The circumstances of Xiao Han's death did not hurt Xiao Hai's standing in the family. At the time, The second in charge even said that Xiao had done well. As you know, the Alamera family values power above all. A burden like Xiao Han meant nothing to them. Even his siblings did not mourn his death. Han Zhao's past existence was like a roadside flower that everyone trampled over without notice. The boss laughed coldly. The weak do indeed deserve no sympathy. Enough of his past. Tell me what happened during the 6 months. We think that the Valkyrie experiment triggered a change within his body, a change greater than we could have imagined. It did not just unlock his talent for machinery. What it did was enhance his intelligence. We think that he has been planning his escape from the very start. Are you saying that the brainwash did not work on him? Interrupted Gila. Yes, I'm afraid so. Gila frowned. The researcher continued. How is it possible for a subject with no memories to develop his own will? The only explanation seems to be that Valkyrie helped him to regain his memories. However, since he was never a gifted person to begin with, Valkyrie must have also awakened some kind of hidden strength within him. Are you sure? Asked the leader coldly. Not absolutely, admitted the researcher. It was simply conjecture after all. Who the hell could be sure? Number one couldn't help but butt in. Was he just luck? The boss instantly silenced him with a stare. All right. The guards also brought back this mecha arm that he used, added the researcher. Although the craftsmanship of the arm itself is not very refined, I must say that it is quite a revolutionary concept. It seems like this mecha arm played a huge part in his escape. The weapons development department would like to replicate this model for development. Finally, thought the boss, something good to hear. Funds are not an issue. I just want results. The researcher nodded, continuing. No matter what, Zero's cunning and talents make him a dangerous person. He has high research value. Whether dead or alive, obtaining his body will undoubtedly help us in perfecting Valkyrie. While the researchers were all terrified of Han Xiao, as he could have killed them any time he wanted, they were, after all, men of science. Number one frowned. From the moment that he was created, he knew that he had a predecessor. This fact alone caused him to identify Han Xiao as an enemy. However, just when he thought that he had surpassed Han Xiao, reality hit him like a truck. Before determining the exact factor behind the drug's effects, cease all experimentation. Round up all the test subjects once more for another round of brainwashing. I don't want another Zero to appear, ordered the boss. Number one's eyes widened in disbelief. He felt that his loyalty to the organization was being doubted. I wish to lead a team to pursue Zero, he burst out. The boss looked at number one as he contemplated. He did indeed have high expectations for the test subject squad. Can you do it? I will definitely succeed, declared number one. Fine. Bring Zero back. Dead or alive. 7 days later, somewhere in a radiant, glowing forest, a frail-looking man was still trying to find his way out of the seemingly endless woods. Han Xiao needed food and water desperately. His backpack was bulging, but only with equipment. 7 days ago, he had defeated Silverblade with relative ease by sacrificing the mecha arm. Losing it was not that big of a deal, though, as Han Xiao still had the blueprints and could always craft another. Although the forest was not an ideal place for recovery, Han Xiao's high Yindi gave him resistance to wound infection. Still, he did have to withstand the pain of digging out the bullets inside him. The pain from extracting the sniper bullet lodged in his shoulder blade, in particular, had been so excruciating that it had immobilized Han Xiao for almost an hour. At the very least, he was lucky to have not encountered any wild beasts, although he did catch a few hares. The wild beasts on planet Aquamarine were extremely ferocious, and some of them were even intelligent. In Galaxy, they occasionally attacked human cities. Some beasts, like the amphibious orca elephant, were so massive that conventional weaponry was completely ineffective against them. Although Han Xiao knew the geography of planet Aquamarine well, it wasn't really of much use to him when he did not know where exactly he was. Han Xiao would sleep on top of trees at night, and if the past 7 nights had taught him anything, it was that mosquitoes were the most detestable creatures in the world. Will I ever get out of this forest? As if in answer to his prayers, a wanderer's encampment soon appeared in Han Zhao's sights. Suddenly, Han Zhao's expression changed, and he jumped backwards abruptly. In the same instant that he had reacted, A huge net sprung up from beneath the sand. It was embedded with shards of metal. The bastard dodged. A long-haired young man carrying a shotgun walked out from behind a tree. His clothes were ragged and patched with animal skin. "Stand still," he shouted. The young man was most likely one of the residents from the encampment, and Han Xiao, not wishing to create unnecessary trouble, held his hands up above his head. "I'm just a passerby." "A passerby?" Han Xiao's bulging backpack caught the young man's eye. "What's in the bag? Take everything out?" Han Xiao sighed. No wonder the trap was so big. It was precisely meant to catch people. Morals are always blurred in times of trouble. Most wanderers were surviving citizens of the old countries who opted not to join the Six Nations. As life in the wild was harsh, killing and stealing might have been frowned upon, but they were inevitable occurrences. "Are you deaf?" I said. "Take everything out," yelled the long-haired young man as he walked forward to hit Han Xiao on the forehead with the butt of his shotgun. Han Xiao was exasperated. The only contents in his backpack were guns, ammo, and equipment that belonged to the German organization. How was he going to explain that? "Do you not understand me? Want me to screw you up?" The long-haired young man cocked the shotgun threateningly. Suddenly, Han Xiao threw an elbow into the chest of the unsuspecting young man, sending him flying back in shock. Han Xiao grabbed the shotgun from him out of midair. The young man landed heavily on the ground, and he clutched his chest in terror as he scrambled to crawl away. Han Xiao cut out some rope from the trap and tied the whimpering young man to a tree. When he examined the shotgun, he realized that its barrel was outright crooked and shook his head. At the very least, it implied that the young man had never killed before and that he had only been acting. Nonetheless, the young man was so terrified that when he saw it in Han Xiao's hand, he panicked even more. "Big brother, please spare me. Forgive me for not recognizing MT Tai." Han Xiao slapped him squarely on the face, reprimanding. "So, you know that you were wrong." "I was wrong. I was wrong," blurted the young man shamelessly. "Why?" The young man thought for a moment before carefully answering. "I should have brought one more gun." Han Xiao burst into laughter. "You're a funny one? Please show me mercy, Mr. Saint. Just let me go as if you're passing wind," sobbed the young man with dripping tears. "Get lost. I've never passed such a big wind before." Han Xiao raised the shotgun and struck the young man across his face to knock him out cold. At the end of the day, the young man was most likely a resident of the encampment, and Han Xiao still needed to obtain food and water from them. Count yourself lucky. Half an hour later, Han Xiao finally reached the encampment. His appearance seemed to unsettle the wanderers. Life in the wild was full of perils, and wanderers were often unwelcoming to outsiders. Their way of life was similar to that of the gypsies, and they were frequently on the go. There were pickup trucks lined up outside the tent. Most of them were rusty, and some didn't even have exteriors. Han Xiao noticed that there were only a few dozen tents, making this community a relatively small one. Nevertheless, it was a miniature society in its own, and Han Xiao located the camp's merchant, a bearded Westerner who conducted his business by his pickup truck. "Outsider?" The bearded man raised an eyebrow. "Do you know the rules?" he asked. "What rules?" "Barter trading only." "Well, that's just fine," thought Han Xiao, "since I don't have a single penny. I want a map, 3 buckets of water, and 5 kilos of food. Bread or dried meat will do," said Han Xiao as he retrieved a handful of bullets from his bag and put them on the truck. "I'll pay with this." "Gunpowder?" The bearded merchant's eyes flashed with greed. Gunpowder was extremely valuable among wanderers as hunting was a key source of food. 150 bullets, stated the bearded merchant. Han Xiao's face darkened. Daylight robbery. The items he had asked for were basic necessities. There was no way that they could be worth so much. Han Xiao's bronze bullets were high-quality bullets that could easily go for $10 apiece. Yet the merchant was asking for 150 of them, equivalent to $1,500. "Up to you," added the merchant nonchalantly as he turned his attention to his fingernails. As Han Xiao desperately needed food and water, he gave in to the merchant's demand. Sighing, he aligned 150 bullets on the back of the truck. Suddenly, the big bearded man waved a finger. 180. Han Xiao glared at him. "Oh ho ho! Such scary eyes. Do you want to kill me or something? Quickly, people, come and see. This man wants to kill me. Dozens of wanderers gathered around in an instant. Some of them even came with sticks and bats. This is our territory. Are you trying to be funny, kid? Okay. 180 bullets. Fuck me. Han Xiao hastily threw out more bullets in case he jacked the price up further. The merchant laughed shrewdly and sent someone to fetch the goods. After confirming the items, Han Xiao raised a middle finger at the merchant before turning around. Suddenly, the merchant spoke. Hey, are you planning to walk out of the forest? Why? You have a problem with that? I have an old pickup. Want it? Asked the bearded merchant nicely. Not as though I can afford your price. Han Xiao shot back. Oh, I think you can, said the merchant as he pointed towards Han Xiao's bag. You have so many bullets. You must have many guns too. Han Xiao's bag was indeed full of guns. High-quality ones at that. He had looted from the Night Owl squad. He even had the sniper rifle and some Kevlar vests. He could easily afford an old pickup. However, Han Xiao shook his head. A car would leave a trail. Han Xiao would rather not try racing a helicopter. Walking was safer. Furthermore, if the Germinal organization's agents discovered their guns here, it would be disastrous not only for Han Xiao, but for the wanderers here as well. In some sense, it would be dishonest of him to sell them. Although Han Xiao had recently killed a big number of people, it was not out of perverseness. It was to survive. The merchant, however, was not an easily dissuaded person. He was about to speak again when, suddenly, a man's voice boomed out. Kai Luo, you're taking advantage of outsiders again. A well-built man clad in hunter's clothes patched with animal skins appeared behind the crowd. As he strode forward to the center of the crowd, everyone shifted to make way for him. The man seemed to command respect. The big, bearded merchant groaned. Hu Xianjun, I just painstakingly closed the deal. Don't come and interfere. Hu Xianjun grabbed the bullets on the truck up and pushed them back into Han Xiao. The stuff you want isn't actually worth much. Treat it as a gift. Here, take these back. Han Xiao was stunned by the man's chivalry and stared at him in disbelief. The man was an extremely muscular Mongolian with white hair on the sides of his head, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle. He looked very much the part of a righteous man, and Han Xiao instantly warmed up to him. Hey, what about me? Interrupted Kai Luo. Isn't it just some food? I'll give you more tomorrow, replied Hu Xianjun casually. Kai Luo was frustrated. It wasn't every day that a foreigner came by for him to make a quick buck. He who comes from afar is a guest. You look too frail to be traveling alone. Why not recuperate over at my house? Han Xiao hesitated. He did indeed need a proper place to recuperate. In any case, Hu Xianjun had given him a very good first impression, so he nodded. As Han Xiao followed Hu Xianjun, the crowd scattered. Kai Luo fumed, but there was nothing that he could do. He did not dare to offend Hu Xianjun. Hu Xianjun led Han Xiao to his tent. As he entered the tent, he shouted, "And we have a guest today. Cook more." Okay, replied a woman's voice. Han Xiao followed behind Hu Xianjun into the tent, and was a woman who looked rather ordinary and wore a simple waist skirt. Han Xiao noticed that she was blind. This is my wife, introduced Hu Xianjun with a smile. Nice to meet you, greeted in as she faced the entrance. She then turned back to pick up crockery, dried meat, and wild vegetables and arranged them inside a simple clay oven in the center of the tent. Han Xiao and Hu Xianjun sat down and chatted away. After a while, Han Xiao became certain that Hu Xianjun did not have any ulterior motives. He was simply an extremely nice person. I noticed earlier that most of the people in your community are white. How did you end up with them? Asked Han Xiao. There were 4 races of humans on Aquamarine: black, white, yellow, and Shanu. There wasn't any special reason for it. It just happened to be a chaotic time. I met some travelers by chance and decided to stay with them as I was sick at the time. Although we come from different countries and are of different races, we are all remnants of the old era and have all experienced the loss of our countries. There isn't a need for distinction. We are all human after all. Some of those who had lost their countries chose to join the Six Nations. Others opted to join the Germinal organization. The rest could only become wanderers. Wanderers made up 1/3 of the planet's population. Aquamarine used to have over 100 nations, but that all changed when an advanced civilization came into contact with the planet. The idea of advancing humanity and stepping out into space sparked a movement for sustainability, and the idea of unifying countries gained some popularity. While it was indeed far-fetched to think that that alone could change the face of the entire planet, there were people in power who supported the idea and conspired behind the scenes to make it happen. Long story short, after numerous wars, negotiations, and all kinds of peaceful and non-peaceful efforts, all the countries were united into the 6 nations in the span of a few decades. Many things that people had once thought to be irreplaceable were simply shoved aside by the unstoppable tides of change, and many lives were sacrificed in the process. Such as civilization. People are like the sediments in the river, destined to go with the flow. While maintaining the status quo is always easy, revolution always comes with pain and suffering. When comparing individual gain to societal improvement, it is natural for people to favor the former. Truly selfless people are rare creatures. Otherwise, selflessness would not be seen as a virtue. Statements such as "See, there are still good people in the world" are sad to hear. Nevertheless, change had come too soon to Aquamarine. The Battle of Andria was the nail in the coffin. Sometimes I think about the way we took our lives for granted. I miss how life was peaceful back then. Who would have thought that change could come so suddenly? I mean, even if the planet's resources do end up being depleted, wouldn't that be in a few hundred years from now? Why do we have to answer for something like that? Lamented Hu Xianjun. Han Xiao sighed empathetically. Who knows, perhaps it was inevitable. Societal strife was destined to reach a boiling point. Maybe short-term pain is better than long-term suffering. Han Xiao shrugged. The Battle of Andria set the post-unification landscape of the planet in stone. Andria was the name of a continent, once home to several nations. As the war developed, Andria had, for some reason, became the proxy of the conflict. It was as though all the countries had agreed to settle things there once and for all, as though they were trying to contain the scale of damage inflicted onto the planet. However, billions of lives were lost as a result. By the time the war ended, all that remained of Andria was a desolate land of scorched earth and withered trees. Its rivers were left blighted, and the once fertile, lush landscape was no more. The 6 nations simply packed up and left as soon as the battle ended, ignoring the destruction that they had caused. Han Xiao noticed an old blister on Hu Xianjun's palm. "You used to be a soldier?" he asked. "Yes, for over 10 years. I thought that remnants like yourself would choose to join the Germinal organization." Hu Xianjun shook his head. "My home country was peacefully annexed by Star Dragon. Soldiers like me didn't have any say. We simply followed the decision that our leaders made. I do detest the 6 nations, but the Germinal organization is no better. They popped out of nowhere to take advantage of our hatred for the 6 nations. Sigh. I'm a simple man. All I want is to escape war. War is cruel. My eyes were blinded by a flash grenade. My husband and I fled tirelessly before settling here. Even though life as a wanderer is not easy, it is better than war," and chimed in. As she finished speaking, the smell of meat filled up the tent, causing Han Zhao's mouth to water. "How do you cook without being able to see?" he asked, and puffed her cheeks. "Don't look down on me. I might be blind, but I can still smell, hear, and feel. It's not like I don't have any limbs." Hu Xianjun smiled. "She has a strong character. Won't even let me take care of her. I don't want to be your baggage," responded meekly, prompting Hu Xianjun to scratch his head in embarrassment. He hurriedly changed the subject. "All right, I'll let you take a look at my baby." Hu Xianjun opened a storage box beside him to retrieve an old-fashioned gun. "Let's see if you know your guns," he said proudly. Underscore. Bayonet musket, old era. Grade, average. Base stats. Damage, 38 to 40. Fire rate, 0.9/s. Magazine capacity, 20. Range, 200 m range. Power output, 25. Durability, 5 of 300. Stat bonus, +1 dexterity. Length, 0.77 m. Weight, 7.1 kilograms. Additional effects. Accurate. Remarks. This weapon has accompanied its master through countless battles. Underscore, 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 underscore. It is a fine gun, praise Han Xiao. Even though it has been used for so long, you still keep it well polished. The barrel is perfect. Truly a well-made gun. This gun is my partner. He's been with me for close to 10 years. Laughed to Xianjun. It only looks new because I frequently oil it. The truth is that its workings have aged. It can't be used anymore. The pair continued to chat until the sky darkened and it had finished cooking. And had cooked a gigantic pot of creamy soup filled with tender meat and wild vegetables. Not only was it extremely fragrant and flavorful, it was also visually appetizing, and Han Xiao couldn't help but drool. Han Xiao gulped at the sight of the meat. He had had nothing good to eat for the past 7 days. His closeness with Hu Junxian was skyrocketing on the spot. +1, +1, +1. After dinner, Hu Xianjun asked Han Xiao to stay for the night. Han Xiao decided to stay since he did not intend to travel at night anyway. They laid a mattress for him and set up a partition. Your bag is too big. I'll put it outside, said in. I'll do it myself. Before bringing his bag out, Han Xiao dismantled all the guns in his backpack to take out their triggers. He wrapped them in some animal skin that he got from Hu Junxian and set the package in a corner. Han Xiao also loaded up his 73 Wasp and placed it under his pillow. Of course, he was not being weary of his warm hosts or anything like that. It was simply important always to be prepared and alert. As soon as Han Xiao's head hit the pillow, he instantly fell asleep. His snoring could be heard through the curtain. Hu Xianjun laughed as he shook his head. Looks like he's beat. Let's not disturb him, and nodded and proceeded to take the cutlery outside to wash. Uncle, I'm famished. Suddenly, a disheveled young man entered the tent. His entire face was covered in mud, and there was a swollen bump on his head. It was none other than the young man that Han Xiao had encountered this afternoon. He was Hu Xianjun's nephew, Hu Fei. Where have you been all day? I didn't see you at all, questioned Hu Xianjun. I went out hunting, stammered Hu Fei. Hu Xianjun could tell that his nephew was lying. He pulled Hu Fei's ear and began to scold him in a strict but soft voice. Are you up to your pranks again? I told you that I would fucking chop them off if you took that broken shotgun to scare people again, didn't I? Tears began to flow out of Hu Fei's eyes as he filled up with indignance and pain. Your nephew not only got bullied today, he was even tied to a tree for the entire day. I'm so tired and hungry. Uncle, give me a break, he thought. Please, Uncle, don't chop them off, he bawled. Which leg do you want me to chop? Jay, just don't chop off my balls. You and your dirty mind. Don't worry, I'll chop them off for you since that's what you want. Hu Xianjun was about to raise a hand to slap Hu Fei when he remembered that Han Xiao was sleeping. He let Hu Fei off with a warning. Noticing that there was someone else in the tent, Hu Fei peered beyond the partition to see who it was. When he saw Han Xiao, his jaw dropped. Isn't that the devil from this afternoon? What are you looking at? Tonight, you sleep outside, Hu Xianjun suddenly whispered from his side. Hu Fei gave a start and fell backwards. He quickly scrambled out of the tent on all fours, leaving Hu Xianjun bewildered. Is my face that hideous? Why am I running away from my own home? This is the perfect chance to get my revenge, realized Hu Fei as he stopped in his tracks. He proceeded to turn back to return to the tent, instantly changed his mind at the thought of Han Xiao's scary face. Hu Fei, show some guts. As he began to formulate a plan, he recalled that there was a package in the tent that he had never seen before. It must be his. Hu Fei waited until midnight, when everyone had gone to bed. He tiptoed into his own house and picked up the package. What do we have here? When Hu Fei unfolded the package, his eyes widened in disbelief. Guns. High-quality guns. I can't take them all. Hu Fei picked out 2 73 Wasps. Forget it. Since my uncle is playing host to you, I'll only take 2 as compensation. He wrapped the remaining guns up and returned the package to its original position. It's only 2 guns. He probably won't notice. Han Xiao woke up the next morning fully recovered. Brother Han, you're awake. greeted Hu Xianjun, who was doing his morning exercises outside the tent. Although Han Xiao was somewhat unwilling to bid farewell to the kind-hearted couple, he knew that he had to leave. I am indebted to you. Unfortunately, I need to leave now. I will repay you in the future. I've made some pancakes. You can eat them while traveling, said in as she handed a small package over to Han Xiao. The warmth from the pancakes flowed into Han Xiao's hands, resonating with his heart. I slept well last night. Thank you for everything. Ah, don't mention it. Just helping a brother in need, replied Hu Xianjun sincerely. Han Xiao went to gather his belongings. When he went to fetch the bundle of guns, he noticed that the leaf he had placed on it the night before had fallen off. Someone has touched my stuff. That's not possible. Hu Xianjun was alarmed. And then I didn't. Hold on. Hu Fei, get your ass over here right now. Hu Fei, who had been eavesdropping from behind the tent, walked out. You again? Hu Fei averted his eyes to the ground. Hu Xianjun kicked his nephew in the butt. Did you steal again? Hand it back right now. Hu Fei bit his lips and grudgingly took out a 73 Wasp handgun from his clothes. Brother Han, do as you deem fit. This kid deserves a beating. It's okay. Everything is fine as long as I get the gun back. My guns will bring you misfortune. Han Xiao sighed a breath of relief. May we be fated to meet again. Farewell, bid Han Xiao. Take care, nodded Hu Xianjun. Han Xiao picked up his backpack and departed. I will never forget this kindness, he thought to himself. Bastard's finally gone, rejoiced Hu Fei. He didn't realize that I stole 2 guns. He slipped to the back of the tent where he had hidden the other handgun in a box. Even if he comes back, I just have to deny that I have it. But why does this gun have no trigger? The map that Han Xiao had obtained had been crudely drawn. However, Han Xiao was able to learn his current position from it, and that sufficed. He was currently in the country of Star Dragon, and by his estimations, it would take him just 3 more days to reach the main road. There, he could hitch a ride to the city. In the afternoon, Han Xiao found a spot to eat and replenish his stamina. As he unpacked his guns to return them to his backpack, he suddenly discovered that something was amiss. There seems to be a missing gun. Han Xiao recounted to confirm his suspicions. He immediately dispelled any thoughts of lunch and hastily packed up to retrieve it. Number 1 and his men arrived at the encampment right after Han Xiao had left. They rounded up the wanderers and were holding them at gunpoint. Has anyone seen this man? Number 1 projected a holographic face in midair using a device on his wrist. It was none other than Han Xiao. No, never seen him before. Everyone denied seeing him. They knew that the Germinal organization would not dare to do anything to them. Wanderers were a neutral faction, and both the Six Nations and the Germinal organization were always trying to win their support. Only one wanderer was trembling uncontrollably for some reason. Number 1 was in a foul mood, having been in pursuit of Han Xiao for 7 days before arriving at this encampment. If the people here had not seen Han Xiao, it meant that he had gone in the completely wrong direction. Withdraw, ordered Number 1. However, just as he was about to board the car, he noticed the shaking Hu Fei. Bring that kid here. Hu Fei was dragged to Number 1. Number 1 squinted at him and asked, Do you know this person? No, I don't. Hu Fei shook his head repeatedly. Number 1 noticed an out-of-place outline in his clothes and ordered, Search his body. Hu Fei was pressed to the ground and watched in horror as the 73 Wasp was taken from him. This is one of our guns, exclaimed Number 1. He held the gun up to the crowd and shouted, Zero has obviously been here. How dare you all try and lie? Do you want to die? Speak. Where has he gone? The terrified wanderers began to turn their eyes to the person who had first spoken to Han Xiao, Kai Luo. Kai Luo was squatting in the corner like an ostrich. What are you guys looking at me for? All I did was sell him some stuff. Ask Hu Xianjun. He definitely knows. Hu Xianjun stood up slowly in the crowd. I don't know, he declared. Kai Luo, wanting to cast away the suspicion on him, retorted. How can you not know? You let him spend the night at your house. Number 1's face darkened. The other wanderers began to urge Hu Xianjun to say the truth. Hurry up and say what you know. Do you want us to die because of some outsider? Hu Xianjun cursed Kai Luo under his breath before taking a deep breath to compose himself. That person went in that direction, he said, pointing to the opposite of where Han Xiao had headed. You're very good, you. Bang! A hole appeared in Hu Xianjun's forehead. He fell back and landed on the ground with a loud thud. Hu Fei shrieked at the sight of his lifeless body. Just like that, Number 1 stared at the Hu Xianjun's dead body. He would not hesitate to kill anyone who helped Han Xiao. Old Hu, and couldn't see, but she could hear exactly what had transpired. She stood up from the crowd and attempted to locate her husband. Bang! Her head exploded. Anne's body crumpled to the ground, landing an arm's length away from her husband. Number 1 sneered. Asked for it. Hu Fei was torn with regret. His one moment of greed had caused all of this. All the wanderers were stunned, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Suddenly, Number 1's transmitter lit up, projecting a holograph of the boss's face. What the hell are you doing? Who gave you permission to kill? Number 1 instantly shrunk in fear. He hastily began to explain, these wanderers lied to us, so I was just trying to teach them a lesson. We'll depart right now. Forget it, since you've already started it. End it properly. Don't let news of this get out. Number 1 nodded and gave a signal. Dusk had fallen. Han Xiao was finally reaching the encampment. Suddenly, the smell of blood filled his nose, causing his heart to sink. I'm too late. Han Xiao entered the encampment to a gruesome sight. It was the aftermath of a bloodbath. He spotted Hu Xianjun and Anne's lifeless bodies, causing him to shake with rage. Suddenly, a figure got up from the ground. It was the big, bearded merchant who had attempted to scam Han Xiao. Kai Luo had fainted at the start of the massacre, and it ended up saving his life. Before he could rejoice, however, he noticed that there was someone looking at him. When he saw that it was Han Xiao, he began to tremble in fear. Han Xiao walked over to him and grabbed his collar. Tell me what happened here. It was the Germinal Organization. The Germinal Organization. They killed us because we wouldn't tell them where you went. Ah, they massacred us? You must take revenge for us. For Hu Xianjun. A cough. Han Xiao suddenly heard another person making feeble noises. He followed the sound and found Hu Fei, who was riddled with 5 or 6 bullet holes. He was on the brink of death. When he saw the handgun clutched in Hu Fei's hand, Han Xiao understood exactly what had transpired. Mixed emotions filled him. I told you the gun was dangerous, but you didn't listen. Hu Fei clutched onto Han Xiao's pants with a shaking hand. The sight of him crying was heartbreaking. I shouldn't have been so greedy. I regret it so much. I was wrong. I was wrong. Hu Fei weakly lifted a finger to point at Kai Luo. Don't believe him. He betrayed my uncle. Hu Fei spurted out a big mouthful of blood. I will help you end your misery, said Han Xiao, shaking his head. Crack. Don't listen to H-. Before Kai Luo could finish his sentence, Han Xiao fired a shot. A hole appeared in his head. Kai Luo's body collapsed to its knees. Everyone is dead. You should join them too. Han Xiao closed his eyes tightly. Although Han Xiao's killing intent was skyrocketing, it was being restrained by his logic, much like a caged tiger. The cooler he appeared, the hotter he would erupt. Han Xiao walked over to Hu Xianjun's body. His finger was still outstretched, pointing toward some car trails. The exact opposite of where he had headed to. Hu Xianjun had not sold him out. Han Xiao's heart ached. Even until the end, Hu Xianjun had looked out for him, an outsider. Underscore. You have activated a classy quest. Revenge. Quest hint. Eliminate the test subject squad. Quest reward. 15,000 experience. Han Xiao left the couple's side and walked into the tent to retrieve Hu Xianjun's prized bayonet musket. For a second, it seemed to glow and call out to Han Xiao. You want to avenge your partner, right? Han Xiao took all the guns in his bag and laid them beside the bayonet musket. He began to dismantle them and use their parts to remodel the bayonet musket. Han Xiao's basic assembly and basic enhancement were both LV-10. Although the names of these two abilities were very simple, they were indispensable abilities of a mechanic. Bayonet rifle modified. Grade, Average. Base stats. Damage, 66 to 69. Fire rate, 1.1/s. Magazine capacity, 10. Effective range, 450. Power output, 37. Bonus stats, +2 dexterity. Length, 0.86 m. Weight, 8.3 kilograms. Additional effect, accurate, wind effects reduced. Additional effect, piercing, modified to use large caliber ammo for higher penetration. Description, it hungers for vengeance. Han Xiao counted his sniper bullets. There were 25, all looted from Silverblade. As there seemed to have only been 2 cars, there was probably not more than 12 enemies. Han Xiao began to give chase into the forest. He knew that it would be impossible to catch up with the car, but that was not Han Xiao's intention at all. There was a high chance that they would realize they had been lied to and head back. Hence, Han Xiao planned to ambush them when they inevitably retraced their steps. Although if Han Xiao fled in the opposite direction, he would be able to shake them off once and for all. An inner voice told him that he would regret it. The quest itself was irrelevant. This was personal. Germinal, spat Han Xiao hatefully. The forest was pitch black at night, making it hard to even see one's fingers. Wolves howled in the distance. Han Xiao had been lying in wait for almost 3 hours. Suddenly, the sound of engines approached. Han Xiao's face twitched, for headlights appeared in the distance. Finally, mumbled Han Xiao calmly. He put on one of the Night Owl Squad's night vision goggles and spotted the outline of 2 cars. He then cocked the rifle and held his breath to aim. After 8 seconds, he pulled the trigger. In an instant, the sniper bullet traveled across hundreds of meters to strike a tire on the front car, causing it to explode. The car crashed into a tree. "Do you even know how to drive?" cursed a dazed number 1. "Leader, the tire exploded." "How can a low-pressure tire explode?" One of the squad members knelt down to investigate the tire. "There's a bullet lodged in here," he suddenly exclaimed. "Ambush!" Suddenly, the head of the agent closest to number 1 was blown up by a sniper bullet. His blood splattered all over number 1. "Get down," he yelled. The agents hurriedly dropped to the ground. A suffocating silence ensued. They were all terrified. Only number 1 was able to contain his nerves, and he immediately called for reinforcements. The test subject squad was pinned. None of them dared to move. Who is ambushing us? No idea. It's so dark here. He must have night vision goggles. What do we do now? Just lie and wait, I think, until reinforcements arrive. Number 1 suddenly exploded. Are you stupid? Won't he escape then? The enemy is 1. Why are we so afraid of him? What will the organization think of us? The faces of his teammates instantly changed. It's just 1 enemy. We have cars, guns, and the advantage in numbers. How can we lose? Number 1 added. Right? We need to counterattack. Ascertain the sniper's position. One squad member plucked up the courage to reveal himself, hoping to bait the sniper into revealing his location. However, the sniper was faster than he could imagine. He was instantly shot. The force of the impact alone caused his body to fly back several meters. Number 1 felt a chill run down his spine. Who was this godlike sniper? The agent's death had not been in vain. One squad member was able to catch the muzzle flash of Han Xiao's rifle. I've found him. 300 meters south. Get in the car. Han Xiao could see them get up and run towards the other vehicle. He instantly understood their plan. There were 7 enemies displayed on the thermal imaging. They seemed to be betting on the slow firing rate of a sniper and were willing to sacrifice 1 or 2 to get to the vehicle. Han Xiao decided not to rush. He calmly fired 2 more shots to kill 2 more of them before the rest hopped onto the vehicle. The vehicle's engine roared as it charged towards him. All of a sudden, Han Xiao's situation seemed to turn for the worse. However, he still appeared calm. The best tactic, he mused, is also the most predictable one. Go to hell, screamed number 1 as he stepped on the pedal, not noticing several grenades hanging from midair in their path. The vehicle came to a sudden stop as it ran into the rope that Han Xiao had tied between 2 trees. The 2 trees were almost uprooted by the force of the crash, and the agents in the vehicle were tossed around like rag dolls. Immediately after, the grenades exploded, setting the night ablaze. The bulletproof windshield was heavily cracked by the shrapnel. It was a simple, yet devastating trap. Han Xiao tossed the night vision goggles away as soon as the grenades exploded. The fire from the blast gave him all the vision that he needed. He began to fire. The rifle was so powerful that each shot caused Han Xiao's entire upper body to shudder in recoil. Han Xiao was firing at the windscreen, and from the pattern that the windscreen cracked, it was clear that Han Xiao was aiming for the driver, number one. Number one gritted his teeth and yanked the person next to him up to use as a shield. In the next instant, the windscreen shattered, and the poor guy's brains blew up in his face. "Get out of the car!" The remaining agents hastily jumped out of the car. In his rage, number one began to spray wildly with a submachine gun. His teammates blindly followed suit. Han Xiao ceased shooting to reload. Bullets whizzed past in Han Xiao's surroundings, but Han Xiao knew that they did not know his exact location. They were simply panicking. He patiently waited for them to reload. The agents soon realized that they had acted too rashly, but it was too late. Han Xiao now had the initiative. Bang! 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 There was a strangely beautiful rhythm to Han Xiao's shots. As his comrades began to fall one after another, number one started to tremble. As he wildly fired, he screamed, "Who the hell are you? Show yourself." His confidence had been completely and utterly destroyed. Click, click, click. He ran out of ammo once more. "Show yourself." Suddenly, Han Xiao walked out into the clearing. Number one's eyes widened in shock. How can it be? Never in his wildest dreams would he have expected Han Xiao to counterattack. He had, in his hubris, thought for sure that Han Xiao was fleeing for dear life. Despite all the facts proving otherwise, he had stubbornly refused to believe that Han Xiao was better than him. Now, it finally dawned upon him. Zero was way stronger than him. His false sense of superiority was instantly replaced by jealousy. "I am the better test subject. You are the failure. A failure." He pulled a handgun out and attempted to shoot, but Han Xiao was faster. A sniper bullet tore through number one's entire right arm. As number one slowly turned to look at the right side of his body in horror, Han Xiao fired again, this time at number one's leg, causing him to collapse to the ground. He then took his time to reload before continuing to maim his remaining limbs. Number one lay helplessly on the ground as he stared at Han Xiao hatefully. "Zero," he screamed hoarsely, like a wounded beast. "Keep quiet." Han Xiao strode forward to number one to give him a vicious kick in his jaw. "Want to know why I left you for last? Because I don't want you to enjoy a quick death." Number one was writhing on the ground, unable to reply. Blood was continuously spurting out of his wounds. Suddenly, the communication device on his severed arm lit up. A holograph of the leader appeared in midair. "Zero. That's enough," he said. Han Xiao frowned. "I am the leader of the Germinal organization," he introduced. "Do you think you can truly escape from us? No matter where you go, the Germinal organization will find you. However, I can give you a chance to live." "How?" asked Han Xiao plainly. "Return to the organization obediently. I will allow you to retain your memories. You will be given a position you deserve," answered the boss. He was truly fascinated by Han Xiao's strength. Number one's face grew livid at his leader's words. How could he treat Zero so well after all the men that he had killed? Han Xiao glanced at number one and replied tauntingly, "You want to rope me in even after I've killed so many of your peoples? A bunch of failures. Their deaths are not worth mourning," the boss replied instantly. Number one shuddered. "What makes you think I want to work under you? We are destined to accomplish greater things. Join us. What's there to hesitate?" "Oh, I know. Is it because you are still unhappy with how we treated you before? Don't be so petty. Think of the bigger picture. Such things are trivial when compared to our ultimate goal." Han Xiao replied coldly, "I have no interest whatsoever in your ideology. You killed my friends, so you're my enemy. That is all. If you refuse to join us, there will not be a place for you in this world," threatened the boss. "I will destroy you all," Han Xiao declared. It was the only solution. The boss burst out in laughter. "Destroy us? What do you think you are? You are just a small, pitiful ant that we can squash whenever we want." Did killing a few lowly grunts make you think that you are invincible now? Childish. Wait and see then. The world is bigger than you can imagine. Han Xiao shook his head and raised his gun. He fired 3 shots aimed at number one's heart. The test subject squad no longer existed. The boss's mask could not conceal his fury. You'll regret this, he coldly warned before ending the transmission. Underscore 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 underscore. You have killed the number one, the Valkyrie experiment test subject, gaining 900 experience. You have completed Revenge, gaining 15,000 experience. Crack. Suddenly, the bayonet rifle came apart. The SWP sniper rifle that Han Xiao retrieved from the test subject squad had the prerequisite of the sniper ability, so Han Xiao dismantled it to fix the bayonet rifle. Han Xiao had gained a total of 20,000 experience tonight. As the Germinal organization would surely come for him, Han Xiao needed to find a hiding place. He was indeed still too weak to take them head-on. The wealth of information that he carried over from the game was his trump card. In order to make good use of it, Han Xiao needed to seek the aid of a power as mighty as the organization. The 6 nations, Star Dragon, Maple, Theseus, Raylan, Hesla, and Ordina. Since he was already in Star Dragon, and they were the most peaceful of the 6 nations, there could be no better choice. The next morning, the boss, Gila, and a group of staff arrived at the wreckage of the battle. The boss snorted coldly at the sight of number one's corpse. Useless trash. All of them are dead, reported a researcher after they gathered all the bodies. The leader gazed thoughtfully at the mountain range in the distance. Issue a bounty under the name of the organization. $1 million, dead or alive, he suddenly ordered. Gila and the rest of the group were shocked by his decision. The Germinal organization was the kingpin of the underworld, and they had not needed to issue a bounty for the past 3 years. Was it really necessary to do so for a lowly trader? My leader, you seem to overrate him. Zero barely managed to escape by the skin of teeth. What threat can he pose to us? That bastard actually dared to declare war against us, so I will make him pay for his arrogance. I will crush him. If Zero is captured alive, use all available means to extract his secrets. If he is killed, then dissect his body to figure it out. What about those people? Asked the researcher as he pointed towards the corpses. The boss was about to order them to be disposed of when a thought crossed his mind. How's the preparation for the Super Soldier Project? He asked. The basic theory has been perfected. We are about to proceed with cell and animal testing. We should be able to remove any side effects and carry out human experimentation in 8 months. Skip the testing. Proceed with human experimentation immediately, interrupted the boss. The risks are too huge. Only Valkyrie test subjects can endure the procedure, and there aren't many of them. Rushing things might be unproductive. Experimentation can only create cannon fodder. Only vengeance can create true monsters, he replied enigmatically. He is the perfect subject, he added, pointing at number one. Hatred will fuel him. No pain will stop him from his desire for revenge. I see. The researcher nodded. Summon his soul. The boss ordered Gila. Gila exhaled deeply before raising her hands in the air. They began to glow in a grayish light as the surrounding temperature instantly dropped. Suddenly, ghostly wailing resonated in their surroundings, and number one's body seemed to respond to the cries. A gray, misty cloud of fog began to materialize above number one before flowing into his orifices. The boss unfurled his jacket to retrieve a vial of crimson-red fluid. Gila's expression changed when she saw the red fluid. Her eyes flickered with killing intent for a moment. She had to force herself to suppress her emotions. Aurora Reviving Drug. An extremely powerful healing drug made from her sister's bone marrow extract. The boss poured the fluid over number one. The fluid seeped into his body, and what followed next could only be called miraculous. Number one began to regain his color, and his wounds started to regenerate. The damage to his jaw was reversed, and limbs began to form out of his stumps. Number one suddenly opened his eyes. His face was twisted in agony. Zero! Underscore 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 underscore. You have unlocked reputation with the Germinal Organization faction. Your reputation with the Germinal Organization has dropped by 1,000. Germinal Organization. Hated traitor. Underscore 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 underscore. You have triggered the Class A quest. A seedling in the dirt. Quest synopsis. Freedom is priceless, and you have risked your life to earn it. But your troubles are not over yet. The organization has put a bounty on your head. You will be hunted down for the rest of your day. You may have escaped, but your prison has simply grown larger. In order to obtain true freedom, there is only one path. You know what to do. Quest tip. This quest is an achievement quest. You will be rewarded based on the amount of damage and destruction you cause to the organization. Current achievement rate, 0%. Note, your achievement rate may not be fixed. Your achievement rate may drop. You may also choose to finish the quest at any time. If your achievement rate is less than 20%, you will fail the quest. If your achievement rate is higher than 20%, you will be rewarded based on your achievement tier. Generally speaking, Class B and higher quests were main quests related to key events. In version 1.0, the key event on planet Aquamarine was the clash between the Six Nations and the Germinal Organization, and players were allowed a choice of ally. From Han Xiao's memory, there had been quite a number of players who had allied with the Germinal Organization. This meant that he would have to face up against them eventually. Although the Germinal Organization neither won nor lost, they did suffer huge losses. Han Xiao realized that he would have to watch out for competitors. There were many factions fighting against the Germinal Organization. Han Xiao felt that having to contribute 20% of the total damage done was asking too much. Nevertheless, he accepted the quest without hesitation. There was no harm in trying. This is the main quest line. In version 1.0, the events of Aquamarine were heavily centered around the Germinal Organization. Since Han Xiao would have get stronger on the planet anyway, he would definitely become involved in the war. During the character creation process of Galaxy, the system would ask the player to input his preferences, such as the type of planet or class they would enjoy. From their answers, they would be sent to a planet that suited them. This was a key feature of the game and attracted many players. Some people simply liked exploring the universe and experiencing different kinds of civilizations. Aquamarine was a more realistic science fiction city-style planet modeled after Earth itself. The truth was that Han Xiao could just hide himself in the wilderness and wait until the Germinal Organization weakened. However, while this ensured his safety, he wouldn't be able to get stronger. When the main plot of the planet unfolded, there would be an influx of quests and missions. With Han Xiao's knowledge of the game gave him an unfair advantage. 3 days later, Han Xiao finally emerged from the forest. The forest was situated within Star Dragon territory, which made the fact that the Germinal Organization dared to set up a base here quite surprising. Perhaps the safest place is where the enemy least expects them to be. Han Xiao walked for a while more before seeing railway tracks. He hopped onto a freight train that was on its way to deliver livestock to the western capital. As the wilderness was fraught with danger, and war seemed like it would break out at any moment, most of the public roads connecting Star Dragon cities had been blockaded. Resources were transported mainly by freight. Star Dragon cities were all enclosed in giant electric metal fences. 2 days later, Han Xiao could spot the giant enclosure through the window in his carriage. He swept aside the hens jumping around him to make space to stand up and take a better look. Star Dragon, Western Capital. Division 13, here I come. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Star Dragon, one of the Six Nations. The majority of Star Dragon's population was comprised of yellow people, and its national symbol was a celestial dragon. The bad blood between Star Dragon and the Germinal Organization can be traced back to the Battle of Andria, where the Germinal Organization had colluded with other enemies of Star Dragon to launch large-scale assaults on its cities during the crucial period of the war. Casualties numbered in the hundreds of thousands, and Star Dragon had been forced to recall all its forces. Back then, it had severely weakened their status as one of the Six Nations. All of Star Dragon's cities were barricaded by great electric fences of barbed wire, and the only way to enter any city was through a main gate. The freight train arrived at the open-air train station connected to the entrance of the city. The area was like a military base. There were bunkers and watchtowers guarded by the army. Troops were stationed in every corner. Over 1,000 wanderers alighted onto the station square. They began to queue up for the inspection. Only those confirmed not to possess weaponry or carry infectious diseases were permitted to enter. The Six Nations all welcomed wanderers. The war had caused a lack of manpower and talent. Han Xiao needed to find a way to evade inspection. The Germinal organization had offered a bounty for him, so things could go awry if he were to be recognized. While his aim was to get in touch with Division 13, he could not risk being exposed before then. Fortunately, there existed a way. Back in the game, players that were wanted by a country simply had to pay a smuggler NPC a fee to be sneaked in. There was a very inconspicuous man in a corner of the station. He was neither queuing up to enter, nor seemed to be waiting for anything in particular. This man was the ringleader of the smuggling business, and normally, he would only serve people who were trusted in their network. Suddenly, he noticed a frail-looking man coming up to him. It was none other than Han Xiao. "Is it safe?" he asked. The ringleader looked up at Han Xiao. It was a face he did not recognize. "Safe?" The ringleader played dumb. "I'll pay with these, enough?" Han Xiao tossed his backpack to the ringleader. He opened the bag up to take a look inside. "Holy shit! So many guns! Which syndicate is this young master the boss of?" As guns were prohibited in the Western capital, Han Xiao had to dispose of them one way or the other. "Enough? Definitely enough? Where did you learn about my business?" he curiously asked. "That's none of your business." The ringleader took no offense to Han Xiao. He knew that he had been too inquisitive in his excitement. He got up and asked Han Xiao to follow. Han Xiao was led to a van parked outside the station. There were already a few passengers on board, and when he arrived, he became the center of attention. Han Xiao found a spot and sat down quietly. The windows of the van were plastered with black tape. The van would bring them to a secret military side entrance. As long as the price was right, the officer in charge would turn a blind eye. A short young man was sitting beside Han Xiao. Bored, and seeing that Han Xiao seemed like an easygoing person, the young man spoke to him. "Little brother, your first time to the Western capital?" Han Xiao glanced at him and replied, "Yeah, it is. How should I address you?" "Ma Jieyu?" "Han Xiao." "Hanny, since it's your first time to the Western capital, I shall introduce you to the city." The Western capital is divided into 8 districts. District 1 is the seat of the government, and where the officials reside. No one is allowed to enter there. The other 7 districts each have their own attractions, but they are all secretly controlled by big shots in the underworld. Remember, never offend any of them, or else you might lose your life. Han Xiao sighed inwardly. The underworld referred to illegal operations like drugs, prostitution, trafficking, and mercenaries. These big shots that Ma Jie mentioned were actually just small-time hoodlums. Ma Jie was clearly trying to brag. "What about the army?" asked Han Xiao. "What can they do? Do you expect them to raid the districts?" "My cousin is the right-hand man of one of the bosses in the underworld. I came here to seek help him," boasted Ma Jie. "Wow, you're so cool," replied Han Xiao. Being praised sent Ma Jie over the moon. "Of course. My cousin is quite the figure in Western capital. Have you ever heard of his great name, the leopard?" "Oh, right, it's your first time here. Are you here to seek refuge with relatives?" "No, I've come to find a job and settle down." Han Xiao chose a random answer. "What do you say? Want to come with me? Follow my brother, and you will have a bright future." Ma Jie suddenly became animated. Han Xiao rejected his offer, but Ma Jie was not easily dissuaded. "Let me tell you what ordinary life is like in the city. 2 words, poverty and sadness. Do you want to eat spoiled food every day? The Six Nations are just putting on a show to welcome wanderers like you. The truth is that they could hardly give a damn about you. If you follow me, I can guarantee that you'll be fed well for the rest of your life." "No thanks." Han Zhao's repeated refusals clearly upset Ma Jie. "Fool! You'll regret this. Don't come crying to me in the future." Han Xiao ignored the idiot and turned away. Ma Jie glared at him. A while later, the van stopped in front of what seemed to be a closed tunnel. There was an officer waiting for them on the other side of the fence in the tunnel. He opened the passageway to let them in upon receiving payment from the ringleader. Follow the officer. He will bring you to the outskirts of the city. The officer silently led them through the compound. When they finally stepped out into the sun, they were greeted by a line of skyscrapers in the distance. As the group scattered, Ma Jie glared at Han Xiao one more time before going on his way. As Han Xiao walked on the streets, he noticed that his tattered clothes were gaining a lot of attention. Without any money to quench his thirst, he had to look for a public water dispensary. All he had to his name was a 7-day stench. Of course, none of it actually posed a problem to him. Half an hour later, Han Xiao emerged from a shopping mall dressed in a white shirt and black pants. There was a cigarette in his mouth. Underscore. You have unlocked a new ability. LV1 Steal. Steal increases your success rate when stealing. In his previous life, many real-life skills had practical use in the game. For example, someone who had a military background would have an easier time grasping shooting-related abilities in the game. As the saying goes, one can never learn too many tricks. Han Xiao only acquired skills in thievery as a means of self-defense against thieves. Me a thief? Hey, don't accuse me of stealing if you don't have proof. I, the venerable Han, am a law-abiding, state-loving citizen. Back in secondary school and high school, I was always the model student. I was in the top 3 every year. People always praised me for being a righteous young man. Plus, I've never even peeked on a girl before, much less steal. As for now, cough, I'm just borrowing some money from a kindred soul out of desperation. You feel me, bro? Star Dragon Strategic Defense Division, also known as Division 13. Han Zhao's mind was racing. Old Man Lu was none other than the key character in the secret quest line, and Han Xiao had come here to meet him. However, what Han Xiao had not expected was running into Tall Old Man here. This old man was an important figure in Star Dragon, and Han Xiao knew that there was no point in trying to hide his identity from him. Han Zhao's original plan had been to gain Division 13's trust before revealing himself. He intended to do so by feeding them with anonymous intel on the German organization. However, that was no longer possible. To have to reveal himself to Division 13 so soon had certainly not been a part of Han Zhao's calculations. But Han Xiao was not rigid in his thinking. Since remaining hidden was no longer an option, he might as well reveal himself and demonstrate his value to them. Like they say, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Han Xiao and Star Dragon shared common ground. Fortunately, he was now in the city. If he had been exposed before entering, it would have put himself in an unfavorable position to negotiate. Furthermore, the unexpected turn of events might prove to be a good thing instead. Tall Old Man was extremely influential, so gaining his trust would give him quite the head start. What test? He asked Old Man Lu in response. Old Man Lu looked around as he tried to come up with something. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Pointing towards Tall Old Man's missing arm, he said, "Make him a prosthetic limb. If it satisfies him, you pass. Why drag me into this?" Tall Old Man was confused, but he quickly understood Old Man Lu's intentions from his subtle winks. "Grandpa, you're too much. What if you scare him away? Every day, all you do is drink, play chess, and go for strolls. When was the last time you actually bothered to help out with the business? Can't I even get a helper?" Lu Qian was disgruntled, but her words fell on deaf ears. Old Man Lu ignored her as he looked at Han Xiao for a reply. For some reason, though, Han Xiao seemed amused. "Are you sure you want me to make a prosthetic arm that satisfies him?" he asked to clarify. "If you're scared, then leave." "I accept." Han Xiao happily agreed to the task. He still had the bionic arm blueprints that sat gathering dust in his inventory. Not only was Old Man Lu's request too simple for Han Xiao, it even presented him with the opportunity to curry favor with Tall Old Man. For some reason, everything seemed to be going well for Han Xiao, as though someone was looking out for him. "You only have 3 hours. I don't have the time to wait an entire day," Old Man Lu snorted. "Grandpa!" Lu Qian exclaimed in protest. Creating a bionic limb was not a straightforward task. Measurements first had to be taken, followed by designing, and lastly crafting. Designing alone would take hours, and while using a workbench would speed up much of the crafting process, that would still take another 2 hours. It was completely unfair. However, Han Xiao was not flustered at all. He whipped out a measuring tape and asked Tall Old Man politely, "Senior, may I?" Tall Old Man removed his outerwear without fuss. He observed Han Xiao thoughtfully as his measurements were taken. To remain calm and confident despite being pressed so was praiseworthy, he thought. But why would the Germinal organization lay $1 million bounty on him? Yes, Tall Old Man indeed recognized Han Xiao. The Germinal organization's issuing of a bounty had caused a huge commotion in the underworld, and this resulted in Han Xiao's face becoming well known. Such news did not escape his ears. Looks like there's some corrupt guards again, he concluded from Han Xiao's presence here in the city. Why did Han Xiao come to the Western capital? Does he pose a threat to Star Dragon? These were the questions on Tall Old Man's mind. He decided to continue observing Han Xiao for now. While Old Man Liu did not know anything about the infamous Zero, he had his reason for wanting to chase Han Xiao away. A seasoned veteran himself, he was able to sense that Han Xiao had killed before. He simply wanted to avoid trouble where he could. Looks like old Liu is leaving it to me, thought Tall Old Man as the pair exchanged glances. As soon as Han Xiao finished taking measurements, Lu Qian offered him her help. Tell me your concept. We can draw up the plans together to save time. No need, I already have the perfect design, declined Han Xiao unexpectedly. Only 2 minutes? Lu Qian's eyes were wide with disbelief. Your bragging might even reach the moon. Old Man Liu burst out in laughter. To come up with a complete blueprint in just 2 minutes was an impossible task even for him. What more a kid like Han Xiao? Han Xiao passed a list of the materials and tools he needed to Lu Qian, who swiftly went to fetch everything. However, she did not hold much hope for Han Xiao, as the test was simply absurd and unfair. Han Xiao started to use the pressing machine to shape metals into shapes and parts. He planned to use an aluminum alloy as the core material of the arm, as aluminum alloys were light, yet sturdy, but also easy to shape. Having parts like screws, rivets, and chains readily provided saved him a lot of time. Basic machinery affinity gave Han Xiao keen intuition for the composition of machines. For a second, it seemed to him like the parts themselves came to life, as though they were excited at the prospect of being assembled into a machine. A mechanic's affinity and skills with machines was extremely important. Each level in basic machinery affinity improved production quantity as well as crafting speed by 1%. A top-class bionic limb could be operated simply by thought and would be functionally indiscernible from a real limb. The prosthetic arm of the Winter Soldier was a strengthened version of such a limb. However, the installation of such a prosthetic would require surgery, as well as the control talents of basic electromagnetism and nerve integration. With cybernetics, it was possible to replace any part of the body, except the brain, with machines to turn a person into a cyborg that relies not on physical stamina and bioenergy, but modular upgrades and replacements instead. Although a cyborg wouldn't need to eat or drink to survive, and could live much longer than a normal human, the loss of one's human senses would gradually make a cyborg susceptible to manipulation and eventually cause them to lose their sense of self. While this could be prevented by implementing thought programming and logic parameters to immunize one against external influences, they would then lose their freedom of thought instead. More advanced civilizations used this method to produce cannon fodder. A voice-controlled prosthetic could also be made with the control talent, basic acoustics. Mechanics were a multi-layered class that was able to utilize all sorts of knowledge to create different versions of tools for the same purpose. Presently, though, Han Xiao was not that far advanced as a mechanic, and his concept was very simple. He was using the lightweight mechanical arm as a model for his prosthetic. He planned to incorporate its dynamics and chains into his prosthetic for realistic movement. Unlike the lightweight mechanical arm, however, it would run on clean batteries instead of smoke-causing fuel. Old Man Liu watched Han Xiao as he enjoyed a bottle of beer. He couldn't wait to see him make a fool of himself. As Han Xiao began to weld and assemble the parts he created, the prosthetic arm began to take shape. The others were surprised by the fact that Han Xiao did not create any excess parts. He had been thoroughly efficient from the start, which proved that he had actually planned everything out. My God, he won't actually succeed, will he? Muttered Old Man Lu, causing Lu Qian to glare at him. What a sly grandpa! Seeing them look so amazed almost caused Han Xiao to burst out in laughter. How could he possibly fail when he already had the blueprint in his memory? Underscore, 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 underscore. You have created Bionic Arm, left mechanical version. Giving you 2000 EXP. Bionic Arm, left mechanical version. Special item. A very realistic prosthetic created using the principles of machine dynamics and suspension. Adjustable to suit the user's needs. It is soft, yet extremely durable. The polished metallic prosthetic took Han Xiao a total of 2 hours and 33 minutes to make. One look at its structure, and everyone present could tell that it was an extremely functional prosthetic. Everyone was shocked. He really made it. As Lu Qian covered her mouth in disbelief, a single thought came to her mind. I've struck gold. This prosthetic will look realistic if you cover it with. Save the bullshit. Let's test it now, interrupted Old Man Lu as he swallowed his saliva. Although Han Xiao had truly exceeded his expectations, his mind was still unchanged. Tall Old Man rolled his eyes at Old Man Lu and picked the prosthetic up to examine it. He instantly fell in love with it. It fit onto his stump extremely comfortably, unlike other prosthetics that had non-adjustable, rigid attachments. The reason that he did not like to wear a prosthetic arm was that they always got in the way of his movement. However, Han Xiao's creation did not give him this problem. It felt so realistic that when he moved it, it felt like he had grown back an arm. The elastic suspension enabled him to effortlessly make simple movements. Perfection. This was the only word that could describe how he felt about it. What do you think? Satisfactory? Asked Old Man Lu coolly as he sipped on his beer. Lu Qian looked anxiously at Tall Old Man. Tall Old Man found himself in a tight spot. Should he help his friend? Or should he say his true feelings? Which was more important? This thing is excellent. I'm satisfied. Old Man Lu spat out his beer and glared at Tall Old Man as he coughed continuously. Weren't we allies? We had a plan. Since you like it, you can have it. Han Xiao was not surprised at all. Tall Old Man nodded his head and replied, I will remember this favor. Old Man Lu was flabbergasted. The arm was made with my materials. Did you ask for my permission? Then, can I stay? Han Xiao turned to Old Man Lu and asked, his lips curling. Old Man Lu's shock immediately turned into embarrassment. As he turned around to head upstairs, he reluctantly replied, Whatever, if you want to stay, then stay. Let's see how long you'll last. Lu Qian shook her fists in celebration. Tall Old Man smiled at Han Xiao before leaving the workshop. After walking out of the alley, he entered a black sedan car that had been waiting for him. The chauffeur respectfully passed a mobile phone to him. As Tall Old Man picked up the phone, his entire demeanor completely changed. He now looked extremely stern, a totally different person from the genial old man from before. The Germinal Organization fugitive has snuck into the Western capital. These are the coordinates. He spoke in a deep voice. Have the intelligence department monitor him for now. I have come into contact with the target, and will slowly find out his intentions. Unless necessary, do not act. Deserters of the Germinal Organization were highly valued by the Six Nations, as they sometimes held valuable information. Unfortunately, most of the deserters were usually small fry. Han Xiao, on the other hand, was the first person to have a bounty issued on him. It followed that it was highly likely that he possessed crucial information. In the workshop, Han Xiao turned his eyes back from where Tall Old Man had left. His performance should have let Tall Old Man know that he was not hostile, and laid the groundwork for a better relationship. There were 3 things for Han Xiao to gain from coming to the workshop. The first was that Old Man Lu kept a very comprehensive collection of mechanic-related basic knowledge. The second was that this workshop was a good place to hide from the Germinal Organization. While the Germinal Organization had spies across the 6 nations, they did not know every single nook and cranny. This workshop was one of the few places that they were not aware of. And even if they found it, there was Old Man Lu. Old Man Lu was far stronger than the current Gila. Although he appeared like some carefree, good for nothing. He was actually one of the few Class D superhumans on the planet. On beginner planets in version 1.0, the strongest superhumans were only Class C. There was a lot of discussion regarding why mechanics were a superhuman class, such as, if mechanics were limited to a normal human standards, it would restrict their inventions by over 90%, and only a superhuman can use some of the stronger machines they make. At higher levels, there were stricter requirements for using the machines that mechanics made. Some of them were even not usable by the other 4 classes, but only by mechanics. Mechanics were not all about big guns and giant robots. A high-level mechanic could specialize in one of many things. They might prefer to wield swords, specialize in assassination, or even pilot mobile suits. These were but a few of the endless possibilities that the class had to offer. The official information described the class as such: masters of combat machinery and compaction. Well-balanced. After learning compression technology and spatial technology, mechanics would be able to disassemble and compress huge machinery into small capsules that they could activate whenever they wanted to reassemble them instantaneously. After learning certain skills like rapid assembly, mechanics with a large amount of energy would be able to create machines on the fly without the need for tools or equipment. All they needed was sufficient energy and necessary materials, and they would be able to bypass the creation process and instantaneously create whatever they needed. Player inventories were weight realistic, and with these abilities, mechanics were the only class, apart from mages and telekinetic espers, to be able to disregard weight constraints. The third reason that Xiao had come to the workshop was the most important one, for the secret storyline. Its rewards were some blueprints of early-level godly equipment. In the future, Old Man Lu would leave the workshop and leave behind a digital safe that contained these blueprints. He would instruct Lu Qian to pass it to her father, Lu Cheng, who was a warlord amongst the Wanderers. He and his father, Old Man Lu, were always on bad terms. Back in the game, a player managed to complete the tedious quest line and obtain the password to the safe. He then had to painstakingly search for the necessary materials to craft those equipment. However, it all proved worth it. With just that equipment, he was able to dominate the PvP arena and set the highest record of 38 continuous victories. While all that time and effort was certainly worth it for that player, Xiao didn't have to go through the entire quest line, as he already knew the password. Although the secret quest line was a competitive quest, and only one person could complete it, other players that attempted it also learned the password to the safe. Since it was not a big deal, the password was posted alongside information to the quest line in various forums. Still, the storyline only occurred after release, so there was still plenty of time before then. Xiao intended to foster a good relationship with him first. For the godly equipment, I'll explain your apprenticeship. Your meals and accommodation will be provided for. There is an unused room on the second floor. Your job scope will consist of helping out with maintenance work, as well as orders. I'll pay you $1,000 a month. Is that fine? Lu Qian looked at Xiao nervously. She knew that he was skilled, but she truly did not have the money to offer him a higher salary. I accept, said Xiao without hesitation, at which she rejoiced. On the second floor was a full apartment complete with a living room, a kitchen, and several bedrooms. Lu Qian brought Xiao to his bedroom. It was furnished simply with a wooden bed, a wardrobe, a bookshelf, and a small workspace. This is now your room, said Lu Qian happily as she passed the key to Xiao and began to dust the area. She really couldn't be any happier. $1,000 was a very small amount of money, not even enough for an average person's monthly meal expenses. Xiao was a steal. I must treat this kid well, so he won't run away, she thought to herself. Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Shouldn't the job applicant be the nervous one, instead of the boss? Lu Qian left after tidying up the room. Xiao climbed onto the bed and closed his eyes. Now, he had to wait for Division 13 to approach him. I am not strong enough yet. Xiao understood that he couldn't just rely on Star Dragon to deal with the Germinal organization. He had to become much stronger in order to be able to take matters into his own hands. In any case, for now, he also had to be strong enough to gain Division 13 special attention. Since there were neither quests to do nor monsters to hunt, the only way to get stronger now was through crafting. Han Xiao would need money to make machines, so he planned to find some way to make extra income. The city provided him with many opportunities. His long journey had only just begun. With only 6 months left to launch, he had to treasure the remaining time. After resting for a while, Han Xiao returned downstairs. Lu Qian was working on a household appliance at the workbench. Her denim shorts truly accentuated her perky curves, and Han Xiao couldn't help but steal glances at those slender, long legs of hers. "The orders are in the drawer," she said to Han Xiao as she wiped her sweat with a towel. The workshop didn't see much business, and most of the orders were advance orders. Han Xiao picked out a few easy ones and began working. At 7 p.m., they closed for the day. Lu Qian changed into a comfy white dress and let her hair down, giving her the air of a kind, beautiful sister. There were patches sewn onto her dress, implying that they weren't doing so well financially. Han Xiao wondered if the reason she wore so little during work was if she was saving fabric. Old Man Lu finally showed his face for dinner. "Let's eat." Old Man Lu, with his long and messy hair, certainly did not seem the type of person to do household chores. Their meals were, indeed, always prepared by Lu Qian. Han Xiao picked up a piece of char siu with his chopsticks and placed it in his mouth. It was fatty, but not oily, and was extremely tasteful. Han Xiao was visibly delighted. "Delicious, right?" smiled Lu Qian in glee. "Now this is proper food. What the hell have I been eating for the past 6 months? There's still a lot, so eat slowly," she added, pleased by the sight of his voracious appetite. As they continued eating, Old Man Lu suddenly asked, "Who exactly are you?" Han Xiao, stopping his chopsticks in mid-air, replied, "I'm just an ordinary person. Do you think you can deceive me with such a blatant lie, kid? Tell me the truth," the old man snorted. Han Xiao's eye twitched. "And what if I don't want to? Don't wanna?" Suddenly, Old Man Lu tilted his head back as he began to release a domineering aura of strange, wild melancholy that threatened to engulf Han Xiao. A look of seriousness appeared on Han Xiao's face. Twisting, he leapt backwards 5 meters, raising his arms in a cross-shaped guard to defend himself. Old Man Lu's eyes narrowed. "I have a skill that can kill the target's very soul in an instant. Do you want to test it?" he asked. "Does such a godly skill really exist?" Han Xiao's face began to pale. "The level of strength I have attained cannot be comprehended by the likes of you," Old Man Lu snorted in reply. Suddenly, a black, stormy cloud arose from behind Lu Qian. Lightning crackled and thunder roared. Wearing the same usual smile that she always displayed, she tapped the table with her chopsticks and ordered plainly, "Sit down and eat." The duo instantly returned to their original positions and continued eating, as though nothing had happened at all. The western capital was vast, comprising of 8 districts and 3 citadels interconnected by military roads. District 1 was the central district and the western capital's seat of government. Regular citizens were not allowed inside. Although the 6 nations were united against the Germinal organization, they still remained competitive with one another. After all, alliances were only temporary. The assassination of important figures occurred frequently amongst the 6 nations, and although they would always blame these incidents on the Germinal organization or other dangerous individuals, the governments knew that 70% of them were each other's doing. The Germinal organization, the Wanderer's Army, intelligence agencies and brokers, illegal arms dealers, individual criminals, mercenary assassins, hackers, and other kinds of shady groups comprised the planet's underworld. Dragonhorn Tower was the central building of the government, where the top brass operated from. Its walls were reputed to be strong enough to repel intercontinental missiles. The headquarters of a secret department was situated below Dragonhorn Tower. Beneath Dragonhorn Tower, at an undisclosed basement level, was the Star Dragon Strategic Defense Division. Dozens of screens hung from the wall, displaying countless data and information. Intelligence agents typed away at their keyboards while even more bustled around. This place was the central network of the government, where information was filtered and channeled. Division 13 served not only as Star Dragon's ears and eyes, but also as a hidden knife. Reporting: Zero has been located. A gentle-looking, bespectacled female secretary hastily knocked open the office door of the department's director. A stern-faced man was seated behind the desk. Drool could be seen on the corner of his mouth. "Speak," he said in a low voice. "Director, were you secretly taking a nap again?" The bespectacled secretary squinted at him. "Cut the crap." The intelligence director glared back. "Talk." Zero is currently hiding in a machinery maintenance shop in District 7. The director swiveled away from his secretary, and she could hear him sigh in contemplation with his back faced towards her. After a moment, he turned around to face her again and said, "The higher-ups want to adopt a friendly approach. You just turned back to wipe your drool, right? I really regret promoting you." The secretary pushed her glasses up and ignored him. "How exactly should we proceed? Since Zero came to the Western capital alone, he must want to cooperate. Activate protection protocol immediately. We must not let Germinal's agents learn of his presence here. Have the hackers intercept any news of his trail and prevent leaks. Also, send an undercover agent to check him out. He might just be a spy they sent. Get confirmation before making direct contact. A traitor worth a $1 million bounty. There are two possibilities. Either he possesses important information, or he possesses great power. For now, we are unable to ascertain how dangerous he might be, so proceed with utmost caution. I don't want a repeat of what happened with Black Spider. 2 streets bombed, yet we failed to apprehend him. I was scolded by the Director General for 2 whole hours as a result of that. As the workshop wasn't that busy, Xiao had quite a lot of free time to look for the extra income he needed. Caro Junkyard, the biggest disposal ground in District 7. Here, endless piles of trash were sorted out every day. This place fell under the territory of an underworld boss known as Big Raccoon. Where there is light, there will be shadows, such as society, and this holds all the more true in times of chaos. Although the Western capital was the main capital of Star Dragon, it was certainly not a holy sanctuary for the law-abiding. It was infiltrated with spies from other nations and plagued by criminal networks and illegal businesses. Small-time bosses like Big Raccoon may have been infamous, but they were certainly not the key players. As Xiao entered the junkyard with a dust mask on, he was stopped by a few vicious-looking thugs. "Kid, you're in the wrong neighborhood." A bald, muscular thug blocked Xiao's path as he stared him down. To them, Xiao, with his small frame, looked like an easy target to bully. Xiao, unfazed, spoke. "I want to see Raccoon." The thugs instantly burst out in laughter. "We don't have time to play with you, kid. Run home to Mummy, or I'll break your legs," threatened the bald thug. "Is that what Raccoon teaches his dogs to say?" "What did you say?" The bald thug was enraged. He began to grab Xiao by the collar. Xiao looked back at the thug calmly as he squeezed his wrist. The pain caused the thug to let go of his grip, and when he looked at his wrist, he found that there were already bruise marks on them. "Friend, which gang are you from?" The bald thug's expression had changed to one of caution. Suddenly, he paused to listen to his receiver and stepped away from Xiao's path, saying, "The boss wants to see you." Xiao followed the bald thug and was brought to a resting area inside the junkyard where a thin man sat cross-legged on a sofa as he enjoyed a glass of red wine. From his appearance alone, it was hard to believe that this man was the infamous Raccoon who ruled the District 7 underworld. "I heard that you want to see me. What's your name?" he casually asked. "Technician Han," answered Xiao. The Raccoon sneered. "You should know what will happen to you if you're just wasting my time." The reason why he had agreed to letting Xiao in was that he was curious to see what business a snotty-looking brat had with him. Suddenly, Xiao reached out to steal the bald thug's gun. The bald thug felt a tug at his waist and turned around, but it was too late. The grunts behind Raccoon hastily drew their guns. "What's the meaning of this?" he asked nervously. The bald thug was one of his most trusted subordinates, and he was strong enough to take on 10 people at the same time. Yet, he wasn't able to react to Xiao's speed. "Who the hell is this kid?" Unexpectedly, Xiao began to disassemble the gun. But it wasn't a simple disassembly. The gun unraveled almost instantaneously, as if Xiao were performing some kind of magic. The disassembled parts fell and scattered onto the floor. "Firearms are a sure profit. I can help you manufacture them in exchange for a little bit of compensation. This kid can make guns." Firearms were hot in demand in the black market. Using a gun and making a gun were two completely separate concepts. Mechanics who knew how to create guns were rare and highly esteemed. Even though Raccoon was the leader of a gang, they were just small-time hoodlums. To be able to find a mechanic willing to make guns for them was inconceivable. Yet, here Han Xiao was. "This is my chance," thought Raccoon. "What arrangements do you have in mind?" "I will make a list of materials and parts for you to gather. Manufacturing and assembly will all be done by me. I'll come here to work for 2 hours every morning. I want $1,500 per gun, and freedom to take anything I want from this junkyard." Han Xiao had already thoroughly analyzed the Germinal organization's guns. He was now able to easily make simple guns. "Since I'm providing the materials, $1,000, negotiated Raccoon. Han Xiao instantly turned around and began to walk away. This caused Raccoon to become flustered. He had only been trying to test out Han Xiao and did not expect such a big reaction. Wait. We'll follow your charges," he hastily said. One handgun was worth $3,000 to $4,000 on the black market. Han Xiao's asking fee was still quite reasonable. "Get a workbench ready, along with the materials. I will come from tomorrow onwards. I'll go check the junkyard out now." A skilled craftsman always retained the power to dictate his terms. Han Xiao knew full well his own value. Furthermore, his true strength and identity was a mystery to them. This gave him the complete upper hand. Han Xiao salvaged quite a number of parts from the junkyard before leaving. As he left, he noticed that someone was following him. Clearly, Raccoon was trying to find out more information about him. However, for Han Xiao, shaking him off the thug was an easy task. Division 13 will learn of my mechanic skills, thought Han Xiao to himself. The fact that he was working with Raccoon would definitely be found out by them. In any case, it was a way to demonstrate his abilities to them. Plus, he also needed the opportunity to craft machinery for experience. The reason he had chosen Raccoon was due to the junkyard's proximity. When he returned to the workshop, Lu Qian questioned his whereabouts. "I went to the junkyard," said Han Xiao, pointing to the big bag of spare parts in his hand. "The junkyard? That place is not safe. Don't go there in the future." Lu Qian wasn't really concerned with what Han Xiao did in his free time as long as he did his job right. In fact, she had a soft spot for people who did not demand high pay. Han Xiao put the spare parts aside and summoned the interface. He still had a lot of unused potential points, and he decided he would dump all of them into the 2 unlocked arms talents. This workshop was a treasure trove of mechanic knowledge. It was one of the best places to level up as a mechanic. Han Xiao went to look for Old Man Lu to borrow some of his books. He found him cooped up in his room, as he expected. "I wish to borrow some mechanic knowledge books." "Go away, you. There's not a single book for you here. Don't be so petty. Think of it as investing into a promising young man and nurturing him. It seems like you are more thick-skinned than me. However, I simply don't want to lend you my books. What can you do about it?" What, indeed, could Han Xiao do about it? The following day, Lu Qian entered Old Man Lu's room with a spare key and stole some books for Han Xiao. Old Man Lu was infuriated. "Why do I have such a disloyal granddaughter? Just you wait. I will make you leave this workshop." In Galaxy, each player's advancement mission was not always the same. Han Xiao's LV-20 advancement mission could be counted as one of the harder ones, as advancement knowledge was extremely rare on beginner planets. In fact, his advancement difficulty was actually comparable to a LV-41. Most LV-20 characters were usually unable to find basic knowledge for even one talent tree. Some unlucky ones would not even have a main class. Since there wasn't any advancement knowledge in the workshop, Han Xiao could only learn more basic knowledge. However, Han Xiao was content with this. Finding knowledge books was a common problem for players. Some players weren't even able to learn all their class's basic knowledge by LV-40 or even LV-50. Fortunately for Han Xiao, the workshop contained a complete set of basic mechanic knowledge, which more than gave him a head start. It was an expressway to the finish line. Intergalactic Contact Law, 7th edition. When coming into contact with new civilizations, these 127 intrusive actions are to be avoided. War, gene manipulation. This was why Planet Aquamarine had not been given any cutting-edge technology. Advanced knowledge was the best that the planet had to offer, and even that itself was heavily controlled and treated as a top secret. Underscore 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 underscore. Add one potential point into basic weaponry. Yes/no. Add one potential point into basic material composition. Yes/no. Confirm. Basic weaponry contain knowledge on how to craft simple guns and conventional weaponry. It also increased mastery and crafting speeds. Basic material composition was one of the core weaponry talents. The quality and grade of a product was affected by that of its materials, and many of the key materials for higher-level machinery were synthetic compounds that had to be crafted. Underscore 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 underscore. You have learned 5 weaponry talents. You have unlocked novice refining and overload. You have unlocked the blueprint robot, rover. Novice refining allowed one to refine materials for higher quality ones. Any skills or abilities with the terms novice, beginner, or basic were generally the lowest versions of themselves. Most of them would have more advanced versions. For example, molecular refining, that allowed the user to perform instantaneous molecular manipulation simply by expending energy. Materials were graded similarly to equipment. Of course, the higher the grade, the higher the value, but the two materials of the same grade could also have differing values. For example, a common iron ore was worth about $13 a pound, while a refined dark iron ore was worth about $45 a pound. Both were common materials. Overload, active skill, drains energy to temporarily increase the output of machinery by 30 to 50% at the cost of durability. If Xiao activated this skill together with his lightweight mechanical arm, its damage and defense would both be significantly boosted. However, with only 120 energy, he would only be able to maintain the skill for 10 seconds or so. I've finally unlocked an active skill, rejoiced Xiao. Mechanics had so few active skills in their early levels that it was quite sad. His escape from the Germinal would have been much easier had he possessed this active skill back then. The robot, rover blueprint was an easy-to-obtain, early-level robot blueprint. It was a low-level utility robot that could be equipped with weapons and armor for combat, scouting, and defense purposes, and was also able to self-destruct. It wasn't created for a specific purpose, but could be modified and improved. They were widely used for prospecting and mining, gaining so much from just 2 potential points a bargain. Suddenly, he noticed Old Man Lu creeping up towards him. "What are you looking so excited all of a sudden?" Xiao rolled his eyes at him, replying, "Aren't you being a little too nosy?" "Nosy? Why?" Old Man Lu took a moment to inspect himself. "It's working hours. If you're not helping, then go away," interrupted Lu Qian as she slammed her welding torch down. Her face was flushed and dripping with sweat under the protective goggles she was wearing. "Little brat," grumbled Old Man Lu as he carried his bottle of beer outside for a walk. "Shop owner, is this a repair shop?" A customer arrived as soon as he left. It was a middle-aged man. Xiao turned to look at the guest, and he noticed the man was looking at him. The man immediately averted his gaze. Suspicious, thought Xiao. When he further noticed his above-average sense of balance and solid footing, he realized that the man was most likely an agent from Division 13 who had been sent to test him. Lu Qian walked forward to receive him with a polite smile. "Welcome. What is it that you need repaired?" "My car broke down," replied the middle-aged man as he watched Xiao. "It's outside." "All right, no problem." Just as Lu Qian was about to pick up her toolkit, the middle-aged man suddenly pointed at Xiao and said, "I want this little brother to repair my car." Lu Qian was stunned. "Do I not look capable enough?" "You're being sexist." "I'll do it," agreed Xiao as he took the toolkit from his dejected boss. The pair came out of the alley into the main street, where an old sedan car was stopped by the roadside. "This is the car." Xiao lifted the bonnet, inspected the interior, and swiftly began to perform repairs. As Xiao worked on the car, the middle-aged man tried to strike a conversation. "Kid, you're quite young, aren't you?" "I'm 30. 30? Do you think I'm blind or what?" The middle-aged man nearly choked. "How should I address you?" he asked. "You should show some sincerity when asking for a person's name. replied Han Xiao without looking at him. I'm Feng Jun, answered the middle-aged man awkwardly. That's a nice name, complimented Han Xiao, except that he didn't sound the least bit sincere, leaving the middle-aged speechless. But you misunderstand. I just want a cigarette, he added. Feng Jun uncomfortably took out his cigarette pack and passed one to Han Xiao. You can call me Han Xiao, introduced Han Xiao as he took a puff and returned to the task at hand. Feng Jun continued to probe. Han Xiao, you're not a local, are you? Where are? It's done. Han Xiao suddenly interrupted, cutting his words off. What the hell? I've only just started to probe you. Can you not be so quick? Han Xiao expressionlessly stretched out a hand, saying a pipe was broken. I'll charge you $60. Pay up. Of course I know the pipe is broken, damn it. I broke it on purpose. Feng Jun smiled as he took out his wallet and slowly fiddled around in an attempt to buy more time. You have pretty good skills. Where did you acquire them? Natural talent. Oh, that's amazing. Where are you from? From the countryside. Han Xiao raised an eyebrow. Are you trying to get a discount out of me? At his wit's end, Feng Jun coughed dryly before finally pulling out the money to pay up. Will the department reimburse me for this? He wondered. Han Xiao sneered. I thought it would take you another hour to find your money. How big is your wallet? As he whistled whimsically, he proceeded to pack up and headed back to the workshop. When he left, Feng Jun cheerlessly made a phone call. Initial observation concluded. The target is a mechanic and his threat level is still an uncertainty. Duration of contact was 4 minutes and 38 seconds. The target named himself as Han Xiao. I suggest proceeding with more testing and to avoid direct confrontation. My analysis of his character? Yes, extremely annoying. The next couple of days went by peacefully. Han Xiao's daily routine now included going to the junkyard every morning to produce guns. He was paid in cash daily after each session and was able to salvage a number of spare parts for creating the rover. He had already begun to craft some of its parts, but was holding back on assembling it. Old Man Liu would occasionally lurk around to spy on Han Xiao as he worked. He was trying to figure out Han Xiao's background from his craftsmanship. However, because Han Xiao was self-taught, his efforts were in vain. Tall Old Man frequently came over to compete with Old Man Liu at 5 in a row, which Han Xiao found hard to understand. Is 5 in a row that fun? Tall Old Man also gradually began to converse with Han Xiao more, and Han Xiao was more than happy to entertain him. Everything was going according to plan. For mechanics, crafting rewarded the most experience, followed by enhancement, repairing, and lastly, assembly. As Han Xiao had no way of acquiring advanced knowledge for now, he decided to use his accumulated experience points to raise the 3 skills of Beginner Machinery Affinity LV3, Basic Combat LV8, and Basic Shooting LV6 to close to max level, and he gained quite a number of potential points from this. The prerequisite for advancing to a trainee mechanic happened to be unlocking Intermediate Machinery Affinity, which required LV5 and Beginner Machinery Affinity. Machinery Affinity was one of the common prerequisites for many blueprints and skills. Although Han Xiao now had a whopping 15 potential points, which seemed a lot, it was always better to save some for rainy days. This was something that he had learned the hard way. To think I actually had to spend over tens of millions of anas, universal currency, just to buy water of Lethe to reset my potential points back then. At Cairo Junkyard, Han Xiao had been busily producing guns all morning. When he was about to leave, Raccoon passed him a stash of money that he pocketed without counting. That should be enough for today. I'll make a move first, said Han Xiao. Thank you for your contribution. We don't need any more guns for the time being. However, our deal is still valid. You can continue to salvage any junk parts. Now that Han Xiao had served his purpose, Raccoon planned to get rid of him. However, it was not time yet. Raccoon was an extremely cautious person. Fine by me, replied Han Xiao, who saw through his intentions. He left the junkyard, remembering to make a few extra turns to shake off his tail before coming to a large mechanic market. This market was popular among students from the Western Capital School and the Mechanic School due to the variety of machine parts and metals it offered. Han Xiao spent all of the 70,000 aquamarine dollars that he had earned to buy the remaining materials that he needed for both the rover, as well as another lightweight mechanical arm. After obtaining the materials, He returned to his room to continue working on them. A few days later, Han Xiao had finished crafting all of the rover's parts, and he was now assembling the robot in his room. 1.2 meters tall and armor-plated to protect its interior. Its top half was the shape of a person, except that it didn't have a neck. It ran on a basic integrated circuit. It had two-section mechanical arms that could bend and rotate like a person's, and its fingers were remodeled by Han Xiao into guns. Its torso could also rotate 90 degrees and was inlaid with magazine compartments. Instead of legs, it moved on tank tracks. The system prompted Han Xiao to name his creation. Adopting his past naming style, he named it Rover 1. Underscore Rover 1 tank style. Type robot. Grade common. Basic stats 800 durability, 18 defense, 59 power output, 23 max speed, 120 energy. Height 1.18 meters. Weight 64.8 kilograms. Mode of control remote electrical signal. Control radius 50 m. Energy source battery unit. Energy usage 8 per minute. Power capacity 36 of 80 ona. Right arm module small caliber machine gun 35 to 40 DMG for firing speed max 7 410 seconds. 30 magazine capacity plus 60 belt capacity. 40 power output 18% accuracy. Left arm module small caliber machine gun 35 to 40 DMG for firing speed max 7 410 seconds. 30 magazine capacity plus 60 belt capacity. 40 power output 18% accuracy. Skills. Self-destruct. Self-destruct to inflict 280 to 430 explosion damage in a 30 m radius. Metal armor. Reduces damage taken by 8%, except penetrative attacks. Note, don't underestimate this little fella just because he looks stupid. The name, Rover, is not exclusive to one type of robot. The key materials used to craft Rover 1 were two common materials, steel and plastic resin. If Han Xiao had used a higher quality steel alloy, Rover 1 would have higher durability and defense. Nevertheless, he would be able to update or upgrade the rover with better parts when he got them to keep it relevant. This was a selling point of mechanics. The number of modules that could be installed on robots, vehicles, and mobile suits was limited by their energy capacity. Beside the quality of the energy source itself, energy capacity could be upgraded by energy talents. Rover 1's energy source was a standard battery unit, so its energy capacity was low. Completing the rover rewarded Han Xiao with 24,000 EXP. The following day, Han Xiao finished crafting the lightweight mechanical arm. You have crafted lightweight mechanical arm left, gaining 2,500 EXP. His second lightweight mechanical arm was still a left arm like before. However, the materials he had used to craft it were lower in quality than before, causing it to have a lower grade. Lightweight mechanical arm left. Grade common. Base stats 28 to 45 damage, 8 to 12 defense, 26 power output, 205205 durability. Prerequisites 23 STR. Bonus stats -4 attack speed. Length 0.51 m. Weight 6.1 kilograms. Additional effects bonus +6 STR. Currently, Han Xiao's strongest form of combat was melee combat, so the lightweight mechanical arm suited him well. Mechanics that favored melee combat were known as mecha warriors. Han Xiao did not intend to walk down this path, as it was long-range capabilities that mechanics truly excelled in, after all. However, since Mecha Warriors was the style that offered low-level mechanics the highest combat prowess, it would have to do for now. Han Xiao hid the lightweight mechanical arm before heading downstairs. Lu Qian was engaged in a conversation with a customer who kept on glancing at Han Xiao when he appeared. He was clearly yet another agent from Division 13. Division 13 had, over the past few days, sent many undercover agents to spy on Han Xiao. But since Han Xiao was a tough nut to crack, they were now attacking from a different angle. "Why are there so many people asking about you?" asked a puzzled Lu Qian when the agent left. "Well, I'm popular, but they're all guys." Han Xiao froze up. "It's not what you think, Dash." "Don't worry, I won't judge you," replied Lu Qian as she started giggling. "Why are you giggling like that?" Suddenly, Han Xiao's turned serious. He had received a system alert. Underscore 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 underscore. You have triggered the Class E mission, assailants. Accept/reject. Han Xiao was bewildered. What could have triggered such a mission? Accept. Underscore 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 underscore. Mission synopsis. The bounty on your head is being eyed. Your enemies are near, and they are hiding in the shadows. Meanwhile, a certain group of people has been watching you to assess your potential. What will you do? Requirement: avoid death. Reward: 10,000 experience. Bonus reward: 1x skill level up card basic. Han Xiao rolled his eyes at the dramatic synopsis. The group of people referred to in the synopsis most definitely referred to Division 13. Han Xiao put the clues together and conjectured that Division 13 could have leaked intel on him in an elaborate setup to test his combat strength. However, if that were the case, the people after him must not be too strong. After all, Division 13 wouldn't risk things blowing up in the city. Although Han Xiao wasn't interested in typical classy mission rewards, the bonus reward caught his eye. A skill level up card was certainly something handy to have. If a mission had a bonus reward, it meant that there was a secret condition to fulfill. Han Xiao guessed that this mission's secret condition was most likely to kill all of his assailants. Since the enemy could appear at any moment, I'd better not stay in the workshop. Han Xiao didn't want to rely on Old Man Liu. After contemplating for a moment, he thought of the perfect location for battle. Caro Junkyard. Caro Junkyard was Raccoon's territory. Han Xiao planned to kill two birds with one stone. He put down his tools and called out to Lu Qian with a request. "I wish to take the day off." "Okay," replied Lu Qian, blinking. "Is something wrong?" "No, why?" Han Xiao paused. Han Xiao always looked lethargic and bored, and Lu Qian, being the observant woman that she was, had noticed the sudden change in air about him. If she had to describe the kind of feeling Han Xiao was giving her now, for some reason, dangerous was the word that came to mind. "If you're facing any difficulties, I'll definitely help you," she said in a serious tone. Not knowing what to say, Han Xiao stared at her, which caused her to shift about uncomfortably. She turned away from Han Xiao and twirled her hair, saying, "Don't you know it's rude to stare?" Han Xiao turned away too and replied, "I won't be back for dinner. I was actually thinking of letting you try my latest creation, black pepper pineapple baked rib stew with parsley," responded Lu Qian dejectedly. Han Xiao shuddered. What kind of cuisine from hell is that? Han Xiao returned to his room to get ready. After a short while, he headed out with a backpack and a trolley. "Boss, is that kid the target?" A man wearing shades was tailing Han Xiao. Every time Han Xiao turned back, he would instantly vanish by making use of his surroundings, be it a public phone booth or a magazine stand. He was clearly a professional. He was using the mini receiver in his ear to communicate with his partner, who was hiding in an old van 2 streets away. There was a total of 5 masked men in the van. They were none other than Han Xiao's assailants. They were the Bee Sting Squad, a group of mercenaries who specialized in hunting bounties. They were decently well known in underground networks, having successfully completed numerous missions. They had by chance stumbled upon Han Xiao's trail. For them, this mission was more important than any that they had ever taken on before. Bounty aside, they were hoping to gain favor with the germinal organization and earn their backing. How could this kid be worth 1 million? He looks so ordinary. "This will be a piece of cake," said the number 2 of the squad, full of confidence. "Don't forget that we are deep in Star Dragon territory. Act swiftly," reminded the leader, Kelly, as he inspected his gun. "The target is on the move." A black, plateless jeep was following Han Xiao from afar. Inside the jeep was a team of Division 13 field agents, led by their mission captain, Li Hui. Besides him were 8 other fully equipped agents and Feng Jun, who was acting as an advisor. They were armed with tranquilizer guns. Just as Han Xiao had expected, his assailants, the Bee Sting Squad, were indeed being used by Division 13 to test him, and these agents were, in fact, tasked to play the role of hero. Feng Jun brought up a video feed of Han Xiao. The target seems to be headed to the District 7's Caro junkyard. The Bee Sting Squad is following him. It would be ideal if the battle took place inside the junkyard. Han Xiao arrived at the junkyard, to Raccoon's surprise. "Why is he here?" "I've come to find some spare parts," Han Xiao casually lied. It was a reasonably convincing excuse. Raccoon then invited Han Xiao for lunch, assuming he would decline, but unexpectedly, Han Xiao agreed, causing him to be visibly caught off guard. Han Xiao took his dust mask off, revealing his face to Raccoon. Raccoon found his face strangely familiar, but wrote it off. Although Han Xiao was unquestionably famous in the criminal world, small-time crooks like Raccoon were, for the most part, largely irrelevant. Hence, they were often not privy to or bothered with the latest ongoings. Although Han Xiao had been wearing the mask to keep his identity a secret, it didn't matter anymore. A banquet table was set up by Raccoon's men. Han Xiao and Raccoon sat on opposite sides, facing each other as they conversed. "How was the last batch of guns?" "The 73 Wasp is an excellent gun. Even the Six Nations armies are using it. One of them is worth 6,000 to 7,000 on the black market. I've earned a lot thanks to you," answered Raccoon, as he puffed on a cigar. "And the quality of your guns is way better than those shitty secondhand guns on the market. Although a batch of mass-produced guns wouldn't vary too much in quality, there would always be minor differences from gun to gun. These differences arose from the innate composition of the materials, but they could be minimized by a skilled mechanic. A gun expert would be able to tell a handmade gun from a mass-produced one." "What's in there?" asked Raccoon, pointing towards the stuffed bag and the push trolley. "Some spare parts," replied Han Xiao. Raccoon was satisfied with the answer. They continued chatting until dusk arrived, and the sky had transformed into a gorgeous hue of orange and indigo. One of Raccoon's thugs suddenly ran into the room, saying, "Boss, someone is looking for you." "Can't you see I'm with a guest?" replied an irritated Raccoon. The thug whispered a few words into Raccoon's ear that made him look at Han Xiao contemplatively. He then got up from his seat and smiled at Han Xiao. "Please excuse me for a moment," he said before leaving. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. "Something's up. Half an hour ago, cousin, I traveled all the way here just so I could enjoy a good life under your care. Please don't abandon me," pleaded Ma Jie as he chased after a young man. He had come to the western capital intending to join his cousin's gang, but his cousin had deemed him unworthy and given him a janitor's position. Obviously, Ma Jie wouldn't settle for it, but what else could he do but beg? "I've told you before, don't call me your cousin," barked the irritated young man. Of course. My bad. I'll slap myself," replied Ma Jie, after which he actually slapped himself. "Just look at how pathetic you are. I'll let you watch the door precisely, because we are relatives. Do you know how many wanderers out there have only spoiled food to eat? I'm going to see a big shot now. Don't follow me." "Big shot?" Ma Jie's eyes lit up. "Who?" "The boss of District 7, Mr. Raccoon. Each district other than District 1 has an underworld boss. Do you know how powerful they are?" Before the pair realized, they had arrived at the entrance of the junkyard. Ma Jie tried to follow him in, but the young man glared at him, causing him to give up. Just as Ma Jie was about to leave, he looked beyond the gates and noticed Han Xiao being welcomed. "What the heck? Isn't that the kid who sneaked in with me?" A thug stopped the young man. "Don't loiter here," he said. "I'm also one of the boss's men," replied the young man respectfully. "I've come to make a report." Suddenly, Ma Jie interrupted them. "Who is that guy?" he asked, pointing at Han Xiao. "Who gave you the right to talk?" snapped his infuriated cousin, who motioned to slap him. However, the thug stopped him. "That person is an important guest of the boss," he answered. "An important guest?" Ma Jie was shocked, but his shock was immediately replaced by jealousy and bitterness. "This is unfair. Why is that ignorant brat having it so much better than me?" Scenes from their conversation replayed in his mind, causing him to feel embarrassed. "You know Technician Han?" "Not really, but we did talk a bit when we were being smuggled in. The thug's eyes suddenly lit up. Follow me. The boss will want to see you. Ma Jie and the young man were stunned. The duo was led to a room. What do you want from me? Asked Ma Jie nervously. Relax, it's nothing. That guy is a mechanic who knows how to make guns, and our boss has been thinking of making a move on him for a while, but since we aren't sure of his background, we haven't acted yet. I just want to know everything you know about him. Ma Jie's eyes lit up at the thought of being able to gain the boss' favor. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that could allow him to surpass his cousin. He sneered and shot a scornful look at his cousin. Who cares what happens to that bastard Han Xiao? After waiting for about half an hour, Raccoon came to meet them. When he arrived, both Ma Jie and his cousin hastily arose to greet him. Ma Jie was so tense that he even knocked his own chair down. You know Technician Han's background? Asked Raccoon. His name is Han Xiao. He's a wanderer who snuck into the city with me. It was his first time coming here. He has no relatives. That's all. Raccoon's eyes twitched. The sight of the boss' displeasure made Ma Jie think harder to recall something. All right, he was empty-handed when he came here. His clothes were also extremely tattered, and he looked like a nobody. Very good. Raccoon turned around and left. Anything for you, boss, cried out Ma Jie after him. Raccoon paused and turned around to look at him. I like you. Join my gang. Ma Jie's eyes widened with joy. I've hit the jackpot. After Raccoon left, Huang Mao began to fawn all over Ma Jie. Their roles were now reversed. Ma Jie, please take good care of me in the future. What did you just call me? Scoffed Ma Jie. Cool cousin. Both of them sure were shamelessly quick to adapt. Ma Jie put his arm around Huang Mao's shoulders gleefully. Brother, may I know what boss intends to do with Han Xiao? He asked the thug. Isn't it obvious? We'll force him to spill out the blueprints for the guns before silencing him. That's good then, replied a relieved Ma Jie. Less than 3 minutes later, Raccoon returned to the banquet hall. Han Xiao had left all the dishes untouched. Raccoon smiled. Han Xiao, right? Looks like you found out my name. Sensing the calm before the storm, Han Xiao stealthily reached for the lightweight mechanical arm in his backpack. Click! He equipped it. Although he had already intended to do battle from the start, Han Xiao still remained as vigilant as ever. He had learnt the importance of vigilance the hard way back in Galaxy, but that's a story for another time. Raccoon began tapping his fingers on the table. I've always been curious about your true identity, but it turns out that you're just a wanderer. I must say, you have indeed been very cautious all this time. So what? Raccoon's face darkened. Do you understand the situation you're in? Hand over everything you know about making guns. Why so cold? Cold? We were nothing more than business partners. Would you believe me if I said that I can slaughter all of you if I wanted to? Han Xiao smiled tauntingly. Raccoon snapped his fingers as he sneered. In an instant, the 4 thugs around him were pointing their guns at Han Xiao. Did you think that I wouldn't be prepared? What a joke. All of these guns being pointed at you were created by yourself. Other than Raccoon and the 4 thugs across the table, there were 2 more men standing guard outside the room, and there was little space for Han Xiao to maneuver in the compact room. Even if I tell you, you will still silence me. Raccoon laughed coldly. It was exactly as Han Xiao said. I do hope that you cooperate, though. At least it will save you some suffering. And if I don't, I have some men who are good at things like torture. You will talk eventually. Suddenly, the air about Han Xiao changed as he decided to drop the facade. Do you actually think that you have me cornered? The sudden change alarmed Raccoon, but he shook his head. Even if you do have some kind of trump card in that bag of yours, do you actually think you can move faster than a bullet? What if I told you that there's powerful explosives in here? Raccoon laughed. Ma Jie's appearance had been, without a doubt, a coincidence. How could Han Xiao have made preparations? Who is he trying to fool? I don't know who the person who told you about me is, but he obviously knows very little. Why don't you try checking the Underworld network to see the latest bounties? Raccoon frowned. How could Han Xiao remain so calm? And what was he playing at? Although Raccoon did have some power in the Western capital, he was actually just a small-time hoodlum in the grand scheme of things, too insignificant to partake in the matters of the underworld. Hence, he paid little attention to such matters. He must just be trying to buy more time. Why should I even listen to him? Since you don't believe me, wanna bet? Life is always full of surprises anyway. Now that I noticed, this room is pretty small, isn't it? Perfect for an explosion. First comes the blast, followed by the shrapnel. Then this entire place will be razed to the ground. But I guess that's fine, since we'd all have died in the initial shrapnel. Enough! I have no time for jokes. Stand up, or I'll fill you up with holes. Han Xiao shrugged his shoulders, sighing. Can we talk things through? Fine, I'll give dash. Suddenly, as the last rays of sunlight dissipated, darkness descended. Han Xiao had been waiting for this. Virum, the mechanical arm roared to life, shredding the backpack apart. Han Xiao flipped the dining table, sending pots and plates smashing into Raccoon and the four thugs. Talk things through? Ha! As if. There were four thugs in front of him, and two behind. Han Xiao knew exactly what he had to do. He picked the table up to use as a screen and charged forward like an unstoppable juggernaut, holding the mechanical arm up in front of him. Crash! The four thugs were knocked aside like flies. Fire! Screamed an enraged, bloody-faced Raccoon. The two remaining guards began to fire. Bullets clinked and clanked onto the mechanical arm, causing its durability to plummet. A bullet found its mark, hitting Han Xiao in his shoulder and doing 16 damage, dyeing his shirt with blood. However, all it did was give Han Xiao an itch. Han Xiao's pain tolerance was extremely high, and his solid muscles halted the bullet. Han Xiao smashed the mechanical arm into one of the thug's chest. One loud thud, and he exploded on the spot. He then proceeded to yank the other poor thug up to use as a meat shield against the four thugs who had gotten back up and were firing at him. Gathering all his strength, Han Xiao ripped out the door from its bolts and threw it at them before running out. Chase, barked Raccoon. Dozens of thugs throughout the entire junkyard were alerted by the gunshots, and they were rushing over to help. Caro Junkyard was Raccoon's main base, and Han Xiao had to tread carefully to avoid being surrounded. He looted a gun from one of the thugs he encountered, which made things easier for him. With his fast reflexes as well as basic shooting and precise aim to help autocorrect his shots, Han Xiao was able to always have the edge against the thugs in the battle of guns. If he encountered a group of them, he would tumble and duck and fire lethal shots as he evaded. The only limitation that he faced was ammo, so he would loot their magazines after each wave. The trail that Han Xiao left behind was bloody and littered with corpses, and Raccoon could hardly believe what he was seeing. Han Xiao had effortlessly taken out over 20 of his men single-handedly. However, there were indeed way too many thugs converging on Han Xiao, making it hard for him to take the initiative. Han Xiao hid behind the vehicle frame of a scrap sedan as dozens of guns were fired in his direction, their muzzle flashes lighting up the night. The bullet storm was deafening, making it hard for Han Xiao to even hear his own breath, and it was extremely difficult to return fire. Good thing that this is my territory. No matter what, he can't possibly make it out of this alone. Raccoon was seething with rage. I will make him regret ever being born. Suddenly, something unexpected occurred. Bang, 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 bang. A submachine gun was being fired from the side of the battlefield. The thugs began dropping in numbers as their screams filled the air. Bee Sting Squad was entering the fray. Under the guise of nightfall, they instantly overwhelmed Raccoon's inexperienced thugs. Where did these mercenaries come from? Raccoon was scared shitless. Are they after me? However, the mercenaries suddenly changed direction and advanced towards Han Xiao instead, ignoring him. These mercenaries are after him. Raccoon stared at the unfolding events in disbelief. As a villain himself, he understood the simple fact that the stronger a person was, the stronger his enemies. The fact that these mercenaries were willing to risk exposing themselves in the capital to go after Han Xiao meant that Han Xiao must not have been an ordinary person. He thought back to Han Xiao's words. Why don't you try checking the Underworld network to see the latest bounties? He wasn't just talking big. Who exactly is he? That's the sound of submachine guns. His mission target had appeared. Han Xiao was able to sniff out the Bee Sting Squad's location from their muzzle flashes. 300 m to the west. 6 people, 6 submachine guns. Han Xiao rapidly performed calculations in his head. The enemy's firepower was overwhelming. It would be unwise to meet them head-on. Lucky, I came prepared with my trusty rover. Han Xiao sighed in relief. He whipped out the touchscreen remote control that he had created for Rover 1. When activated, the rover's visual feed would appear on the screen. However, the display was currently reading out of range. Han Xiao had to get to within 50 m of the rover to activate it. Steeling himself, Han Xiao stood up and began to run back along his original path. He was instantly assaulted by submachine gunfire. Han Xiao made use of the heaps of scrap and junk to duck and take cover, advancing through the rain of bullets. Damn it, there's so much cover for him here, cursed a long-haired bee sting squad member as he reloaded. He's faster than a bloody rabbit. Although their original plan had been to assassinate Han Xiao, they had decided to take advantage of the ongoing fight between him and Raccoon to mask their intentions. He's already exhausted. Go in for the kill, Kelly shouted out. After the earlier bloodbath, all of Raccoon's men were either dead or had lost all morale and were unable to fight. Seeing Han Xiao running so desperately emboldened the bee sting squad, and they gave chase. While he ran, Han Xiao suddenly sensed danger and ducked down. A bullet narrowly missed him, severing a strand of his hair. After sliding under 2 more scrap cars, he finally came in range with the rover. Connection successful. Activate. In the resting area, amidst debris and dust, the cloth cover on the push trolley suddenly began to vibrate, and 2 red lights appeared from beneath it. The rover's eyes. The rover's engine started to whirl, and its wheels began to rotate as Han Xiao piloted it out of the resting area. At this point of time, the bee sting squad had come extremely close to Han Xiao. Rover 1's defenses were not strong enough to take on the collective fire of 6 submachine guns, so it would be too risky to send him in head-on. The sole edge that Han Xiao had over them was the element of surprise, as they would never imagine him to have a robot as a reinforcement. Han Xiao surveyed his surroundings to find a suitable spot for an ambush. He found 2 scrap cars along the bee sting squad's path that were angled in such a way that the bend they formed provided a spot of concealment. Han Xiao piloted the rover to hide inside the bend. The noise from Rover 1's engine was masked by the ongoing chaos, and only Kelly suspected that something was off. The instinct that he had acquired from surviving through numerous life-and-death encounters told him so. Pausing, he said to his team, "Something doesn't feel right here." "What did you find?" asked the long-haired man. "That's the thing. I don't see anything." "Well, it can't be. The target is already cornered. He's dead meat." At this exact moment, his squad entered Rover 1's shooting range, and Han Xiao was quick with the command. Do-do-do-do-do. Hell rained upon them from Rover 1's fingers. The entire squad was wiped out on the spot. Underscore. Your machine, Rover 1, tank style, has killed a mercenary. You have gained 800 EXP. Your machine, Rover 1, tank style, has killed a mercenary. You have gained 800 EXP. Your machine, Rover 1, tank style, has killed a mercenary. You have gained 800 EXP. Kelly had managed to take cover in time, but he did not escape unscathed. A few bullets had grazed past his face, leaving him all bloody. He had been so close to perishing with his squad mates. What the hell was that monster? The long-haired man had also survived, but his condition was far worse. He had been shot in the abdomen and was bleeding profusely. Kelly could hear him groaning in pain. Suddenly, 2 red lights began to glimmer in the darkness, terrifying the duo, who thought that some kind of savage beast was approaching. Paralyzed with fear, they could only watch on as Rover 1 appeared. A robot! Kelly stared at Rover 1 in disbelief. He regretted not trusting his instinct. What should I do now? Kelly's immediate thought was to retreat, but the long-haired man suddenly went berserk and opened fire on the rover. Die! 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 Clink! Clink! Clank! Clank! Rover 1's thin armor was slowly dented by the barrage. Seeing that his attacks were effective, Kelly and his other remaining teammate began to join the counterattack. Rover 1, tank style, has lost 14 points of armor. Rover 1, tank style, has lost 17 points of armor. As Rover 1's armor was made with inferior materials, it was not tanky at all, and its armor integrity plummeted under the trio's assault. In just a few seconds of barrage, the poor Rover was reduced to a useless hunk of metal. It couldn't be helped, as Han Xiao had to work with limited funds. All he had equipped the Rover with were the finger guns. Damn it! Where is Division 13? Suddenly, as if in answer to his prayers, the sound of a marching troop began to fill up the night. "Disarm yourselves," someone roared out. "Quickly retreat," ordered Kelly immediately. The long-haired man emptied a final magazine onto the Rover furiously before he relented. "Okay, let's go." However, right as they were about to flee, the Rover suddenly started to charge towards them as it began to glow. Self-destruction. The deafening explosion set the night ablaze, engulfing the trio. About 50 meters away, Li Hui and his agents were shocked by the massive explosion. "Damn it, cursed Feng Jun. This was supposed to be a covert operation." He could already imagine tomorrow's headlines. From the moment that the battle between Han Xiao and Raccoon had begun, the situation had already gone out of control. The gunshots alone had already caught the attention of many civilians. However, as they were ordered to act only after the Bee Sting squad appeared, they could only continue waiting in anguish, and it was now too late. Han Xiao got to his feet and brushed the sand off his hair. Things were not over yet. Although the other two mercenaries were not as fortunate, Kelly had managed to escape the blast in time. He hastily scrambled to his feet to make a run for it when, suddenly, someone other than Han Xiao begun to open fire on him. The shooter was none other than Li Hui. "Want to steal my kill?" Han Xiao frowned. He had to be the one to finish Kelly off with a bonus reward. Han Xiao began to give chase, and he managed to intercept him effortlessly from the side. Kelly looked at the man who appeared before him with trepidation. The current Han Xiao felt like a completely different person than before. "Die!" Kelly gritted his teeth and raised his gun to fire. However, before he could pull the trigger, Han Xiao suddenly began to sway from side to side as he closed in on him like a veteran boxer. Flustered, Kelly fired multiple shots, but they were all either evaded or blocked by the mechanical arm. Not even a single one hit. Kelly was completely overwhelmed. By his estimations, no matter how strong Han Xiao was, he would at best be at the level of an elite mercenary. Only a superhuman could possibly move faster than a bullet. However, what Han Xiao was doing was equally frightening and hard to believe. He was predicting the trajectory of his shots from just the angle of the gun. It was a feat that only the most experienced of veterans could perform, and even throughout the entire mercenary world, there were only two he knew of that were capable of it. The look of disbelief on Kelly's face amused Han Xiao. Compared to that time, he piloted a mobile suit through the crossfire of entire fleets. This was just a piece of cake. Click! Kelly inevitably ran out of bullets, and he fumbled to reload. However, it was too late as Han Xiao had closed the gap, suddenly appearing in front of him. Paralyzed with fear, Kelly could only watch on in horror. He could hear Han Xiao's muscles bulge as he stretched his left arm back to prepare for a mighty swing. Han Xiao twisted powerfully, transferring all the force and momentum in his body into his left arm as he unleashed a devastating hook, simultaneously shouting, "Overload!" Black smoke billowed out as the engine of the lightweight mechanical arm blared loudly, sending its gears and piston into overdrive. Its power was boosted by 30%, and Han Xiao smashed it directly into Kelly's face. Critical hit, crushing blow. Blood splattered everywhere. Kelly may have survived a number of close calls, but he never stood a chance against this one. When Li Hui and his team arrived, they were greeted by a blood-curdling scene. Kelly's corpse lay limp on the ground beside a blood-soaked, expressionless Han Xiao, whose mechanical arm was covered in pieces of flesh. Half of his face was illuminated by the fire, while the other half was grimly enshrouded in darkness. As experienced as these agents were, they were unable to remain calm. You have completed the E-Class quest, Hunted, gaining 10,000 experience. You have completed the bonus condition, kill all 6 assailants. You have gained a skill level up card basic. Accept reward. Y/N. No. Selected Han Xiao. He could accept it later on. Don't move, shouted Li Hui after taking a moment to regain his senses from the initial shock. He raised his gun and pointed it at Han Xiao. Han Xiao calmly took off the lightweight mechanical arm before raising his arms in the air. Two agents slung a black bag over his head to block his vision before leading him away, presumably to bring him to Division 13. About time, thought Han Xiao to himself. Feng Jun gasped when he looked around to see aftermath of the battle. 6 mercenaries taken out so easily. Is that the power of his machines? Go gather whatever parts he's left behind and notify the police to follow up, ordered Li Hui sternly, after which they escorted Han Xiao to a car. Han Xiao sat in the back seat sandwiched by 2 agents. Although he couldn't see, he could sense that they were on their toes. Although 1 or 2 things didn't go exactly as planned, everything was still within Han Xiao's expectations. It was a quiet ride. The atmosphere amongst the agents was extremely tense, and only the sound of driving could be heard. They had been ordered not to converse with Han Xiao. On the contrary, Han Xiao had looked calm from the very moment that they appeared, which bewildered them. It almost seemed like he had expected them. Raccoon's face darkened as he looked at the aftermath of the battle. "Bring me a laptop," he barked. As soon as he logged into the underground network and clicked on bounties, he was greeted by Han Xiao's face. 1 million bounty. He's wanted by the German organization. Raccoon's face instantly paled, and he slammed the laptop onto the ground in frustration. Damn it, he really did have a bounty on him, and it was issued by the king of the underworld, no less, the German organization. Sometimes ignorance isn't bliss. Now that the dust had cleared, Ma Jie and Huang Mao finally emerged too. Just the sight of the aftermath alone caused them to shake uncontrollably. Raccoon erupted with anger when they came to him. He kicked Ma Jie to the ground, screaming, "Damn you! It's all your fault. I will make you pay for this." Ma Jie clutched his stomach in pain as he shivered helplessly on the ground. What did I do now? Suddenly, Raccoon heard the blaring of sirens, and he turned to see 7 or 8 police cars arriving at the entrance. The ever-late police. Raccoon tidied himself a little bit before going up to receive them. He was not the least bit flustered by their appearance, as from his perspective, he was a victim and he also had connections with them. But before he could say a word, the fully armed officer pressed him to the ground to handcuff him. Raccoon panicked, and as he struggled to break free, he shouted, "What are you guys doing to me? I'm the victim here, okay? I know you're Commander's secretary." "Stop wasting your strength," replied the officer plainly. "This is Division 13's order." Hearing Division 13 caused Raccoon's eyes to widen with disbelief. Division 13 was involved with important matters relating to the country's security. Why would they come after me? It must have something to do with that damned Han Xiao. Division 13 is helping him? What? Journal Trader. Division 13. Star Dragon. Intel. The truth dawned on him. They want to silence me. From the moment that Han Xiao had shown him his face, Raccoon's fate was sealed. He set me up. Realizing his impending outcome, Raccoon began to tremble in fear and rage. "Han Xiao, I curse your ancestors." Meanwhile, Ma Jie, shocked badly by the sudden turn of events, fainted and dropped to the ground. When the bag over Han Xiao's head was finally removed, he found himself in a bright room. It took a few seconds for his eyes to adjust to the light. He was seated on a cold metal chair in front of a table. It was a typical interrogation room with a one-way mirror to Han Xiao's side. 2 people sat across the table, Li Hui and Feng Jun. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am an intelligence officer from the Strategic Defense Division of Star Dragon," spoke Feng Jun. "This is not the first time we have met. Do you remember me?" "I remember," replied Han Xiao nonchalantly. "The man with the very big wallet." Feng Jun was speechless. "Can you not bring that up?" "Division 13, Li Hui," introduced Li Hui. Both his expression and his manner of speech were stone cold. Star Dragon's Strategic Defense Division consisted of 13 sections in total and was referred to as Division 13. "Should we call you Han Xiao or Zero?" Feng Jun asked. "Whatever you like." "Cut the crap," interrupted Li Hui. Explain why the Germinal organization has $1 million bounty on you, and tell us everything you know. Why should I tell you? Asked a bemused Han Xiao. Li Hui laughed coldly in response. What do you think this place is? If we want you to talk, you have to talk. So what if I don't? Taunted Han Xiao. Shoot me? Do you think I wouldn't dare? Barked Li Hui. Enough, enough. Calm down. Han Xiao, you should know we are with the government. If you cooperate, we won't treat you badly. Han Xiao smiled and shifted in his seat to adopt a more comfortable posture before replying. Good cop, bad cop. How outdated is this tactic? Can you at least try something different? I, for one, have a thing for pretty girls. Having to talk to two stern old men is such a turn-off. Service with a smile? Understand? Come on, smile. Han Xiao hit the nail on the spot, taking Feng Jun aback. Feng Jun coughed dryly and communicated with Li Hui through a glance, who understood the message. He abruptly stood up in an act of anger and pointed at Han Xiao as he shouted, "This is not a place for you to try and act funny. I have the power to imprison you for as long as I want." How scary, mocked Han Xiao before suddenly wiping the smile off his face and adding, "I'm from the Germinal organization. Threats? Do you think such things will work on me? Come on, you're making fools out of yourselves. If you want us to cooperate, sure. Show me your sincerity. Get someone qualified enough to speak to me. You two aren't." As Han Xiao finished his sentence, he tugged onto his restraints, slamming the chair so loudly that it echoed out in the tiny room. Feng Jun and Li Hui looked at each other. Their task was only to get a grasp on Han Xiao's position, and Han Xiao knew this well, which was why he was acting fearless on purpose to declare that he still had something up his sleeve. Suddenly, a deep voice was transmitted through the speaker in the interrogation room. "As you wish. I will talk with you." "Who are you?" asked Han Xiao as he turned to the obvious one-way mirror. "Division 13, Intelligence Director. Do I qualify to speak to you?" "I guess you will do," Han Xiao nonchalantly replied. Both Li Hui and Feng Jun's eyes twitched. What a shameless person. The Intelligence Director let it slide and started to ask, "You just said that you are from the Germinal organization." "I was." Han Xiao corrected him mid-speech. "So, you have deserted?" "Yes." "What was your position?" "A logistics research personnel." "What did you research?" "Machinery and weapons." "You are lying," cut the Intelligence Director. "How can that explain your $1 million bounty?" Han Xiao smiled. He had expected this very question. "Rather than call me a liar, haven't you guys already assumed that I possess some kind of valuable intel?" "Isn't that why you've been investigating me from a distance?" he replied. "Intel can indeed be used as a weapon, but only in the right hands. I left my trail exposed to prove my willingness to cooperate. I am not your enemy. The Germinal organization is, and they're my enemy too. Why should we even bother to cooperate with you?" asked the Intelligence Director in reply. "Look around you. You are in our territory. We have all sorts of tools to make you talk." Han Xiao paused to smile calmly for a moment before suddenly saying, "Message log, Galaxy Calendar Year 687, 14th of June. Signal location, Planet Aquamarine. Destination, Planet Blackstar's 8th base." The contents of this message are top secret. The Intelligence Director remained silent for a full 10 minutes. Li Hui and Feng Jun gave a start when they realized that although what Han Xiao had spoken of made no sense to them, it was clearly valuable intel to the director, who in turn had to go relay the information to the top brass for further instruction. After the long wait, the Intelligence Director spoke through the speaker again. This time, though, he sounded extremely serious. "Are you sure?" he asked directly. "How would I know of Blackstar otherwise?" "Fine." The Intelligence Director was wearing a grave expression. If the intel that Han Xiao had given him was actually true, it was extremely crucial to not only Stardragon, but the entire planet. Han Xiao smirked. He had obviously come well prepared. In the exploration era, there existed 3 galactic powers who had been warring for tens of thousands of years. Although it took a long time, the 3 powers eventually came to an agreement and ceased their fighting. They agreed to work together for peace, order, and advancement. The universe was extremely vast. It was filled with countless stars and far more life forms that thrived in every corner. Large amounts of data and information were constantly being broadcast throughout the universe via technology, and the amalgamation of the thoughts and wills of all life in the universe gave rise to a phenomenon known as the whispers of the universe. Although the universe did appear calm and static on the surface, it was in fact bustling with activity. All kinds of civilizations underwent the same phase, from admiring space to wondering if they were the only ones. In their hubris, they would conquer their respective galaxies before entering the vast universe, thinking that they were the destined ones, only to find that they were not alone, and definitely not special at all. The explored universe could be seen as divided into numerous sectors. For example, the Shattered Belt, the Ancient Starfield, the Silver Spiral, and the Sea of Purity. A sector comprised of dozens of star clusters, each containing numerous galaxies that in turn housed planetary systems or star systems that were number-coded, homes to the innumerable planets. Together, they formed the thrilling universal landscape of the game Galaxy. Shattered Belt, Colton Group, the Garden, Ninth System, Planet Aquamarine. This was basically Aquamarine's place in the vast universe. Its precise coordinates would take a combination of words and numbers derived using complex math to describe. The interstellar power that had come into contact with Aquamarine was an advanced civilization of the Garden, the Kidolas. The Black Star that Han Xiao referred to was originally a part of the Kidolas, but they broke away in an attempt to seize power and were now bitter enemies. The world of Galaxy was massive, and many powers and civilizations were constantly at odds with one another. A civilization's degree of advancement largely depended on its space travel capabilities. As the Kidolas could freely travel between systems without relying on wormholes or stargates created by even advanced civilizations, they were considered a galactic civilization, a few levels higher than Planet Aquamarine. If the Germinal organization had actually come into contact with Black Star and gained their support, things would be extremely grim for the Six Nations. An evil power like them paid no heed to the exploration rules laid down by the three powers. The Universal Treaty, currently in its 7th revised edition. The fact that Aquamarine had been contacted by an interstellar power was top-secret information withheld by the Six Nations. Hence, the intelligence director believed Han Xiao to be speaking the truth, and this was what made him extremely nervous. However, the truth was that the Germinal organization had made no such contact with Black Star. Han Xiao simply made it up because it was impossible to verify anyway. It was a sly tactic to get them to not only value him, but also take action against the Germinal organization. Furthermore, it would help him complete his main quest, so why not? All the beginner planets were situated quite far away from each other. However, there were specialized galactic tourism services that one could get in touch with as long as he had a device capable of interstellar transmission. They would automatically locate the transmission and come to the buyer. As long as one had enough money, even having a full tour across the entire universe was not impossible. After all, if players on different planets weren't able to come together, how would competitions and tournaments be held in Galaxy? Most game events were held on neutral or uninhabited planets. "Give me a map of Star Dragon and a pen," asked Han Xiao suddenly. Feng Jun went to fetch the items and put them on the table. Han Xiao picked up the pen and circled 3 locations on the map, saying briefly, "These are 3 of the Germinal organization's secret bases in Star Dragon. Treat it as my proof of sincerity." "You only know 3? Han Xiao rolled his eyes inwardly. "Of course not. But you can go check these ones out first. We can talk more after." "What are your conditions?" asked the intelligence director at long last. Feng Jun and Li Hui closely watched Han Xiao in anticipation. "I just want us to work together against Germinal," replied Han Xiao with a mysterious smile. "That's all?" thought the director to himself. "I will relay our conversation to the higher-ups. Sorry, but you'll have to continue staying here for the time being." Click. The mic was turned off. Han Xiao frowned as he shook around his handcuffs. "Don't take too long. I only have a day off." The Director General, Deputy Director General, 13 directors, and some other top brass of Division 13 quickly assembled in the conference room to discuss how to proceed with Han Xiao. Han Xiao possesses knowledge of vital information. With his help, we will be able to launch precise attacks on the germinal organization's bases. He is a mechanic and has demonstrated combat ability on par with elite agents. He is willing to cooperate. Read the intelligence director from a compiled report. I believe that we can put some trust in him and work together, he added. After a few seconds of uncertain silence, the internal affairs director was the first to raise his objection. No way. What if the intel he gives us is false? Division 13 was split into two factions. The hardliners, led by the internal affairs director, and the conservatives, led by the intelligence director. The two factions sat separately. That is very unlikely, answered the intelligence director. He is a deserter of the germinal organization and only stands a chance to live if he gains our protection. There is no reason to doubt his willingness to cooperate. For all you know, it could just be an elaborate act. The internal affairs director shot back. I suggest we detain him and extract the intel from him by force. Division 13 doesn't need to negotiate with anyone. You are being ridiculous. Such measures are uncalled for. Xiao has already demonstrated his sincerity to us. What we should be doing is accepting it and working together against the common enemy. That is what a coward would do. You are the definition of brainless. Under the leadership of their respective spokesmen, the other members from the two factions began to engage in an exchange of insults. Although both factions valued the intel that Xiao possessed, one faction wanted to befriend him and work together, while the other faction saw him as a potential threat. The squabble looked like it was almost about to escalate into a brawl. The Director General and the Deputy Director General simply watched on. The Director General was the person with the most power in Division 13, while the Deputy Director General was actually a bureaucrat tasked by the higher-ups to perform supervision. He was also referred to as the Administrative Director General. It wouldn't be unusual for there to be power struggles for the Director General position in an institution like Division 13, but the Deputy Director General actually couldn't be bothered with much at all. Take Now, for example. He had been sitting still from the start without uttering a single word, as though his spirit had left his body and was on a tour of the world. He was probably even more concerned with what he would have for dinner later on. Well, if you consider that his ambitious predecessor had ended up mysteriously charged with treason, wanting to maintain a low profile was understandable. The Director General, on the other hand, was a dignified-looking man who commanded respect. He contemplated for a moment before speaking his mind. Since you want to both cooperate with him and control him, isn't there a perfect solution? Let's recruit him to the department. The bickering crowd instantly broke up. Silence ensued as the hardliners stared blankly. What the heck? Absolutely no way. What if Xiao's motive was precisely to infiltrate us? That goes against our secrecy policy. The Director General suddenly bellowed. We'll settle it the way we always do. We'll have a vote. The conservatives rejoiced. Aside from the one neutral director, each faction had exactly 6 people. With the Director General's vote, they would most likely win it. On the other hand, the hardliners were panicking. Suddenly, the Internal Affairs Director spoke. I think that the Logistics Department will suit him well. Not only will it maximize his usefulness as a mechanic, we will be able to keep him under close watch since he will be inside the headquarters. He had already resigned himself to the inevitable. For once, the conservatives agreed with him. The Logistics Department was indeed the best option as Xiao would be confined to the HQ. However, the Director General suddenly cut in. Since we are going to make use of his talents anyway, might as well assign him to the Covert Ops Department. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly froze. All the directors turned and looked towards the neutral director, the Covert Ops Director who had been in the middle of yawning. At what? Me? Then it's settled, decided the Director General as he slammed the table. Words and actions may be deceiving, but motives are not. We'll let him join the Covert Ops Department after verifying the locations he's disclosed. The directors all facepalmed themselves. Whatever makes you happy, boss. The Deputy Director General yawned to break the silence. Time to finish up already? What's on the canteen menu today? After the conference, the Intelligence Director and the Logistics Director proceeded to the Logistics Department together to examine the lightweight mechanical arm. They were interested to see Xiao's craftsmanship to gain insight on him. The personnel they had tasked with conducting the examination was Luo Xian, the ace of the Logistics Department. He was the top machinery studies student of his year at the Western Capital University and had been recruited directly into Division 13, where his continued excellence earned him the favor of his higher-ups. There were plans to transfer him to the Covert Ops Department. He was flawless, apart from being too arrogant. Begin. Luo Xian began to get to work with a lightweight mechanical arm, but he suddenly stopped and reported, "It's encrypted." Machines were commonly installed with encryption to prevent unauthorized disassembly and reverse engineering. The basic assembly knowledge that Han Xiao possessed came with a method to install such encryption. The encryption that he had installed would take an E-class mechanic to crack. Evidently, Han Xiao had anticipated this series of events. Rover 1 was also encrypted. Not that it mattered, since it had self-destructed. "Can you crack it?" asked the intelligence director. "No problem," replied the confident Luo Xian. He didn't think that it was possible for an unknown mechanic to make a lock that he, a genius, couldn't crack. 20 minutes later, however, he had not made any progress and was sweating profusely. 4-layered encryption. Is the bastard who made this machine crazy or something? A 4-layered encryption was extremely complex to crack, as the slightest error would cause the machine's internals to disintegrate, rendering it useless. Luo Xian was at a loss of how to proceed. The intelligence director's face had long since darkened. "Can you crack it or not?" "Don't waste my time." Luo Xian suppressed his irritation and, through gritted teeth, replied, "This encryption is too complex. I need more time." "Enough. I don't have the time to wait for you. Just tell me your thoughts on the arm." Luo Xian's face darkened in displeasure, and he replied, frustrated, "The craftsmanship itself is nothing special. Only the encryption was well made. Feels like the creator is some bumpkin who treats garbage like treasure." The intelligence director's eyes twitched, but he left without saying anything else. His men retrieved the lightweight mechanical arm. His next plan was to perform actual combat testing at the germinal bases that Han Xiao had revealed to them. He was actually more interested in the rover. It was a shame it was burnt beyond recognition. Division May 13th had been powerful and mighty, but one could never have enough new weapons. The research department is always allocated with the largest cut of the budget, yet those useless fools only know how to create useless crap like double-sided sticky bombs, curved guns that don't work at all, and fake nipples to hide poison needles. They even have male and female versions. The Covert Ops Department had borne a grudge against the research team ever since 2 of their agents were self-poisoned due to a wardrobe malfunction. Meanwhile, the Director General was making a phone call to tall old man. "I have ensured that Han Xiao will join the Covert Ops team." "Good work. Thank you." "Old man, is he really worth doing all this for?" asked the Director General curiously. Intel is not all he has to offer. I have a feeling that he will play a crucial role in the battle against the German organization." Elsewhere, ruined skyscrapers crawled with vines. Below, the streets were cold and empty, and fragments of broken glass littered the line of stores. The stores were in an utter mess. Clearly, they had been plundered. A piece of yellowed newspaper from who knows what year danced about on the streets, carried by the faint wind. Moonlight filtered through the thick cloud of dust to lend the city some of its luster. The city's only source of light. This was an abandoned city. It had once belonged to a great nation, but even this great nation no longer existed, and its people had moved to other places. The living conditions here were so poor that even wanderers avoided this place. Countless other cities had been similarly abandoned over the last few decades of change. As soon as the people left, though, these forsaken jungles of concrete and steel became flourishing grounds for vegetation. According to Han Zhao's intel, the Germinal organization had 3 bases within Star Dragon territory. One of them was located here. The nation's top brass had been both shocked and angered to learn of the presence of Germinal bases in the country. Within 24 hours, troops had been dispatched from the nearest military bases to attack. Currently, the city was being bombarded. Over a dozen armored military vehicles had entered the city, and the sound of gunfire and cannon fire was incessant. Screams filled the night. However, the surface battle was just a diversion. 3 covert ops agents had been tasked to infiltrate the base. They'd just arrived at a side entrance. Li Yalan was an agent with level 4 clearance. A beautiful, young woman with extremely fair skin. She wore a yellow hoodie on top of black compression tights that accentuated her sexy, nosebleed-inducing body. She had an athletic build. Li Yaolan held her hands up in the air as she stretched her back, demonstrating impressive flexibility in the beautifully arched, well-proportioned body of hers. She was clearly the most carefree and energetic of the trio. She stopped chewing on her bubblegum to complain. I was finally able to take a break because of my leader's injury, but they call me back so suddenly for an emergency mission. Are agents not humans? Lambert continued to polish his daggers silently. Lambert was the ace of a top-secret, unofficial squad during his time in the military, and he had been secretly transferred to the Covert Ops Department after his discharge. He wore a military-style uniform, and on top of the dozen or so daggers strapped across his waist, there was a black sniper rifle across his back. This mission seems to be very important, stammered Li Yao, a 1.7 meters tall man who looked extremely young. He was the hacker of this three-man cell and carried a bag filled with the team's tools. He was in the midst of hacking the door. It didn't take him too long. The trio exchanged glances before entering. Li Yaolan led the front while Lambert took the rear. They hacked through numerous high-tech gates effortlessly as they made their way to the server room. The Germinal organization was very careful with its information. Once a base was compromised, they would cut off its access to their network, delete all traces of data, and activate an EMP blast to destroy the hardware. Hence, they had always remained elusive to the Six Nations until Xiao arrived. The trio swiftly arrived at Basement 2, where the server room was located. Suddenly, Lin Yao, who was monitoring the hacked feed, began to exclaim, "There are guards approaching from behind the—" Before he could finish his sentence, a team of guards appeared in their sights. Li Yaolan was the quickest to react. She burst forward so quickly that the guards weren't even able to draw their guns in time. Leaping gracefully into the air, Lin Yaolan performed a mid-air split to kick the front two guards in their heads, snapping their necks instantly. Her power was just as impressive as her flexibility. She landed on her hands and used them as a pivot to spin her entire body. Her legs began to glow yellow as she extended them while spinning, easily sweeping through the crowd of guards. Pugilist. The last remaining guard was about to call for reinforcements when a streak of silver flashed across the corridor. A dagger pierced his throat, ending his life. Lin Yaolan and Lambert had effortlessly eliminated the fully equipped squad of guards. Suddenly, the lights in the corridor turned red as sirens began to wail. "We've been discovered. There's a large number of guards heading towards us. The base is being locked down," exclaimed Lin Yao. "Hurry up and hack the server room's doors." "I'm already on it. I need at least 3 minutes, but the guards will arrive in less than a minute. I can't bypass the firewall in such a short time." "So sorry," replied a profusely sweating Lin Yao as he frantically typed away at an unbelievable speed. Very soon, they could hear the sound of footsteps coming from both ends of the corridor. There was no place to hide in the corridor. Although Li Yaolan and Lambert were confident of killing their way out, the mission seemed like a lost cause. "All right, didn't they give us some new equipment?" recalled Li Yaolan suddenly. She hastily retrieved a long black case from Lin Yao's bag and opened it to reveal a metallic mechanical arm. The lightweight mechanical arm. How is this thing supposed to be used? Did you guys read the manual? "Slide your left arm through it and activate it with your thumb," replied Lin Yao hastily. "I don't know if it will explode, though. I mean, it is the research department." It was well known throughout Division 13 that anything the research department produced was risky to use. "We don't have a choice." Li Yaolan gritted her teeth as she slid her hand into the mechanical arm. The mechanical arm started to whirl. "I'm fine," she rejoiced, a look of amazement on her face. She smashed the mechanical arm into the steel door and discovered to her surprise that it had caused a huge dent, so she continued to throw punches at it. 20 seconds later, right as the guards arrived, the door was blasted open. The trio hurriedly entered the room. That was close. Li Yao immediately got to work. Digital lockdown was 57% complete. If he were fast enough, he would not only be able to make a backup of the base's data, but also use its access to hack directly into Germinal organization's vaults. With the room acting as a fort, Lin Yalin and Lambert were able to put their fearsome combat abilities to full use. Lin glowed with a yellow aura as she swiftly and gracefully dispatched the invading guards with a metal baton on top of the lightweight mechanical arm. Her blows were so powerful that they shattered the guards' bones through their bulletproof armor. Meanwhile, Lambert was throwing his daggers out from inside the room. They rebounded to find their marks with frightening accuracy. The pair was causing a massive number of casualties. Although the guards numbered over 100, they were unable to do anything. Suddenly, the network access and power supply were cut off, and the whole place turned dark. "Charge out!" yelled Li Yalan. Lambert and Lin Yao followed closely as they battled their way out. Screams filled the base. When they finally escaped, Lin Yao collapsed feebly to the ground, still shaking in fear. Li Yalan and Lambert seemed accustomed to the sight. Li Yalan fiddled around with the lightweight mechanic arm. She had grown fond of it. I wonder who invented this mechanical arm. Could it be that Luo Xian? She wondered aloud. Who knows, but I did hear that he is slated to join covert ops. It's possible, conjectured Lin Yao as Li Lin gazed lovingly upon it. The battle lasted for 2 hours, and it was Star Dragon's most successful operation to date. Not only did they destroy an entire germinal base, they also managed to collect large amounts of data. The top brass in Division 13 were pleased, and it wouldn't have been possible without Han Zhao's intel. However, Han Zhao's past and the Black Star issue remained a mystery as the information that Lin Yao had collected naturally had no mention of them. The Black Star message log was fabricated, while the Valkyrie experiments were top secret. Back at headquarters, Li Yalan reluctantly returned the lightweight mechanical arm. Was the mechanical arm useful? Her superior asked. Li Yalan nodded. It's all thanks to it that our mission was a success. Who created it? That? I can't tell you. Yalin's eyes sparkled. That will depend on the higher-ups. Li Yalan gave up with harassing her tight-lipped superior and headed to the logistics department to look for Luo Xian. The covert ops insignia on her chest ensured her smooth passage, ignoring the ongoing commotion caused by her very presence. Although all the departments in Division 13 were equal in status, the covert ops department was full of beautiful WNCOF elite agents, so they were looked up to by all the other departments. Li Yalan suddenly turned around to the crowd following her and loudly declared, I'm looking for Luo Xian. Everyone looked towards Luo Xian enviously, singling him out. Is Secret Ops here to recruit me? He wondered. Suppressing his excitement, he answered, I am Luo Xian. How should I address you? Li Yalan. What can I help you with? Asked Luo Xian. Are you the one who invented that mechanical arm? Mechanical arm? Luo Xian immediately thought of the lightweight mechanical arm that had caused him to lose face. Could it have malfunction? Luo Xian celebrated inwardly. Was there some kind of problem? He asked with a straight face. Nothing like that. I just found it very useful. I want to make a personal order. Luo Xian froze in embarrassment as snickers broke out in the crowd. He had been ranting loudly about how worthless he thought the mechanical arm was to the whole department. I didn't invent it, he replied with a forced smile. Then say so earlier. What a waste of my time. Luo Xian's face darkened. Suddenly, Feng Jun, who had been passing by, came over and said, The inventor's identity is top secret. Please refrain from guessing or discussing it. Li Lin was startled. Top secret? As the crowd dispersed, all Luo Xian could think about was the threat that this mysterious mechanic posed to him. I will not let him have a good time if he joins the logistics department. Elsewhere in a secret facility. Boss, Base 45 has been destroyed. By whom? Star Dragon. How did they learn of our base? Not sure. The Germinal organization's bases were scattered all across the globe. However, only a few of them were situated within the territory of the Six Nations, and those key bases virtually hibernated all year round to prevent detection. How could they have discovered our base? Is there a spy amongst us? Only a handful of higher-ups in the organization knew the locations of their secret bases. It would be devastating if any of them turned traitor. The boss decided that he would have to conduct a purge. Of course, Han Xiao did come to his mind. However, he ruled him out as it didn't seem possible for Han Xiao to have access top-secret information as a lowly test subject. Still, The thought of Han Xiao caused his blood to boil. It had been a while since the bounty was issued, yet there was still no news of him. You sure can run fast, but I'll squash you sooner or later. Enjoy your remaining days while you can. The boss laughed coldly. Han Xiao has been missing for 3 days now. Where did he go? Lu Qian was anxiously pacing up and down. Did he lose his way? It's all my fault. I should have gotten him a mobile phone. You said he's a foreigner, right? He doesn't even know this place well. What should I do? Be optimistic. Maybe he just died, consoled old man Lu. Grandpa, why are you so biased against him? Old man Lu continued picking his nose leisurely. An idea crossed Lu Qian's mind. Grandpa, help me ask someone to look for him, she pleaded. You wish, snorted her grandpa. Huh, when you stole my books, did you remember that I am your grandpa? That's not important at all. I'm sorry. Forgive me? No way. You really won't help? I won't help. Suddenly, Lu Qian smiled shrewdly. Then I'll help you sell all the fine wine that you've been hiding underneath the floor in your bedroom. What are you talking about? Is your grandpa such a petty person? You just want to find him, right? I'll do it, I'll do it. Old man Lu instantly changed his tune. Thank you, Grandpa, replied Lu Qian with the widest smile. Old man Lu sighed. He proceeded to make a phone call to the tall, old man. Oi, old man, was Han Xiao taken away by you guys? You guessed. What did he do? He didn't do anything. We just want to work with him. If he didn't do anything, then let him go right now, or else my granddaughter is going to ruin my wine collection. I can't. It's against the rules. Cut the bullshit. You are the one who sets the rules. You still owe me one for the last time, remember? I don't care. Just release Han Xiao now. Tall old man rolled his eyes in exasperation. All right. I got it. Old man Lu unhappily put the phone down. Why do I have to help that bugger? He sighed, reminded of his own past. Han Xiao had been living in a luxurious one-man cell for the past 3 days. He didn't seem the least bit worried about his situation. Instead, he was more concerned with getting stronger. He was currently consulting the interface. Having accumulated a total of 90,000 experience recently, he decided to level basic combat, LV8, to LV9 before redeeming the skill level-up card. A glowing bronze card appeared in Han Xiao's hand. With a thought, it dissipated into countless light particles that entered his forehead. Han Xiao shuddered as a surge of energy welled up from within. When it stabilized, Han Xiao could feel that he had become stronger. Basic combat LV10 max. Plus 10% damage, unarmed. Plus 2 STR. Plus 1 Yendi. Many skills gave stat bonuses at certain levels. The level cap is just the beginning, Although Han Xiao's character level couldn't be increased any further for now, there were other ways to become stronger. Basic combat has been raised to max level. You have gained 1 potential point. Alright, I have 16 potential points now. Han Xiao also used some experience to raise basic shooting to LV8, leaving him with 20,000 experience that he intended to gamble on blueprints. While blueprints could be sold to other players for money and experience back in the game, NPC trading was monopolized by unions and guilds due to quotas. Of course, that was not a problem for Han Xiao now, since he literally had no competitors. He intended to develop a large clientele, starting with Division 13. Proceed with talent fusion. Basic weaponry plus basic assembly. Y/N. This combination will use 10,000 experience. Confirm. Congratulations. You have discovered Combat Switchblade. Proceed with talent fusion. Basic weaponry plus basic material composition. Y/N. This combination will use 10,000 experience. Confirm. Congratulations. You have discovered high explosive gunpowder. Han Zhao's eyes lit up. High-explosive gunpowder was one of the better discoveries possible. Not only were its applications manifold, it was not hard to craft it all with the required knowledge. It had been one of the most traded goods back in the game. The combat switchblade, on the other hand, was a disappointing discovery. As its name suggested, it was a combat knife with a foldable blade. It was clearly a weapon for beginners, and Han Xiao could have easily come up with something like this even without the blueprint. If only I had discovered some long-range weapon instead of this. At least I got something decent. Nevertheless, as it was something new to Aquamarine, it was not completely worthless. Just because all mechanics learnt the same knowledge did not mean that they would create the same things. Before Han Xiao had transmigrated, tons of discoveries and inventions were still being made on a regular basis. Granted, not all of them were practical, but they at least gave rise to possibilities. Han Xiao would have to make do and work with these two blueprints. During his time in the Germinal organization, he had managed to accumulate 60,000 experience. He would definitely be able to earn much more here in Star Dragon after joining Division 13. Suddenly, the interface lit up. Class A mission. Fall of the Germinal. Progress rate, 1.6%. Looks like Division 13 has made their move. Han Xiao was surprised by the number. Logically speaking, with how massive and powerful the Germinal organization was, even destroying one of their bases shouldn't have that much of an impact on them as a whole. In the game, the war between the Germinal organization and the Six Nations had mostly been a back and forth, with neither side being able to hold a clear advantage. There was, however, a point of time in which the Six Nations were able to corner the Germinal organization, and victory seemed all but assured. Yet, they were unable to end the war, as the Germinal organization had a trump card up its sleeve: Protocol Doomsday. Hence, completing the mission would be impossible unless Han Xiao could somehow shut the protocol down. The Doomsday Protocol was a last resort, and although it saved the organization from destruction, many Germinal members were disillusioned and swayed as a result. Most of the people who joined the Germinal organization are people who hold a grudge against the Six Nations and believe in the promise of a new government. However, none of them would truly want to see the world burn. If I could expose the truth. Han Xiao shook his head. It was way too early for him to be thinking of such things. A few moments later, Feng Jun finally returned. He brought Han Xiao back to the interrogation room, where the intelligence director came to talk with him again. The locations of the bases have been confirmed. We believe in your sincerity now. The higher-ups have decided to make you a member of Division 13. I did it. Inwardly, Han Xiao sighed in relief. Looks like getting on good terms with the tall oldie has paid off, he thought to himself. He knew that tall old man definitely had a hand in this. And the department has decided that you will join Covert Ops. You will be assigned to a squad. What? Han Zhao's expression spoke of his grievances. The dawn of the new era had seen the loss of countless lives, resulting in a lack of manpower and talent. While this resulted in the Six Nations having to loosen their recruitment criteria across the board, the Covert Ops department could never be compromised. This definitely has to be tall old man's doing, thought Han Xiao. Does he like me that much? Of course, being able to join Covert Ops was a good thing. Not only would Han Xiao be able to get to know stronger, more influential people, he would also be able to directly partake in key events that would occur in Star Dragon. The interface lit up. You have unlocked reputation with a new faction. Your reputation with Star Dragon Strategic Defense Division has increased by 300. Star Dragon Strategic Defense Division, Division 13 Neutral, 300/1000. Level 1 clearance. There were 8 levels of reputation: hated, hostile, opposed, unfriendly, neutral, friendly, honored, and revered. 300 reputation was neutral. Most factions required a friendly reputation to access contribution benefits. Feng Jun passed a black mobile phone to Han Xiao as he coughed, saying, "From today onwards, I will be your liaison. Never turn this off?" "Okay. It's not actually important, right?" remarked Han Xiao aloofly. "Why are you always so unpleasant to talk to?" It was a plain-looking phone with a plain-looking interface, and was only capable of making calls and sending messages. Han Xiao played with the phone in his hands as he asked, "It's secure, right?" "Rest assured. It's encrypted." "One more thing," interjected the intelligence director. "I hope that you can give us your machinery blueprints, including the ones for the lightweight mechanical arm and that rover you used." Although giving them the blueprints would earn him contribution points, it would also result in him needing to create more machineries to grow and level up. If he handed over the blueprints, Division 13 would definitely mass-produce them, and he would lose his monopoly over them. What Han Xiao wanted was a joint cooperation where others to provide him with materials, while he created them. Han Xiao shook his head in refusal. "All right, what if an agent makes a private order with me?" he asked. "We have no rules against that," answered the director, to Han Xiao's delight. "It's good that you have no rules against that, for all the agents in Division 13 are my potential clients." At the end of the day, what they truly valued was the intel that Han Xiao possessed. If he was unwilling to give them the blueprints, then so be it. Another benefit of joining Division 13 was the rich resources it had. It saved him the trouble of searching for materials. All he needed was to spend money to buy parts and raw materials, and good stuff that could not be found on the typical market. Feng Jun proceeded to pull a black bag over Han Xiao's head once more. The car stopped, and Han Xiao was pushed out with the black bag still over his head. When the car began to speed off, Han Xiao removed the black bag to find himself a few streets away from the workshop. When he looked up, he could see several glistening moons in the night sky. "TSK. Why all the secrecy?" he muttered to himself. Nevertheless, Han Xiao was feeling quite pleased for having accomplished his goal. He hummed merrily as he made his way back to the workshop. It was only when he reached the entrance that it dawned on him that going missing for 3 days would be hard to explain. Han Xiao stepped inside the workshop to see an anxious Lu Qian pacing back and forth. For some reason, she became enraged at the sight of him. "Why did you only come back now? Do you know how worried I've been? You're a foreigner. I thought something might have happened to you." Han Xiao put on his "did something happen?" expression and stared at her blankly. "What exactly were you doing? Taking a stroll? Can you at least try to come up with a better excuse?" "I thought it's quite a good excuse. A gunfight at the junkyard was reported on the news yesterday. I thought you got caught in it or something, and..." Lu Qian began nagging. Being nagged, it did not irritate Han Xiao at all. On the contrary, it gave him a warm and fuzzy feeling. However, Old Man Lu appeared to ruin the moment. "You came back alive? How disappointing. I'll get you a mobile phone over the next few days. The cost will be deducted from your salary," said Lu Qian. "There's no need. I already have one," replied Han Xiao as he whipped the black mobile phone out. Although they had told him not to share the number with anyone else, screw Division 13. When he saw the black phone, Old Man Lu gave a start. He pulled Han Xiao away to a corner. "This is a Division 13 phone. You joined Division 13, so you know what this is? Oomph. Since you've joined Division 13, get the hell out of my workshop. You can leave if you want to." "I'm not leaving. How dare you talk to me like that? Why would you even want to dash?" Old Man Lu suddenly paused. "Are you trying to woo my granddaughter?" He glowered. "No," Han Xiao hastily answered. Suddenly, however, Old Man Lu's expression grew strange. "Hey, little Han, now that I think about it, my granddaughter is not that young anymore." "What do you think about her?" Han Xiao immediately stiffened up. "Old Lu, as the saying goes, a stolen melon is not sweet. But at least you would have a melon. Besides, we need a boy to carry on the family name. Don't drag me into your family tree. Strike while the iron is hot. There is only so much I can help you with," he added while patting Han Xiao on the shoulder before heading upstairs, leaving Han Xiao utterly bewildered. Old people who want descendants are scary. Han Xiao turned around, and to his horror, Lu Qian had been standing behind him the entire time. She stared at Han Xiao with big, bright eyes that seemed to be on the verge of tears. "This is a misunderstanding. Jerk." Lu Qian covered her blushing face and ran upstairs. "It's not like that." For Luo Xian, the next few days were restless ones. He was afraid that Han Xiao would join the logistics department and steal the limelight from him. When it finally got to his head, he went to find a director to ask about Han Xiao. His information is classified, the big-bellied logistics director, who always wore a smile on his face, said when he asked. All I can tell you is that he's joined Division 13. Luo Xian's heart sank when he heard the news. Will he join logistics or research? The director shook his head. Neither. He's joined covert ops. He'll start in a few days. The news stunned Luo Xian. How could some unknown guy who popped out of nowhere be directly recruited into secret ops? I've worked my ass for so many years, yet I'm still in research? This is unfair. 1 week after the junkyard incident, the underworld bosses of the 6 other districts gathered together to discuss an important issue, the disappearance of Raccoon. Through piecing together bits of the puzzle, they were able to uncover that Division 13 had a hand in it, and this shocked all of them. What exactly did Raccoon do to incur the wrath of the mighty lion? Raccoon must have offended Division 13 somehow. He is probably dead already, declared the boss of District 2, who had initiated the meeting. All of the bosses present had grave expressions. Although they usually acted high and mighty in front of their subordinates, they all knew that Division 13 could easily wipe any one of them out. They were really just small-time hoodlums. After all, the Western capital was the seat of the government, and they were just sewer rats hiding around. In fact, they could not even be compared to the intelligence and firearms brokers in the slums. At least those people had powerful backers. Who wants to take over District 7? Asked the District 2 boss. Everyone remained silent. No one. Although the bosses usually fought amongst one another for territory, none of them dared to take over District 7 without understanding why Division 13 had taken action. Fine, then we will leave it open to new blood. Now that Raccoon was removed from the picture, there would definitely be ambitious people in his gang rising up to seize power. Of course, it was not that they were willing to let a new rival emerge. Instead, as the situation in District 7 was still unclear, they were just waiting to see what would happen. It would not be too late to get rid of the new boss as soon as everything stabilized. Han Zhao's life in the workshop returned to normal. After a few days, he asked for an advance of his first month's pay to order some materials from Division 13. At present, he was examining a dark red bullet lying on his palm. It was carved with flame patterns. High explosive bullet. Causes an explosion in a 3-meter radius upon hitting the target. Although it was a very simple description, it was actually extremely powerful. High explosive bullets incorporated extremely flammable incendiary gels and gases that could ignite far easier than traditional armor-piercing ammunition. They would explode immediately upon coming into contact with air, and the bullet itself would also be consumed in the explosion, leaving nothing behind. The method to craft the incendiary agents was described in detail in the blueprint, and although Han Xiao was not able to understand it well, as he had not learned basic chemistry, yet he was still able to craft it by following the instructions. From handgun bullets to sniper bullets, over the next few days, Han Xiao crafted dozens of high-explosive bullets. He also used some good quality metal to craft a 2.5 kilograms, 65 centimeters combat switchblade with 13 to 19 damage. It was 12 centimeters long when folded and was entirely black in color with a triangular tipped edge, and while it was not really ideal for combat, it did have some practical uses. Han Xiao used the experience he gained from crafting the high explosives and the switchblade to raise Machinery Affinity Novice to LV4. Machinery Affinity Novice had a level cap of 5, which would take Han Xiao 15,000 experience. His basic shooting was now LV8, and that would take another 45,000 experience to level up. In all, Han Xiao just needed 60,000 more experience to gain 2 more potential points. Each of the 6 nations possessed different types of advanced knowledge that they used to entice powerful people to work for them. On planet Aquamarine, there was only advanced knowledge for 3 of the 5 main classes: Pugilist, Mechanic, and Esper. While no beginner planet possessed advanced knowledge of all 5 main classes, newcomers were always sent to planets based on their inputted preferences. While Division 13 possessed advanced mechanic knowledge, it was only accessible to revered allies. There was still a long way to go before Han Xiao became revered with Division 13. Ever since the night that Han Xiao returned to the workshop, Lu Qian had not once looked at him directly in the eye, and would blush and run away from him after just a few sentences, making Han Xiao feel extremely irked. It did not help that old man Lu would pop up from time to give him knowing looks. As for Lu Qian herself, she actually had mixed feelings about Han Xiao. Of course, she did not hate Han Xiao. However, it was not like she liked him either. Instead, she was more worried that Han Xiao would pack up and leave if she rejected him. After all, where else would she be able to find such a good, cheap employee? Suddenly, Han Xiao's mobile phone lit up. The message read, "The paperwork has been completed. Report today. Feng Jun." Finally, Star Dragon Tower was a top-secret government facility where the headquarters of Division 13 was located at. The inside of the tower was like a maze. Han Xiao followed Feng Jun through passageways and tunnels for half an hour before finally reaching the HQ. This time, he wasn't blindfolded. "This place is so damn hard to access," complained Han Xiao. "That's why it's safe," replied Feng Jun as he swiped a security pass over the sensor to unlock the giant automatic gate. Han Xiao stepped through the gate into an extremely spacious hall bustling with people. To his surprise, despite being underground, Division 13 HQ was both well-lit and well-ventilated. Feng Jun handed Han Xiao his security pass and a mouth mask. "It's better not to reveal your face to too many people. Wear this." Han Xiao was about to put it on when he noticed that there was a picture of a naked bodybuilder printed on it. He frowned and turned to see Feng Jun stifling his laughter. "Why are you looking at me? Put it on quickly." "Humph." Han Xiao suddenly yanked Feng Jun's arm to rip out a piece of fabric from his sleeve. "This thing suits you better," he casually said as he tied it over his face and threw the custom mask back at him. Feng Jun almost broke out into tears. "This is my newly issued uniform." Suddenly, Han Xiao felt someone watching him. He looked around to find an unfamiliar young man wearing a white coat glaring at him hatefully. "What's he so angry about?" asked Han Xiao, bewildered. Feng Jun laughed bitterly. "You just ignore him." Luo Xian had never seen Han Xiao's face before, but he knew for certain that the person beside Feng Jun was him. The covert ops department had a single floor all to themselves. It was noticeably less crowded than the other departments. Feng Jun brought Han Xiao to a meeting room before leaving. Han Xiao stepped through the door to see that there were already 3 people seated inside. They were none other than Li Yalan, Lambert, and Li Yao. "You're the logistics guy that the Director General gave special permission to join our team?" Li Yalan rose up to circle around Han Xiao as she examined him. Han Xiao raised an eyebrow. "Special permission? Logistics guy?" Suddenly, he noticed that the woman who had spoken to him was not only slender and perky, but extremely pretty. In Han Xiao's books, she was easily up there with Hela. She was wearing a yellow sports-style jacket on top of black tights. "I am Han Xiao, a mechanic." Li Yao abruptly stood up, knocking his chair down in the process. "And nice to meet you. I am Li Yao, the team's hacker," he introduced, stretching out a hand. "I am the sniper, Lambert," introduced Lambert plainly without getting up. Han Xiao shook Li Yao's hand and casually acknowledged Lambert with a nod. He was obviously the silent type. "Hey, why are you wearing a mask?" asked Li Yalan with big, bright, curious eyes as she reached out to pull Han Xiao's mask off. Han Xiao dodged. "Why are you hiding your face? Don't you trust us?" Li Yalan questioned unhappily. "My identity is top secret," Han Xiao replied. Although being assigned to this team would have to mean that these people were trustworthy, Han Xiao still felt that not revealing his face would save him some trouble. He could imagine the questions they would have for him after learning of his face. "Aren't you the wanted fugitives? Why would Division 13 want you? What did you do to the Germinal organization?" Answering all those questions would be a real headache. Besides, Han Xiao did not plan to stay in Division 13 for too long. "Your identity is top secret?" "Hold on." Li Yalan seemed to recall something, and she jumped in front of Han Xiao, asking, "Were you the one who made the lightweight mechanical arm?" Han Xiao gave a start. "How do you know?" "Ah, so it's you." Li Yalan jumped about excitedly before slinging an arm over Han Xiao's shoulder. "Make another one for me." Han Xiao's mouth twitched. It won't be free. Li Yalan laughed loudly before asking softly, "Can I have a discount?" "No. You miser. I still don't know your name." This overly friendly pretty lady was giving him quite a headache. Li Yalan, in charge of close combat, she reluctantly answered, "So the four of us are a team?" "No, there's still our leader." "Where is he?" "He's not here. He's recovering from an injury." Even the leader gets injured. "Covert ops must be some dangerous work," remarked Han Xiao. The trio exchanged awkward glances. "The leader is sick from food poisoning," explained Li Yao. Han Xiao was speechless. Li Yao coughed dryly. The Covert Ops Department takes on special high-difficulty missions. Each team contains 4 to 7 people, and other than completing the missions assigned to us each month, we are basically free to do whatever we want in our free time, he began to explain. Covert Ops personnel are the cream of the crop. Some of us, like Uncle Lambert, are recruited from other organizations. He was recruited in from a Special Forces squad. Your designation is field support. You will be in charge of equipment, scheduling, and, during operations, gathering and organizing intel. You'll be our eyes and ears from now on. That's nice and all, thought Han Xiao, but I want to hunt monsters. Nevertheless, he could understand why Division 13 arranged things like this. They would rather not put a valuable asset like him in the face of danger. Well, at the end of the day, Han Xiao not only gained their protection, but also a platform to make some money, so he was satisfied. Mechanics were really too weak early on compared to pugilists or espers, so crafting was much more efficient for them to earn experience. "Does our team have a name?" asked Han Xiao. "Team name? What use would that have?" replied a still displeased Li Yalan. "That's true," muttered Han Xiao. Suddenly, Li Yao interrupted. "We were just issued a mission to take in Black Spider. Apparently, he's still hiding here in the Western capital." Han Xiao raised an eyebrow. The timing of the mission was too sudden. It was probably deliberately assigned by the higher-ups. Black Spider. Li Yalan wondered aloud. "I know him. He's infamous for being a solo bounty hunter. The last time those field agents tried to bring him in, he blew up 2 whole streets. Why would he still hide here in the capital? When will we depart?" Lambert asked. "There's no rush. Since they've already confirmed his location, let's just act at night. Since this is your first mission, just familiarize yourself with the logistics preparation." Although it was their first meeting, the trio did not inquire too much about Han Zhao's identity. To be assigned to Covert Ops already meant that the higher-ups trusted him, and that was enough. You have triggered the classy mission, Black Spider. Accept/decline. Accept. Mission hint. Black Spider is a notorious murderer and bounty hunter. This is your first mission with the Covert Ops Department. Your responsibility is to help the team succeed. Mission requirement: defeat Black Spider. Reward: 5,000 experience. Bonus reward: 40,000 experience or mind stabilizer. Black Spider? Isn't that a mini-boss? Thought Han Xiao to himself. Black Spider was an Esper who was regarded as one of the hardest bosses to kill in version 1.0. Normally, a mini-boss quest at Han Zhao's current level would be at least Class D and reward way more experience. However, in Galaxy, quest rewards were automatically adjusted according to character level and roles. Generally, in a party quest, players who contributed the most damage or healing would earn the most experience. It was a system that prevented experience leeching. I guess it's still better than nothing, Han Xiao consoled himself. From what Han Xiao knew about Black Spider, this mission would be a piece of cake for his team. However, the bonus reward was a different question. Han Xiao knew for sure that the condition for the bonus reward would be to take Black Spider in alive, but it could prove difficult to accomplish as Black Spider was in fact a superhuman, and his abilities made him much harder to catch than to defeat. As of now, only Han Xiao knew about the fact that he was a superhuman. In the game, it would only be revealed later on after launch. On the other hand, since Han Xiao had a complete understanding of the extent of Black Spider's abilities, it was still possible to catch him. "How much will you charge me?" asked Li Yalan all of a sudden. She was clearly still hung up on the lightweight mecha arm. One lightweight mecha arm will cost 20,000. 10,000 up front, plus materials, and I'll make you one in 2 days. Li Yalan pouted. Although it was almost a month of her wage, she was still bent on having it. Do you have anything else for now? Han Xiao pondered for a moment before whipping out what seemed to be a 10-centimeter black knife handle without a blade. What's this for? Asked Li Yalan uncertainly. Han Xiao chuckled and pressed a small switch on the handle. Instantly, a blade shot out from within it, transforming the stick into a 70-centimeter sharp knife. This is a retractable knife. For Li Yalan, it was love at first sight. The reason she favored her baton was due to its portability, and the retractable knife took it one step further. It was as concealable, yet stronger. Just as she was about to grab it out of Han Xiao's hands, Han Xiao dodged. 1,000 for one, he stated with a straight face. In truth, it had only costed him 300 to make. You stingy miser. Money face. Li Yalan scolded as she forked out the money. As she started to play around with the knife, Lambert suddenly spoke. I want 10 but shorter. Around 30 centimeters. Han Xiao was overjoyed. No problem. I want them ready for tonight. As long as I have the materials. I want one too. Lin Yao exclaimed, to Han Zhao's surprise. For some reason, this beginner weapon was turning out to be quite the hot item. What Han Xiao did not know was that innovation was stifled in Division 13, and it probably had something to do with the research department. Furthermore, the type of complex missions that Secret Ops typically performed restricted their choice of equipment. Most agents' preferred weapon of choice for close combat was the dagger, so Han Zhao's switchblade was quite a game changer. Imagine if, during a mission, your enemy whipped out his 10 centimeters dagger, and you whipped out your meter-long blade. Longer is always more impressive. After acquiring the materials from Lambert and Li Yao, Han Xiao headed over to the private workshop at the logistics department to get the knives crafted. In one afternoon, Han Xiao earned 11,000 aquamarine dollars and even earned quite a bit of experience in the process. 8,000 in total. Not bad at all. Looks like Division 13 will be the gold mine that I expected it to be. After getting suited up, the trio departed for the city to hunt Black Spider. Han Xiao, though, stayed behind in the HQ to provide support, intel, and instructions. Li Yalan, Lambert, and Li Yao all had cameras and mics attached to them, and their feeds were directly wired to Han Xiao. He could clearly see whatever they were seeing, and in some sense, his job was to act as a director of sorts. Of course, as Han Xiao was new to the squad, he did not expect them to fully trust his judgment. Furthermore, it was an easy mission that all of them knew the higher-ups meant as a trial. While they did not object to Han Xiao playing captain, whether they would listen to him was another matter. They would still follow their own judgment no matter what, and Han Xiao fully knew this. Nonetheless, Han Xiao was not only quite experienced as a captain, having led 50-men raids back in Galaxy. He was basically omniscient, and this alone made him the best person for the job. Night had fallen. 3 people arrived at the dirty, wet streets of District 8. As it was night, the streets were empty, and the streetlights flickered ominously. District 8 was vastly different from the other districts. The buildings here were shabby, and some did not even have proper roofs. Instead, metal sheets and cloth could be seen covering the houses. Laundry was hanging up all over the place, and the streets were uncleaned and full of litter. This was a place that could hardly be called safe. Drug dealers and the like all thrived in this district, and it was to no one's surprise that Black Spider would hide here. The trio were fully equipped. Even Li Yao, although he was a hacker and also a coward, he was still able to wield a gun. That apartment building ahead is Black Spider's hiding spot. He should be on the 3rd floor. We need to approach silently, said Li Yalan to Lambert and Li Yin. There's no point in acting stealthy, interrupted Han Xiao through the intercom. Black Spider has already discovered you all. How do you know? Li Yalan frowned. Suddenly, gunfire pierced the silence of the night as a storm of bullets rained upon the trio. They immediately jumped into the nearest alley to seek cover. The trio exchanged serious looks as they leaned against the wall. Since when did he notice us? While a simple ambush like that would never have been enough to do them in, they would not have been able to react so fast without Han Zhao's warning. Li Yalan put her game face on and clamped her earpiece tighter. There was a man standing on top of the tall building from where the shots had come from, smiling frenziedly upon the trio's location with an assault rifle in his hands. On the left side of his face was a tattoo of a black spider. With a wave of his hand, 10 masked men armed with guns suddenly jumped out of their hiding spots in the nearby streets and alleys to converge on the alley that the trio was in. Our intel was wrong. Wasn't he alone? Lin Yao's eyes were wide with disbelief. Li Yalin's heart sunk. Black Spider began to laugh coldly. Did you think that I would continue staying here if I was not prepared? You guys got me good the other time, but now that you have all kindly offered yourselves up, I shall have my revenge. Black Spider was widely known to be an independent bounty hunter, and his modus operandi was to set up traps before the battle even broke out. The trio were akin to prey stepping into a spider's web. Li Yalin suddenly turned to face the wall, and, as her leg began to glow yellow, smashed it down with a powerful kick to obstruct the enemy's vision. Low-level pugilists relied mainly on their abnormally huge power. Li Yalin was a LV-25 E-class superhuman with over 300 ONA. Black Spider and his agents suppressed the trio with overwhelming gunfire as they converged onto the alleyway. Li Yalin and Lambert dragged Lin Yao with them as they made use of their surroundings to evade the gunfire. While they were able to dodge all the bullets, they soon found themselves cornered in a dead end. Black Spider and his men had sealed off the alley. Black Spider closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "My insects, you must be trembling with fear now," he said frenziedly. "Do you think you've won?" replied Li Yalin tauntingly as she shot a glance at Lambert. Black Spider turned around to face his men as he opened up his arms. "I just need to say, give the order, and you will become minced meat in an instant. I do think I've won, don't you? Then what are you waiting for?" glowered Li Yalin. Black Spider waved a finger. "Killing you all will do me no good. I'll ransom you for a tidy sum," he proudly declared, knowing full well that Division 13 could hear him through the trio's intercom. "But only one of you is enough," he suddenly broke out in maniacal laughter. Just as he was about to give the order to fire, Li Yalin jumped onto the wall, and, as her legs began to glow yellow, she sprung forward, soaring in the air like a graceful swallow to close in on Black Spider and his men. "Kill her!" Black Spider frantically ordered. His men began to fire at Li Yalin, and while a few bullets managed to find their mark despite her being fast to the point of becoming a blur, they simply flattened into metal pancakes upon hitting her clothes. Not only was the fabric of Li Yalin's bodysuit weaved with bulletproof ceramic fiber, her own body itself was tough enough to deflect bullets. From the start, the trio had only been fleeing to bait in Black Spider and all of his men. As Li Yalin distracted them, Lambert whipped out 2 knives with each hand and threw them out, killing 4 men instantly. Li Yalin drew the sheathed, retractable knife from her waist and slashed at the nearest agent. The agent threw his head back slightly, thinking that it would be enough to dodge, but suddenly, a 10 centimeters blade extended out to rip his throat open. "Excellent weapon," remarked Li Yalin with shining eyes. What happens when a gunman comes into the range of a pugilist goes without saying. 30 seconds later, there was blood splattered everywhere, and only Black Spider, with both hands chopped off, remained. Li Yalin exhaled as she sheathed the retractable knife. She clearly looked pleased with it. "Well done," praised Xiao. He had chosen to remain silent during the fight, so as not to bother them. Thank you," Li Yao stammered. "Not you." Li Yao lowered his head in depression. He had truly not contributed anything at all during the fight. The heavily wounded Black Spider began to laugh hoarsely as he glared at Li Yalin without a single trace of fear in his eyes. "Little brat, you guys can't kill me," he taunted. Suddenly, Lambert whipped out his gun to shoot Black Spider in the head. Blood splattered across the floor as Black Spider's body collapsed to the ground. Li Yalin and Li Yao turned to look at him, speechlessly. "Can't know until you try," he stated plainly. Whatever. They didn't tell us to take him in alive anyway," said Li Yalin as she lazily stretched her back. "I want to go back to take a shower. All of this blood is so smelly." Suddenly, however, Xiao spoke. "Don't let your guard down. He's not dead yet." Li Yalin almost stumbled backwards in her stretch. "How can he be alive? She fumed as she pointed at what remained of Black Spider's head. He is a superhuman with some tricky abilities. Unmask the corpse next to him. You will understand, replied Han Xiao calmly. But there isn't any piece of news on the dark web that says Black Spider is a superhuman, hesitated Li Yao. You might be mistaken. Not might, he is definitely mistaken, added a disgruntled Li Yaoan. Hey, newbie, I know you want to earn some credit, but don't make these kind of things up. Han Xiao was speechless. Just give it a try. Lambert cut Li Yaoan off as he bent down to unmask the agent. To their alarm, the man did not have a face, or rather, he did not have any facial features. What is this? Li Yao was horror-struck. They proceeded to unmask the remaining 9 men, and they were all faceless. Suddenly, a change occurred in the first man that Han Xiao had asked them to unmask. As the mark of a black spider slowly appeared on his face, facial features also began to form, and it soon became clear that it looked exactly like Black Spider's face. Next, the wounds on this person actually began to heal up, and after a while, this corpse's eyelids began to move. Blow his brains up, Han Xiao instructed firmly. Lambert fired without hesitation. They proceeded to listen to Han Xiao and repeat the same procedure one by one on whichever faceless man the same signs next appeared on. Li Yaoan and Li Yao were thoroughly shocked by what was happening, but they suppressed their doubts and carried out Han Xiao's instructions. Although they had no idea how Han Xiao knew of Black Spider's secret, he, without a doubt, knew his stuff. When there was only one faceless man left, Han Xiao stopped them. Don't kill him. Just cripple him. When the mark of the Black Spider and Black Spider's face formed completely on the faceless man, he opened his eyes in horror and shouted, "How do you all know my superpowers?" The name of his ability was Parasitic Copy. It allowed him to create a faceless copy out of himself after a certain period of time. The copy did not possess intelligence and could only operate and follow simple instructions within a fixed radius of himself. Each copy that Black Spider had was like an extra life, and he could reincarnate indefinitely as long as a copy still existed. In this manner, he was virtually immortal. While this ability did not have any direct offensive use, what it did was alter Black Spider's very life form and free him from the restraints of flesh and blood, turning him into a force of consciousness that could reside in any of his copies. As long as a copy existed, he was invincible. It was his greatest secret, and one that he would never divulge to anyone. How could anyone have figured it out? Han Xiao laughed at the sight of Black Spider's dumbfounded and horrified face on the feed. If it had been some other mini-boss, he might not have been able to recall their abilities, but Black Spider had been a headache for countless players in the game, so he left a lasting impression. At present, Black Spider had actually not even mastered his power, making it the perfect time to deal with him. Nonetheless, it was a superpower with extremely high potential. Who knows what someone who had mastered it would be capable of? Not even Han Xiao knew, as Black Spider had died early in the game as well. Not this early, though, of course. How did he die? Black Spider's power might have been tricky to deal with, but there were still ways to deal with it. Since he had transcended flesh to become purely soul, one could simply damage his soul directly to cripple his wings. Still, superhumans with soul-damaging abilities were far and few in Galaxy, so most players remained incapable of killing him easily. This was why he was considered one of the hardest bosses to kill in version 1.0. And of course, Black Spider considered himself so as well, until he met Gila. Out of all the classes, Espers were the ones who possessed all sorts of extraordinary abilities. Unlike the other 4 superhuman classes, Espers only needed to consume gene awakening drugs instead of learning knowledge in order to unlock their abilities. Each character in Galaxy was given one chance to take the gene awakening drug, and if it failed, that character would never be able to switch classes to become an Esper again. The success rate would depend on the type of gene awakening drug used, and as you might have guessed, this was indeed a pay-to-win feature. Even the lowest grade gene awakening drugs went for as high as $398, and the ultra-perfect deluxe gene awakening elixir, the awakening drug with the highest success rate, was worth well over $5,000 despite it only having an 18% success rate without guarantees. It was truly a money spinner for the games company. Previously, Han Xiao had also tried his hand at switching to an Esper. Unfortunately, the only result that he arrived at was that Esper players were all filthy rich. Black Spider quickly calmed down and threatened, "I have unlimited copies. Even if you destroy this body, you won't be able to kill me. Mark my words, I will definitely hunt you down for the rest of your lives." Lambert was about to raise his gun when Han Xiao hurriedly stopped him. "Follow my instructions." As Li Yalan listened to Han Xiao, she suddenly began to act high and all-knowing as she replied to Black Spider, "Unlimited copies? Stop trying to scare people. You can at most have 50 bodies. Apart from the 10 here, the rest are scattered across the globe." Black Spider's eyes grew wide with disbelief. Figuring out the nature of his powers was one thing, but to actually know such secret information? How was that possible? Black Spider's mind was racing. Someone knows everything about my powers. Who? Who could it be? Could it be an Esper who can read minds? Li Yalan continued, "As long as we don't kill this copy of you, we can lock you up for as long as we want." Black Spider's face changed, and he immediately attempted to bite his own tongue off to avoid his impending fate. Unfortunately, Lambert was a step faster, and he managed to restrain him. Unable to even end his own life, Black Spider could only glare hatefully at Li Yalan. At this point in time, the trio had the same questions in their mind. Who exactly is Han Xiao? Why does Division 13 treat his identity with such secrecy? How does he possess such secretive information? A cleanup crew soon arrived to put a straitjacket over Black Spider and take him back. At the same time, Han Xiao, who was relaxing in the faraway base, received a mission completion notification. You have completed the E-Class mission, Black Spider, earning 5,000 experience. You have fulfilled the secret condition. Take Black Spider in alive, earning 40,000 experience or a soul stabilizer. The soul stabilizer had the effect of raising spiritual resistance, granting the user immunity to mental and spiritual attacks. It was a piece of equipment that was particularly useful against magic users. As there were no mages or psychics on Aquamarine, the soul stabilizer was not really of much use to Han Xiao for now, so he naturally selected the more practical reward of 40,000 experience. What about Gila, you ask? That would still be thinking too far ahead. Not bad at all. Han Xiao smiled to himself. The trio finally arrived back at the Secret Ops HQ. Li Yalan rushed into the room and asked Han Xiao with wide, curious eyes, "How did you know that Black Spider was a superhuman?" Han Xiao laughed enigmatically. "I'll tell you for $1 million, he offered, frustrating Li Yalan. "Whatever. All right. What are we going to do about him?" Li Yao shook his head. "I heard that the higher-ups want to send him to Death's Door Island and lock him up forever." Death's Door Island was a maximum security prison that the Six Nations established together. It was located in the middle of an ocean, making it impossible to escape from. Only those that the Six Nations deemed the most dangerous were sent there. Evil individuals, warlords of the Wanderer's army, and other important figureheads. Death's Door Island was so named as a sentence to the island was essentially a death sentence, except that it was worse. Death would actually be an escape. Han Xiao was pleased with the arrangement, as there was truly no other way to keep him from coming after them for revenge. At the end of the day, the team's first operation together was a perfect success, and after tidying up, everyone made their own way home. Han Xiao, too, was about to leave when, suddenly, Feng Jun came up to him with a worried look. "Internal Affairs wants to ask you a few questions." "Haven't I proved my trustworthiness?" asked Han Xiao. The Internal Affairs Department appealed for a second interrogation. As it is within reason for them to do so, the higher-ups did not object. "As you know, your previous identity is a sensitive topic. The higher-ups are split in two on the matter of yourself," he added softly. "While departments like intelligence and logistics think a friendly relationship is more beneficial, the hardliners led by Internal Affairs think otherwise." Han Xiao sighed. "Where there is people, there will be conflict." At Internal Affairs, Han Xiao had his height and weight taken again before being brought to an interrogation room, where a sole investigator awaited him. Name? Han Xiao. Gender? Female. The veins on the investigator's temple bulged. Age? 30 no, I mean 31. Bang! The investigator slammed the table. Stop playing a fool. Why ask all these pointless things? Can we just go straight to the point? Continue. Family relationships. The investigator continued through gritted teeth. I'm an orphan. No relatives. Where were you born? Mt. Bujo. Nonsense. We didn't find any record of your birth. Go ask your superior. Han Xiao replied plainly. Obviously, the higher-ups would not divulge Han Xiao's information to a normal member of staff. This interrogation was simply the Internal Affairs Department's idea of giving him a warning. The investigator was being given instructions through his earpiece, and he suppressed his anger to proceed with the psychological assessment. The investigator gave Han Xiao a number of hypothetical scenarios for him to say what he would do in each of them. Han Xiao, however, was not cooperative and gave random answers. Finally, the interrogation ended. As the investigator sealed the compiled information in an envelope, he coldly told Han Xiao, "The Internal Affairs Department is always watching you. Pray we don't find anything on you." "So you mean you currently have nothing and can't take any action against me?" taunted Han Xiao before leaving the room in high spirits. The investigator's face instantly darkened, and his hands shook with fury as he clutched the envelope. On his way back to the workshop, Han Xiao thought about how to go about starting his business in Division 13. The first thing he would need to do was to get his name out there. Pulling out his phone, he made a call to Li Yalan to ask for her help. After some negotiation, she agreed to help him out on the condition of a lifetime 20% discount. However, there was still a problem. The workshop was not well equipped for Han Xiao's plans, so he would not be able to carry out mass production. After thinking things through, he decided that he had no choice but to speak to Lu Qian directly. "Sister Qian, I have something to say." Lu Qian shivered. It was unavoidable all along, she thought to herself, but now I am mentally prepared. "There's something I want to tell you," continued Han Xiao. "Actually, I dashed." Suddenly, Lu Qian turned to face him and bowed resolutely. "Sorry, but I have to reject you. Please don't get me wrong. You are a good person." The atmosphere instantly stiffened. Han Xiao's eyelids twitched. Although he actually did not even have any intention of wooing her, being rejected in such a manner still left a bad taste in his mouth. "You misunderstand. I just want to refit the workshop and install an independent workroom for my own use. My friend has lent me the money. What do you think? It's like a small upgrade." Lu Qian gave a start and started to blush. She felt like she was about to die from embarrassment. "Okay, fine. I agree," she replied before running upstairs. "Ah, that was so embarrassing." Han Xiao rolled his eyes. He suspected that she probably did not even hear him clearly. Han Xiao drew up a proposal for his upgrades and passed it to Feng Jun to get it approved by the higher-ups. As Division 13 valued Han Xiao highly, and it was a perfectly reasonable request, it was immediately passed, and construction workers soon arrived at the workshop. 2 days later, there was now a new mini-workshop right next to the main building. As Division 13 had fully paid for it, it would be more accurate to say that Han Xiao was borrowing it, and under his request, they had also built an underground space for his convenience. Over the next few days, Han Xiao received many orders for the retractable knife. Although all of his clients were Division 13 agents, Han Xiao preferred not to meet with any of them directly just in case. He instead relied on Li Yalan to act as a middleman. The materials were sent directly to Han Xiao's workshop, and he crafted dozens of retractable knives over the next few days, earning him quite a lot of experience, some of which he used to raise mechanic affinity to the highest level, thereby gaining another potential point. Back in Division 13, word that Li Yalan's team had acquired a mechanic named Han Xiao, and that he was open to private orders, spread like wildfire. As a result, the amount of orders he received skyrocketed, and Han Xiao found himself barely able to meet the demand. Nonetheless, thanks to this, he was able to earn tons of experience each day. Unlike in his previous life, there were no competitors, so Han Xiao had the entire market to himself. Han Xiao only intended to take orders for both the retractable knife and high-explosive gunpowder, but he made an exception to craft a lightweight mecha arm for Li Yalan. While the retractable knife was indeed selling like hot pancakes, Han Xiao knew that its popularity would soon fizzle out. After all, most people were only buying it for its novelty. Moreover, as its design wasn't really that complex at all, it wouldn't be strange for imitations and similar products to appear in the near future. As such, Han Xiao had planned all along to only use it to earn a quick buck. Comparatively, the high-explosive gunpowder had more promising potential. Not only was it inexpensive, it was extremely useful, and being a consumable, clients would keep on returning for more. Furthermore, unlike the retractable knife, high-explosive gunpowder would not be easily replicated. As soon as the bullet cap was opened, the gunpowder would react with air to combust and leave no trace. It was essentially impossible to craft without the blueprints and manufacturing process for the planet's current technology. Han Xiao used the money he earned from the retractable knife each day to purchase large quantities of materials for making high-explosive gunpowder. He only planned to push it out into the market after accumulating a stockpile. One day, when Old Lu and Tall Old Man were having one of their chess sessions, Han Xiao saw Tall Old Man and came up to him. "Is the prosthetic good to use?" he asked, smiling. "Not bad." Tall Old Man laughed and rolled up his sleeve. The prosthetic arm had been fitted with a layer of artificial skin, making it seem extremely realistic. "As long as you like it. If it needs maintenance, feel free to come to me." Tall Old Man nodded and asked, "I heard from Old Lu that you joined Division 13? "Yes, I did." "What a promising young lad. Do your best for the country," he applauded. Han Xiao smirked inwardly. Tall Old Man did not know that he knew who he was. Working for Division 13 was not a huge secret to keep. After all, the division had a front cover. Ordinary people had heard of a Division 13, but they simply knew it as a company. As they conversed, Han Xiao wondered when Tall Old Man would come clean with him, and if he should act surprised when he did. Suddenly, Feng Jun entered the workshop in a hurry and said to Han Xiao with a grave expression, "Let's go outside for a talk." As Han Xiao's caretaker, Feng Jun always kept a small team around the compound to monitor the workshop, mainly to keep an eye out for any Germinal organization operatives. As they stepped outside, Tall Old Man wondered what had happened. "The research department has their eyes on you." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" "The research department is tasked with inventing new weapons and equipment. They have the power to perform risk assessment on any equipment we use. Using the claim that your retractable knife is dangerous to use, they are demanding that you cough up the blueprints. As they have the right to do so, the other departments are unable to interfere. So they want my blueprints." "Risk assessment? What a joke." Han Xiao snorted coldly. If he handed them the blueprints for the retractable knife, they would immediately begin mass production of it. Feng Jun proceeded to enlighten Han Xiao on the internal strife in Division 13. The research department and internal affairs were both on the side of the hardliners, and essentially hostile towards him. As the research department had not produced many results over the past few years, their budget was continuously slashed every year. In Division 13, their standing was even lower than that of the logistics department, which was why they were now targeting Han Xiao's blueprints. They were truly desperate. "And what if I refuse?" "You will be blacklisted by them, and it will reflect on your record. The good thing is that you are not an ordinary agent, and the division values your intel highly, so it should not cause you many problems. After all, the research department can't really force you due to your position." "Then that's fine. I won't give them the blueprints," said Han Xiao as he shook his head. Feng Jun laughed bitterly. He had come knowing that Han Xiao would most likely refuse. Although the retractable knife would end up being oversaturated in the market, it was still earning him a lot for the time being. Naturally, Han Xiao would not give it up. Tall Old Man made a phone call to someone in Division 13. When he learnt of what had transpired, his face darkened. A bunch of greedy imbeciles. All they do is stir up nonsense. That Han Xiao was able to achieve an amicable relationship with Division 13 was something that Tall Old Man had played a huge role in. Now, however, there were people within the division itself who were clumsily undermining his efforts. What if Han Xiao became averse to the division and decided to pack up and leave? Then, all of his thoughts and efforts would have been in vain. The gall of them! Unbelievable! Li Yalan was enraged to hear of the research department's plot. mainly because she was worried about her 20% discount. "This is the higher-ups game," said Xiao. "We can't do anything about it." "Might as well get rid of that research department head," suggested Lambert plainly as he polished his daggers. Xiao gave a start. "Uncle, don't say that kind of thing." "Well, that seems like one way to solve things," mumbled Xiao in deep thought, sending Xiao to the verge of tears. "Even if you guys don't want to live, I still want to live," he thought to himself. Although Xiao had only joined them a few days ago, after the Black Spider operation, the trio had fully accepted him as their comrade. Naturally, they were displeased to hear of his predicament. "Why not ask for his opinion directly?" asked Xiao. "His address is top secret, and his phone is always off," scowled Xiao. "Who knows where he could be? Then what should we do? How can we just watch him suffer at the hands of the research department?" "Wait," Lambert abruptly interjected. Footsteps could be heard, and a few seconds later, a woman appeared at the door. "Hey, Lin, I heard that your new teammate is quite the troublemaker." The woman was short-haired and a beauty in her own right. However, her voice was derisive, and she looked down on the trio antagonistically as she leaned against the door with folded arms. The woman's skin was extremely fair, and her lips were exceedingly red, as though the petals of a rose. She possessed a flirtatious temperament, and although she was tall, the strength of her aura did not seem to pale against Liaolin's. Although Liaolin was unquestionably prettier, the woman was, without a doubt, more of a head-turner than her. Liaolin's face immediately darkened at the sight of her. "Vixen Su," she growled through gritted teeth. "Are you looking for a fight?" Di Susu giggled tauntingly. "If you dare." Di Susu and Liaolin were well known to be hated rivals. The bad blood between them could be traced all the way back to when they were fellow disciples of a dojo in their childhood. While Di Susu always excelled in each of their tests and fights, Liaolin's performance was always average, and she was always easily defeated by her. Even until this day, Liaolin would sometimes be reminded of the way that she would put on a pretense in front of everyone and act nice to her despite them detesting each other. While everyone would praise Di Susu and offer her guidance, Liaolin's conversations with their master always end in a few sentences, and he would always just ask her to follow Di Susu's example. Recalling those events always dampened Liaolin's mood. Her master essentially treated her like an abandoned dog in the rain. The two would eventually both end up joining Division 13, but only for history to repeat itself. Di Susu's always outperformed Liaolin's team, and her team became the ace of secret ops. What Liaolin hated most was how Di Susu would frequently come over to mock her, and the way she called her Lin. "Bitch, since when were we close?" Di Susu was obviously doing it on purpose, and while Liaolin knew this, it still got on her nerves. Di Susu laughed softly. "I heard that you guys have a new addition, so I came specially to look for him. Where is he? He can't have gone to hide, right?" "He's not here," replied Liaolin coldly. "Get lost. Looks like I've made a wasted trip, but I guess that's understandable, since he's busy being destroyed by the research department." Liaolin stared at her. "Hurry up and get lost." "How heartless." Di Susu pouted. "We're childhood sweethearts, after all." She shot a look towards Liao before sauntering off. Liaolin was already frustrated, but when she turned around to see Liao all intoxicated, her anger swelled. She stood up abruptly to grab Liao by his collar. "Is this beautiful woman right beside you not enough?" she yelled. "Why are you looking at that vixen?" "Be," stammered Liao. She smiled at me. "You had better give me a good answer. Is she more beautiful or am I?" she asked threateningly. For some reason, Liao still had to take a moment to think before he replied, "I think that Sister Susu is gentler than you." "Humph, Liao. I think that your brain needs some adjustment. Reverse avalanche bridge-breaking suplex." As Lambert casually sipped on the cup of water in his hand, he picked his phone up to make a call. "Get a doctor over here. A bone specialist, preferably." The research department had expected Xiao to refuse their demands. To mechanics, blueprints were like their lifeline. They did not care about Xiao's personal gain, or rather, that was to be expected, as the hardliners were hostile to him from the very start. In their eyes, giving Xiao the chance to cooperate was a soft move, and he should have been locked up and controlled instead. On the other hand, the conservatives thought exactly the opposite. They were willing to give Han Xiao the benefit of the doubt as he seemed trustworthy and was cooperative. Why cause unrest and animosity over a simple beginner equipment blueprint? What if he wasn't scared of torture? Division 13 had tried all sorts of methods on captured Germinal members before, but torture seldom worked, and 9 out of 10 would give false intel that was harmful instead of beneficial. Besides, Han Xiao was a truly unique case. As such, the conservatives, too, were outraged at the pressure that the hardliners were trying to put on Han Xiao. They saw them as a bunch of outdated old farts. Times had changed, and talent was in high demand. Division 13 should have been treasuring him, not pressuring him. Weren't there other mechanics in the division, too? Stealing Han Xiao's work would reflect poorly on the division. What year was it? All the talk about loyalty and whatnot would only serve to chase away prospects and talents seeking refuge. Don't forget that the Six Nations was the main culprit for the destruction of all the other countries. It would not be surprising if these foreign talents just up and rebelled. Unfortunately, as Division 13 was extremely compartmentalized, only the top brass would be able to interfere with the research department's actions, but they seemed to only be interested in continuing to observe for now. The research department was offering high amounts of cash to the agents for the retractable knives that they had bought from Han Xiao, which everyone saw through as a low move. As most of the agents did not know of Han Xiao's special status, most felt that it was unreasonable to bully an ordinary mechanic and they decided not to turn in the knives. Doing so would also be, in some sense, disrespectful to Han Xiao. However, there were still some who turned them in for the money. Korat was the first agent to strike a deal with the research department. He asked for $30,000, 30 times more than the opening offer, and the research department relented. His reasoning was simple. It was simply worth the money. While most of the agents held on to their morals, he laughed at them for being fools to pass up the opportunity. It's just a small-time mechanic anyway. Who even cares? Just wait till the research department mass produces it if you really want it. In the research department, Luo Xian and the head secretary were examining the retractable knife. Luo Xian, can you reproduce it? Piece of cake. This thing isn't even well made. Plus, it's not encrypted. Then I'll leave it to you. If you can figure out the blueprints, I'll pull you over into our department. Of course, your position will be higher. Luo Xian's eyes lit up. Since his debacle over the mecha arm, he had started to feel that he did not have a future in logistics. If he could gain the favor of the higher-ups again, he would definitely be able to surpass the blasted Han Xiao. Back at the workshop, Han Xiao had moved into the new building for convenience sake. The arrangement brought Lu Qian some relief as things were still awkward between the pair. Whoosh! Hot steam gushed out as Han Xiao, who was wearing a heat-resistant suit, opened the furnace lid. He proceeded to use a pair of iron tongs to pick up a piece of glowing hot metal from within. For now, there were two options available to Han Xiao for making the retractable knives, molding or stamping. While both methods had their own advantages, the latter allowed for mass production with a higher success rate, so Han Xiao favored it. The selling point of the retractable knife was its concealability. Since practicality was more important than the quality of craftsmanship, Han Xiao did not bother to put much detail into making them. The metal sheets that he used for stamping were provided by Division 13, so they were top grade. Han Xiao had polished the metal sheet with a chemical spray before putting it into the furnace. After taking it out of the furnace, he set it under the stamping machine. Of course, he still had to carry out a few more steps before the knives were complete. Each retractable knife gave him 100 to 200 experience, and the level of the blueprint itself had been increased to LV2, giving the final product a slightly higher quality. When he was done, Han Xiao stepped out of the heat-resistant suit and wiped the sweat off his brow. After examining the newly made knives, he proceeded to work on some workshop orders. Midway, Han Xiao's phone rang. He picked up his phone to see that it was Li Yalan. Something bad has happened. All the agents want to cancel their orders. What happened? Han Xiao was shocked by the news. The research department has reverse-engineered the retractable knife, and they announced that they will proceed with mass production very soon and make it available to everyone. Although everyone could see how blatantly underhanded the research department was being, since they were going to be provided with free retractable knives, it was only natural for them to want to cancel their orders with Han Xiao. The retractable knife's profitability had run its course. Han Xiao sat in deep thought. He had not expected the research department to be so brazen. Although Han Xiao had already known that something like this would happen, he did not expect them to take action so fast. While giving up the blueprints voluntarily would earn him some faction reputation, he would not be able to earn any experience. In any case, they were putting a dent in Han Xiao plans to get stronger. Han Xiao picked up his phone to make a call to Feng Jun. "I assume you've heard," he asked in a low voice. Feng Jun sighed. "The research department is really too much. The higher-ups haven't even given them permission, and they've already leaked that they will mass-produce the retractable knife." Han Xiao frowned. "Fill me in on the details." Feng Jun proceeded to tell Han Xiao about Korat and Luo Xian. "Has the research department given an official statement?" "Not yet." Han Xiao's face darkened. Looks like the research department did not even intend to give him an explanation. How the research department dared to act was one thing, but the higher-ups definitely understood exactly what was going on. Han Xiao speculated that the reason they had not granted or denied the research department permission yet was to test how he would react. If he let the research department trample over him, it could be the green light for them to stop playing nice with him. Of course, that was an extreme line of thought. The top brass definitely won't side with either faction. As long as I don't push things too far, they will have to act accordingly and compensate me. A thought suddenly occurred to Han Xiao. This could be my chance to obtain advancement knowledge. However, as advancement knowledge was top secret, it would not be so simple to just mention it casually. A plan began to formulate in Han Xiao's mind. Rob me in broad daylight? I'll teach you all that I'm not that easy to bully. In the research department, well done, well done. The research department's head secretary was full of praise for Luo Xian. Luo Xian smiled plainly, but in truth he was suppressing his delight. The department head thinks highly of you. We've already requested all the necessary information and documents from the logistics department. You can already be counted as our staff. What about the promotion? The department head specifically instructed that you will lead your own team. Your clearance will also be raised. Keep up the good work, and there will be nothing to worry about. Luo Xian's smile widened. I heard that Han Xiao is valued highly by the higher-ups. Will there be any problem? He asked. Relax, I have inside information. There is nothing he can do. News of the conflict between the research department and Han Xiao spread throughout Division 13 like wildfire. As everyone thought Han Xiao to be an ordinary mechanic, the outcome seemed obvious. Over the next few days, Han Xiao showed no signs of action, so it became apparent that he had, as expected, decided to swallow it. Nonetheless, it still remained a mystery as to why the research department would pick on a normal staff member so much. Li Yalan also suffered from the incident due to her involvement with Han Xiao, and while she kept on trying to call Han Xiao to speak to him, the line always failed to get through. Of course, Han Xiao was not going to let things end like that. While he had not made his move yet, that was because his preparations were not complete. Han Xiao had previously made about $100,000 from selling the retractable knives, $30,000 of which was used to purchase materials for high-explosive gunpowder. Over the last few days, he had used another $30,000 of materials to make a huge batch of retractable knives, 100 in total. That should be enough. Han Xiao had just finished with the 100th knife, and he went to look for a crate to store them all in before leaving Division 13. As the threat of war loomed, guns were heavily regulated in the Six Nations. It was in fact illegal for civilians to possess any, which was why Han Xiao had gotten rid of his guns before entering the city. Nonetheless, there were illegal arms dealers situated all across the Six Nations. Neutral vendors, such as these, were implemented in Galaxy as a way for players to purchase equipment and intel as they carried out infiltration and assassination missions in enemy nations. Naturally, Han Xiao knew exactly where these vendors were located. Han Xiao was headed to District 8 to look for an arms dealer named Matthews. Matthews was an operative for the Farian Company, a global powerhouse in the arms market who sold everything from guns to jets. Under the table, they even did business with the Six Nations themselves and the Revolutionary Army. Han Xiao easily found Matthews, who was more than happy to entertain him when Han Xiao opened up the crate of retractable knives before him and began to explain their usage. Matthews was experienced in the black market, so he instantly recognized the retractable knife's worth. While conventional melee weapons were not much of a money spinner, the retractable knife's concealability and element of surprise would definitely be favored by many. Han Xiao expressed his wish to sell the whole crate. "Can you supply them long-term?" asked Matthews. Han Xiao chuckled. "Would you be interested in the blueprint?" Matthews's eyes widened. Blueprints were extremely important items to mechanics. They essentially gave their owners monopoly over their inventions. It was extremely rare that a mechanic would offer to sell one of his blueprints, so Matthews was not only shocked but overjoyed. As he was a veteran salesman, however, he suppressed the excitement boiling within. "Name your price," he asked casually. "There's 100 here, 5,000 each, and I'll sell you the blueprint for $1 million. Matthews gasped lightly. 5,000 each? $1 million for the blueprint? Just rob me, will you? No bargaining. Han Xiao was confident that Matthews would agree to his terms. Matthews frowned, but after a while of contemplation, he relented. Deal. Being able to obtain the blueprint was far too lucrative a chance to miss. As the banks of each of the 6 nations were not connected to one another, dark web banking was the primary method of transaction in the underworld. Not only was it accessible worldwide, it was also extremely secure. Han Xiao performed fingerprint verification for the account on the spot. "I look forward to doing more business with you. This is a VIP card." Han Xiao took the card from Matthews and stored it away. Fostering good relations with these arms dealers would prove useful in the long run, as he did not plan to stay in Division 13 forever. Back in Division 13, the research director encountered the intelligence director in the hallway. "Looks like you guys have chosen to support a good-for-nothing," mocked the research director. He caved in so easily to a little bit of pressure. "Take my advice, stop playing nice with him." For some reason, the intelligence director was not enraged by his words. He simply smiled back. "Good luck," he replied plainly as he patted the research director on the shoulder. The research director was confused. "Good luck? What do you mean?" He was not kept in the suspense for much longer, since he quickly learned the reason. The Director General was looking for him. He hastily bumbled his way to the Director General's office. "Director General, you were looking for me? Your plans were approved yesterday. The retractable knife will be credited to your department." The research director was overjoyed to hear the news. "Thank you for your trust, Director General." The Director General chuckled. "Don't be happy so soon." The research director furrowed his brows. "What happened? If it's about Han Xiao, there won't be a problem. There's nothing he can do." "Oh, you think so?" questioned the Director General. The research director nodded. "Good." Suddenly, the Director General picked up a folder and threw it in the research director's face. "To think that you would abuse your power to sell the division's technology for personal gain. How disappointing." "What?" The research director was flustered. He hastily scrambled to pick up the document on the floor, and as he went through it, he began to tremble. The report stated that the blueprint for the retractable knife had been leaked, and that, naturally, the inventor of the retractable knife would have to take responsibility for it. "This is not my fault," he cried out. "It must be that brat, Han Xiao. He is obviously trying to frame me. Everyone knows that the blueprint belonged to him. Please help me clear my name, Director General." "The report clearly states that the research department invented the retractable knife," replied the Director General coolly. "It is your responsibility." The research director felt a chill run down his spine as he suddenly realized what was going on. The top brass had chosen to back up Han Xiao. The conservatives had taken action. The reason why the verdict on their proposal was delayed for so long was simply that the higher-ups wanted to wait and see what Han Xiao would do. And Han Xiao had managed to play everyone. By leaking the blueprint, he was telling the higher-ups, "I'm pissed. Are you going to watch me getting bullied or help me vent my anger? Oh, here is the excuse you need. Do you want to help me or not?" While they had not expected Han Xiao to come up with such a brilliant comeback to frame the research department, they were more than willing to help him out to appease him. After all, they did want to continue having his cooperation. Originally, Han Xiao's retractable knife would have been exclusive to Division 13, even if it meant that he himself had the monopoly over it. But thanks to the research department's greed, the retractable knife would now appear in the hands of others too. While Han Xiao's actions might have been a little bit extreme, the higher-ups were willing to overlook it. The blueprint was rightfully his anyway. Of course, if it had been a normal agent, they would without a doubt send him to court-martial and expel him from Division 13. It was Han Xiao's unique identity that stopped them from doing so. The intel he possessed was truly far too valuable. In any case, he had not stepped entirely out of line yet. Furthermore, it was important to display the division's fairness to everyone. At this point, the research director's face had turned completely pale. He deeply regretted having tried to pick on Han Xiao. While the crime itself was not grave to the point of a death sentence, his career was essentially over. "Han Xiao, you bastard!" he screamed inwardly. When news of the research director being charged with selling weapons illegally broke out, all the agents in Division 13 were filled with disbelief. The fact that he was not immediately sentenced heavily hinted that there was more to the entire incident than met the eye. It did not take long for the agents to put two and two together and arrive at the unbelievable conclusion that Han Xiao had orchestrated it all. Previously, they thought that Han Xiao had kept quiet due to caving in, but in retrospect, it was simply the calm before the storm. Did he actually frame the research director? The gall of him! But doesn't that mean that the higher-ups are supporting him? What everyone found hardest to believe was that Han Xiao actually got off scot-free. This caused a lot of speculation regarding his true identity to arise. And the person happiest to hear the news was none other than Li Yalan, who was vindicated from all the odd looks that people had been giving here due to her connection to Han Xiao. The first thing that she did was look for Di Susu and gloat in front of her. However, Di Susu was not the least angered by her. Instead, she was more preoccupied with her newly found interest in Han Xiao. Who exactly is Lin Lin's new teammate? The research director was only given a strict warning for now, and unable to touch Han Xiao, his men suffered the brunt of his rage. Of course, Luo Xian was not spared. Instead of his promised promotion, what he earned was a demotion to the position of an ordinary staff member. Damn it, cursed Luo Xian. If he had known things would turn out like this, he would have obediently continued on in the logistics department. It was also now too late, as the logistics director was not even willing to grant him an audience. This is unfair. Why do they want to protect Han Xiao? How is he better than me? Luo Xian was blinded with rage. The next day, Han Xiao received word from Feng Jun that the higher-ups wanted to discuss the matter of settlement with him. Finally, the chance for Han Xiao to negotiate had come. Han Xiao knew that in the future, the hardliners would not carelessly take action against him again, so it was probably the one time that he would be able to acquire advancement knowledge. Han Xiao arrived at the HQ with his mask on, as usual, to meet with Feng Jun. Feng Jun led him to the Director General's office where 3 people waited. The Director General himself, the research director, and an old man who was faced against the glass window. Gu Hui, Star Dragon Strategic Defense Director General, introduced the Director General. Han Xiao squinted. It was a familiar name, but he could not recall where he had heard it. "Someone wants to see you," Gu Hui continued in a low voice. The old man turned around and smiled at Han Xiao. Han Xiao's acting skills immediately kicked in. Tall old man chuckled. "It must be quite a surprise. Who exactly are you?" asked Han Xiao as he nodded blankly, similar to how he had once acted back in the Germinal organization. "All you need to know is that I have some power in Division 13. Ha! Don't be so nervous. I've already noticed you from back then. You gave me quite a favorable impression." Mission accomplished. As Han Xiao wiped the confusion off his face, tall old man scrutinized him for a second before slowly saying, "Tell me, how do you want this matter resolved?" "I just want some compensation," Han Xiao stated calmly. "Isn't the money you earned from selling the blueprint enough compensation?" The research director could not resist shooting his mouth off. Han Xiao shot a look at him. "If not for you trying to steal my blueprint, I would have been able to make even more money. And if you had even tried asking nicely, I might have even sold it to the division. But ask yourself, did you?" The research director could not retort. "What kind of compensation do you want?" asked Gu Hui. Han Xiao faked a sigh and pretended to contemplate for a moment before replying. "I don't want something like this to happen again. That's for sure." In any case, even if Han Xiao only chose to sell his goods privately, he would still only be selling to Division 13's own agents. While the quantity would not be as much as if they were mass-produced, they still only benefited the division. Furthermore, what if more valuable blueprints ended up leaking? And continued Han Xiao as he rubbed his chin. I want to have a look at advanced mechanic knowledge. Tall old man furrowed his brows. Was it a coincidence, or had Han Xiao planned to ask for it from the very start? Advanced mechanic knowledge was top secret in Star Dragon, and only accessible with a level 5 or higher clearance. In Galaxy, the equivalent requirement was an honored reputation. Each of the 6 nations and the Germinal organization possessed different kinds of advanced knowledge, but only the most trusted and deserving would have a chance to obtain them. Although Han Xiao appeared calm and firm on the outside, he was actually extremely nervous. Such a request would normally be impossible to ask of. Now, it all depended on the tall old man. Why advanced knowledge? Just curious. After 5 minutes of tense silence, tall old man made up his mind. As he looked deeply into Han Xiao's eyes, he slowly spoke, "Fine, I will allow it." Han Xiao was instantly overcome with relief and joy, but he suppressed his emotions. Suddenly, the research director interrupted. "Hold on. Advanced knowledge requires a level 5 clearance. This is against the rules." Han Xiao's mouth twitched. "If this bastard dares to spoil my plans, I'll beat him into a pulp." "What do you suggest then?" Gu Hui asked unhappily. "Rules are rules. Although you, senior, are okay with it, I hardly think that the others will agree." Tall old man smirked. "Are you threatening me?" "I wouldn't dare," answered the research director matter-of-factly. There were 2 levels of hierarchy in Division 13. Besides the 13 directors and deputy director generals, there existed a higher committee comprised of the director general himself and other high-ranking officials who wielded enormous influence in Star Dragon. Tall Old Man was none other than one of the higher-ranking members, and he was the leader of the conservatives. Naturally, the hardliners had an equally powerful backer, which was why the research director dared to speak up. "My word alone will suffice," declared Tall Old Man plainly. The research director gritted his teeth. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "Then, I suggest granting him only half an hour of browsing. He doesn't even have the proper clearance anyway." Gu Hui and Tall Old Man exchanged looks. This was a fair suggestion. Besides, Han Xiao himself had only asked to take a look. "We'll give you 1 hour," declared Gu Hui. The research director rejoiced secretly. Even an hour would not be enough time to look through a third of the advanced knowledge. Deep down, however, Han Xiao was laughing. 1 hour? Watch me take 1 minute with my potential points. He had to bite his lip to stop himself from grinning. Calm down, calm down. The advanced knowledge was protected with an extremely secure, multi-layered encryption. The code to unlocking it was a combined series of over 148 digit strings that were refreshed constantly. The contents itself were only able to be browsed by using a special terminal. Han Xiao was brought by Gu Hui to take an elevator to a secret basement. When the lift doors opened, Han Xiao was greeted by the sight of a brightly lit metallic hallway lined throughout with surveillance cameras on either side. While there were no guards, the corridor was full of metal detectors and red lasers, and there were guns concealed behind the walls. They would activate automatically upon unauthorized entry. It was a fortress in its own right. "How much did you guys spend on this corridor?" "A few billion," Gu Hui calmly answered. Han Xiao let out a soft snort. The terminal was Star Dragon's most advanced computer. The amount of data that it could process in just 1 second alone could overload a regular computer. It contained all of the nation's top secrets. Han Xiao guessed that even if he maxed his computing talent, it would not be enough to hack through the terminal's firewall. It took an entire 5 minutes to walk across the entire stretch of the hallway, and as they approached the end, a spherical room appeared in Han Xiao's view. A transparent passageway connected the hallway to the center of the sphere where a screen could be seen. There was also a panel connected with a mouse and a keyboard. This was the interface of the terminal. As they stepped into the room, Han Xiao noticed that there were actually countless optical fibers and advanced-looking computer parts laid inside the glass. The entire room was actually the terminal. Han Xiao, however, was not impressed. "Why is the air here so stale? Did you guys forget the ventilation or something?" Gu Hui's eye twitched. He calmed himself down and replied, "That is the interface. The preparations have been made. You will not be able to access any other information apart from the advanced knowledge. For the sake of protocol, I will remind you that we will be watching, and you had better not try anything funny. Got it? I won't make you laugh." Han Xiao nodded and proceeded to walk to the panel. The terminal prompted him for a search input, so he typed in advancement knowledge, and several results appeared on the screen. Esper Advanced Knowledge. DNA Strengthened Energy Level. Esper Advanced Knowledge. DNA Strengthened Control. Pugilist Advanced Knowledge. Shockwave Burst. Pugilist Advanced Knowledge. Wave Control. In Galaxy, talent trees were named slightly different for each class. Machinery Knowledge Tree for Mechanics. Chi Mastery Tree for Pugilists. DNA Tree for Espers. Spell Knowledge Tree for Mages. And Psychic Ability Tree for Psychics. Pugilists focused on strength and combat, and they practiced the art of Chi. Some of their skills included Energy Burst, which is self-explanatory, and Wave Dash, which allowed instantaneous dodging of attacks. Although pugilists across the universe practiced and employed different kinds of teachings and techniques, all of them were centered around the use of Chi. Espers were far more unique, as each of them possessed different kinds of supernatural powers. An Esper's strength was determined by their DNA growth. Through leveling up their talents, their control over their powers would increase. Power, speed, control, etc. For example, Magneto, when he was young, could only exert control over small objects like coins. However, as his powers developed, he became able to move entire stadiums and ultimately even control the very Earth's magnetic field. With sufficient time, an Esper's potential could be said to be unlimited. Of course, two Espers with the same superpower might not necessarily use them in the same ways. For example, not all electricity users would be able to emulate each other's feats and applications of electricity manipulation. To some extent in Galaxy, each player had to choose to specialize. The screen before Han Xiao lit up. Mechanic Advanced Knowledge. Advanced Material Composition. This is weaponry knowledge. Although it appeared that there was only one piece of advanced knowledge suited for mechanics available, Han Xiao was happy enough to have it. Now, no one in Star Dragon will be able to stop me. Han Xiao pressed enter without hesitation. Immediately, columns of texts and complex diagrams flashed across on the screen. Advanced knowledge detected. Advanced material composition. Use 2 potential points to learn. Y/N. Yes. Han Xiao began to grow dizzy as all the knowledge on the screen started to transmit into his brain. Advanced Learning in progress. Do not cancel. 1%, 12%, 37%. Although the entire process only took a few seconds, it felt much longer to Han Xiao. Suddenly, Han Xiao flung his head back. The upload had been completed successfully. Success. You have learnt advanced material composition, unlocking advanced weaponry talents. LV-20 Novice Mechanic Advancement Mission complete. You may now choose one of the following 3 advancements: Cannon Master, Technician, or War Machine. These were the 3 paths available to mechanics, and choosing one was an irreversible decision. Cannon Master specialized in long-range bombardment and heavy artillery. At higher levels, they possessed frightening firepower. It was commonly known in Galaxy that the key to winning or losing against Cannon Masters lay in range. If the enemy Cannon Master is within 100 m, don't hesitate. Charge him down. However, if he is over 1000 m away, it would be wise to proceed with caution. And if he is 3000 m away, well, that won't be the end of the world just yet, but any further and good luck, buddy. War machines, on the other hand, employed technologically advanced combat weapons to fight at close range. From bioarmor to mobile suits, There were many ways for war machines to quench their thirst for melee combat. Yet, when compared to the technician, both of these paths steered away from the true essence of a mechanic: invention. Over 80% of blueprints were exclusive to technicians, so choosing either path would mean forfeiting the ability to create many higher-level gear and machines. The trade-off was that they were superior to technicians in combat and, to most, more fun to play. After all, most people considered manufacturing classes to be boring. Technicians were always the least popular class until version 3.0. In Galaxy, Han Xiao had mained a technician, preferring them to the other two paths, so he had already set his mind on the technician path from the very start. Congratulations! You have succeeded in class advancement. Han Xiao could feel an invisible, mysterious power wrapping around his body. You are now a technician, LV1. Plus 30 STR, plus 1 Dex, plus 1 N, plus 3 Int. 3 attribute points gained. 1 potential point gained. You have completed the first advancement. Endurance stat boost has increased. 1 endurance equals 15 max HP. 1 endurance equals 18 stamina. Although from start to end, nothing appeared to have happened in the eyes of Gu Hui and the others, incredible changes had taken place within Han Xiao's body. At present, the mysterious power enveloping him was not only granting him new power, it was awakening the dormant energy lying within his very cells, causing it to resonate. Suddenly, the interface lit up. You have gained energy affinity. Metal. You have acquired a new ability. Presence of mind. You have learned energy training technique. You have learned intermediate mechanic affinity. You have learned blueprint. Special platinum alloy. When the process ended, Han Xiao felt as though his body had been entirely remodeled. He could now see with stunning clarity the tiny specks of dust on the keyboard, and even the previously unnoticeable buzz of the current running throughout the glass sphere room was now clearly audible to him. I did it! Han Xiao brought up the character information tab. Underscore. Name, Han Xiao. Race, human carbon-based. Model, NPC. Launch countdown, 138 days, 3 hours and 51 minutes. Level, 21. Experience, 181,000. Main class, LV-10 Novice Mechanic / LV-1 Apprentice Technician, 0/50,000. Health, 670/670. Stamina, 854 of 854. Attributes, 31 STR, 18 DX, 38 Yendi, 32 INT, 1 MYS, 5 CHA, 1 LUK. Unassigned stat points 3. Energy, 160/160, LV3. New, energy type. Magnetic gives a bonus to machinery affinity. LV1, 10 energy. STR +1, DX +1, Yini +1, INT +1 max stamina +20, damage machinery +1%, crafting speed +1%. LV2, 50 energy. STR +3, DX +2, Yini +3, INT +1 max stamina +50, damage machinery +2%, crafting speed +2%. LV3, 100 energy. STR +3, DX +3, Yindi +5, INT +2 max stamina +100, damage machinery +3%, crafting speed +3%. Energy level, 98 to 104. Grade, Class E Superhuman. You have finally taken the first step of transcendence. Don't get too full of yourself. There is still a long way to go. Specializations. High focus, lesser mental resistance, hard worker. New. Presence of mind, +5 INT. Class abilities. Basic Machinery Affinity LV.5. Basic Maintenance LV10. Basic Enhancement LV10. Basic Refining LV1. Overload LV1. Blueprint Sky Swallow Gliders LV1. Blueprint Prosthetic Limb LV1. Blueprint Lightweight Mechanical Arm LV1. Blueprint Rover LV1. Blueprint High Explosive LV.3. Blueprint Retractable Knife LV2. New Intermediate Mechanic Affinity LV1 to +2% production quantity, +2% production speed. New Strafe LV1. Cost 3 energy, 15 stamina. Cooldown 12s. 42 seconds. Enables instantaneous movement within a 3-meter radius. Grants 15% bonus firing speed for the duration of the skill. Can only be used when equipped with a gun. This skill can be activated even if you are on your last bullet. New Blueprint Platinum Alloy. Grade Green. This material is made with advanced technology. It has high ductility and is suitable for making armor and various machines. Crafting requirement. Basic Refining LV5. Other abilities. Basic Combat LV10 to +10% damage, barehanded. +2 STR, +1 Yendi. Basic Shooting LV8 to +8% accuracy, ranged. Grappling LV5 to +7% counter, melee. +10% damage, barehanded. Precise Aim LV1 to +3% accuracy, ranged. +2% critical rate, ranged. Special Ops Combat LV1 to +6% critical rate, melee. +4% damage, barehanded. Stealing LV1. New Energy Training Technique, +10 energy, 0/80 times. Each use costs 800 experience and 500 stamina. Potential points 16. Class Talent Tree. Weaponry. Basic Assembly LV1 0/1. Basic Mechanical Engineering LV2 0/1. Basic Bionics LV2 0/1. Basic Weaponry Knowledge LV1 0/1. Basic Material Knowledge LV1 0/1. New Advanced Material Composition LV1 0/2. 14 talents not learnt. 20 Energy. 20 talents not learnt. Manipulation. 20 talents not learnt. Reputations. Germinal Organization. Hated -1000. Star Dragon SDI, Division 13. Neutral, 300/1000. Clearance Level 1. Legend. 0. 180,000 experience, 45,000 from the Black Spider mission, and the rest mostly accumulated from Han Xiao's efforts in tirelessly crafting retractable knives and highly explosive gunpowder. Currently, both blueprints were at LV2 and LV3 respectively. As they were cheap and easy to craft, they were much easier to level up in contrast to other blueprints like the lightweight mecha arm or the rover. A month had passed since Han Xiao arrived at the Western capital. Since then, Han Xiao had earned an overall amount of 200,000 experience, which was equal to a third of what he had earned back in his 6-month stint with the Germinal Organization. Now, with over $1,500,000 in his possession, finances were the least of Han Xiao's concern. The first-class advancement was the biggest game changer as it granted the player an energy attribute. Han Xiao lightly pressed his thumb towards his index finger. As soon as he did so, his index was enveloped by a sort of invisible air. It felt similar to a weak current, and Han Xiao could discern that it was magnetism. Magnetism was one of the attributes that a mechanic could specialize in. Combat-wise, it was not as powerful as the destructive attributes of fire or lightning. Instead, its main use was in strengthening the machinery affinity of a mechanic. It would eventually allow for automated crafting. Energy attributes were not limited to just the natural elements. Instead, they could be thought of more as concepts of how each class uses energy. For example, the energy attribute for psychics is spirit. Furthermore, energy attributes could also be nurtured and changed. For example, a pugilist who cultivated various techniques would be able to grasp the speed of wind, power of fire, or hardness of iron, etc. Abstract thinking and intermediate machinery affinity were self-explanatory, while strafe was an active defensive skill. If Han Xiao had chosen the path of Canon Master, he would have gained 3 new skills. However, he only gained 1. Strafe, a defensive skill. Han Xiao was by no means a coward who did not dare to face the enemy head-on, but he did indeed prefer a dual-natured skill like this that could be used both offensively and defensively to other flashy and high-damage ones. Furthermore, gaining unlimited ammo, even if temporary, could prove to be useful. Energy training technique was a common skill acquired after the first advancement. It was a special type of growth skill that did not have a level system. Instead, its effects could be improved through repeated usage/practice that expended experience, and each use increased the character's energy up until the skill's set usage limit. The user's energy attribute played an important part in the training effectiveness. Most energy-related training techniques utilized such a growth system. Energy was indeed an integral part of superhumans. It largely decided a character's grade and power level. The early levels of energy stages are as follows: LV 1-10, LV 2 to 50, LV 3 to 100, LV 4 to 200, LV 5 to 400, LV 6 to 1000. Not only did reaching the next energy level give each player bonus stats, there were also extra benefits that could be unlocked upon reaching certain levels. LV 1 was the bare benchmark, and while Hila was only LV 30, her energy level had already reached 500 Auna, roughly 5 times more than Han Xiao's. One of the reasons for this was the energy training technique system. Platinum alloy was a new material type blueprint acquired through advanced material composition. The alloy itself was green in color, and it was well suited for making armor due to its sturdiness. Its crafting requirement was LV 5 novice refining. Of the 180,000 experience at hand, Han Xiao decided to spend 25,000 to reach LV 10 agent. This gave him a number of stats: +2 STR, +2 DX, +3 Yindi, +1 CHA, as well as 1 potential point and 1 assignable attribute point. Underscore. Advancement detected. Delete civilian class. Y/N. This civilian class was simply one of the default starting classes for new characters. It functioned as a tutorial class that could be deleted upon the first advancement. The experience that a player put into the civilian class would be refunded upon deletion, unless the unknowing player had maxed it out. Delete, I guess, mumbled Han Xiao to himself. There was nothing to lose from deleting it. The civilian class subsequently disappeared from the information window, leaving it to reflect only a max-level agent, as well as Han Xiao's character level of 21. Next, Han Xiao inputted another 45,000 experience points to raise basic shooting to LV 10, which gave him 10% accuracy, +2 DX, and another potential point. In short, Han Xiao had just spent 70,000 experience points, but he still needed to save 64,000 for the energy training technique, leaving him with, give me a second, 47,000 more experience points. I'll keep them for now, muttered Han Xiao, lamenting how quickly the experience points vanished. Fortunately for him, there was still the high explosive gunpowder that he had been stocking up on. It would ensure a steady stream of experience ahead. When the time was up, Gu Hui promptly escorted Han Xiao back upstairs, where Feng Jun had been waiting. Suddenly, Han Xiao remembered something. All right, I heard that it was a guy called Korat who stirred up this incident. Help me get word out that I won't be selling anything to this person. Feng Jun grimaced. Do you think I'm a messenger or something? Han Xiao raised an eyebrow. Aren't you? Feng Jun opened his mouth, but no words came out. Fine, he groaned. He says he's blacklisted me? Korat laughed coldly, seemingly unfazed. All along, he had only been concerned with personal gain, and he did not see how Han Xiao could ever pose a threat to him. With the resolution of the incident, Han Xiao returned to the workshop, where 3 days went by peacefully. Having just advanced, Han Xiao spent the time adjusting to his newly upgraded body. With his past life's experience, he quickly got in sync and began to train with the energy training technique. Each training expended experience points, as well as stamina. As stamina recovery rate was limited, and Han Xiao had to continue with manufacturing, he could only train up to 2 times a day. You have trained with energy training technique once. Mastery, 81%. Stamina, +3. Training effectiveness depended on the main stat of one's class. The main stat for mechanics was INT, so he devoted 4 unassigned points into INT, raising its total to 36. Previously, Han Xiao had needed to put quite a few points into STR and Yindi, but that was only for the purpose of escaping the germinal facility. From now on, he could focus solely on INT. The effectiveness of energy training technique was divided into 3 stages. +1 stamina for lower than 40% mastery. +2 stamina for 40% to 80% mastery. +3 stamina for 80% and above mastery. Han Xiao was right on stage 3. As Han Xiao had no other outlet to sell the retractable knife for now, and a few days had already gone by, he felt that it was about time to release the gunpowder. By now, he had produced thousands of bullets. He was just about to ring Li Yalan up when she beat him to it. Leader is out of the hospital. He's called us up. Han Xiao found himself the last to arrive at the secret ops team meeting room, where, other than the trio, was another man. The man's face was extremely square, and he seemed both righteous and stern. He looked extremely reliable and currently had his lips pursed. "So, you're Han Xiao?" The team leader's eyes were filled with both unhappiness and caution as he examined Han Xiao. Han Xiao was caught off guard by him. Suddenly, Liao tugged on his sleeve and muttered to him, "He has the final say in who can join secret ops, but since your case was special, and you had the approval from the higher-ups without going through him, he's a bit, unhappy. But don't worry. Leader might be strict, but he's not a bad person. That explained things." Han Xiao was given a second shock when he turned to look at Li Yao. Li Yao's entire body was wrapped in bandages, and he looked very much like a giant rice dumpling, with only his eyes and mouth revealed. It was an extremely pitiful state. "Who beat you up?" asked a bewildered Han Xiao. Suddenly, Li Yalan coughed. Li Yao looked as though he was about to say something, but changed his words. I fell down." Han Xiao gave him a weird look. His injuries were so serious. If he really fell, he must have done the fall 100 times if you're a man challenge. "Let me introduce myself," interrupted the leader. "I am the team's leader, Zhang Wei," he introduced, shocking Han Xiao a 3rd time. "How casual is your parents' naming sense? I think only Yi Qiu or Yi Fan could be worse." Han Zhao's response, for some reason, caused Zhang Wei to look confused. "You know Yi Fan from Hai Xiao's military affairs?" Middle cough. I worked with him a few times back in the hostel." "Heavens! There really exists someone with such a godly name? That guy's rank must be S+. Anyway," continued Zhang Wei sternly, "with your inclusion, our team is back to being a 5-man cell. Although your position is in the back line, I still have to say this. As your background is a complete mystery and I don't trust your ability yet, I will continue to observe you for now. I don't care if it's some high-level agent who assigned you here. If you fail to meet my expectations, I will kick you out of the squad." Han Zhao's eyelid twitched. Trust did indeed take time to be established. Zhang Wei might have been blunt, but he was, without a doubt, simply acting the part of a responsible leader. Naturally, Han Xiao was not offended at all. However, the chances of him being kicked out were non-existent. After all, the top brass had decided things. Zhang Wei himself understood this fact, but as the leader of a squad, he could not just instantly accept someone whose background was a complete mystery. The higher-ups had not provided him with any information regarding Han Xiao. Furthermore, in his eyes, Han Xiao was still new, and it remained to be seen if he was truly capable. In their field of work, the slightest mistake could result in the gravest of consequences. So being assigned a new guy all of a sudden was not a laughing matter. Of course, it was not that Zhang Wei looked down on newbies. However, he believed that any new agent should have to go through 2 or 3 years of training before earning the right to even be considered for secret ops. Who the hell threw this guy to us? Do they think that we're babysitters? They're taking this far too lightly. Damn you all! As Zhang Wei continued to examine Han Xiao, he made up his mind to ignore the repercussions and kick Han Xiao to another team if he proved unable to gel with the squad. Meanwhile, Han Xiao did not know what was going through his mind, but he found that Zhang Wei's eyes were slowly filling up with animosity. Suddenly, Li Yao's laptop flashed, prompting him to turn his neck around with much effort. His expression changed as he yelled, "There's an urgent mission. They want us to depart now." "Details?" asked Zhang Wei sternly. Ma Qingyang's team was ambushed during their mission to assault a germinal base. The higher-ups want us to provide assistance immediately. They'll fill us in on the plane. Assaulting a germinal base? Wondered Han Xiao. He could guess roughly what had occurred, having previously given Division 13 info on 3 of their bases. All 3 bases were situated within Star Dragon territory, which was why Star Dragon had been able to immediately mobilize its troops to destroy 2 of them. The destruction of these 2 bases had increased Han Zhao's achievement progress rate to 2%. However, the Germinal were no fools and had clearly anticipated that the 3rd base would be attacked as well. They had clearly set up a trap. Zhang Wei promptly headed for the door. When he passed Han Xiao, he paused for a moment and frowned before instructing, "Li Yao, you will stay behind to provide support. Han Xiao, you are new, so this is a good chance for you. Stay with Li Yao and learn well if you want to become useful." Li Yao was about to say something, but he hesitated. Han Xiao smiled and simply replied, "Fine." As Zhang Wei did not participate in the Black Spider mission and had only received a flowery description of events from Li Yalan, he did not trust in Han Zhao's ability yet. Han Xiao sighed inwardly. He understood this well. Han Xiao pondered for a moment before holding Li Yalan back to pass her 4 magazines of high-explosive ammo. Consider it a gift from a friend. Li Yalan's eyes lit up upon seeing them. "Is this your new invention?" Han Xiao chuckled. "Don't squander them. They can start quite a fire." You have triggered the E-Class mission. Rescue. Mission description. Provide assistance to the Secret Ops team being chased by the enemy. Your role is to assist your teammates in completing this mission. Mission requirement. Successfully rescue Ma Qingyang's squad. Mission rewards. 8,000 experience. Bonus rewards, none. 8,000 experience only, lamented Han Xiao. Fitting for a backline support, I guess. Brother Han, said Li Yao. Leader isn't particularly against you or anything like that, so don't worry about it. I know, replied Han Xiao casually, which eased Li Yao's worries. He then swiftly popped up 3 laptops and worked away at them to adjust the video and audio feeds. From the first-person footage on the screen, they could see that the trio had already boarded the aircraft. Beneath HQ was a special railway used to quickly transport agents and staff to a landing site. On the jet followed another team of 12 Secret Ops agents, and on the way, Han Xiao, Li Yalan, and Li Yao made small talk, while Zhang Wei and Lambert closed their eyes and rest. An hour later, the jet arrived at their destination. It was a cold desert filled with long stretches of dunes, and a bright, scorching sun was hanging in the azure sky, the intense heat of which caused the air to shimmer and the ground to simmer. Upon contact with the sand, the agent's boots instantly gave off a burnt smell. "We have arrived," reported Zhang Wei in a deep voice. The trio were fully equipped. Li Yalan, still with that yellow hoodie and black bodysuit, had a retractable knife by her waist and a black bag over her back that contained the lightweight mecha arm. Lambert carried 10 modified retractable daggers and a huge, large-caliber rifle. And Zhang Wei, whose equipment gave even Han Xiao a shock. It was a powered armor suit. Zhang Wei's entire body was covered inside a sturdy, grayish suit of armor that spotted a few scars of battle. The helmet would have fit right in with the Middle Ages, and only had openings for vision, but the arms were modified and fitted two thick-barreled machine guns. The ammo belt was concealed within the armor, but the reload chamber was located near the thighs. On the back of the suit hung a hexagon shield of steel, reminiscent of a tortoise. And overall, the suit made Zhang Wei look like an incomparably heavy, giant clunk of iron that was designed for show. It spurred Han Zhao's interest. This is the prototype for the combatant armored suit, one of the few suits available back in version 1.0. As the 6 nations each possessed different kinds of advanced knowledge, the suits that they engineered differed from one another. Theseus was the nation that initiated development of the armored suit, and sometime after the game's launch, they made the combatant armored suit, a mini-modular mobile suit, the first of its kind on planet Aquamarine. At present, it was probably still under development. But although what Zhang Wei was wearing was just a prototype, Han Xiao wondered how Division 13 were able to acquire Thesusian technology. In Galaxy, players who were exalted with Theseus could purchase the combatant armored suit from them. They were extremely pricey, and even routine maintenance and repairs cost well over tens of thousands. It was not something that most players could afford. As a backline support, Han Zhao's duty included maintenance of equipment, so Zhang Wei's armored suit would probably fall into his charge as well. Without encryption measures in place, technicians were able to reverse engineer blueprints. If the technician already possessed the required knowledge, it would make the process faster. But even without any, it was still possible to reverse engineer a piece of machinery or technology, just that it would take much more time and require astronomically larger amounts of experience. Furthermore, the results would often come out as incomplete. The required knowledge for crafting the combatant armored suit was an advanced weaponry knowledge possessed by Theseus. Han Xiao bit his finger. If he could reverse engineer the blueprints of the armored suit, then even if incomplete, they would still provide him with a new means of combat and boost his combat power. However, when he thought of how he could better spend the experience on the other more valuable and useful blueprints in his memory, he gave up the idea. Li Yao spoke into the intercom. Ma Qingyang's squad is about 13 kilometers away. There are 15 armored cars and 1 black Harrier helicopter in pursuit. The meeting point is set on a hill 3 kilometers away. The objective will be to slow down the enemy and link up with the Ma Qingyang squad. Do not engage the enemy excessively. I've already sent them the coordinates. Now, get ready. His instructions were clear, as befitting of a backline supporter, functioning as a third eye to provide precise coordination and tactical advice. The trio and the field team swiftly arrived at the hill, where they lay in wait for the enemy. Soon after, the sound of engines began to approach, and on the vast desert plains appeared a single vehicle being chased by over a dozen others. The sound of gunfire was incessant, and behind the fleeing car was a continuous trail of smoke and blasts. Aboard were none other than Ma Qingyang's squad. "Ready," ordered Zhang Wei sternly as he closely waited for the germinal vehicles to come in range. "Fire!" Suddenly, from behind the hill, a rain of metal dense enough to cover the sky descended upon the surprised germinal agents. Bullets rang and clattered nonstop as they hit the armored vehicles. Upon the sudden ambush, the leading germinal vehicle immediately spun around to avoid direct hits, almost overturning as it skidded. Zhang Wei's twin guns roared like fire-spewing dragons as they unleashed an endless stream of large-caliber bullets onto the nearest 2 all-terrain cars. Within the space of a few seconds, the 2 cars exploded into balls of flames. Meanwhile, Lambert was showcasing his skill with the rifle. He remained still as he fired shot after shot of steel core bullets with 100% accuracy to halt the enemy's advance. "The reinforcements are here." Aboard the fleeing car, Ma Qingyang and his teammates rejoiced. Almost the entire team had sustained injuries and were lying down. As they neared the hill, Ma Qingyang stuck his head out from the window of the driver's seat and yelled, "Old Zhang, there's too many of them. Quickly flee." Right at this moment, a strange gale of wind suddenly descended upon the rescue team's location. The dancing sand began to form the image of a ghostly face. The sight of it was both unnerving and ominous. "Duck!" bellowed Zhang Wei as he hurriedly dropped to the ground to roll away. As the armored suit was too heavy, He did not have many other choices of movement. Li Yalan and Lambert were the quickest to react, and they managed to duck to a side. As the gale crashed onto the ground, the blast sent a number of field agents flying. Zhang Wei suddenly felt a sharp pain throughout his mind, and his nose started to bleed. As he looked around, to his horror, the other field agents who had not been able to run away in time were all bleeding profusely from their orifices as they twitched uncontrollably. "Mental attack," yelled a shocked Zhang Wei. "The enemy is a superhuman." As he looked towards the enemy fleet to find the source of the attack, he noticed the hood of one of the cars open up, and a slender woman in a jet black leather suit jumped out and started running towards them at an incredible speed. Her head full of red hair floated behind her, making her seem like some kind of red and black flash of lightning. Gila's eyes were emotionless. With a wave of a hand, another ghostly face appeared in midair in front of Zhang Wei. The wind wailed horrifyingly. "No, that's not the wind. That is the screaming of souls." Necromastery. This was indeed Gila's ability. Zhang Wei's consciousness began to grow blurry, causing him to crumple to the ground. If it were not for his strong physique, he would probably have died on the spot. Back at Division 13, Han Xiao furrowed his brows. Pushing Li Yao to take command, he barked, "She is the Germinal's combat commander. Quickly flee." Zhang Wei was about to reprimand Han Xiao for snatching command when, to his surprise, he discovered that Li Yalan and Lambert were unhesitatingly retreating. It appeared as though they fully trusted in Han Xiao's judgment. Is the new guy that reliable? Suppressing his shock, Zhang Wei gritted his teeth and stood up to activate the thrusters by his legs, allowing him to jump 5 to 6 meters a leap. As he bounded after the pair, he continued to fire cover shots towards Gila to slow her down. Gila reached the hilltop in no time, and with another wave of her hand, a gray light flashed across the entire area. The remaining field agents instantly collapsed to the ground. There was no apparent injury on their bodies, yet all of them had ceased breathing. Han Zhao's expression was extremely grave. He had known all along of Gila's true strength. It was a thing of fortune that he had not needed to face her during his escape. In Galaxy, her powers were classified as having the exceedingly rare potential of S-Class, surpassing the heavenly level. At present, Gila's power was still but a fraction of what she would eventually become capable of, yet even this bit was still too overwhelming. "She's too fast. Li Yalan, it's up to you." Without a moment's hesitation, Li Yalan turned around to face the incoming Gila. As she kicked towards her direction, a yellow burst of energy shot out that managed to push Gila back a few steps. "Pugilist?" Gila squinted at Li Yalan as she clasped both hands together, conjuring an even larger, ghostly face that smashed towards her. Maintaining her composure, Li Yalan ducked underneath the ghostly face with a slide and managed to avoid a direct hit. As she approached Gila, she whipped out the retractable knife by her waist and gave a mighty cleave. Gila's eyes widened at the suddenness of her blow, and she did a tumble on the ground to evade. Seizing the initiative, Li Yalan followed up with a series of powerful strikes with her legs. A stamp, a smash, a sweep, and a kick, the string of attacks flowing beautifully like a dancing swallow. Fast enough to create afterimages, but Li Yalan was certainly not just about speed. The force of her blows backed her killing intent. Swallow style. On the receiving end, Gila wrapped her arms with a gray aura to strengthen them, allowing her to block each blow with them. The fact that Gila did not seem to be receiving any damage at all only went to show how far apart they were in terms of strength. Li Yalan specialized in close combat, yet could not overwhelm her. The exchange lasted for only a few seconds, but anything could have happened in that short span of time. "Use the mecha arm. It'll let you help Lambert get a chance to snipe her." Biting her lip, Li Yalan quickly inserted her left arm into the bag and pulled it out with the lightweight mechanical arm equipped. With a powerful strike combining her own power with that of the mecha arm, she finally managed to break through Gila's defenses by blowing her arms away, leaving her chest exposed. The mecha arm followed, through into her flesh. A direct hit. Gila's face flashed red momentarily, and with a low harumph brought her palms together and rubbed them slowly. And as soon as she did so, The gray aura wrapping her arms began to revolve faster and faster. Next, she threw down both arms, palms facing the ground. And from where she stood, powerful winds began to arise, assaulting the entire surrounding. Li Yaolan hastily retreated backwards, but even so, her mind was still struck by the mental attack, causing her soul to feel like it was being torn apart. The pain was indescribable, and 2 streams of blood trickled down from Li Yaolan's nose as her vision seemed to turn upside down, causing her to nearly lose her balance and fall over. As Gila examined the familiar visage of the lightweight mecha arm, she yelled in rage and shock, "How are you related to Zero?" "Zero? Who?" Li Yaolan was bewildered. Right at this moment, Lambert saw his opportunity and fired a shot. Gila's expression changed at the sound of the sniper rifle, and she immediately lunged sideways to dodge while enveloping her entire body with her gray aura. The large-caliber sniper rifle bullet hit her on the shoulder, sending her spinning backwards in the air, as though hit by a train at full speed. Zhang Wei, quickly take Li Yaolan and run. Zhang Wei did not take offense at being directly called by name. It was with Han Zhao's direction that Li Yaolan and Lambert had managed to injure the scary woman, and he now had some trust in Han Zhao's judgment. He hurriedly lifted Li Yaolan in his hands and turned around to leap towards Ma Qingyang's vehicle. As they retreated, the remainder of the Germinal fleet arrived at the foot of the hill, and they began to open fire. Sparks flew as the bullets deflected off Zhang Wei's armored suit, only leaving dents and marks. Zhang Wei did not even bother to take a look behind him. All that was going through his head was that the armored suit was truly his lucky charm this day. In the past, he had always had grievances over it being too heavy, but now it was proving to be extremely reliable. "Get in the car," yelled an anxious Ma Qingyang as he hurriedly slowed down for them. The trio managed to board the vehicle, but it was a close shave. The concentrated fire was nearly enough to penetrate it. Now that they were in the clear, Zhang Wei finally had time to assess the enemy's status. Their fleet was not fast enough to catch up with them, and that powerful superhuman had not gotten up yet. As long as they made it to the aircraft, everything would be fine. "We're safe now." Zhang Wei let out a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, Han Xiao had bad news for him. "Look out above." "Above?" Zhang Wei gave a start. "Right, they still have a helicopter." The Black Harrier finally made its appearance and began to shoot down at their car. "We have to take that out somehow," assessed Zhang Wei immediately. "If not, our own aircraft will be in danger." "Lambert, it's up to you and your sniper rifle." Lambert shook his head plainly. "I'm all out of armor-piercing shells. Standard bullets won't do against the Black Harrier's thick armor. Even if I had some left, it would take more than 7 shots. Are we really going to die here?" Despair was written all over Ma Qingyang's face. They were only a kilometer away from their escape plan's extraction point, but it did not seem like they would make it. Suddenly, Han Xiao spoke. "Did you forget my present?" Li Yaolan gave a start and hurriedly took out the 4 magazines. One of them was filled with rifle bullets. "What does this do?" "See for yourself." Lambert quickly took the magazine from Li Yaolan and loaded his sniper rifle. As he readied to fire the shot, everyone watched on in anticipation. This single bullet was their final hope. In this critical moment, time seemed to slow down for all of them. As soon as Lambert pulled the trigger, a brass shell flew out from the chamber, and the crimson bullet was ignited as it accelerated out of the barrel spinning. Whirling, it landed directly on the helicopter's bulletproof glass. Suddenly, the crimson bullet opened up like a blooming flower to expose its explosive contents to the air. Kaboom! The entire helicopter was instantly engulfed in a giant ball of flames. On closer inspection, the fire was actually burning off on the very armor itself, as though it had actually been ignited. The helicopter began to spin out on control midair. The pilot, in his panic, decided to abandon ship. On board the car, everyone was completely stunned by what they had just witnessed. Slowly, their attention turned towards the magazines that were full of the magic ammo. Even reinforced armor was ignited. "What the hell is this ammo? Who got their hands on such good treasure?" asked the stupefied Ma Qingyang. Li Yaolan's eyes began to shine. "This stuff is good." She immediately loaded up her handgun with one of the magazines and fired a few shots. The pursuing enemy vehicles similarly went up in balls of flames, and even the missed shots were setting the ground ablaze. As the vehicle's armor heated up, their interiors soon turned into furnaces, and the heat was even causing the engine and other key parts to overheat, putting a halt to their pursuit. As the gang's car charged into the aircraft hangar, the pilot who had been anxiously observing the situation immediately took flight, and they were soon gone with the wind. Back on the ground, Gila's face was pale. Where she had been shot on her shoulder was only a shallow wound. She was using her gray aura to heal it up. As she grudgingly watched the aircraft leave, she made a call to the boss and said through gritted teeth, "We've found Zero's trail. Rescue completed. You have earned 8,000 experience points, plus 100 reputation, Stardragon SDI. Bro Xiao, you're the best." Li Yao's eyes glowed with admiration. You only just realized," replied Han Xiao with a hint of smugness. Zhang Wei, realizing that he had misjudged Han Xiao, apologized. "Sorry for doubting your ability before. Today, we only made it out alive thanks to your guidance and your equipment. Welcome to the team. A late welcome was better than none." Han Xiao chuckled. "No need to apologize over such trivial matters. I'm a gracious man." Zhang Wei felt a shiver down his spine. Han Zhao's words sounded odd to him. "Oh, right," continued Han Xiao. "Who made your armored suit?" "Oh, this is just a prototype of the combatant-powered armor. It was among the spoils of war during the battle with Theseus a few years back. Presently, it's the only functional one we have. They tried to reverse engineer it, but as progress was too slow and maintenance proved troublesome as well, it was handed to me. The combatant armored suit's crafting prerequisite was the advanced weaponry talent, large-scale remodeling, which was also required to craft many other power suits, machine frames, and other larger combat machinery. If Theseus had only just created the prototype, then Stardragon would definitely be much further behind." Han Xiao saw his chance. "You can leave the maintenance to me." "Sure," rejoiced Zhang Wei. He now trusted Han Zhao's ability. "Is this special bullet a new invention of yours?" interrupted Li Yaoan excitedly. Han Xiao proceeded to fully explain the use of the high-explosive gunpowder. Regular incendiary ammunition required a flammable target to work effectively, but the high-explosive gunpowder contained a special chemical that could activate upon simply coming into contact with the air and light up anything that it came into contact with. Its temperature and power were comparable to a Molotov, but what made it scary was that this power could be harnessed within bullets. Everyone could see how this was a game-changer. "Are you selling this?" asked Ma Qingyang animatedly. "Of course, 50 a bullet. Now that they had proved effective, it was a good time to release them." "I want 200, replied Ma Qingyang immediately. 20 handgun bullets, 150 submachine gun bullets, and 30 sniper rifle bullets." "Okay," answered Han Xiao. "You can collect them in a day. You can start to collect orders," he instructed Li Yaoan privately. "Like before, I'll give you a 20% discount." Li Yaoan's lips curled into a grin. News of how the mission unfolded spread like wildfire in Division 13. Naturally, the incendiary bullets became the talk of the town. Han Zhao's new product? I heard that that's what saved their lives. The retractable knife incident had already garnered Han Xiao a lot of attention. Upon Ma Qingyang's order of the bullets becoming public knowledge, many agents came forward to inquire about them. As a way of repaying Han Zhao's team for rescuing them, Ma Qingyang held a live demonstration in the practice field. Everyone was stunned by the power of the incendiary bullets, and the first thing they did after the demonstration was look for Li Yaoan to place orders. Everything was going according to Han Zhao's plan. It was a revolutionary invention, and this time, the top brass knew they had to make sure that things would not end up like the previous fiasco. They even brought the research director in for a warning before he even did anything. The division offered Han Xiao numerous terms to provide both field ops and special ops with the new bullets, and he agreed to sell them at a slightly lower price of $20,000 for 500 bullets. In just the first day alone, Han Zhao's stockpile of a few thousand bullets was sold out, earning him $200,000. Coupled with the $1,500,000 that he had earned from the underground network, his savings were not small. After the class advancement, Han Zhao's production speed was raised considerably, and he focused solely on producing the gunpowder. As a show of support, Division 13 decided to provide him with cartridges and shells, which greatly sped up the process. Each batch yielded around 300 bullets, and Han Xiao was able to produce over 10 such batches a day. Crafting a bullet gave Han Xiao 5 to 10 experience points, so he was able to earn up to 30,000 experience in just a single day. It was probably the fastest experience growth ever by a mechanic of his level. Not selling to me? Korat was fuming. Initially, he had thought that a simple apology would resolve the grudge between him and Han Xiao. After all, money was money. However, Li Yalan actually shut the door tight on him. Han Xiao said that you're on his blacklist, and he instructed me not to take either your money nor your apology. The other agents who had initially thought of reporting the retractable knife had Korat to thank for taking the initiative back then. Or else, they would be in the same predicament as him now. When Korat offered to buy the bullets from his colleagues at a higher price, he found out that none of them were willing to. Even when he set his price at 200 a bullet, no one agreed, not even his closest colleagues. He was clearly being ostracized, but he could not understand why, until one of his old friends told him, selling to you would offend Han Xiao. No one will want to risk being blacklisted by him, seeing as to how he probably will come up with more good stuff. Who would help you at their own expense? His words served a wake-up call to Korat. To think that it was the complete opposite back then. For money, he chose to trample over Han Xiao. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets now. Meanwhile, in a workroom, Luo Xian opened up a box before him to reveal 20 incendiary bullets. He had gotten someone to help him acquire them. Han Xiao had only blacklisted Korat and his team, not Luo Xian. In Han Zhao's eyes, Luo Xian had simply been doing his job as part of the research department in trying to reverse engineer his blueprints. At the very least, he did not seem as vile to Han Xiao as Korat did. Now that the research department was being kept under watch, there was no need for Han Xiao to worry about them. Moreover, Luo Xian was also just support staff like him. However, this inexplicably caused Luo Xian to become resentful of Han Xiao. Damn you, Han Xiao! Do you look down on me so much that you ignore me? What he did not realize was that Han Xiao did not look down on him. Instead, Han Xiao had never even seen him before. To avoid offending Han Xiao, the research director laid down an order preventing anyone from researching Han Zhao's bullets. But Luo Xian naturally did not care, and he still thought of himself as superior to Han Xiao, and that he could easily reproduce the bullets, like with the retractable knife. If I succeed, the higher-ups will definitely value me even more. I cannot afford to fail. The more Luo Xian thought about it, the more perfect his plan seemed to himself. Taking a deep breath to prepare himself, Luo Xian began to work at opening the bullet up. What he needed to do was examine the properties of the incendiary agent inside. Clank! Luo Xian managed to extract the bullet case. The next step would be to open it up and extract the contents with a special suction tube to prevent friction. Carefully, he opened the bullet case. Success! Now I will just have to analyze dash. Suddenly, a blazing light filled up his entire vision. Ring! The shrill of the fire alarm rang through the hallways as the fire spread. Thick black smoke filled up the entire research department as the research staff headed for safety. The sprinklers quickly put a stop to the spreading fire, but many documents were ruined, and sparks were flying out of some computers and machines. The walls and ceiling were filled with black burn marks. What could have caused the fire? Wondered the heartbroken research director aloud as he looked at the ruins. Security soon arrived to begin inspection. The fire started from the workshop. Luo Xian, his entire body soaking wet and his entire face black, was supported out by the guards. All his hair had been burnt off, including his eyebrows, and he looked just like a soy egg, or rather a century egg. Being able to react quickly, in addition to having a fire extinguisher nearby, saved him from further disfigurement. He had not expected the incendiary agent to be gaseous. It combusted the very second it came into contact with the atmosphere. Luo Xian had clearly overestimated himself. I've lost, he grudgingly admitted. What have you done? Yelled the research director. One of the security guards opened his hand to reveal a few bullet cases. Although they were blackened, they were clearly crimson before. This is the bullet case of the high-explosive gunpowder. Your man was trying to analyze it. The research director was instantly livid. Speechless, he could only point a finger at Luo Xian in his rage. Are my orders something to be taken lightly of? When the higher-ups investigate, this will all fall onto me again. You bastards. Gu Hui also arrived at the scene. His face darkened upon seeing the wreckage. Explain yourself. The research director yanked Luo Xian before him and said through gritted teeth, he did this all by himself. Gu Hui looked at Luo Xian plainly. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Luo Xian lowered his head. He had thought that he would succeed and earn merit, but instead, he had now ended up disobeying orders on top of causing damages to the headquarters. This was probably the end of his career. You will go back to logistics, stated Gu Hui coldly before turning around to leave. Luo Xian shuddered. Before, he had left the logistics department on bad terms. A return did not bode well for him. True enough, when he arrived at the logistics department, his past colleagues all ignored him when they saw him. Even the logistics director, who had had high hopes for him in the past, was unwilling to see him. He only sent a secretary to inform Luo Xian of his new position in a small team. If only he had not been so narrow-minded and full of himself, he would not have lost his path and ended up like this. Although he deeply regretted his actions now, it was too late. I was immature, lamented a bitter Luo Xian. Han Xiao was shocked to hear of what Luo Xian had done from Feng Jun. Not even he, the creator himself, would dare to mess around and open up a completed incendiary bullet. That guy's got some balls? However, the matter was inconsequential to him. All along, Luo Xian had just been a name in the back of his mind. Soon after, Zhang Wei's armored suit was delivered to his workroom. Upon observation, it was a truly crude prototype. Combatant armored suit prototype. Type: modular mini power suit. Grade white. Stats: 682/1400 durability, 35 defense. Power level: 86. Energy level: 250 of 250. Prerequisites: 42 STR, 48 Yindi. Bonus stats: -10 DX. Height: 1.95 meters. Weight: 370 kilograms. Control method: manual full. Energy source: electricity. Combat consumption rate: 5 energy/min. Core power: 125 of 130. Frame module. Spring piston absorber. Reduces load by 65%. Power: 20. Right arm module. Large caliber tri-barreled machine gun. Damage: 105 to 125. Firing rate: 5 shots/second per barrel. Maximum firing rate: 8 shots/second for 5 seconds per barrel. Magazine capacity: 30 plus 120 in the ammo belt. Power level: 75. Power: 35. Left arm module. Large caliber tri-barrel machine gun. Right wrist module knife. Damage: 12 to 15. Power level 9. Power 5. Leg modules. Spring boosters. Plus 15 speed. Consumes 1 energy/minute when active. Power: 30. Attachment: infrared vision. Power: not applicable. Attachment: 6-tipped shield. Reduces incoming damage by 12%. Power: not applicable. Tooltip: this abomination is a disgrace to all armored suits in the world. Han Xiao had to agree. It was indeed an ugly piece of work. It looked like someone had just decided to weld a few sheets of metal together. Low power aside, it did not even run on an integrated circuit. No wonder Zhang Wei always fired volleys instead of precise shots. There was no aiming system in place. An armored suit with an integrated circuit would be able to receive and transmit crucial information to its user during a fight. Also, the only automated part of the suit was its legs. Other than the legs, the entire suit's framework had to be operated manually, which explained why Zhang Wei had not used the shield. He wasn't able to at all. Come on, even though it's a prototype, at least show it some love, you assholes. As Han Xiao examined the suit with crossed arms, numerous ideas began to pop up. However, it was still too soon to rush upgrades. Some of the tweaks he wanted to make required knowledge that he did not currently possess. Hence, after performing just some simple maintenance, Han Xiao got Feng Jun to help him return it to Zhang Wei. Currently, Han Xiao's primary concern was regarding the 3 successfully destroyed germinal bases and what information he should disclose to Star Dragon next. The 3 captured bases were indeed the only ones located within Star Dragon. If Star Dragon wanted to continue its assault on the germinal organization, they would have to take the fight to a foreign nation. While relations among the 6 nations were truly not that amicable, no one really wanted to continue fighting since a lot of resources had already been depleted during the transition to the new era. Each nation was still counting their losses. Hence, Star Dragon would have to seek the cooperation of the other nations, and that would be complicated to accomplish. Han Xiao himself would also have to be directly involved as he was the key source of information. The question was whether the higher-ups would let Han Xiao leave the Western capital. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Feng Jun, who said gravely, Han Xiao, germinal operatives are on the move. They seem to know that you are with us, and are trying to track you down. I know. Han Xiao had expected this. He had instructed Li Yalan to use the mecha arm, while knowing that Gila would recognize it. Rest assured, there will be men keeping watch around you 24/7. The Western capital was Division 13's territory. Even if the germinal organization were to find out Han Xiao's exact location, they would probably not be able to touch him. Not easily, at least. Still, as there were several superhuman assassins amongst their ranks, Han Xiao knew that he could not afford to let his guard down. Looks like I should prepare some defensive measures. Help me draw 2 Berserk Eagle handguns from the armory. The Berserk Eagle was a close-range, large-caliber handgun. It had an effective range of 30 m, where its power was comparable to that of a sniper rifle. It would work wonders with Han Xiao's strafe. However, Han Xiao would need more. Over the past 3 days, Han Xiao had gained 100,000 experience points from crafting gunpowder. He decided to spend 40,000 to raise basic refining to LV5, fulfilling the requirements for crafting the platinum alloy. It's time for upgrades. A few days ago, upon learning of the appearance of the mecha arm in the hands of a Star Dragon agent, the boss came to the conclusion that it must have been Zero who leaked information on their 3 bases to Star Dragon. Is he a psychic? The boss found it hard to explain how Zero could have accessed top-secret information. In fact, he had not once suspected Zero. Instead, he had mistakenly assumed that there was a traitor amongst his ranks. As a result, he had even wrongly killed one commander. His mind flashed back to a month ago, where Zero had declared his intention to destroy them. The boss clenched his fist. I may have underestimated you, but you are still a nobody. I don't believe that you possess more intel. Pass down my order. Recruit some wanderers to investigate Zero's trail in Star Dragon. The germinal organization will reward those who find him. If found, send Rosa to finish him off. Rosa, like Gila, was a germinal commander. She was an assassin. Each commander had their own specialty, but no one knew exactly how many commanders there were, not even most germinal agents themselves. The boss gazed into the distance. Did you think that gaining Star Dragon's protection would keep you safe? Naive. The platinum alloy was an alloy composed from a few rare ores. Han Xiao had to spend quite a sum of money to purchase enough of them. After making the alloy, Han Xiao used it to craft a retractable knife and another lightweight mecha arm. Both had above-average stats as expected, and the retractable knife was even of a higher grade. Retractable platinum knife. Gray-green. Base stats: 24 to 28 damage, 355 durability. Bonus stats: plus 3 DX. Length: 0.77 m. Weight: 8.7 kilograms. Additional effects: retractable. This knife's blade can be retracted. Durable. The platinum alloy in this knife makes it less susceptible to wear and tear. Note: this knife can even be used as a shield. The following day, Feng Jun came over to deliver the two Berserk Eagles. The Berserk Eagle had a slight longer barrel than the average handgun, and it was much more destructive at close range. Upon testing, they proved capable of blowing a chunk out of a test dummy's head. The recoil was also extremely powerful, but Han Xiao possessed enough strength to tame the beasts. They would serve as his protection against assassinations alongside the platinum retractable knife. Han Xiao also altered his clothes to conceal several magazines. 2 magazines of incendiary ammo and 4 regular ones. For regular ammo, Han Xiao chose to use steel core bullets as their penetrative power suited the Berserk Eagle well. Han Xiao brought up the information tab to check his remaining experience points. He currently had close to 200,000. In version 1.0 Galaxy, it was thought for a while that investing experience points into skills instead of leveling was optimal. The reasoning for this was that, since the death cost was low around LV 20 to 30, it was an optimal level range to grind PvP. Unfortunately, it had all been someone's ploy. When the system congratulatory message popped up to celebrate the first LV 60 player in version 1.0, the entire server was first stunned, then outraged. It was none other than the same guy who had advocated the theory of self-capping one's level. Han Xiao decided to spend 180,000 experience points to level up 3 times. Novice Technician has leveled up. Plus 30 energy, plus 1 DX, plus 1 Yendi, plus 1 INT, plus 3 unassigned attribute points, plus 1 potential point. Novice Technician has leveled up. Plus 30 energy, plus 1 DX, plus 1 Yendi, plus 1 INT, plus 3 unassigned attribute points, plus 1 potential point. Novice Technician has leveled up. Plus 30 energy, plus 1 DX, plus 1 Yendi, plus 1 INT, plus 3 unassigned attribute points, plus 1 potential point. Besides these newly acquired stats, Han Xiao had also gained 30 energy from regular use of the energy training technique over the past few days, so his energy was now LV for a total of 280. LV for energy 200 plus 3 STR plus 4 DX plus 5 Yendi plus 4 INT plus 150 max stamina plus 4% crafting speed plus 4% machinery power. In total, Han Xiao gained plus 10 STR, plus 10 DX, plus 14 Yendi, plus 8 INT, plus 320 max stamina, plus 10% crafting speed, and plus 10% machinery power from energy bonuses, which made up nearly a third of his total stats. Initially, Han Xiao had invested quite a number of points into STR and Yendi in order to ensure his survival during his escape from the Germinal laboratory. But now, as he could focus solely on INT, which was all that a technician needed, he immediately spent all 9 unassigned attribute points on INT, reaching a total of 58 points. Now LV 24, and also a LV for Novice Technician. Han Xiao's combat power was at 160 ONA. At this rate, I should be able to remain much stronger than the first batch of players for a while. Suddenly, a notification sound played. When Han Xiao opened up the notification, he received a huge shock. Beta testing has been scheduled. Retrieving information. Retrieval complete. Beta test period, 12 days. Beta testing. I completely forgot about that. Han Xiao vaguely remembered that the beta test had been a 2-day event. as time was accelerated by 6 times in Galaxy. That translated to exactly 12 days. The beta test period was extremely short and only had 30,000 slots. Most of them were taken up by big corporations and gaming organizations, leaving only a fraction to be distributed through a lottery system. Xiao was not lucky enough to win a slot. From his memory, the beta test was held only a week before official launch, translating to about over a month inside the game. Yet, on the system information interface, the countdown still displayed 130 days. Could it be that the in-game clock runs differently when service is down? That must be it. Each version update takes 2 or 3 days to go live, but between updates, years could have passed by in-game. It makes sense. Xiao rubbed his chin with his fingers and realized that a beard was growing. He had been in Galaxy for over half a year. He suddenly remembered a controversial version update from his past life, the Chosen Ones. This version update was unlike any other. Other updates typically came with world-changing events and incidents, but this one had completely lacked a theme. No one could make sense of the version's title, nor its contents. Suddenly, the interface lit up, giving Xiao a start. NPC functions unlocked. Discussion board unlocked. NPC functions? What's this? As it did not come with any further information, it seemed that Xiao would have to figure it out on his own. In any case, it was likely to do with the ways that NPCs interacted with players, such as handing out quests, buying and selling goods, and imparting skills. In the beta test, the 30,000 players were distributed across over a dozen planets. Xiao was not too concerned over this, as 1,000 or 2,000 players per planet would not really have much of an impact. Official release would be when all hell broke loose. Nonetheless, interacting with some of them would be a good opportunity to learn more about his NPC functions. The discussion board, on the other hand, was something that Xiao was already familiar with. It was an internal forum that players frequented a lot, especially while waiting to revive. To think that we would meet again. It's probably only unlocked now due to the time being synced up. The button for the discussion board was located on a corner of the interface. Upon opening it up, Xiao was greeted by an empty forum. The account name on the top right of the window indicated guest, and the registration button was grayed out. Xiao clicked it out of curiosity. Attempting to connect to the dive capsule. No player detected. Registration failed. It took a few moments for Xiao to understand why. Accounts for the discussion board could only be created with the unique ID of the user's dive capsule. This rule was implemented as a measure against trolls. Well, I can't create a forum account, but at least I can access the forum for reading. There were a million questions on Xiao's mind regarding the state of his existence. Perhaps this forum would be able to give him the answers if he watched out for his own username. Interacting with the beta testers will be a good start. Character name, Frenzied Sword. Regular settings selected. Character creation complete. Race, human yellow. Based on your preferences, you have been matched to Planet Aquamarine. Starting zone, Bighorn Village, 24.152, 182.644. Spawning, please wait. Bighorn Village was one of several starting zones on Planet Aquamarine. As Frenzied Sword's consciousness slowly adjusted, he found himself standing atop a lush field. The warmth of the sun felt just like it was real, and so too did the earthly smell of the soil. When he looked down to see his 2 arms, he was shocked by how realistic they looked and felt. It was a small field, and Frenzied Sword noticed that there were hundreds of other players around him. They, too, were curiously examining their bodies. Each player's name was displayed on the top of his head. Following the mini-guide shown during character creation, Frenzied Sword opened up the character information window. It displayed that he was LV1 and also showed the default starting equipment that he was equipped with: a shirt, a pair of pants, and a pair of shoes. They did not come with any stat bonuses. Damn it, I can't strip. A fellow player nearby was causing a commotion. He appeared to be trying to remove his pants unsuccessfully. What the hell are you even trying to do that for? The alarmed Frenzied Sword decided that moving away would be a good idea. Frenzied Sword was a professional gamer. albeit not so well known. Aspiring professional gamer would be more accurate. He had only recently joined the scene, so he was, by all counts, a newcomer. He had been keeping a close eye on Galaxy ever since learning of its promising esports prospects. So when the beta test was announced, he immediately asked his association for a slot. As the saying goes, the early bird gets the worm. Frenzied Sword was determined to succeed in this new game. Conversation broke out amongst the crowd. This is so realistic. What should we do now? Any hints? Suddenly, a white-bearded, fearsome-looking white elderly man appeared before the crowd and bellowed, "All of you outsiders, if you want to eat, then find yourself a job. Loafers are not welcome in our village. The crops in our farms need picking, and the shops to the south need workers. As long as you work hard, you will have food to eat." Beside the players' health bars were two other bars for hunger and thirst. Upon reaching 0, the player would gain a hungry or thirsty debuff that would cause their health to drop. Frenzied Sword examined the old man. Underscore. Based on your level, you acquired the following information. Xander, Bighorn Mountain Village Chief. Level? Stats. I am your village chief now. Danger level, middle. Players had an examine function that allowed them to learn an NPC's name and information. However, the amount of information obtained differed based on their level difference. The weapon store sells guns, bullets, and other weapons. The marketplace is where people sell food and water, and the amphitheater is where you will find mounts to rent. If you wish to leave, there is a train station several kilometers north of here. If you wish to learn a craft, the blacksmiths or the tailors are good choices. Xander's explanation filled in the new players on their situation. There were only a few subclasses and one combat class, Novice Hunter, available in this village, and they cost money to learn. The player's map was mostly shrouded in fog. Most of the planet's background, maps, factions, and other intelligence needed exploring before they would be revealed. The elements that could be explored were numerous, and Frenzied Sword felt overwhelmed. Is it possible to take on hunting quests straight away? Frenzied Sword recognized the man, Slice You Up, as the guild leader of the guild Kill All. His IGN was telling of his personality, and it was most likely from China. Upon hearing his question, Xander burst out into laughter. You weaklings think that you stand a chance against wild beasts? See those mountains over there? If you are not afraid to die, then by all means try, but it looks to me like none of you are even strong enough to even take on a silver hyena. The players looked towards where the old man pointed to see a range of forested mountains in the distance. Some of the mountains stood so tall that the clouds seemed to encircle them like huge, coiling pythons, creating an extremely scenic view that stole the breaths of the players. The graphics were incredibly lifelike. Galaxy was clearly ahead of the competition. Refusing to believe the old man, Slice You Up took his party to purchase some basic equipment with the starting money of $100 and headed for the mountains. It did not take long for them to return. Slice You Up, in particular, was shaken up quite badly. The first beast that he had encountered was a gorilla larger than an adult man. As soon as he raised his dagger, the gorilla threw its excrement at him, the force of which blew up his head. And it only got better. He respawned in the middle of a stampede. Why the hell would that freaking monkey know how to throw its excrement? Must everything be so realistic? For some reason, the foul smell still lingered around even after respawning. The developers were definitely trolling when they decided to add in this smell. WDF, aren't those monsters too strong? They didn't even stand a chance. He only managed to do 1 damage. Damn it, I dropped the knife I just bought. The amount of experience lost upon death depended on the character level. The respawn time also increased with each death. For the first death, respawning only took 10 seconds, but it would take a minute for the second, 5 for the third, and half an hour for the fourth, increasing up to a whopping 6 days. Death was very costly in the galaxy. Each character could also only die up to 10 times every day, 6 days in-game. Reaching this limit would result in a character lock until the next day. It was an anti-addiction system that proved to be more effective than the exhaustion system of certain mobile games. The kill-all party's sad state immediately deterred the other players from thinking of hunting monsters. They quickly dispersed to find work to do. As Xander watched over the buzz, he stroked his beard with a smile. The reward is so low. I only got $50. Leveling is so slow. It took me half an hour of quests just to earn enough experience to level up. Everything feels so real. I hit myself to test, and blood actually came out. Amazing. Something is wrong with you, dude. The start was not as easy as the players had expected. Everyone was at least put on a level playing field. Furthermore, there was an extremely high degree of freedom for them to choose what they wanted to do. As the players went about their quests, many started to find themselves enjoying the game. Quests were tiring, yet felt so fulfilling. Today is a blessed day. Are you a pro gamer too? Frenzied Sword recognized the trio walking towards him. They were also famous pros. Twinkle Fried Rice, a genius lauded for his mechanical skills, Sleepy Winter, a super veteran of esports, and Rainy Kim, a female idol gamer with tens of millions of fans. In the face of these big gods of the gaming world, Frenzied Sword felt as though he had shrunk a few feet. Is something the matter? Sleepy Winter laughed, replying, I was wondering, did you notice that the map sold in this town cost $3,000? There were 3 groups of beta testers. The first group were casual gamers who won their spots from the lottery system, while the second group were professional gamers or prolific personalities for whom a certain number of spots were reserved for. As for the third group of beta testers, they bought their accounts from resellers. The casual gamer would only be interested in checking out the game, but the latter two share the same reason for playing the beta, to get a head start. This beta test will only last for 12 days in terms of game time. It's quite obvious that doing the beginner quests here is a waste of time, but you should have noticed that we are not forced to do them at all. What we should do is to take advantage of our head start and start exploring this world. We could be the first to discover all of this planet's secrets and treasures. Frenzied Sword nodded slowly. As time was indeed limited, to dawdle around in a beginner zone did seem like a waste of precious time. Questing here would certainly give them a level advantage over the newer players, but that would be all. In contrast, exploring seemed like a more promising and definitely more fun option. But why would you tell me all this? He asked. Sleepy Winter laughed. Those big guilds will definitely realize this soon enough. The problem is that they have the advantage in numbers, so they will easily be able to buy the map. What do you say to joining our party? It will definitely make things easier. Frenzied Sword accepted the invitation without hesitation. How are we splitting the cost? Asked Twinkle Fried Rice. Since I suggested it, I'll contribute more, replied Sleepy Winter. I don't like to owe people, so I'll contribute 1,000, added Rainy Kim coldly. My part settled. She immediately turned around and left to earn money from quests. Sleepy Winter rubbed his nose bitterly. We've known each other for a few years already. Why won't you give me a chance? With the money they earned from questing, the 4 of them were able to procure the map the following day. Obtaining it cleared some of the fog on their maps, and it also provided basic information on the planet's current situation. They learnt of the 6 nations, the German organization, and the Revolutionary Army, amongst other factions. According to this, the 2 biggest powers are the 6 nations and the German organization. The 6 nations seem to have quite a number of training schools and academies. It'll probably be easier to learn a main class there. Let's see. Seems like Star Dragon isn't a bad choice. Bighorn Mountain was situated in Star Dragon, and the public train station was not too far away. Sleepy Winter nodded. We don't have much time. It'll take about 3 days for us to reach the capital. Frenzied Sword groaned inwardly. He was starting to regret having joined the party. However, he knew that it was too late for him to chicken out. The journey could not be skipped, so the party had to sit through the entire 3 days. There were some quests available on the train, but overall, it was not a pleasant trip at all. They did, however, have the forums to stifle their boredom. On the forums, players were posting about their experiences on the different starting zones. It provided them with much amusement, except for Frenzied Sword, who could not stop worrying about the passing time. After 3 days, the train arrived at the western capital. Upon arriving at the great metal fences, Each of them received a system message, alerting them of a new explored location. So, discovering places gives experience too. Huh? This is amazing, gasped Twinkle Fried Rice as he looked around. Everything was extremely realistic, down to the way that people were casting him strange looks. The group proceeded to the security checkpoint where they were scanned for weapons. After passing the check, the guard gave them each a temporary ID card, and they received a system message notifying them that they had unlocked reputation with Star Dragon. Star Dragon. Reputation, 0. Current relationship, neutral, temporary citizen. Shall we continue as a group or go our own ways? Asked Sleepy Winter. I'll follow you, replied Twinkle Fried Rice immediately with a grin. The two of them were from the same gaming club. Rainy Kim also decided to join them, as some company was better than none. No bullying me, she said flatly. Sleepy Winter laughed. Unintentional or not, this girl said the cutest things. They exchanged a few more lines before Sleepy Winter finally turned to Frenzied Sword and asked, "What about you?" Frenzied Sword was furious at being so blatantly overlooked, but he understood that there was no point in forcing himself to tag along. No need. He waved his hand and stammered, "I prefer playing alone." "All right then, good luck." As Frenzied Sword watched the trio of gods depart, he mumbled to himself, "Sooner or later, I'll become popular too." The Western capital was obviously a first-class city. Here, there would definitely be plenty of opportunities for him to surpass them and become number one. Renewed with ambition, Frenzied Sword began to head off in another direction. Suddenly, he noticed a masked man watching him. Something about the way the man was looking at him seemed odd. As Frenzied Sword felt a chill run down his spine, he instinctively used the examine function. Name, Han Xiao. Level, stats, danger level, fatal. Fatal danger. Frenzied Sword gulped. Even the armored security guard just now only had a high danger level. This was his most dangerous encounter yet. Who exactly was this guy, whose information was full of question marks? Shouldn't it be safe in the city? Will today be the first time that I die? Suddenly the man spoke. Examining someone you just met? That's not very polite. Frenzied Sword gave a start. According to the official information, an NPC would know if it had been examined if it was over 30 levels higher than the player using the function. Han Xiao chuckled to himself. He had simply predicted Frenzied Sword's course of action. After learning of the beta test, Han Xiao had taken note of all the nearby starting zones on his map. The closest one was none other than Bighorn Mountain Village. It was only 3 days away, but Han Xiao did not want to leave the Western capital as Germinal was actively looking for him. While keeping track of the influx of posts on the forums, Han Xiao came across a thread created by a player called Sleepy Winter. It was a post about the benefits of exploration. Han Xiao knew who Sleepy Winter was, a legendary pro gamer who was quite active in public forums. He liked to discuss strategies and create guides. He was a good man, handsome, beside the point, and naturally had a huge fan base. In the Chinese server, he had ranked consistently amongst the top 30. Han Xiao himself had only ever peaked at 47th, and during a period of time, he even fell out of the top 100. That lesson that he had learned then was to stay away from girls if you want to succeed. Once, he had shared his thoughts regarding this with the 28-year-old owner of the convenience store below his apartment building, who he was on friendly terms with. The bachelor had laughed him off. "Cool story, bro," he said, "but I'd rather have a girl." To which Han Xiao had replied, "But which girl would have you?" That was the day that Han Xiao lost a special discount at that store. The rankings were not based purely on combat. In Galaxy, there were all kinds of competitions apart from fighting, from treasure hunts to monster killing, and even races. As Han Xiao had taken on a number of revenge assignments from other players, his combat ability was quite polished. Unfortunately, he had lacked in other areas such as trash talking. He never forgot to practice it, though. After reading the thread, Han Xiao had guessed that there would probably be a few players who would make it to the Western capital. As such, over the past few days, he had spent some time keeping an eye out for any at the city entrance. He was able to spot the party of 4 easily as their names were, to Han Zhao's surprise, clearly displayed over their heads. Furthermore, 3 of their names were those of famous people. Han Xiao was not sure if the reason he could see their names was that he, too, had an interface. Nevertheless, it was a good thing. Just like how players could see the names of NPCs, Han Xiao could recognize them on sight. The reason that he had decided to make direct contact with a player was to test out his NPC functions. Brave adventurer, do you have time to help me? A standard line for a quest giver. Frenzied Sword's eyes widened. To think that I'd get the chance to interact with a high-level NPC this soon. This place is the best. He replied, as calmly as he could, I am willing to help. I need a loaf of bread. Can you find one? A confirmation window popped up as soon as Han Xiao asked the question. Underscore. Do you wish to issue a quest to Frenzied Sword? Y/N. It really works. Hold on. Why are there automated prompts for an NPC function? Maybe I can automate my own actions too. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Now is not the time to worry about those questions. Yes. A window appeared, along with some messages. Underscore. Please set the requirements and rewards for the mission. The amount of experience that you can hand out is limited based on your level, rank, influence, and myth. Note, you can choose to give objects that you possess ownership of as rewards. Money, items, experience, skills, etc. The window was split into 2 sections. On the left side was a drop-down menu that allowed Han Xiao to select the quest type. There were a ton of quest types to choose from. On the right side was for inputting the rewards. There were 2 lines, maximum reward and daily reward limit. The maximum reward was currently set to 11,600 experience points. It also seemed to be provided by the system, meaning that Han Xiao would not have need to fork any out of his own pocket. Daily reward limit referred to the amount of experience reward that Han Xiao could issue out in a day. Currently, it was fixed at 5 times the maximum reward. 5 times 11,600 is equal to 58,000. Maximum reward 11,600 EXP. Level 24, 7,200 EXP. Rank E 300 EXP. Factions Germinal Hated 1,000 EXP. Division 13 Neutral 400 EXP. Myth level 0. As Han Xiao tested the settings out, he discovered a limitation. If the current maximum reward did not meet the minimum amount required for a quest, he would not be able to issue it. A rank A quest such as destroying the Germinal organization would require a rank A reward. Han Zhao's maximum reward of 11,600 meant that he could only issue E-rank quests. D-rank quests required a reward of at least 30,000 EXP. The reward criteria also seemed to differ among the different quest types. No further messages popped up to explain this, so it seemed like Han Xiao would have to figure it out on his own through trial and error. Han Xiao tried to issue himself a quest, but it failed. If only I could have some of that sweet experience. Although he now had the ability to hand out experience like water, he himself was only earning about 20,000 to 30,000 EXP a day. Of course, there was no way that he would help someone else. Seems like I could use this to my advantage, though. Han Zhao's eyes began to twinkle. It was possible to use this function to manipulate players into doing his bidding. After all, players would do any quest if the reward was high enough. Han Xiao suddenly had an epiphany. I have to increase my maximum reward. In most games, it was the key, high-level NPCs who gave the hardest missions and the highest rewards. The quest function system made perfect sense. Han Xiao issued a regular mission to Frenzied Sword. Frenzied Sword stared at the mission window with his mouth agape. What kind of high-level NPC would ask for a loaf of bread and reward only $1? Hold on, he could just be testing me. Frenzied Sword recalled that in some of the games he had played before, there were indeed quests like this. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed to him. So Frenzied Sword whipped out all 7 of the bread loaves he had in his possession and put them into Han Zhao's hands. This is all the bread I have, he added sincerely. Han Xiao was stunned. What's going on? Are gamers these days so excessive with doing quests? Nonetheless, a completion dialogue popped up when Han Xiao received the bread. There were too many quest types to test out, so Han Xiao decided to try out the other NPC functions. There was an icon in the shape of a person beside Frenzied Sword's name above his head. When Han Xiao focused on it, an RPG-style meter bar popped out. The bar was half red, half green, and with a needle at the center. Do you want to adjust favorability with Frenzied Sword? I can even do this. Han Xiao was a bit scared to try. What if changing this also adjusted his thoughts? If I set favorability to maximum, will I turn gay on the spot? No. I can't risk that. Han Xiao decided to test it by moving the needle slightly left to reduce favorability by 5. He heaved a sigh of relief when nothing else seemed to change. This function isn't very useful. Your favorability with Han Xiao has dropped by 5. Current status: Stranger. What the? Why would my favorability go down after quest completion? What the hell? As Han Xiao was wondering if he could perform transactions with players, he began to laugh shadily. Hey kid, not bad. I only sell my goods to people I like, and I like you. Frenzied Sword's jaw dropped. My favorability dropped, but he still says that he likes me. Underscore. Do you want to open up a shop to Frenzied Sword? Y/N. Confirm. A shop window immediately popped up. The window was divided into 2 sections. The left section was titled Item Shop, and there was a system hint saying that it was possible for Han Xiao to put up items on display even if they were not currently on his person. The right section was titled Skill Shop, where Han Xiao could put his own skills up for sale. Han Xiao fiddled around with the settings. Please set a price. You may select money, experience, or items. You may also set buying requirements such as favorability, level, skills, class, etc. So far, Han Xiao had been dealing in Aquamarine's international currency, the Aquamarine dollar. The Binar was the standard universal currency. Han Xiao discovered to his surprise that the shop function allowed him to set the item price in any currency that he had ever come into contact with. An idea suddenly came to Han Xiao. I can set favorability requirements to attract players to keep coming back for quests. Han Xiao was reminded of how he had spent long hours grinding out high-difficulty quests just to achieve exalted status with the Alliance of Light, all for the sake of a battleship. Now, however, the tables had turned. This interface is the best. A shop interface popped up in front of Frenzied Sword. As he scanned through the items, his eyes began to widen in disbelief. Godly equips, he blurted. Retractable knife, incendiary bullets, 73 Wasp, Jackson assault rifle, bayonet rifle. Frenzied Sword was shaking uncontrollably. To him, all of these were godly equips that would allow him to surpass any other player. However, his expression changed when he looked at their price tags. It was as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water over him. Even the cheapest of them, the incendiary bullets, cost $100 each, while the lightweight mecha arm required 10 favorability. This is daylight robbery. And how am I supposed to gain favorability with this NPC when completing his quest reduces it instead? No wonder this NPC's danger level is so high. It's definitely still too early to interact with him. But Frenzied Sword only knew true pain when he took a look at the skill shop. Basic combat, basic shooting, submission. The sight of these skills caused Frenzied Sword to start drooling until he saw their prices. There was also a mechanic class change tome and an array of mechanic skills, but none of them were as eye-catching as the energy training technique. Godly skill. Han Xiao shook his head upon seeing Frenzied Sword's reaction. You want a technician, so you are unable to learn it. By now, Han Xiao had already been solidified as a secret NPC in Frenzied Sword's mind. If I can make him my teacher, I will definitely become rank 1 in no time. But I really wanted to be a pugilist. That much was obvious from his in-game name. Damn it, this had better be worth it. Are you sure you want to become a mechanic? Y/N. Yes. underscore 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 underscore. Basic weaponry learnt. You have gained 500 EXP, $100. Buying a skill was like paying for lessons, and Han Xiao's skill level would remain unchanged. Of course, the skills that Han Xiao had chosen to put on display were the more common and easily obtainable ones. Not that any player would know at this point. Frenzied Sword's reaction to energy training technique confirmed this. He obviously did not know that the skill was automatically given to all characters after the first advancement at LV20. It wasn't that Han Xiao was trying to scam him, though. On the contrary, he had purposely set its cost at a whopping 10,000 EXP and $3,000 just to make the shop look nicer. He had also placed a requirement of 10 favorability on it. All right. Han Xiao quickly reverted Frenzied Sword's favorability back to 0, which caused him to immediately have the wrong idea. I must buy more things from him in order to increase favorability. Suddenly, the NPC began to walk away. "Where can I find you?" yelled a flustered Frenzied Sword after him. Han Xiao thought for a moment before handing him a piece of paper with the workshop's address on it. As Frenzied Sword watched him leave, he began to grow excited. "This is my chance. With those skills and equips, I will definitely be able to climb to the top." Suddenly, his expression froze. "I cannot let anyone find this secret NPC." To a city as big as the Western capital, a few beta testers were truly insignificant. For now, Han Xiao did not have any interest in them. The only reason he had come into contact with one was to test the NPC functions, and they certainly did not disappoint. Han Xiao was already thinking up ways to use them for scamming players. Frenzied Sword. As Han Xiao thought back to the player from before, scenes from another lifetime began to play out in his mind. In his previous life, Frenzied Sword had been part of the first batch of professional Galaxy players. As a pugilist, he had taken the first competitive season by storm and won one of 24 spots to represent China internationally. This honor alone had cemented his status as a legend. Unfortunately, this future pugilist legend was now a mechanic. Han Xiao did not know exactly how Frenzied Sword's fortunes would play out in this timeline, but he did know one thing for sure. There would be no Frenzied Sword representing China in the near future. The only reason Han Xiao dared to choose the mechanic class was that he knew it would eventually become the strongest class. However, this was something that no other player could know. In fact, the class seemed so bad from the start that in Han Xiao's past life, numerous gamers, including pros who chose the mechanic class, would give up their characters and restart in another class. "I feel like I scammed him big time or something." Han Xiao shook his head. "Scam? Nah. He made the decision himself. On the contrary, if he can endure a few patches, then he'll have me to thank." Yeah. From enlisting in the Star Dragon army to joining underworld societies, there was no lack of work opportunities for players in the Western capital. Even just by walking on the streets and interacting with NPCs, there were plenty of quests waiting to be triggered. From the money that they earned from these common quests, such as find the missing purse, rescue the cat stuck on the tree, and other collection missions, it became clear to Sleepy Winter that exploring had been the right thing to do. Of course, as the Western capital was a high-level zone, there were many places that the trio found inaccessible at their current level. Rainy Kim had been rejected at the gates of the Western Capital Academy, while Twinkle Fried Rice had been held at gunpoint when he'd tried to enter District 1, almost giving away his first death. The day after, the trio enlisted in the Star Dragon army, thereby gaining their first combat class, Recruit. After a couple of training quests, their faction changed from Star Dragon to Star Dragon Army, and they earned the rank of Private. Out of goodwill, Sleepy Winter messaged Frenzied Sword to let him know about being able to join the army, but Frenzied Sword only replied briefly in acknowledgement. For some reason, he seemed uninterested. What Sleepy Winter did not know was that Frenzied Sword was preoccupied with trying to win Han Xiao's favor. In order to test out the limitations of the quest function, Han Xiao entertained Frenzied Sword and issued him with all sorts of strange quests, such as kick 10 people in the ass, strip a patrolling officer of his shorts, remain in a ballerina pose for 5 minutes, and many more. From these tests, Han Xiao learned that as long as the maximum reward was able to match the quest difficulty, he would be able to choose any type of quest scenario that he wanted. Meanwhile, things were a bit different on the receiving end. Frenzied Sword, who found himself only being assigned crude and twisted quests, gradually began to develop a sense of fear toward Han Xiao. Nonetheless, he religiously completed all of the quests, as the experience that Han Xiao rewarded him with was several times more than the standard reward. That alone was enough for him to ignore his own morals. The quests allowed him to level up rapidly, and he used the earnings themselves to learn more basic skills from Han Xiao. The beta test might have been unexpected for Han Xiao, but overall, it did not do much to disrupt his plans. The beta players were simply too scattered and few in number to have much influence on their respective starting planets. 12 days was not enough time for them to level up significantly. It would take longer for a breeze to develop into a storm. In the long haul, however, the influx of players would be like a gold mine to Han Xiao. Helping to strengthen Frenzied Sword was only the first step. Soon, his progress would definitely catch the attention of the other players and his own association. His association would certainly capitalize on it and release information on this secret NPC in order to gain popularity. That was when the money and experience would start pouring in for Han Xiao. Frenzied Sword might have thought he was hogging Han Xiao to himself, but he was actually dancing in the palm of his hand. Official launch countdown: 126 days, 11 hours, 32 minutes. Aside from crafting incendiary bullets, Han Xiao spent most of his free time browsing the forums. Although it was usually buzzing with discussion and players would frequent it while their characters were dead or had set up shop, there were only beta players posting now. The women on Aquamarine are so beautiful, urgently looking for party members to fight the Sand Bandits. Location: Fallen Dragon Valley, Planet Longtune. Coordinates are a shot of Planet Brighton's magical floating city. I somehow transformed myself into some tentacle monster. How do I change back? Damn it, teach me how. Most of the threads were posted to request help or share information. Some parties also used the forums as a means to record and share their progress. There were over a dozen beginner planets of various civilizations available in the beta: magical civilizations, scientific civilizations, and religious civilizations, to name a few. The societal structure of each planet also varied. The most popular planet seemed to be Planet Winterfrost, which was ruled by the Void Demon race. The planet also served as an outpost for the Destruction Army, whose aim was to destroy all civilizations. In Han Xiao's past life, they were an enemy who had given him quite a headache. As Han Xiao refreshed the forum page, a new thread caught his attention. First B-Class Quest. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. He recalled that the first B-Class mission had only appeared after the official launch. How could someone have unlocked such a high-class mission during the beta test? Curious, he entered the thread to see that it was already erupting with discussion. Who are you trying to fool? I haven't even seen a D-Class quest yet. Are you dumb? He posted pictures as proof. They must be fake. Why is there only a quest name, but no quest information? Nice try, clown. Who would want to share their quest information with you? It must be super hard. I'm still at the beginner zone. Does anyone know how to get out? The poster is the official account of the Guild of Gods. They're legit. It should be true. Does anyone know which planet this is? All of you are noobs. Sorry, my dog ran over my keyboard. Han Xiao chuckled. In his nostalgia, he continued reading through all the banter before finally checking out the contents of the original post. There was only a cropped screenshot of a quest name. Underscore 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 B-Class Quest. Investigate 0. Han Xiao scrolled up to check the poster's name. An authenticated ID, Guild of Gods. A guild from the Temple of God? The Temple of God was a prestigious among the professional circles that boasted a lineup of renowned gamers. They were so big that they even had their own line of goods. In his previous life, Han Xiao had once taken up an assignment to strip their leader and take pictures of him in various embarrassing poses. He had then posted them on the forums with the title, "Shocking, why would the leader of the Guild of Gods?" and charged a fee for viewing. While Han Xiao had earned his money, he had also ended up being chased around by the entire guild for an entire month. I miss player killing. Han Xiao sighed as he turned around to look at Frenzied Sword, causing him to freeze up and break into cold sweat. Han Xiao shook his head. If things went as they had previously, the Guild of Gods would join the Germinal faction to become the biggest player guild on their side. It was already looking likely. Germinal must be hell-bent on getting him this time, for even beta players to be able to acquire the mission to look for him. For the average player, it would be impossible to evade the notice of Division 13 while trying to locate Han Xiao by themselves. Normally, it would take a large amount of people to even have a chance of succeeding. However, the Guild of Gods did not seem to lack manpower. As he considered the situation, Han Xiao finally decided on which Germinal base to act upon next. The Guild of Gods had 15 players in the beta test. It was a team of core members led by both the leader and the vice leader. Before the beta test started, they had already decided to list science as a preference. Their reasoning was simple. Since the world of Galaxy had a galactic setting, science would definitely be a core driving force of the game. As such, they were all able to start together on Aquamarine and had also quickly purchased a map to begin exploring. The leader, Jupiter, was the one who decided to join the Germinal organization. Their starting zone had also been close to a Germinal base. Jupiter thought that the Germinal organization was probably the strongest faction on the planet, as they able to stand strong against all of the nations on their own. Choosing them had nothing to do with favoring their ideology or anything like that. After all, their only priority was to get stronger. In reality, did not betray their expectations. After joining Germinal, they were brought to the Dark Crow Valley base where they underwent tough training to become low-level grunts. The biggest game that they received there, however, was none other than the B-class quest, Investigate Zero. The only information provided by the quest was that the target, Zero, was currently residing within Stardragon. At present, the 15 members were having a top-secret meeting to discuss how they would complete the quest. "This is our first B-class quest," said Jupiter in a low voice. "As there doesn't seem to be fighting involved, with our level, we have a good chance of succeeding. The rewards are extremely good. With them, we will definitely be able to become the #1 guild. All we know is that Zero is in the country, but Stardragon is just too big," added Poseidon, a core member of the guild. "The beta test period is too short, so I think that we should only aim to complete the quest after official launch. Now, we should just do some preliminary investigation." Everyone nodded in agreement. The quest information only tells us that Zero is an enemy of the Germinal organization. If we manage to kill him, will there be a bonus reward? Nice thinking, as expected of our leader. But that would most likely be A-class difficulty, pointed out Poseidon. "There's no impossible quest in a game. We just have to find the way," answered Jupiter matter-of-factly. "The official launch is 1 week after the end of this beta test. During this period of time, we will also have to discuss the matter with the rest of the guild. In any case," added Shiva, the vice leader, "with the backing of our gaming organization, we are the ones with the highest chance of completing this quest." "That is true," agreed Jupiter. "It would be faster if we made use of the other players," suggested Poseidon. Jupiter's eyes lit up. "Good idea. Let's release Zero's face and put up a reward for any valuable leads." Rich guilds had their way of doing things. The Guild of Gods sure has deep pockets. If only I could find Zero. The reward on Zero's wanted poster was extremely alluring. But Frenzied Sword knew that as he was operating alone, it would be like trying to search for a needle in a haystack. While it might have been a pity, it did not bother him too much. Frenzied Sword's eyes filled up with fire as he took another look at Han Xiao. "As long as I latch onto this guy, I will level up faster than anyone." Initially, performing all the strange quests that Han Xiao gave him did give him a sense of aversion. However, he gradually discovered that they not were that bad after all. At the very least, they were interesting to do. Compared to hunting monsters, running around to carry out these errands was much simpler. Of course, this came at the expense of his morality. One day, he realized that his mind was becoming more open, and he had an epiphany. Shame is but an obstacle to human evolution. Me, a pervert? No, no, no. I have simply transcended. I have found the way. "Does that guy like you or something?" asked a bemused Lu Qian as she pointed at Frenzied Sword. He was staring at Han Xiao dreamily from the entrance of the workshop. "He seems pretty sincere. Why don't you give him a chance?" she teased, giggling. It was the first time that she had spoken normally to Han Xiao since the misunderstanding. Han Xiao rolled his eyes and reached out to tickle her, causing her to yell out and dodge, startled. Hugging her sides with crossed arms, Lu Qian watched Han Xiao closely with puppy eyes in anticipation of his next attack. Her grandfather's attempts at playing matchmaker had initially caused her much headache. However, she soon discovered that there was no cause for concern, as Han Xiao was not particularly interested in her. To be more specific, he did not even seem to be interested in women at all. Although this eased her worries, it also raised other concerns. A woman's heart is unfathomable. Pay her attention and she might become wary of you. But neglecting her won't do either. Unfortunately, one's looks also play an important factor. If you're good-looking enough, you won't have to worry about it. Lu Qian's casual attire was revealing a tantalizing view of her front, but it did nothing to stir Han Xiao's heart. Having been working for up to 15 hours almost every day recently, crafting had become the only thing that he could think about. Sometimes he even found himself designing guns and weapons in his dreams. And the scary part was that once, when he woke up, he realized that the designs were all practical. This served as a wake-up call to Han Xiao, and he would think back to fond times with Mei Mei, and a dozen or so more ex-girlfriends to regain his senses. These names all sound the same, but they are different characters in Chinese. A man may die, but he must go down with his bird. Han Xiao ignored Frenzied Sword. By his calculations, the beta test would end in a day. The only reason Han Xiao had chosen to make contact with a player was to test the NPC functions. Suddenly, the interface lit up. You have triggered the sudden quest. Assassination. Quest hint. The assassin is closing in. Completion requirement. Survive the encounter. Quest reward. Unknown. Han Zhao's face stiffened. The attack could happen at any moment. Damn it, old Lu is not home now. For the quest to have triggered despite Feng Jun and his men keeping watch in the neighborhood meant that the enemy definitely had some kind of special ability to invade without getting detected. There was a high chance that it was a superhuman. Han Xiao immediately dashed into his room to retrieve his equipment. It was vital to avoid dragging old Lu and Lu Qian into the mix, as it could jeopardize his plans to unlock the hidden scenario that he had come here for all along. Facing his attacker head-on was also more of his style. Frenzied Sword chased after Han Xiao. As they ran, Han Xiao began to feel like someone was watching him. The temperature of the air suddenly began to drop, causing Frenzied Sword to rub his arms in fear. Even he could feel the murderous intent in the air. As they walked down an alley, Han Zhao's sense of danger began to escalate from a tingle into an alarm. Darkness was already creeping upon the unknowing pair. Before they realized it, they were transported into a world devoid of sight and sound. Strangely, however, this pitch-black darkness made Han Xiao feel extremely safe and comfortable, as though he were back in his mother's womb. All that remained was an overwhelming allure to fall into eternal slumber. An illusion. Han Xiao forced his eyes open. You are under the attack of an illusion. As your INT is higher than 50, you are able to resist its effects. The darkness around Han Xiao began to shatter as the effects of the illusion faded. As Han Xiao regained his senses, he discovered that there was a man standing 5 meters away with a gun pointed directly at him. The assassin was wearing a victorious smirk. Click! He pulled the trigger. Han Zhao's eyes widened. How am I supposed to dodge a shot at point-blank range? People often say that time slows down in the face of danger. What happened next was on a whole new level. In the face of imminent death, the world around Han Xiao suddenly began to slow down. The expression of panic on Han Zhao's face was replaced by a look of absolute coolness as his mind cast aside all unnecessary thoughts and emotions in order to process the situation. It's not over yet. The flow of time resumed. In the very instant that the bullet left the barrel, Han Xiao activated Strafe, causing his entire body to seemingly fade and reappear. Strafe's effect allowed the user to move anywhere within a 3-meter radius, but it was not exactly instant. While any movement using Strafe would seem extremely fast, moving a shorter distance would be even faster. Han Xiao was able to dodge the fatal shot by moving just 2 inches. The bullet grazed past the side of his face. All it caused was a searing sensation. The assassin's expression changed. How could he have dodged my sure-kill shot? With his illusory powers, Norsa had successfully carried out over 100 assassinations for the Germinal organization. So far, it had not mattered whether his targets also had superpowers. However, according to the intel given to him, Zero should at most be at the level of an elite agent. How could someone who relied on machinery to fight be able to break free of his illusion? The intel was completely off the mark. As Han Xiao dodged, he whipped out both Berserk Eagles from his waist and activated Overload as he fired a volley of deafening shots. The recoil from the shots was so powerful that it caused his hands to shake. Bang! 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 All of the shots found their mark on Norsa's chest. A perfect counterattack. Han Zhao's skillful usage of the strafe might not have seemed difficult, but it would not have been possible to pull off without the wealth of combat experience that he possessed. Norsa began to stagger backwards. He had used energy to protect his body. Otherwise, he would have been shredded to bits. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, he immediately summoned whatever energy he had left to back up and flee. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and gave pursuit as he loaded a gun up with incendiary ammo to fire a shot in the direction of Norsa's escape. The ensuing sea of fire forced Norsa to stop in his tracks. Gritting his teeth, he turned around to face Han Xiao. Norsa's eyes began to glow with a mysterious 7-colored aura. You are under the attack of an illusion. As your INT is higher than 50, you are able to resist its effects. Bang! Han Xiao unhesitatingly fired a single, precise shot that drilled a hole through the assassin's throat. Norsa clutched his neck in horror. My illusory powers have never failed me. Why is he unaffected? Han Xiao strode forward to smack Norsa onto the ground with both guns. He then pressed them against his chest, pinning him to the ground. Bang! The sound of the shot was dull. As the incendiary bullet penetrated Norsa's body, his internal organs were immediately set ablaze. He began to flail his limbs wildly, but only for a moment. You have killed the Germinal Organization Executor, Norsa, LV-25 Superhuman, earning 7,500 EXP. You have completed the sudden quest, Assassination. You have been rewarded with a character summoning card. Han Xiao steadied his breath. Blood had stained his mask and was dripping down his face onto the floor. It was silent, apart from the crackle of the flames. Norsa's death freed Frenzied's sword from the illusion. His jaw dropped upon noticing the aftermath of the battle. What the hell just happened here? Feng Jun arrived late to the party with his team of fully equipped field agents. When he saw the blood on Han Zhao's mask, his first reaction was to feel Han Zhao's chin for any wounds. Are you hurt? Are you blind? Snapped Han Xiao, pointing to the graze on his cheek. That's good. Feng Jun heaved a sigh of relief before looking at Han Xiao apologetically. They had failed in their duty to keep him safe. It's not your fault, consoled Han Xiao. This man is the Germinal Organization's executor, he explained, pointing toward Norsa's corpse. He's an assassin who has never failed. Norsa Connor. Norsa was widely feared even among the Six Nations. Once, he had gunned down a high-ranking Star Dragon official in broad daylight despite tight security. Upon confirming the identity of the corpse, Feng Jun's shock turned into amazement. Hold on, he came to assassinate you, but you killed him instead. Are you really that strong? You only realize that now. Han Xiao glared at him as he checked the interface for the quest reward. Character summoning card. You are able to use this character's ability once. Character: Norsa Connor. Ability: Illusory power. Only targets with more than 50 INT can resist this ability. Usage count 0 to 1. Character summoning cards were quite uncommon in Galaxy. They only dropped from special quests, and their function was to allow the player to use the ability of the NPC character stated on the card. In Galaxy, people farmed and sold these for money, but it was only the rich players who could afford to indiscriminately use them who bought them. Although not Han Xiao style, it was always better to have more tools at one's disposal. Fortunately, Han Xiao had assigned all his attribute points to INT beforehand. Otherwise, things would have played out very differently. Germinal organization. Thanks for the gift. Underscore. Do you wish to accept your reward now? Y/N. Yes. It was a use item that could be stored within the interface, allowing Han Xiao to pull it out whenever he needed it. Meanwhile, Frenzied Sword was still trying to comprehend the situation. When he used the examine function to learn that these mysterious men in black were aligned with the Star Dragon Strategic Defense Initiative, he couldn't help but look toward Han Xiao in wonderment. You know this guy? Feng Jun asked Han Xiao curiously as he pointed at Frenzied Sword. Just ignore him. As Han Xiao wiped the blood of his face with a handkerchief that Feng Jun passed to him, he frowned. If Norsa has found me, then it means the Germinal organization must know exactly where I am. Not necessarily, replied Feng Jun. The intelligence department has the network locked down. Any mention of you is blocked from being transmitted out. Han Xiao's spirits immediately lifted. Are you sure? Feng Jun nodded. But Norsa definitely wasn't operating alone. He must have passed the intel on to Germinal spies hiding within the capital. It'll probably be a matter of time before they relay the information. Han Xiao abruptly started to run out of the alley. Hey, where are you going? Called out Feng Jun hastily. I still have to take you back to HQ for debriefing. No time to explain. Quickly request for permission to seal all of the city's exits. It was possible that Norsa had learned of his whereabouts from the spies in the city, and that he had come straight for him right after. In that case, it was not too late to take action. Han Xiao knew exactly who the head honcho of the spy network was. The reason he had not taken action against him so far was that the Germinal would simply send a replacement to take over. On the contrary, leaving him alive had its advantages. Norsa's death would confirm Han Xiao's presence in the western capital, but if he could stop the intel from getting out, the Germinal would not be able to pinpoint his location. Of course, all of this was simply guesswork. It was possible that a spy had already left the city to deliver the intel. Nevertheless, it was worth a shot. Li Allen, tell the others to meet up with me at District 8. These are the coordinates. Remember to drive a car. Of all places, the slums. I was expecting at least a fancy restaurant. There's no time. Just do as I asked. After hanging up, Han Xiao smashed the window of the nearest car by the roadside and jumped in. The owner was making a phone call right beside his car when the sudden sound of shattering glass gave him a fright. He immediately ran over to the driver's side and grabbed Han Xiao by the collar. You, get out now! The next second, he found himself yanked halfway into the car with his head pinned against the steering wheel, causing the car horn to bellow noisily. Nice timing. Han Xiao immediately began to search the poor car owner's body for the car keys. Upon finding them, he ungraciously shoved him out of the window and sped off into the distance. As the car owner sat dazed on the floor with a big bruise on his face, he wondered aloud, damn, since when were car thieves this brazen? As Han Xiao weaved through traffic at high speed, he soon noticed the wail of a police siren. The car in front, stop right now, yelled the traffic police officer on his motorbike. Han Xiao tossed the car owner's driving license out of the window and yelled back, deduct as many points as you like. The officer ended up tailing Han Xiao all the way to District 8, where Han Xiao quickly got off and began to stride off in big steps. The persistent police officer ran up to him to block his path. You, stop right now. Han Xiao rolled his eyes in exasperation. With a quick chop that the police officer could never have seen coming, he knocked him out cold, through a series of twisting alleys, in the process disposing of 3 muggers. Han Xiao soon arrived at a small, dilapidated church building. It was now used as a means of shelter by some homeless people. In the warring period of the Old Era, religion had served as a means of mental support for many. At one point, this church in particular had managed to amass millions of believers. However, the savior that they believed in never appeared, so eventually people stopped believing. There were a number of vagrants in the building, but when Xiao could not see the one that he was looking for, he abruptly grabbed the nearest one up and questioned, "Have you seen a tall, bearded man with the tattoo of a red wolf on the back of his hand?" The vagrant shivered at the sight of the blood covering Xiao. "You mean Lu Guowen?" He answered meekly. "We call him tongueless because he never seems to speak. I think he went somewhere in the afternoon." Afternoon? Even regular citizens needed to go through lengthy checks at one of the 3 guard posts in order to leave the western capital. As it was currently only 2 p.m., there was still a chance for Xiao to stop him. He could not count on Division 13 to pass a restriction order. Even if they were willing to, it would take some time for them to come to the decision. By then, Lu Guowen would most likely have left the capital. Xiao furrowed his brows. Which of the 3 exits was Lu Guowen at? Time was ticking. Lu Guowen left less than 2 hours ago, meaning that he must have received Norse's intel just then. Since Norse had come directly to assassinate him, he must have tasked Lu Guowen with reporting the information back to their organization. Lu Guowen would definitely not have expected Xiao to know of him, so he would not see a need to deliver the intel with haste. Under such circumstances, the city pass that he would use would most likely be the one nearest to him, the Northwest Pass. However, it was still possible that he would choose to use either of the further passes. There was no way to tell. Xiao, we're here. What did you call us here for?" Li Yalan, Zhang Wei, and Lambert arrived. They had managed to come on time thanks to Li Yalan's ride. A yellow convertible sports car. An emergency mission. One of Germinal's spies here acquired some important information. There's a chance that he hasn't left the city yet, but he could be at any of the 3 passes. Li Yalan wiped the playful smile off her face upon hearing the severity of the situation. "Do you have a picture of him?" she asked. Xiao picked up some scraps of newspaper around him and began to draw out a rough image of Lu Guowen from his faded memory. He then yanked the homeless guy from earlier on up and barked, "Look at this. Does it look like Lu Guowen's? The eyes should be lower. His nose is a little crooked, hair is shorter." With the man's help, Xiao was able to produce sketches of Lu Guowen with a 70 or 80% resemblance. He then passed them to the trio and instructed, "Let's split up and get the security officers to keep an eye out for this person. Li Yalan and I will take her car to the furthest city entrance, while each of you will go to the other 2. Zhang Wei's face twitched as Xiao gave them the orders. Am I still the leader of this team? Nonetheless, he let it slide as it was an emergency. As they set off, Xiao immediately hopped into the driver's seat of Li Yalan's car. "Hey, it's my car," grumbled Li Yalan immediately. "I'll drive. You drive too slow. You don't trust the driving skills of a top agent." Li Yalan was so outraged that her eyebrows were almost contorted upside down. Unfortunately, she knew that there was no time to argue, so she grudgingly got into the passenger's seat. "Tighten your seatbelt," reminded Xiao. Li Yalan rolled her eyes at him, replying, "You must be joking. I'm a pugilist. I'll be fine no matter how fast you go." "Suit yourself," replied Xiao with a plain nod as he stamped on the accelerator. Half an hour later, a yellow sports car appeared at the south entrance. Spinning almost full circle, the car left 4 sizzling, black tire marks on the road as it came to an abrupt stop. "Blurg! Hey, I thought you were a pugilist? You don't talk to me in, Blirarg." Li Yalan puked nonstop as she leaned on the car door. Half an hour and 27 car accidents? Or was it 28? My head's spinning so much that I can't even count. Who taught you to drive? Xiao raised an eyebrow. Does driving have to be taught? Doesn't it? The first driver didn't have anyone to teach him, did he? Li Yalan gaped in the face of Xiao's perfect logic. She was about to shoot back at him when, suddenly, the urge to vomit kicked in again, causing her to throw her head back to the side. "Really? I only drove a little fast, that's all? A little fast? I doubt the word break even exists in your vocabulary. Fine, let's stop wasting time. As Li Yalan tried to get back on her feet, she lost balance and almost tripped into her own pile of vomit. Fortunately, Han Xiao was able to provide support in time. Shaking his head, he began to drag her along with him toward the sentry post. As they neared the post, the station troop yelled out, "Stop! Show your ID." As Han Xiao reached into his pockets to take out his ID card, his expression froze as he realized that he had forgotten to bring them along. Without asking, he directly reached into Li Yalan's pockets to find hers. "Top pockets, none. Bottom pockets, none. Where's your pass?" he asked. As Li Yalan still seemed too dizzy to think straight, Han Xiao continued feeling around that dynamite body of hers for it. I'm being taken advantage of." "Ah, I found it," rejoiced Han Xiao. He then held the pass up toward the guard, who had been gulping at the show. "Oh, you guys are agents. Come on in." As Han Xiao took a few steps forward, he discovered that Li Yalan was still rooted to the spot, giving him a deathly stare. "What's wrong? Hurry up." Li Yalan took a deep breath to compose herself. "Give me my ID back," she said stiffly. "Why so fussy?" replied Han Xiao impatiently. He then casually walked back toward her and slotted the pass back in her rear pocket. Li Yalan's eyes widened. I'm being taken advantage of again." Han Xiao then strode toward the sentry post to give the military officer in charge of security the sketch of Lu Gaoan. "Please wait a moment as the system performs a footage scan." Li Yalan entered the sentry post, still biting her lips. The way that Han Xiao had felt her up did not seem to contain any ill intentions at all. As such, she was having a hard time even getting angry at him. She was just very unhappy, for some reason, and she continued glaring at him. Lu Gaoan worked for an intelligence organization known as Storm I, one of the many subgroups that were secretly under the wing of the Germinal organization. In most cities, Storm I had one head contact in charge of relaying information back to the Germinal organization, as well as a few covert agents who gathered intel and only reported back to the head contact. One of Lu Gaoan's agents had reported seeing someone matching Zero's description in District 7. While at first unclear of Han Zhao's location, Lu Gaoan had discovered, after repeated investigations, that there was an area in District 7 that seemed to be cordoned off and watched closely by Division 13. It was most likely where Zero was hiding. Upon finding out that transmissions leaving the city were being blocked, he realized that Division 13 must have gotten wind of him somehow. Hence, he decided to go offline and take his computer apart in order to prevent being traced before heading toward the city entrance to leave. At present, Lu Gaoan was blended in with a crowd of people approaching one of the city's entrances. Norsa must have completed the assassination by now. Suddenly, the great metal fence gate before him closed up. "What happened? Why are we being stopped?" "We have orders to temporarily seal the exits," announced a soldier, starting a commotion among the crowd. "Why would they close the gates?" Lu Gaoan was shocked. Did Norsa fail? Still, as he had been extremely careful for the past 2 to 3 years, he was not worried of being discovered. "He's the one!" The sudden shout from behind caused Lu Gaoan to turn around. There was a bunch of troops walking menacingly in his direction. They were obviously after him. Impossible! Lu Gaoan immediately looked around him to find an escape path, but it was too late. Not only was he surrounded by the crowd, there were simply way too many troops in the vicinity. As despair filled him, he allowed a soldier to pin him onto the ground without resistance. As Han Xiao appeared at the scene, he sighed a breath of relief. "We made it in time?" "You really did." Li Yalan was amazed. "How did you guys know it was me?" asked Lu Gaoan as he raised his head to look up at Han Xiao. Han Xiao looked back at him plainly. In Galaxy, Lu Gaoan was the primary contact for all Germinal Allied players in the Western capital. As Lu Gaoan resigned to his fate, he decided to activate the poison sac stored in his tooth. He would rather die than divulge any information regarding the organization that he had dedicated his whole life to. Suddenly, Han Xiao pulled out his handgun to fire a shot at Lu Gaoan's head, sending a trail of blood and brain matter spurting out. Underscore. You have killed Lu Gaoan. LV.12, gaining 3,500 experience. Han Xiao raised his gun up to blow off the smoke from its barrel. "If you want to die, At least give me the experience. Why did you kill him? Li Yaoan was stunned by Han Zhao's sudden action. Division 13 could obviously have extracted a lot of vital information from him. There's poison stored in his teeth, his nails, and he even has some needles concealed in his clothes. We wouldn't have been able to stop him from killing himself. Han Xiao shook his head. In any case, Lu Gaowen's death was truly insignificant to him. He already possessed all the information that he needed. Nonetheless, things were getting a bit dicey. Looks like I'd better speed things up, he thought. In Black Raven Valley Base, the Guild of Gods had gathered together for a meeting in-game. Things had not gone according to plan. As the other beta testers were all preoccupied with leveling up, their call for information had gone unanswered. Just as Jupiter was fuming over what to do, someone shouted, "Leader!" The quest hint changed. Jupiter gave a start. Upon checking the quest tab, he discovered that the quest location had actually been updated. It now stated that Zero was inside the Western capital. The mission was updated. Then, I suggest granting him only half an hour of browsing. He doesn't even have the proper clearance anyway. Jupiter scratched his head. However, while he was confused, he was not upset. They had narrowed it down from a county to a city, making it advantageous towards them. It was the 12th and also the last day of the beta test. We'll send members to search the Western capital after the official launch. Once the game launched, the guild would be able to make full use of its advantage in numbers. With so many members, there was no way that they would not be able to find him. Jupiter clenched his fists. This B-class quest is ours for the taking. This was their chance to take a step ahead of their rivals. In Germinal's headquarters, a report was being read out to the boss. Commander Rosa was last heard from in the Western capital. Another man also disappeared along with him. Lu Gan, our head contact in Storm Eye. Li Ruo has said that he will find a replacement for him immediately. It's Zero, said the boss abruptly. He silenced Rosa and Lu Gaowen in order to keep his exact location a secret. Humph, so you are in the Western capital. Stardragon's Division 13 must be keeping him under their protection. Rosa was the ace assassin of the Germinal organization, while even Lu Gaowen had given the boss a favorable impression. It was a huge loss. That blasted Zero. The boss was furious. Zero, did you think that you would be safe as long as you found protection? While he had at first belittled Han Xiao, over time, he had come to recognize the threat that he posed. According to the analysis of the security footage from the Valkyrie laboratory, Zero had never displayed any unusual behavior. Where he had gotten hold on their intel from remained a complete mystery. Order Storm, I to pinpoint Zero's location. I don't care if he's hiding within Division 13's HQ. Find him no matter what it takes. The boss voice was filled with murderous intent. As there was no way to know exactly what other vital information Zero possessed, getting rid of him before he caused further damage was the only option. Get 5 commanders and 200 night owls ready to take action as soon as he is found. I will permit the use of guided missiles. Zero, you're dead meat. The beta test is ending. 00:00:00:30. Frenzied Sword sighed as he watched the countdown timer. If only he could have just a bit more time to train. Of course, he was overall still quite happy with the progress that he had made. Han Zhao's quests might have been very unseemly, but they sure did give a ton of experience. Furthermore, all the equipment that he had purchased from him helped to boost his combat power significantly. Although the skill set of the mechanic class revolved largely around crafting, which he disliked, seeing Han Zhao's strength had given Frenzied Sword all the affirmation that he needed. I, too, will gradually become that strong. There will be a spot among the pros for me. Underscore. Beta test concluded. Countdown to game's launch. 122 days, 1 hour, 23 minutes. Han Xiao shook his head upon discovering that the discussion board button had been grayed out. Looks like I was right. The amount of time between version changes in the real world is not synced with my current time. Why are you shaking your head? Asked Gu Hui suddenly. I wonder what other information you possess. Han Xiao was currently inside a conference room back at Division 13's headquarters. There were 3 big shots seated in front of him. Director General Gu Hui, the Intelligence Director, and Secret Ops Director. Division 13 had known all along that Han Xiao must possess some degree of combat ability, but he had completely exceeded their wildest imaginations. Yet, what was more perplexing was the degree of ease at which he had been able to single out Lu Gaoan. Lu Gaoan had been operating from within the city for over 2 years without ever leaving a trace. Division 13 had attempted to look for him many times, but they had all ended up in failure. The fact that Han Xiao could so easily locate him served as solid proof that he knew way more than even they themselves. And so, this meeting had begun. Simply put, Gu Hui wanted to learn more of Han Xiao's intel. Breaking out of his daze, Han Xiao stroked his chin as he evaded the question. My location is now exposed. Germinal might not know exactly where I live, but they will definitely send even more killers into the city. Gu Hui furrowed his brows. Although unsatisfied with Han Xiao's reply, he followed Han Xiao's lead. Then what do you intend to do? There's no more need for hide and seek. I want to participate in the next operation. It's too dangerous, protested a livid Gu Hui. If you show yourself, that will only give them the chance to take action. Han Xiao faked a cough. Can we talk alone? The two department heads exchanged exasperated glances. Do we seem that untrustworthy? Han Xiao glanced at his surroundings before whispering, I can change my appearance. Gu Hui was visibly shocked. You have superpowers. Han Xiao shook his head. I can create a gadget that allows me to alter my looks, so there's no way that they will be able to find me. A skin mask? Not a bad idea, thought Gu Hui. However, Han Xiao sounded as though he meant something more advanced than a simple skin mask that Division 13 already employed. Even if you use a mask, it's still too risky. You will have to take it off eventually. The corner of Han Xiao's lips curled up. My mask is more convenient than that. All right, then show it to me before I approve. There were 2 reasons behind why Han Xiao wanted in on the action. The first was, of course, for the experience. The second was that he did not want to remain cooped up inside the Western capital. This was the only way that he would be able to participate in more incidents. Ever since the assassination attempt, Han Xiao had been spending a lot of time thinking about his next move. The Black Raven Valley base was situated near the border of Hesla, one of the 6 nations. It was a major base on a completely different scale from the 3 sites that Division 13 had taken action on previously. Not only were the security and defenses extremely tight, the commander of the base was a superhuman. He was known as the Sword Phantom, Pan Kuang, a pugilist close to reaching D level. Near Black Raven Valley was a gathering spot for many wanderers known as Black Raven Village Town. It was a beginner starting zone. Han Xiao planned to destroy Black Raven Valley base, as it would prevent a substantial number of new players from joining the Germinal organization simply because of the base's proximity. This idea had occurred to him upon discovering the Guild of Gods' post, after which he had given it some proper thought and became fond of it. It was not only an act of revenge toward the Germinal boss, but it was also a preemptive strike that would have unseen but deadly impacts. Han Xiao grinned with glee at the prospect. Near Hesla's border? Gu Hui slammed the desk. We will need to get in touch with them before making a decision. I await your decision, declared Han Xiao as he took his leave. Feng Jun was waiting for him outside with a gloomy face. Why didn't you tell me about the assassin immediately? Because of that, I had to endure a yelling from my superior. Why would I inform you? It's not like you could have helped, teased Han Xiao, causing Feng Jun to become enraged. We might be buddies, but I'll still get angry if you insult me. Han Xiao smirked. Perhaps I should have a talk with the Director General over how my location got exposed. Oh, you ha, you little devil. I was just kidding. Han Xiao rolled his eyes. Under Feng Jun's subservient escort, Han Xiao left the headquarters to return to the workshop. Altering his appearance was an idea that he had thought up a long time ago. He had known all along that the Germinal would resort to drastic measures against him once his location was discovered. As it was more likely than not that the operation would be passed, Han Xiao also needed to prepare new equipment. The mecha arm and the retractable knife would not allow him to keep up with the level of the opponents they were about to face. It would also be nice if his current team was able to participate in the operation. Thinking about his team reminded Han Xiao of the need to upgrade Zhang Wei's power suit. The cost of the upgrade would not come cheap. As Han Xiao stroked his eyebrows, he searched through his memories for blueprints suitable for this mission. Looks like it's time to learn a bunch more stuff. Suddenly, someone knocked the door. It was old Lu, with a chicken leg in one hand and beer in the other. "Little brat, what are you doing here?" "I want to borrow a few mechanic knowledge books," replied Han Xiao as he turned his attention back to the bookshelf, expecting old Lu to chase him out. To his surprise, he instead said, "The key is in the drawer. Just remember to return it when you're done." Han Xiao's jaw almost dropped. "You actually agree?" Since when had they been on such good terms? Old man Lu put down the chicken leg in his mouth and snorted. "Treat it as a show of thanks." "Thanks?" Han Xiao frowned. "Are you still trying to promote your granddaughter to me?" Old Lu's face immediately stiffened. "What's so bad about my granddaughter that's stopping you from falling for her?" But that wasn't why he wanted to thank Han Xiao. Instead, it was because tall old man had told him that back then, Han Xiao had lured the assassin away from the workshop in order to prevent Lu Qian from getting involved. This alone had changed old Lu's impression of Han Xiao considerably. "Not bad, kid," praised old Lu with a satisfied smile. He gave Han Xiao a pat on the shoulder before leaving him to his own devices. As he left, Han Xiao noticed an oily handprint on his shoulder. That old imp. He proceeded to unlock the cabinet with the key in the drawer, picked out 7 books, and headed back to his room. Back in his room, Han Xiao took a deep breath as he prepared to learn all of them at once. Do you wish to spend 1 potential point to learn the energy talent, basic energy theory? Energy talent, basic biochemistry? Energy talent, basic optics? Yes. Large streams of information began to fill up Han Xiao's mind, causing him to feel like his head was about to explode. After a short period of recovery, Han Xiao gritted his teeth and continued with the other books. Manipulation talent, basic electromagnetism. Manipulation talent, basic mechanics. Manipulation talent, basic quantum electronics. Manipulation talent, basic spatial sense. 7 sets of basic knowledge. However, the process did not stop there. Han Xiao decided to level up these new talents. Basic energy theory has been raised to LV3. Basic electromagnetism has been raised to LV2. Basic digital electronics has been raised to LV2. Basic mechanics has been raised to LV2, as well as some previously learned talents. Basic weaponry has been raised to LV3. Basic material composition has been raised to LV3. Basic assembly has been raised to LV2. Advanced material synthesis has been raised to LV2. Just like that, Han Xiao spent 20 of his 21 potential points. You have learned a new technique. Novice programming. You have learned a new technique. Energy magnetism strengthening. Novice programming was unlocked from learning basic digital electronics, like basic assembly or basic enhancement. It was an integral technique for a technician, necessary for the making of both chipsets and system interfaces. Energy magnetism strengthening, on the other hand, was a passive ability that unlocked upon learning an energy manipulation talent. It did have a prerequisite, which was, of course, for the player to possess affinity with magnetism. On top of strengthening the user's control of magnetism, it also gave a boost to machinery crafting speeds and machinery damage output, 3% per level. Han Xiao was currently sitting on 38,000 experience, accumulated from mass-producing incendiary bullets. His daily experience gain was about 2,000 to 3,000. As for money, that was the least of Han Xiao's concerns. He had earned a whopping $3,600,000 thus far. It's time to try and get the disguise blueprint. Before he started, Han Xiao invested a few thousand experience to raise basic programming to level 3. Underscore 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 underscore. Proceed with fusing of LV1 basic biochemistry, LV1 optics, LV3 material composition, and LV2 digital electronics. 20,000 experience will be consumed. Talent combination, also known as talent fusing, was not only limited to the fusing of two talents. However, the cost for adding additional talents was extremely high. Adding a third would only cost 5,000 experience, but the cost of subsequent ones increased exponentially. A fourth one would cost 40,000 experience. Generally, lower-level mechanics would perform talent fusion with only two talents because fusing more was not guaranteed to give better results. However, some blueprints like the one that Xiao was aiming for now could be crafted easily with the correct talents. Underscore 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 underscore. Fusion successful. Congratulations on inventing Smart Optical Mask. The Smart Optical Mask made its first appearance in version 3.0, when players had just stumbled upon multiple talent fusing. Not only did it require the leveling of 4 talents across all 3 talent trees, it also required intermediate machinery affinity, 55 INT, LV3 basic programming, and last but not least for the player to be a technician. Nevertheless, the Smart Optical Mask's usefulness befitted the effort needed to obtain it. Xiao passed a list of items to Feng Jun. Oh my god! BOK Recombiner, Ferrer 4 solvent, and 12 microchips. Do you know how expensive these things are? I'm paying, replied Xiao plainly, instantly reminding Feng Jun that they were not on the same pay scale. 1 hour later, he arrived at Xiao's workshop with 3 briefcases in hand. The first briefcase contained 3 10-centimeter-long transparent tubes that were filled with an opaque white, sticky fluid. This was the BOK Recombiner. The second briefcase contained a small vial of pale blue solution. This was the Ferrer 4 solvent. These two materials could only be made within an equipped laboratory and were extremely valuable. These 2 tiny vials had cost Xiao $120,000. The third briefcase contained the 12 microchips. Each one was only about the size of a fingernail, and they were extremely thin. Upon closer observation, one would find that they were jam-packed with circuit lines. They were commonly used for small and complex gadgets, and a set of 12 cost $60,000. Xiao immediately began working on the mask. He started by opening holes on the thin plastic mask for his eyes, nose, and mouth. Then he carved out 12 small holes on various locations of the mask for embedding the microchips in. Before putting the microchips in, Xiao uploaded the data from a scan of his own face to his computer. Using a library of over thousands of faces, he then spent 2 to 3 hours linking them up to a simple facial recognition and projection program on his computer. When he was done, Xiao retrieved some laboratory apparatus and began to work at mixing the BOK Recombiner and the Ferrer 4 solvent together. After some time, he managed to produce a composite material that was neither white nor blue like its constituents, but instead the color of flesh. This was the key material for making the Smart Meta-Optical Mask. Not only did it possess some of the useful properties of the BOK Recombiner and the Ferrer 4 solvent, it had, most importantly, good conductivity. Xiao proceeded to embed the microchips beneath the mask before pouring the flesh-colored mixture over it. After a few more finishing touches, he left it to set within a special freezer. A short while later, Xiao opened the freezer and reached in to retrieve the mask. Apart from where the microchips were located, the mask was extremely smooth. On its thin surface, Xiao had installed an advanced crystal display that, upon being pressed, caused a spectrum of colors to appear on the spot. Underscore 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 underscore. You have crafted Smart Meta-Optical Mask, gaining 5,000 EXP. Underscore 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 underscore. Smart Meta-Optical Mask, face equipment, allows the user to change the appearance of his face when worn, concealing his identity. Charge 5 minutes for 10 hours of usage. This mask had cost a whopping close to $200,000 to make. Xiao picked up the mask and walked over to the mirror to test it out. A cool sensation enveloped his face when he put it on, and he pressed gently onto the microchip on the cheek area to activate it. The appearance of his face immediately transformed, and it continued to change into a different face with each press. This was by no means an ordinary mask of disguise. It was a godly piece of equipment that allowed the user to change his appearance at will. The smart meta-optical mask would only transform into the faces of humans, as Han Xiao had only fed the program data of human faces. Apart from randomly changing, it was also able to store up to 3 different faces for the user to access and could revert back to the last 3 faces used. It also had an additional function that allowed it to scan a target's face and transform to it with a 70 to 80% accuracy. After playing with the mask a bit more, Han Xiao removed it and headed back to headquarters to look for Gu Hui. "You've created your mask?" asked Gu Hui. Han Xiao smiled and put the mask on. As Han Xiao did not intend to reveal the mask's transformation capabilities just yet, he had prepared it to display the face of an ordinary-looking young man beforehand. To Gu Hui, it simply looked like an extremely realistic mask. However, while Division 13 could already make such masks, none of them were as realistic as Han Xiao's. Furthermore, not only did it seem to be extremely portable, it was clearly very easy to wear. "Interested in selling the blueprints to us?" Han Xiao faked a burst of laughter. "It's just a simple mask. Why would I need a blueprint to make it? You guys can make them too, right?" "That's true," thought Gu Hui to himself. Inwardly, Han Xiao let out a breath of relief upon seeing Gu Hui give up the idea. "I managed to fool him." "Then," continued Han Xiao, "can I join the operation?" Gu Hui thought for a moment before nodding. "The Hesla Intelligence Service has decided to join us for this operation. You will come along with your team?" Han Xiao had known that Hesla would agree to taking action. It was the Germinal organization, after all. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Han Xiao asked, "When do we depart?" "There's no rush. It will take some time to arrange our forces. Plus, we will both have to work on a proper strategy first. It'll most likely be half a month before deployment." "Half a month," thought Han Xiao. "That will be enough time for me to finish up my equipment." Back in his workshop, Han Xiao wrote his goals down on paper. 1. To obtain even more rare blueprints. 2. To purchase a vehicle for his team. As a logistics personnel, a vehicle equipped with all the maintenance and crafting tools he needed would be invaluable. 3. To upgrade the fighter suit. So much to do. One at a time, I guess. Han Xiao shook his head. The most important thing was still to raise his own combat ability. There were a few ways to do this. The first and most important way, in Han Xiao's opinion, would be to improve his defensive capabilities. After all, survival was key. The second was to enhance his long-range defensive capabilities. For this, Han Xiao planned to enhance his Berserk Eagles. While Han Xiao did prefer fighting from a distance, close combat ability was still important on the battlefield, so he also planned to upgrade the mecha arm. As for mobility, the Swallow gliders that had been collecting dust in his inventory were finally going to see use. As the terrain around the Black Raven Valley base was extremely rough, they might end up proving invaluable to have. Han Xiao also decided to prepare a little something in the event that the battle did not go their way, a little something explosive. After giving it quick thought, Han Xiao scribbled down another list of materials for Feng Jun to help him procure. The total cost of the items on the list cost around another $300,000. Feng Jun found himself growing more and more exasperated at Han Xiao. But fortunately for him, the higher-ups had known before that Han Xiao would be a pain to deal with, so they had given him a raise. For the sake of his $25,000 monthly wage, plus insurance, he relented to act as Han Xiao's errand boy. Feng Jun sighed as he looked up to the sky dramatically. With great power comes great responsibility, I guess. Feng Jun immediately got the items delivered to Han Xiao, prompting Han Xiao to sarcastically praise him for being an exemplary worker. He joked that he would shower him with a pennant, among other rewards, causing Feng Jun to roll his eyes. After teasing him, Han Xiao returned to his workroom to begin work on his equipment. Having leveled up both basic weaponry and basic mechanical engineering, the effectiveness of Han Xiao's enhancement was now much higher than before. He took out the 2 Berserk Eagles and began to perform modifications on them. upgrading them with better materials and spare parts. My days of poverty are long gone. I'm a rich man now. With Han Zhao's proficiency in modifications, the process was completed in no time. Berserk Eagle Enhanced. Grade Uncommon. Base Stats. Damage 74 to 87. Fire Rate 1.5/s. Magazine Capacity 8. Range 50 m. Power Output 45. Prerequisites: LV3 Precise Shot. Stat Bonus +2 Dexterity. Length 0.21 m. Weight 1.9 kilograms. Additional effect: Backfire. The recoil of this gun is extremely powerful, requiring 30 STR to overcome. Additional effect: High Impact. When attacking, 10% chance to deal bonus 15 damage if the target is within effective range. Additional effect: Dual Shot. This gun has been modified with the capability to fire up to 2 bullets per shot, 20% damage penalty. Tooltip: come on, we all know what gun this is based on. Desert Cough. With Han Zhao's current skill levels, there was a 30 to 40% chance of upgrading a common equipment to uncommon when performing enhancement. Although Han Xiao was now the proud owner of 2 uncommon guns, they came with the prerequisite of LV3 Precise Shot. Even though this prerequisite did not prevent Han Xiao from wielding them, it would cause their effectiveness to be greatly diminished. Shaking his head in exasperation, Han Xiao inputted some experience to raise Precise Shot to LV3, which gave him an additional 3% accuracy and 4% critical chance. As you have achieved LV8 in basic shooting and LV3 in precise shot, you may learn one of the following 3 advanced skills: sniping, gunfighting, suppression. For the first time, Han Xiao found himself in a dilemma over which skill to pick. Although shooting skills were essential to cannon masters, they were also important for technicians. The 3 abilities displayed before Han Xiao clearly represented different styles of combat. As the Berserk Eagle was made for close combat, gunfighting would make for a logical choice. However, Han Xiao also needed to think further ahead. At endgame, technicians were strongest at long-range combat, so they rarely had use for risky, close combat skills. Suppression would aid in sieging or holding forts, but it would only be effective with a partner to provide tactical support. In contrast to these 2 skills, sniping was far better suited for solo action. Han Xiao scratched his head as he thought about it. I'll have to work alone sooner or later anyway, plus it's better for me to keep myself far from danger, unlike a player who doesn't have to worry about his life. For me, sniping is the best option. In Han Zhao's previous life, the dazzling and breathtaking style of gunfighting was a popular choice among players, and even professional cannon masters would learn it just for the cool factor. However, as a pragmatist, Han Xiao could hardly give 2 hoots. Who cares about looking good during combat? It's not like I'm doing this to see the stream chat praise me. At this thought, the great technician Han finally made his decision. You have learned an advanced skill. Sniping, LV1. Plus 4% fatal shot. Plus 5% shooting range. Han Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Done. Next, Han Xiao crafted the Swallow gliders, earning 1,500 experience in the process. He also modified them to give them the retractability of the retractable knife. Indeed, the good thing about being able to actually learn knowledge in this life was that Han Xiao could implement concepts and technology from his blueprints into other inventions. With the added retractability, they could now be worn on the back like a parachute before deployment. Once activated, the 1.2 m long wings would extend out to allow the user to freely glide in the air. After the gliders, Han Xiao proceeded to work on his close combat gear. The mecha arm actually formed a set with the mecha leg, and their blueprints were obtainable through the same combination of talents. They were also necessary parts for creating an exoframe. However, that would require advanced knowledge, and Han Xiao did not even have the necessary skills to craft a proper mecha leg yet. At best, he would be able to craft one that could travel long distances, but it would lack the mechanisms that allowed for nimble movements. Han Xiao planned to upgrade the mecha arm by making it lighter and smaller. While making it smaller would cause it to lose some power, Han Xiao had something in mind to compensate for it. Do you wish to proceed with talent fusion? LV3 basic weaponry plus LV2 basic assembly plus LV2 basic mechanics. This fusion will cost you 15,000 experience. Fusion success. Congratulations, you have discovered air motor. Wow, first try. Han Xiao rejoiced. This particular combination of talent could yield quite a number of different blueprints, and he had not expected to obtain it using so little experience. The air motor converted compressed air into vibrational kinetic energy that, when harnessed as a weapon, could essentially bypass the armor of normal armor to cause direct damage. Han Xiao spent a good half a day working on the mecha arm. He refitted it to slim it down, but also lengthened it to cover the entire arm. He also reinforced its casing with platinum to cover up its internal mechanics, giving it a huge durability boost. When he was done, the mecha arm looked vastly different from its crude form from before. It was now a shiny, silver metallic arm. Lightweight mecha arm, left, motor enhanced. Grade, average white. Base stats, damage, 30 to 48. Defense, 10 to 13. Power level, 33. Durability, 470 of 470. Prerequisites, 24 STR. Bonus stats, -2 attack speed. Length, 0.87 m. Weight, 5.2 kilograms. Additional bonus, +7 STR. Additional effect, vibration. Every 15 seconds, your attacks inflict an additional 23 to 45 direct damage onto the target. Ignores defense. Additional effect, increased durability. Tooltip, realistic looking. Although it was only an average ranked piece of equipment, Han Xiao's modifications had given it 3 useful additional effects. So far, all the upgrades that Han Xiao had given his gear were nothing too fancy, but now he was about to craft something special, something specialized for a technician. Han Xiao took a deep breath. God, please let me get that blueprint in one try. This fusion is just too expensive. Do you wish to proceed with talent fusion? LV2 advanced material composition plus LV2 basic magnetism plus LV2 basic assembly. This fusion will cost you 70,000 experience. The amount of experience required for fusing higher-level talents did not simply increase linearly. An advanced talent or knowledge cost 50,000 more experience to fuse than a basic one. Moreover, fusing a basic talent with an advanced talent also caused the base cost of the basic talent itself to increase, rising from 5,000 to 10,000. If even higher-level talents were to be used, the fusion costs would skyrocket further. Confirmed. Han Xiao stared at the fusion window with bated breath. Fusion success. Congratulations, you have discovered magnetism armor. Han Xiao jumped up with joy. This was the blueprint that he had been aiming to get, and it was actually something that a player at Han Xiao's current level should not be able to possess. Indeed, it was a high-level piece of armor. This would help to guarantee his safety. Of the $300,000 that Han Xiao had spent on upgrade materials, $250,000 alone went into the making this armor. As it was an advanced blueprint, it was much more complex to craft than a basic one. So even Han Xiao, who possessed the required knowledge to craft it, needed to spend an entire hour just to fully understand the blueprint's contents. After learning it, Han Xiao lifted his head to reveal a bitter smile. By his estimations, it would take at least 3 days of non-stop work to craft it. He quickly got started. 3 days later, the doors to Han Xiao's workroom opened. Out came a tired Han Xiao with listless eyes and dark bags under his eyes. He looked as though he were in a daze, as if he didn't even know who or even where he was. In fact, looking at him, one might wonder if he had just woken up from a beating. Han Xiao received a call as soon as he turned on his phone. It was Li Yalan, and she did not sound pleased at all. Han Xiao, why were you unreachable for the past few days? You have dozens of overdue orders. You'd better not take the cash and run away when I'm putting my own reputation on the line for your business. Also, don't forget that you promised to make a set of specially tailored equipment. Oh, right. We've been given a mission. We have to leave for Hesla in 10 days. Leader is furious that you didn't show up for the meeting yesterday, so you'd better keep that in mind. Han Xiao could barely open his eyes, ignoring her as she rambled on. He climbed into his bed and curled up under his blanket to fall asleep instantly. Hey, why are you not saying anything? Ugh, don't think I've forgotten how you took advantage of me the other day. What's the first thing you do when you get out of bed? Open your eyes? When Han Xiao finally woke up, the first thing he did was to make his way to the toilet in his dreamlike stupor. After washing his hands, he stretched, yawned, and proceeded to brush his teeth. Afterwards, with eyes still half closed, Han Xiao went over to the kitchen in the main workshop where he pushed Lu Qian off her seat at the dining table with his butt and helped himself to the remainder of her breakfast, all the while ignoring her feeble protests. When he was done, he simply cast her an unapologetic glance before strolling out as though nothing had happened. Ah, such carefreeness reminds me of when I was young, reminisced old Lu aloud as he stroked his head. I want to change the keys. Perhaps this is love, remarked old Lu with a profound look on his face. It is not, Lu Qian yelled out in exasperation. Back in his workroom, Han Xiao opened up a small box. Inside were the fruits of his labor, what appeared to be numerous thin scales of metal. They looked black, but on closer observation, they were actually an extremely deep shade of blue. Although they resembled nothing like armor, these tiny pieces of metal were, without a doubt, the magnetic armor. Well, unassembled and still quite incomplete, to be exact. Han Xiao took a deep breath before placing his hand an inch above the case. He then began to summon the energy of magnetism within his body toward his arm. What happened next was quite a sight to behold. The metal scales began vibrating in response to Han Xiao's magnetism, and in the next second, they actually started flying toward his palm as though they were being sucked in. Upon coming into contact with Han Xiao's skin, they seemed to come alive and began dancing up and around his arm energetically, as though they were live fish. Form, commanded Han Xiao, and the metallic scales instantly spread along his arm to form a thin, scale-patterned sleeve of armor. It was perfectly smooth and uniform. The armor appeared to be skin-tight, but as it was controlled by magnetism, there was actually a gap of a few millimeters, allowing its user complete freedom of movement. Han Xiao drew his platinum retractable knife out and viciously slashed upon the sleeve. It produced a crisp ring, but there were no sparks, and the armor was completely undamaged. Good defense, exclaimed a jubilant Han Xiao. Magnetism armor, incomplete. Type, armor bulletproof. Grade uncommon green. Base stats, defense 75. Durability 1,600 of 1,600. Requirements, magnetism affinity energy, intermediate machinery affinity. Ability, can be controlled by magnetism to move across the user's body and transform into armor. Costs 10 energy/min to maintain shape. Additional effect, high resistance. This armor is capable of withstanding high temperatures and is not easily penetrated or damaged. Additional effect, magnetic repulsion. Damage inflicted on the user is partially negated, reduces damage by 20 to 30 points. Additional effect, unique magnetic field. When worn, envelopes the user in a magnetic field that attracts electricity. Tooltip, a friendly reminder, don't use this on a rainy day. In Galaxy, equipment that required energy to use was known as superhuman equipment. The material used to make the metallic scales of the magnetism armor was an exceedingly rare, naturally occurring metal. Not even Division 13 possessed much of it in their inventory, and $250,000 was only enough for Han Xiao to make a partial version that could at best cover his entire back. Nevertheless, although the theory behind the magnetic armor was simple, crafting it was an entirely different matter. Even if Han Xiao did possess enough resources, he would still not be able to craft the complete version, not with his current level of expertise in both knowledge and skill. In spite of that, crafting the incomplete version earned Han Xiao 40,000 experience, even more than when he had crafted Rover 1. Han Xiao proceeded to test his control over the armor. While such high-level superhuman equipment would usually take a low-level player quite some time to get used to, Han Xiao, with his years of experience, was able to quickly get the hang of it. With this armor, Han Xiao now felt much safer than before. It was both inconspicuous and highly portable, and Han Xiao thought of it as a trump card. He planned to keep the armor a secret from everyone, including his allies. After all, who could say for sure that today's friend wouldn't become tomorrow's enemy? Now that he had addressed the issues of mobility, defense, as well as both melee and ranged combat, all that was left for Han Xiao to do was to prepare some art. As Han Xiao was already quite satisfied with the bombs provided by Division 13, he only planned to make some simple modifications, nothing too fancy. 60 black, glossy, round-shaped objects lay neatly within the two cases before Han Xiao. These were the highly explosive delay-action shrapnel bombs, known as time bombs for short, that he had purchased from Division 13, and their unnecessarily long name, if anything, was telling of their destructive capabilities. Each bomb costs $800, so 60 of them amount to $48,000. Yep, this calculation should be right. Although the bombs were ready to use, Han Xiao decided to perform some modifications on them. With basic mechanical engineering, he made them flight-capable by installing mini-propellers on them, along with power supplies. This greatly improved their range of attack. The only downside to this modification was that it made them look rather comical. They now almost seemed like the kind of gadget that a certain likable, blue, robotic cat, a Doraemon reference, would pull out from his pouch. With the additions of the enhanced facial simulator, Desert Eagle, lightweight mechanical arm, combat switchblade, sky swallow gliders, magnetically controlled armor, and last but not least, these flight-capable bombs to his arsenal, Han Xiao had finally finished with all his upgrades. Although Division 13 would definitely still provide them with more equipment, at Han Xiao's current level, his gear could be said to be semi-godly already. He was currently, without a doubt, the strongest person in his level range. This equipment will suffice. Han Xiao crossed out personal upgrades on his to-do list. The next line read, transport vehicles. Creating an entire vehicle from scratch would take too much time, so it was better for Han Xiao to directly purchase one from Division 13 and then perform modifications on it. Quality-wise, Division 13 would definitely not disappoint. After spending some time looking at the available options, Han Xiao decided that a detachable cargo truck would best suit their needs. It would act as a mobile warehouse and a workshop, a logistics vehicle for the team. Han Xiao could buy the truck with either money or exchange reputation points for it, which was essentially requesting that Division 13 give him the truck. Currently, he had a whopping $2.8 million to spare. Already, the money-spending ability of the mechanic class was starting to shine through. Of course, none of this would have been possible without Han Xiao's prior experience that helped him in accumulating money. Without happily spending all their money and getting used to living paycheck to paycheck, one could never become an excellent mechanic. Nonetheless, he decided to pay with reputation points. That's what they were meant for. After all, in comparison, paying with money would set him back an unnecessary $800,000. Han Xiao rang Feng Jun up. Give me the vehicle. How long will it take for you to deliver it to my place? I will need to pick it up from the military factory. About 2 hours. Feng Jun's punctuality was proven time and again. Exactly 2 hours later, Feng Jun arrived at Han Xiao's doorstep in the very truck. A problem immediately presented itself. The truck was too big to enter the garage. Han Xiao and Feng Jun stared at each other, dumbfounded. They had carefully accounted for every single detail except for this issue. What now? How about you guys expand the garage for me? Come on, do you think that engineering department staff have that much free time to spare? As Han Xiao rubbed his chin, his eyes suddenly lit up. Didn't you bring in an undercover squad to watch over this district? Where are they now? Be more rational, jackass. Don't you think we are grabbing too much attention? Han Xiao looked away from Feng Jun and began to size up the military truck. It was 4 meters tall, 3.5 meters wide, and attached with an 11 meters long container that extended beyond the width of the front of the truck itself. What attention-grabbing? I don't think so. Han Xiao was not at all flustered when bullshitting. Only the blind would not see such a huge truck. Feng Jun basically spouted saliva all over Han Xiao's face. What is with the saliva spitting when you speak? Han Xiao grabbed Feng Jun's sleeve, wiped his face, and said with a look of disdain, "Not that I am criticizing you, but the volume of saliva that came out of your mouth is huge." Old Man Lu walked out at this moment and exclaimed, "What a huge truck! Why don't we just demolish the whole garage?" Han Xiao's eyes glittered. "Get lost," Old Man Lu scolded sulkily. He then rubbed the bald area on his head and pondered for a moment before he dug out a key from his pocket and threw it to Han Xiao. "I have a garage a few blocks away. I will lend it to you." Han Xiao was utterly shocked. "So generous. Old Man Lu, are you on wrong medicine today? Get lost." Old Man Lu was swearing again. He then pushed them away as they were blocking his way, and he walked out for a leisurely stroll. Han Xiao drove the truck and arrived at the garage 10 minutes later. "Blurg, hello? Do you really have to do that?" Feng Jun's face was as pale as a sheet as he leaned out the car window. He waved his hands hysterically while he continued vomiting. Han Xiao could not understand what Feng Jun was trying to convey. Does he mean that he will not sit in my car ever again? Or is he saying that I don't have to care how he feels? Han Xiao shook his head and threw the unimportant question to the back of his head. After he sent the nauseated Feng Jun away, he began modifying the heavy military truck. He checked every inch of the truck and found no hidden cameras or bugs. Products made by the military factory were of excellent quality. The truck was equipped with numerous parts, including 10 cylinders and turbochargers, which enhanced its horsepower. It could move at a top speed of 135 kilometers per hour. The truck had 5 heavy-duty, slip-free tires on each side. The cargo compartment was large, and it could contain quite a few pieces of equipment. Han Xiao wanted to modify it into a small workshop, so he needed to move the workshop equipment up. The base plate of the truck was modified for multi-terrain use, with parts like spring suspension and air-damping suspension, which allowed the truck to move smoothly on bad terrain. The truck was also equipped with an anti-sliding gadget, which would prevent small vehicles from sliding under the truck. The movie scenes of protagonist driving sports car under the villain's car to fight would never happen with this truck. Hold on, why am I naturally picturing myself as the villain? The driving cabin was not at all small. It could easily fit 6 people. It was equipped with a 10-gear gear shift, so there was a suitable gear for any type of movement. Han Xiao checked the airbags. There were 8 of them. As long as the passenger did not fly out of the vehicle upon collision, they would definitely not be injured. Plus, this passenger could enjoy the pleasure of being squashed in between a big chest. Speaking of car collisions, the front of the truck was not strengthened with a front bumper. Han Xiao needed to add it himself. He then looked at the truck windows. They were bulletproof. Division 13 did not cut corners. Overall, the truck was up to standard. It did not need any major modification. Han Xiao decided to add a few nitro boost cylinders to the truck for additional thrust. The thought of having a nitro boost for the truck already excited Han Xiao greatly. His truck could be the ultimate king of the road. Han Xiao started modifying the truck. The inside of the cargo compartment was made into a small-scale workshop. Han Xiao also strengthened the base plate and the front bumper. The thick and heavy armor looked rather sturdy. 4 nitro boost cylinders were installed in the truck for additional thrust during crucial moments. Furthermore, Han Xiao bought spare tires, and he installed a radar with an antenna for receiving radio signals and sending Wi-Fi signals. With these numerous upgrades, Han Xiao spent more than $10,000. He could not help but shake his head. Upgrades sure were costly. Gazing upon the black truck before him, He rubbed his chin as the idea of giving it a name suddenly occurred to him. Han Xiao decided to go with the simplest and most obvious one. Big Black. Not a bad name at all. Oh my God, Han Xiao, you bought a heavy truck. The four teammates were invited to the garage, and Li Yalan and Lin Ya's faces were soon filled with surprise and excitement. They climbed all over the heavy truck. As Lambert was particularly interested in the engine, he opened the car hood to admire it. Thank you, said Zhang Wei solemnly to Han Xiao. A logistical vehicle was a very luxurious item for a team like them. Zhang Wei felt embarrassed that Han Xiao had bought it with his own money. Han Xiao laughed it off. He just treat it as my way of helping impoverished teammates. Zhang Wei's mouth started twitching as he was lost for words. Although Han Xiao was telling the truth, it was still agitating for Zhang Wei. I racked my brain to come up with a name for this truck. Zhang Wei listened expectantly. Han Xiao cleared his throat and said in a serious tone, Big Black. Zhang Wei's body jerked upon hearing the ridiculous name. He gave an unwilling half-smile. Nice, what a nice name. Oh, you think so too? This name is very catchy and concise. I am quite proud of myself for coming up with this name, Han Xiao said in a satisfied tone. I'm glad you were happy with the name. Wow, the driving space is huge. Li Yalan was having a lot of fun when she suddenly thought of something. Who is going to drive the car? This is my truck. Obviously, I will be driving it, Han Xiao said. Immediately, Li Yalan's face paled and her body started trembling. Can I not travel in the car? Zhang Wei frowned and reprimanded her. Han Xiao spent so much money to let us enjoy some comfort and convenience. How can you reject this? Li Yalan's face was now as pale as a sheet. She felt that nothing was more horrifying than this. You guys will regret this, she mumbled. Regret? Zhang Wei was puzzled. Is Han Xiao a terrible driver? Then it's nothing serious. How bad can his driving be? Everyone here is a well-trained agent in excellent physical condition. Nobody gets dizzy on roller coasters. There's nothing to fear about this, Zhang Wei thought to himself. Oh yeah, our boss told us that we will be moving out in 4 days, Lin Yao said suddenly. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. He had spent about 10 days giving the truck an overhaul. He still wanted to install heavy firepower on truck. He had already mastered the knowledge required, but there was simply not enough time. He thought for a while and said to Zhang Wei, Bring the combatant armored suit to me. I will help you improve it. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. He had confidence in Han Xiao's mechanic skills. Li Yalan overheard their conversation. She jumped at Han Xiao and nudged his shoulder. What about me? What about me? You promised to customize some equipment for me. You have to wait till I have some inspiration. As a pugilist, you should focus on using your fists to punch people. Why are you always eyeing my mechanic equipment? Han Xiao pushed the noisy Lin Yalan aside. The original combatant armored suit was brought out right away by a staff member from the logistics department. Just like the armor exhibited in museums, it was propped up with a plastic skeleton and stored in a human-height metal box. Since time is running out, I will have to focus on the most essential modification. Firstly, I will increase the energy capacity. Then work on the structure will begin to reduce the weight and upgrade the skeleton of the mechanical parts. This will help to improve your overall movement. That will be great. Zhang Wei's face brightened with happiness. The suit was extremely heavy for him. After every use, his whole body would ache badly, worse than after running 10 kilometers. Next, I will modify the sensing system. I will fit a simple chip onto the suit to survey the situation outside, and I will personally donate a firepower control system, which will give your long-range weapons an auto-aiming ability. Lastly, if time permits, I will also add a simple close combat weapon. Sounds great! Zhang Wei was exhilarated, but suddenly Han Xiao changed his tone. And, of course, all of these things are chargeable. The total cost will be $360,000. How much? Zhang Wei stared at him, his mouth agape in disbelief. His total savings had not even reached $1 million. Do you think this is too pricey? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes at Zhang Wei. Are your parents still alive? Why are you asking about them? They have already passed on. Zhang Wei was startled by the strange question. Do you have any siblings? No. I'm their only child. Do you have a wife or a girlfriend? And no, I'm all alone. Han Xiao shook his head with a perplexed expression. Then what's the point in saving so much money? The comment shot right to his heart. Fine, fine. Stop talking. I will pay. Zhang Wei gripped his chest in pain. He felt like his heart was being stomped on by 1,000 rhinos. Like an unscrupulous businessman, Han Xiao received the payment from Zhang Wei's trembling hand before he commenced the modification of the suit. Basic energy theory. LV-3 had given Han Xiao the ability to strengthen energy mechanics. However, he didn't want to give Zhang Wei's suit a mighty modification, so there was no need for a new energy blueprint. Good stuff had to be kept for personal use. To build a weight-bearing mechanical skeleton and a sensing chip, one could actually use blueprints. These two were rather common. Do you wish to proceed with talent fusion? LV1 Basic Spatial Sensing plus LV1 Basic Virtual Electrical Engineering. This fusion will cost you 10,000 EXP. Do you wish to proceed with talent fusion? LV2 Basic Dynamics Principle plus LV for Basic Mechanical Engineering. This fusion will cost you 10,000 EXP. Fusion success. Congratulations, you have discovered low-level smart chip. Fusion success. Congratulations, you have discovered K600 type mechanical skeletal system. These two were common mechanical blueprints, so most mechanics would have them. Han Xiao achieved fusion success on his first try without any hiccups. Low-level smart chip was also sold on the market. However, by unlocking the blueprint, Han Xiao could tweak it by writing his own code. The words low-level indicated that there would be more advanced versions of it, such as highly intelligent AI for large robots or even intelligent system control for huge space vehicles and war machines. On the other hand, K600 type mechanical skeletal system was one of the basic models of inner mechanical skeletal systems. The outer mechanical skeletal systems were worn directly on the body, while the inner type fitted the whole body seamlessly, hidden inside of the external armor. It retained the same functions as the external skeletal system, but provided extra mechanical power. The inner skeletal system was a must for making a mechanical armored suit. Needless to say, the more advanced versions were applied to small, medium, large, and extremely large armored suits. Han Xiao removed the exterior of the combat suit, exposing the intricate parts in the interior. Han Xiao observed for a moment before he began his work. First, he increased the energy capacity, then he added in the skeletal system and the smart chip, and lastly, he purchased some imaging devices, cameras, and infrared sensor for the sensing equipment. At dawn of the fourth day, he finally finished upgrading the combatant armored suit. Despite the same old, black, and heavy primitive suit exterior, the inside of the suit had been changed tremendously. It finally resembled a powerful and advanced mechanical armored suit. But time constraints did not allow Han Xiao to add a close combat weapon. Han Xiao was not bothered by it. Not delivering the promised product after payment was not new to him. He had already delayed the delivery of a high-explosive gunpowder for more than half a month. Han Xiao yawned and looked at his interface. Combatant armored suit. Deriving progress 2%. Retroderivation of equipment was one of the methods for mechanics to obtain blueprints. The requirements were very stringent because the progress would usually halt when they could not fulfill the preset conditions. Sometimes, just as the progress reached 30%, it would sometimes ask for INT to reach XX before it could continue the derivation. Furthermore, even when the progress reached 100%, a huge amount of EXP would have to be consumed in order to officially master the blueprint. The core of the combatant armored suit was part of the advanced mechanic knowledge, heavy machine modification. When the progress bar reached 50%, it looked like this knowledge would be required. Since the blueprint for the suit was not essential for Han Xiao, he was not bothered with that. It was move-out day. The team of 4 gathered in the garage. Lin Yao looked at the computer screen and said suddenly, "The department has gathered." The gathering point is the East Sentry Post. Okay, let's board the truck, Zhang Wei said solemnly. As soon as he gave the instruction, Li Yalan moved rapidly onto the driver's seat and stared at Han Xiao anxiously. Can I drive the truck? Han Xiao rubbed his eyes. He had been burning the midnight oil for the past few days, so he was sleepy beyond measure. Thus, he did not insist on driving. He told her to drive steadily before moving to the back of the truck. He used a few backpacks as a blanket and lay on the floor to sleep. Li Yalan sighed in relief at once. She felt as if she had just escaped death narrowly. She didn't even have the energy to point out the irony in Han Xiao's words, drive steadily. Upon seeing that Han Xiao wanted a good sleep, the rest all sat in the driving space to avoid disturbing him. West Capital, East Sentry Post, military train station. The superiors highly valued this attack on the base at Dark Crow Valley. Division 13 sent 3 covert ops teams to take part in this large-scale mission. The first was Zhang Wei's team, and the other was Ma Qingyang's team, the one that had been saved by Zhang Wei's team. The last team was Covert Ops Ace Team, led by the team leader, Di Susu. The 2 ops teams were waiting at the train station, accompanied by an officer from the staff department. His role was to give advice and supervise the operations in order to keep the agents in check. There were instances in the past where every team had a strong opinionated elite agent, resulting in many differing opinions that led to poor teamwork and caused many hiccups to their missions. To counter this problem, Division 13 had modified their mission procedure. When there were multiple teams working together, a staff officer would be the overall brain of the mission. Officers from the staff department learned how to command in various battle situations all year round. Before the mission, they would study each and every agent from the respective teams to better evaluate mission plans. Although the agents all believed that the staff officers only knew how to write mission reports and take responsibility, they had to obey orders from the superior. As long as the staff officer didn't control them too much, everyone would be at peace with him. Why is Zhang Wei still not here? He's very late. Ma Qingyang looked at the sun and took a puff on his cigarette. He was quite good friends with Zhang Wei, and their teammates had friendly relationships, too. Di Susu and her team waited on the other side. She was playing with a coin in her hand. The coin, reflecting beams of sunlight, was turning and moving rapidly under her agile hand. She was eager and excited to meet Li Yalan because it meant that she would get to bully and tease her again. Plus, she was quite intrigued by her new teammate, Han Xiao. The leading staff officer, Bai Jia, rubbed his good-looking brows. His eyes were irritated by the flickering reflections of sunlight from the coin. He had no choice but to turn his face toward the other side. A loud engine sound traveled from afar. Everyone could hear the huge horsepower of the incoming vehicle. They felt the floor shaking as the vehicle got closer. Bai Jia looked up at the source of the sound and saw a gigantic and ferocious military truck approaching. Ma Qingyang flicked his cigarette butt off and crushed it with his heel. Di Susu clenched her fingers tight, gripping the coin in her palm. Bai Jia adjusted his collar. They are here. Big Black slowly came to halt. Zhang Wei and his team alighted from the front of the vehicle. Bai Jia saluted and introduced himself. I am Bai Jia, the staff officer who will be leading this mission. Greetings. Happy to be working with you. Zhang Wei nodded. Then he turned his head and smiled at Ma Qingyang heartily while giving Ma Qingyang a big hug. On the other side, Lin Yao's eyes glittered upon seeing Di Susu, his gaze tightly locked onto her. He waved his arm shyly. Hello, Su Sujie. Little Lin. Di Susu just ignored Lin Yao and walked past him toward Li Yalan while he was still mesmerized by her. She pinched Li Yalan's cheeks. TSK. You have grown prettier since the last time I saw you. Screw off. We're not that close. Li Yalan frowned and shoved Di Susu's annoying hand away. Di Susu was not bothered by it. She scanned around and asked curiously, Where is your mechanic? Where is he hiding? Li Yalan crossed her arms in front of her chest. She gave a cold look and refused to answer. Zhang Wei answered, He's a little tired, so he is still sleeping on the truck. This truck is... Zhang Wei stood upright, and said with a face full of pride, "Our logistical support vehicle." Jealousy filled Ma Qingyang and Di Susu's teams. They gave their team leaders a bitter look. "We want our own logistical support vehicle, too." Bai Jia clapped his hand. "Okay, time is running out. Let's move out." A military-use train was parked at the station. Instead of transporting the items using airplanes or regular cars, 40 well-trained field personnel are loading boxes of firearms and ammunition onto the train. Since the major expressways were destroyed, the six nations had focused on the development of a railway to connect various destinations. Military-use trains ran designated military railways, which made them faster than civilian trains. 3 days was all that was required for the train to reach its destination. The first 5 carriages comprised of the driving cabin, 2 bedrooms, the restaurant, and firearms storage respectively. The last few carriages were open air, specially made for carrying other vehicles. Li Yalan drove Big Black up onto the carriage. The field personnel locked it in place tightly and covered the truck with a dust sheet. Once everyone had boarded the train, it moved off. The train radiated under the fierce sunlight and drove into the dangerous and treacherous forested fields. Han Xiao woke up soon after he felt the vibration of the train. The ceiling of the carriage was installed with lamps that illuminated the room under a soft white light. The carriage was filled with lifeless, ice-cold machines and mechanical weapons, but they actually gave him a sense of security. Han Xiao rubbed his eyes forcefully before he got his full concentration back. He opened the carriage door only to realize that he was on a high-speed train that was already on the move. The wild wind gushed toward his face, blowing his messy hair all around. The floor was vibrating nonstop, and the riotous sound of the train movement rushed into his ears. The train moved smoothly along the rail toward their destination. A galaxy of stars illuminated the dark sky. Mountains could be seen on the distant horizon. "Have I slept for the entire day?" For a while, Han Xiao was slightly startled. He then put on his facial simulator and adjusted his face to that of a regular man from his memory. After which, he placed a mask over the facial simulator. He had always been this careful. Afterwards, he followed the trail of light and entered the carriage from the front. The sound from the wind disappeared the moment he entered the carriage. Noisy chatter filled his ears instead. He felt as if he had just transmigrated from the Stone Age to a modern civilization. As soon as Han Xiao walked in, everyone stopped talking. Every pair of eyes was fixated on Han Xiao. They scanned him with curiosity. Di Susu was the first person to stand up. She moved her beautiful waist and moved seductively toward Han Xiao. "So, you're Han Xiao?" she asked curiously. "I think you've got the wrong person," Han Xiao replied nonchalantly. Han Xiao knew that he would lose a lot of face if he answered all the questions directed at him truthfully. Everyone's face stiffened. What a blatant lie. Everyone was here in the cabin. Who else could he be? Li Yalan was instantly delighted as she saw the scheming Di Susu getting rejected. She waved at Han Xiao. "Xiao, come here and sit." Han Xiao nodded and moved beside Zhang Wei and the others. Li Yalan whispered to Han Xiao, "Great job. You just embarrassed that scheming Di Susu." "Scheming?" Han Xiao was surprised by her description. "That's right. Di Susu is a scheming, cunning, and sly snake," Li Yalan said with a mouth full of detest. Han Xiao squinted. "Are you describing yourself?" Lin Yao could not agree more. However, he dared not add anything for fear of being beaten up by Li Yalan. He secretly looked at Han Xiao with respect. "That's my Xiao full of balls, a courageous man who never filters his words." When Di Susu saw Li Yalan and Han Xiao's intimate gestures, her face turned black. Traces of anger flashed in her eyes. On the other side, Ma Qingyang extended his hand and smiled. "Hey, brother. Nice to meet you. I'm Ma Qingyang." Han Xiao shook his hand as he held back the enraged Lin Yulin, unflustered. "Technically, we never met." Ma Qingyang was dumbfounded. He surveyed around Han Xiao's mask, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Oh, you are right." Bai Jia clapped his hand. "Since everyone is here, I will now explain the details of this mission. Field personnel, please take your leave." Field personnel knew that this was the rule, so they left this carriage without hesitation. The place immediately quieted, as only the three covert ops teams and Xiao are left inside. This is a joint mission between Hesla's intelligence department and us. Hesla's troops are stationed at the border, and they could move out at any moment. Our job here is to infiltrate the enemy base to gather information about their defenses so that we can provide the troops with intelligence support. Hesla has sent us a map of the Dark Crow Valley. This place is easy to hold, but hard to attack, and with deep forests, we will not be able to locate the coordinates of the base with our satellites. We have zero information about their troop number and location. We can only attack from land. Everyone was very serious when it came to their mission. Di Susu scratched her forehead and frowned. This sounds like a heavily guarded base. Is it possible for Hesla's troops to storm the base on the ground? They refused. Jia shook his head. Everyone understood the reason. As long as Hesla could take down the enemy with 2/3 of their effort, they would never deploy their full strength. Furthermore, when there was too little information about enemy's power and location, Hesla would not allow its troops to go in prematurely for fear of suffering too many casualties. The covert ops department would be brought in to do the dirty work like such an infiltration. Li Yalan grumbled. Then where is the infiltration point? Jia pointed at a spot on the map. On the west side of the valley, there is a large town called Crow's Forest. The fact that they have the courage to build a town near a base of the German organization suggests that the two parties are colluding. Therefore, there must be a few scouts from the Valley base station in the town. This is our opportunity to obtain crucial intelligence. And according to intelligence from the higher-ups, there are 3 noteworthy enemies from the Dark Crow Valley base. Jia gave out a folder of information sheets to everyone. As everyone was reading through the sheets, he summarized the gist of the information. Pan Kuang, head of the base, 35 years old, Asian, E+ pugilist, is one of the German organization's executive officers. His weapon is a blade, nicknamed Blade Soul. His last recorded feat was 3 years ago, when he defeated 12 Theseus agents at the border alone. 4 of them were superhumans. The page showed an emotionless man. He looked like any ordinary man, but gave off an extremely fierce vibe. Jie, deputy head, male, 29 years old, mixed Asian and Caucasian. Limited information. We only know that he seems to be a relative of the leader of the Wind Eye organization, Jinua. Dormant, captain of the security force, 43, from Raylan. He specializes in different firearms, and he is an extremely elite special agent. He used to lead a whole night owl squad. Doubt filled Ma Qing Yang's face. I thought we did not have much information regarding the internal situation of the base. Where did all this detailed information come from? Everyone was wondering the same thing. Jia shook his head. Not sure. The higher-ups said it was classified. Everybody stopped their questioning. Han Xiao pricked up his ears slightly. The source of this intel is sitting right beside you guys. Jia added more pointers for everyone to take note. Suddenly his tone changed. For this combined exercise, Hesla will be sending teams of agents from the intelligence department. They will move with us when we meet at the rendezvous point. Zhang Wei's expression became unnatural, and he questioned, agents from 2 countries working on this mission together? Jia was feeling embarrassed and coughed. Yes, that was just courting trouble. Hesla was unsatisfied with the intel from Star Dragon. Also, they didn't want to expend much of their own force, so they requested that Division 13 deploy manpower for this mission. The agents looked at one another with unease. The relationship between the 2 countries were rather stale. The agents even seemed hostile toward one another. It seemed like the mission would turn out to be a flop. None of this intel was useful for Han Xiao. He yawned and looked out of the window. He squinted after he caught sight of something. He immediately interrupted the discussion and shouted, "We are under attack by beasts." Everyone was stunned and could not react. The train vibrated violently, causing the agent to almost fall. At the same time, there was a loud and horrible cry from the field personnel in the back carriage. The train rocked violently. The shaking came from the last carriage of the train. The covert ops agents, who were trying hard to maintain their footings, peeked out of the windows, and the sight in front of them was shocking. Under the cover of darkness, a gargantuan black worm was coiled up around the last carriage. The worm's body spanned over tens of meters, and it had a glossy, black exoskeleton that was composed of chitin, reflecting the moonlight. The creature looked hideous. The head of the worm housed its gigantic mouth, with sharp teeth that continued way down into its throat. The worm was chewing on the metallic exterior of the train carriage, perforating the carriage's exterior. An unfortunate agent ended up in the worm's mouth, and in a brief moment, the screaming ended as the victim turned into minced meat. Xiao felt a cold shiver. The bold ideas he previously had vanished instantly. It is the dark, earthly worm. One could see the fear on Qi by Jia's face. Xiao drew his berserk eagle out from the holster and fired a shot at the worm. He tensed up the moment the stats of the worm flashed on the screen before his eyes. For the dark earthly worm. Level 48. Infant stage, LV10. Adolescent stage, LV10. Adult stage, LV10. Mating stage, LV10. LV8. Age, 71 years old. Stats, STR80, DX, Yindi, INT, Mystery 1, Luck 2. Energy 0. Energy rank. HP. Abilities. Thick chitin exoskeleton, Def plus 20. Dark, plus 15% darkness attributes. Large body. HP plus 1000, reduction of shock by 20%. Metal chewing, additional 25% damage to metallic elements. Rare blood of the earthly dragon. HP plus 2000, plus 10% defense against supernatural elements. Skills. Kill by strangling LV7. Slither LV10. Rotating incisors LV6. Acid spit LV5. Xiao felt it was really unfair that even the monster had more luck than him. Fire. The agents fired their pistols. The gunshots were deafening. However, the bullets merely grazed the thick exoskeleton of the worm, causing almost no harm to it. The wilderness of Aquamarine was especially dangerous. All sorts of ghastly creatures roamed in it. There were many cases from the past where these creatures brutally slaughtered towns and cities. Humans had to rely on their collective intelligence and wisdom to counter these creatures in order to stay at the top of the food chain. The dark earthly worm had a long lifespan. Its length increased proportionately with its age. Under normal circumstances, it peacefully resided in darkness with little activity. However, it would be awakened by violent vibrations in the ground. It became clear to the folks that the worm had been woken up by the noise of the passing train. To prevent encounters with wild creatures, every rail line had maintenance personnel who would inspect the infrastructure and survey the traffic, which also included surveying the underground for signs of life. If the worm had come before the last survey, it meant that the personnel in charge had slacked and failed to inspect the ground thoroughly. The agents, who were considered prey by the worm, reacted to the situation with shock by firing their pistols. However, the smaller bullets formed the pistol dealt almost zero damage to the worm, whose defense points were way above 100. All the explosives and Gatling guns were in the store carriage. However, the agents were unable to obtain these weapons. Their access to the store carriage was blocked by the worm. The situation was not optimistic for the agents. Amidst the chaos, a strong gust of wind buffeted the carriage. Random items fell out and started drifting in the wind. The train tilted at an angle of 15 degrees as sparks flew out from the base of the train, screeching against the track. The carriage looked as if it would be flipped by the massive body of the worm at any moment. "Move aside," Li Yalan shouted as she leapt forward with the foldable machete in her hand. She channeled the flames of yellow energy and hacked hard into the worm's exoskeleton. A crack was heard, and a distinct cut appeared on the worm's body. It was useful. Pugilists could channel their internal energy to deal astonishing damage. In this case, the punches and kicks had immense power and worked effectively. After a quick glance, Di Susu also went forward. With the foldable machete in her hand, channeling the flames of green energy, she hacked hard and fast, like streaks of lightning. A small piece of exoskeleton fell off the worm, and a faint glow of green could be seen. The worm showed no signs of apprehension. It had its thick flesh and armor for protection and was, therefore, especially calm. It subsequently shrank its body to give the carriage a harder squeeze. The monsters on Aquamarine were ferocious, and many had stacked abilities that made them especially hardy. The worm was evidently a wild boss-level creature, and without the firepower of the modern military, it would be difficult to slaughter the monster. The worm was a creature that required at least 50 players of the same level to defeat. However, there were some instances where the monster was defeated by solo players. In 2 gulps, another 2 agents were swallowed by the worm. The flesh of humans tasted much better than that of the sandworms underground. The dark, earthly worm ground its teeth as if it had enjoyed the meal. The agents were shivering, and the brutality of the predator caused many to almost collapse to the ground. At that instant, it seemed like humans had lost their intelligence and had been reduced to prey waiting for their fateful moments to arrive. Use fire. The worm is afraid of fire. Di Susu yelled. The worm had poor eyesight and was especially sensitive to heat and sparkles of ember, which had a similar effect on the worm to flashbangs on humans. The agents realized that if the situation remained stagnant for much longer, the train would be destroyed. The only solution was to use flames to push the worm back. Zhang Wei immediately took out the magazine housing the high-explosive ammunition. Bang! Instantly, the impregnable exoskeleton of the worm started burning. The worm lost its composure and started wriggling violently. The flames and the temperature made it especially uncomfortable. It became as agitated as a restless baboon. Han Xiao stood there steadily like a nail in a plank. The increasing magnitude of the jolts made him worry about the carriage flipping. Almost all of Division 13's agents had purchased the high-explosive rounds, so he was confident that they could handle the situation effectively without him getting involved. The fire started growing on the worm, and in less than a moment's time, the worm could no longer withstand the glaring ember. It gave a shriek and loosened its grip on the carriage. Following that, it tunneled into the ground. In a matter of seconds, it was deep in the ground, leaving only piles of dirt. The agents that managed to escape the wrath of the monster were still feeling shocked and fearful. They collapsed onto the ground. "We are saved. We are not dead yet. Not dead yet. Mama, I miss you." Although the worm only appeared for a few minutes, the damage it had caused was immense. There were holes everywhere on the carriage. It was in a shambles. If the worm had not been chased away, the train along with its passengers would have, well, maybe not all of the passengers would have perished, but the train was definitely going to have been delayed. Luckily, there was the high-explosive ammunition. The folk all looked toward Han Xiao. One could sense the appreciation in their eyes. Zhang Wei patted on Han Xiao's shoulder. No words could describe his gratitude. "If you want to thank me, just say it. I can't really read minds." Everyone was speechless. Han Xiao's words completely destroyed the atmosphere. The agents rested for a moment and started clearing up the mess. The attack by the dark earthly worm was ultimately a one-time incident, and the fact that only one of such accidents had occurred proved that the military rail line was safest. The scenery outside the train's windows was mainly mountains, dense forests, and lush plains, which gradually became boring. Along the way, Han Xiao stationed himself in the large black carriage, practicing his energy training technique and machine manufacturing skill. 3 days later, the train arrived at the Hesla border station. Hesla and Star Dragon belonged to the same continent. The more liberal culture on Hesla was perhaps due to the hot and humid climate. Even outside of the beaches, bikini girls and topless guys could be seen walking on the streets. The train pulled into the military train station. Looking through the window, a man in shades wearing a loose-fitting flowery shirt could be seen standing on the platform. He was probably the next point of contact. Han Xiao alighted from the train together with the rest, as Qi Bai Jia led the way. Qi Bai Jia walked up to the man and introduced himself. "I am Qi Bai Jia from the Star Dragons Division 13. The man laughed and removed his shades. He had unshaven stubble and looked unkempt, as if he was a fishmonger from the market. "I am Yi Fan from the Hesla Intelligence Department." Han Xiao was in disbelief. Yi Fan? Which Yi Fan was he? What exactly happened? The man looked nothing like the dashing and cool Yi Fan that Han Xiao pictured in his mind. Yi Fan saw the whole studded train carriage and immediately asked, "You guys encountered a monster?" "It was just a small worm, no real threat." Qi Baijia gave a dry cough. Despite of the danger caused by the worm, there was no way he would admit that the situation had been greatly perilous. He needed to maintain the reputation of the Star Dragon agents and wanted the folks on Hesla to believe that they were strong. "It must have been really fortunate for you guys to arrive safely." Yi Fan laughed. He did not further probe into Qi Baijia's words. Yi Fan put his shades back on and said, "Let us quickly head to the command center and report in. Our administrative procedures here are less complicated than those in Maple, at least 90% less." Some agents chuckled to themselves. Maple was known for its inflexible system. Apparently, when the Shaniks from Theseus and Maple collaborated to wipe out the vagrant warlords, the short-tempered Shaniks were so frustrated with the elaborate reporting procedures of Maple that they almost fought with the officials at the Maple Intelligence Unit's Kuroma headquarters. The administrative prerequisite for this joint operation required the commanders to submit their operation plans before the actual execution of the mission. For this operation, the Hesla military was delegated to be the offensive force. The agents were in charge of reconnaissance missions to uncover the enemy's defense blueprints at the Dark Crow Valley base. Along the way, one could see the brand-new bulletproof jeeps and small tanks parked in garages. There were also honeycomb missile launchers and groups of soldiers transporting ammunition. Zhang Wei, Di Susu, and Ma Qinyang became really quiet, a stark contrast from their usual chatty behavior. It was their nationalistic sentiments affecting them. Han Xiao realized that he should not do anything overboard at that point in time. The commanding officer was a muscular Caucasian man by the name of Colonel Carl. Colonel Carl was studying the operation plan hanging on the wall. Upon hearing the door creak, Colonel Carl, who thought that it was his assistant officer entering the room, blurted out, "Do not disturb me when I am thinking." Yi Fan coughed and said, "Colonel, the agents from Star Dragon are here to submit their report." Colonel Carl turned his head to face Yi Fan. The tension on his face relieved immediately. He squinted his eyes and stared coldly at the Star Dragon agents with distrust. He took out a document from his drawer. "Take them down to rest. We will set off together in an hour," he ordered. Carl seemed unfriendly to the agents of Division 13. Yi Fan took the agents to a room and asked them to stay put at the location since they would be moving out shortly. After Yi Fan left, the agents were left alone. Lin Yao finally dared to speak and asked softly, "Why do I get the feeling that the Hesla soldiers, especially the commanding officer, seem to not like us?" Ma Qinyang gave a sarcastic grin and said, "In the past, there were wars between Star Dragon and Hesla. Therefore, the people of Hesla are unfriendly toward us. It is really frustrating that we have to face such situations even when we are on a collaborative mission with them." Colonel Carl definitely doesn't look like an easy figure to appease. The different cliques within Division 13 was not unique to Star Dragon. In fact, many countries face such situations. Maple and Ordina were more conservative. Raylan and Theseus were more assertive. Star Dragon and Hesla were more neutral. Lin Yao remarked in disbelief. "Why did the department send us to Hesla then? What if they make us the sacrificial objects for the mission? Nobody knows what the higher-ups have in mind. I guess we have to count on ourselves to stay safe." Ma Qinyang, being a seasoned member of the department, was no longer surprised or shocked by such arrangements. Qi Baijia explained, "Don't worry. Every command given to you guys has to gain my approval." The agents fell silent after a series of discussions to get into the mode for the mission. "I'm going out to take a puff." Han Xiao stood up and walked out of the room. He lighted his cigarette and took a deep puff, which went all the way down to his lungs, then out of his nostrils in 2 trails of smoke. He felt a sense of relief. He ignored the unfriendly stares from the Hesla soldiers and diverted his attention to the mission plan on the screen of the tablet. You have activated Operation Dark Crow Valley Base. Mission Brief. This is a small-scale military operation. As a member of Division 13 and participant of the operation, look out for what you can do. Hint: The mission is a part of the Camp Destroyer series, and you can claim these rewards upon completion of the mission. Reconnaissance 1. Team Mission. Monitor the situation in Crow's Forest Town. 3,000 EXP rewarded. Reconnaissance 2. Team Mission. Monitor the situation in Dark Crow Valley Camp. 8,000 EXP rewarded. Logistics Member. Solo Mission. Complete 20 tool repairs for your teammates. 8,000 EXP rewarded. Assassin. Solo Mission. Kill 8 sentries. 18,000 EXP rewarded. Direct Conflict. Solo Mission. Kill 50 Germinal Organization soldiers. 35,000 EXP rewarded. Assassination 1. Kill Dormant. Rewards based on contribution. Assassination 2. Kill Gigia. Reward based on contribution. Assassination 3. Kill Pan Quang. Rewards based on contribution. Destroy the Dark Crow Valley Camp. Rewards based on the level of completion of mission and individual contribution. At the end of the mission, rewards will be issued based on individual stats and performance. Initially, Xiao thought that it was going to be a normal mission, but instead, the operation was part of the Camp Destroyer series, which allowed for a varied and outstanding performance. There were many types of missions, and for those belonging to the Camp Destroyer series, as long as one completed most of the objectives, the rewards would be generous. There were also additional rewards based on one's individual performance. As Xiao was smoking, a lady with short red hair approached him and asked, "Are you from Star Dragons?" Staring at her in the eye, Xiao nodded. "I suppose so." Immediately, the lady drew a knife from her waist and stabbed toward the neck of Xiao. Xiao stared at the red-haired woman without flinching. The knife was only 3 centimeters from his main artery when it stopped and turned away, displaying the woman's strong skill wielding her weapon. The woman gave a fierce look. "Why aren't you dodging?" "Why should I dodge?" "So, you think I do not dare stab you? You can try." Xiao Han's face did not change one bit. Somewhere beneath his clothes, the magnetic-controlled extendable suit had already inched near his collar. He could protect his neck at a moment's notice, and therefore, he was fearless. Furthermore, since she was able to move freely in the military campsite, she had to be a Hesla agent. She would not really harm him like this. This would most likely be a test of his ability or to instill fear in him. However, how dare they pick him as the target? Xiao was slightly irritated. His eyes turned ice cold. The red-haired woman suddenly felt a shiver down her back and did not realize where it came from. She collected her mind and harumphed. "Winna, agent from Hesla Intelligence Department." She had just finished talking when she felt something pushing on her stomach. She looked down. A large caliber pistol was pointing right at her stomach. Only then did Xiao laugh and say, "Xiao, that was fast. I didn't even see how he drew his gun." Her pupil constricted. She put away her knife. Xiao withdrew his gun too. "I will remember that." Winna turned around and left. Xiao narrowed his eyes. Hesla personnel sure are hostile toward us. They better not drag me down. After Winna walked some distance away, she gave a sigh of relief. She realized cold sweat was dripping down her hairline and became serious. That Star Dragon agent gave her an extremely dangerous vibe. Winna returned to the lounge to look for the rest of the Hesla agents. Yifan smiled and asked, "Discover anything?" Winna took a sip of water to soothe her parched throat and replied in a serious tone, "That Xiao is likely very dangerous." "Xiao?" Yifan thought of something based on the physical description of him. That guy had been very low profile ever since they alighted the train. He only gave a weird look when someone called his name. "A strange person," Yifan concluded. Xiao finished smoking and stepped on the cigarette butt. He walked back into the lounge. Jia looked over and asked abruptly, "Nothing happened, right?" "Something happened. I saw a female pig falling into a ditch." Jia felt slightly awkward. "Can you be more serious?" "In that case, there was nothing," replied Xiao nonchalantly. Since it was only a test meant to scare him, he did not want everyone to hear about it. Firstly, it was to protect the mission, and secondly, he didn't think he wanted to be strayed by emotions. In his mind, there were 3 types of enemies. The first type pissed him off or violated his interests. The second type wanted him dead or endangered his life. The last type was his nemesis. There was also the type that not only had mutual hatred, but also conflicting interests. One example would be the Germinal organization. This was the enemy that was top priority for Xiao Han. The first kind was too mild for him to care about. Jia gave Han Xiao a complicated look. He was sitting by the window and had seen the whole incident unfold. He had gone on a lot of field missions before, and he knew that the other country's agents would surely test their ability and show off their own prowess. This was a covert rule. All the agents were proud and arrogant. They would not get respect and power without showing off their ability. If anyone were to complain to their superior, they would actually be laughed at. Jia greatly approved of what Han Xiao had done. He did not let Star Dragon's reputation down, and he was glad that Han Xiao had kept his mouth shut. This guy's ability is good, and he understands the bigger picture. They didn't fight? Carl nodded his head in satisfaction after he heard his deputy's report. Good. Seems like those Star Dragon people know their place on our territory. Soon, it was time for them to depart. Everyone gathered at the border exit. Yi Fan, together with Winna, brought a dozen agents, armed and ready to go. The first stop of the mission was a position far away from the Crow Valley town. There was an abandoned secret hideout of Hesla's. They would be using it as their temporary base. Division 13 transported the Land Rovers using the train. They were just regular all-terrain cars. Only Han Zhao's Big Black was unique. He drove his team off amid loud revving of the engine. This time, he drove steadily and comfortably. Li Yalan was almost moved to tears. The other three teammates, cramped in the other seats, were puzzled. They didn't understand Li Yalan's big reaction to all this. It was half a day's ride. Hesla's motorcade was leading, and Division 13 followed. Suddenly, Hesla's motorcade sped up, gradually increasing the distance between the two parties. Di Susu and Ma Qingyang accelerated when they realized it. Only Han Xiao, driving Big Black, followed slowly at the back. Xiao go. We need to catch up with them, Lin Yao said anxiously. Han Zhao's had one hand on the steering wheel while the other one was out of the window and enjoying the wind. Why do we need to catch up? No matter how fast they drive now, they will have to wait for us later. Well, you were right when you put it that way. Suddenly, Di Susu's laughter came from the radio. Little Lin, how come you guys are so slow? Hurry and catch up with us. Unless Han Zhao's skills are not up to par, I do not want to waste my petrol, Han Xiao replied briefly. Di Susu was instantly stunned. This was the first time she heard such a unique excuse. Agents like us need to worry about paying for petrol? Ma Qingyang chimed in on the radio. Zhang Wei, this is Hesla's agents showing off. We must not lose to them. Zhang Wei pondered for a few seconds, and he patted on Xiao Han's shoulder. Let's catch up with them. Li Yalan's face immediately turned pale. She grabbed Zhang Wei's sleeve hurriedly and urged, please don't. This speed is great. What exactly do you fear? Zhang Wei was really puzzled. Captain, is it not good to be alive? Li Yalan said in a trembling and sobbing tone. Zhang Wei was extremely baffled. Han Xiao raised his eyebrow. You really want to pursue them? Yes. Zhang Wei nodded his head. Han Xiao sighed and changed the gear with ease. Okay then, you guys had better hold on tight. Li Yalan was deeply fearful. She held onto the car door as tightly as she could and clenched her jaw. You guys will definitely regret this. In the afternoon, everyone arrived at the destination. As soon as they alighted their vehicles, they all looked at the big black truck with shock, horror, and disbelief. Cold chills ran down their spine whenever they thought of the scene from before. Even though they were experienced agents who had seen many things, such as S and Z-shaped movements, this was the first time they had seen an N-shaped movement, and it was faster than anyone else. This could not even be counted as drifting, more like flying. The truck driver must have been heavily under the influence. Zhang Wei, Lin Yao, and Li Yalan fumbled out of the vehicle, held onto a tree at the side, and started vomiting everything they had inside them. At that moment, they felt like they'd be better off dead. Blarg! Oh my God! I feel like I'm dying. Blarg! Told you that you would regret this. Blarg! Han Xiao strolled down from the car and clamped a cigarette comfortably in his mouth. He smirked and said, "Well, you guys told me to chase. You? Do you specialize in driving bumper cars?" Han Xiao curled his lips. "Bumper cars? Don't look down on me. I used to drive mechas." Lambert got out of the car with sturdy steps, as if nothing had happened to him. Xiao Han's eyes gleamed. "See? There is someone normal enough to enjoy my driving." Just as Lambert opened his mouth to speak, vomit came out like waterfall. Only after everything was vomited out did Lambert comment with a poker face, "If you ever touch the steering wheel again, I will just jump out of the car." The cars were parked outside. After everyone moved their equipment into the secret base, they began their pre-mission briefing. "We have two operations. Firstly, disguise as wanderers and blend into Dark Crow Forest Town to gather intel. Secondly, search for sentry guards from the German organization that are left alone and force information about their base out of them. We will handle the sentries. Your people can go to the Dark Crow Forest Town," Winna immediately stated. Di Susu frowned. There would mostly likely be spies hidden in the town. If they attempted to blend in, they might be exposed and be put in dire danger. If so, they would not achieve anything. Searching for sentries would be much safer and easier to accomplish. Hessla just could not wait to throw all the dangerous and tough jobs to Division 13. This attitude annoyed them greatly, but someone had to do the missions after all. If it was not going to be Hessla, then it had to be Division 13. As such, no one voiced any objection. To infiltrate the town, we must first disguise ourselves as wanderers, and then find an opportunity to gather intel covertly. "We must not act rashly and alert the enemy," said Chi Baijia. After some discussion, it was decided that some people would stay at the base as backup. 4 people stayed behind: Lin Yao, Chi Baijia, Ma Qingyang, and Han Xiao. Hessla also left some personnel to guard the base. Han Xiao only knew Yi Fan from their group. It was only the afternoon. The Hessla agents decided to take a rest first. They would wait till dawn, when enemy's alertness would be at its lowest, to move off to find enemy sentry guards. They had brought infrared imaging devices, so the darkness actually provided them with an advantage. Also, they secretly wanted Division 13 to be the guinea pig to sweep away some danger first. Once the mission plan was finalized, those Division 13 agents who were going in mixed together to form a team with Di Susu as the leader. They were disguised in wanderers' clothes and looked travel-worn and weary. They hunched their backs to look as if they were being weighed down by stress. They carried giant backpacks and looked exactly like those real wanderers. They then headed toward the Dark Crow Forest Town on foot. The secret base was equipped with many computer screens that were connected to agents' camera and earphones. Han Xiao, Lin Yao, and Chi Baijia would rotate to monitor the situation. Di Susu's team soon arrived at the crowded town, which was displayed on the screens. There were many different types of buildings, and despite the housing being simple and crude, there were many people there, making it look like a marketplace. Although the town was small in area, it had everything, even hotels for guests. "Let's look for a place to stay first." Di Susu and the gang were questioned by the locals, but she answered perfectly. They were just wanderers that were migrating and wanted to rest here for a while before moving off. Afterwards, they successfully checked in at one of the hotels in the town. As soon as they entered the room, they immediately swept for monitoring cameras and bugs professionally. They started discussing their next steps after they made sure the room was safe. "How should we proceed now?" Li Yalan curled her lips and gave Di Susu a cold look. Di Susu was not in the mood to banter with Li Yalan. Her brows knitted together as she said in a serious tone, "People in the town are still suspicious of our identity. I think we should stay put." Han Xiao suddenly chimed in through the earpieces. "You guys had better act today. Give me a good reason." Di Susu was slightly provoked. "You guys are now foreign wanderers, so you should act your part. It is only normal to gather information about this place. It will actually look strange if you purposefully conceal yourselves, making others feel that you have an ulterior motive." Everyone looked at one another. "That seems like a good point. Let's do what Han Xiao suggested." The town had many amenities, including entertainment facilities, casinos, a pharmacy, restaurants, and even places for one to release. As night fell, The team moved out in different groups and pretended to spend money, probe for intel, and gather information. However, they did not achieve any substantial success. The locals were mostly ordinary wanderers, and they did not spot any people of interest. Our enemies must be hiding deeply. We probably won't get anything through this method. Chi Baijia's expression was grave. Actually, I know a way. Han Xiao smiled. He knew the specific spy that was stationed at this town. After real players earned enough reputation for missions, they could choose to join the germinal organization through this NPC. By catching this NPC, they could get quite a lot of intel. Han Xiao knew the exact coordinates of the Dark Crow Valley base, but he was unsure of the specific military strength and defenses of the base. After 10 long years, he only remembered a little information about the place. Furthermore, they were at a different point in time, so the changes would be different. It was essential for them to gather intel from the NPC. You guys should go to the southern part of town, where you will see a casino. There should be a bald-headed dude who knows the intel about the base. Han Xiao was describing the spy from the germinal organization stationed at the town. Those real players who were born at Dark Crow Forest Town could only join the germinal organization through this guy. Everyone was shocked. Di Susu frowned. Where did you get this information from? I have my ways. What if the information is incorrect? Di Susu was adamant. Listen to him. Chi Baijia spoke up for Han Xiao. Before the mission, higher-ups had told him to trust his intel. This showed that the higher-ups valued Han Xiao highly. Di Susu had to repress her suspicion and follow to the order. She took some agents to the small casino and looked for the person quietly. Without fail, they found the bald-headed guy, who was the banker of the casino. What should we do now? If we act rashly, we could alarm our enemies. He might have companions from the organization around him, asked Di Susu. Han Xiao was speechless. We've already found our target. Can't you just be professional and do what you usually do? Di Susu felt her chest tighten, enraged by his comment. But at the same time, she realized that she had asked a dumb question. She gathered her teammates to secretly surround the guy. Han Xiao looked at the time. He got up and let Lin Yao take over his duty. He did not feel that he needed to supervise the actual execution. If they could not even catch the guy, those agents should just knock themselves out with a piece of tofu. At the same time, Winna and her team of Hesla agents left for their objective after she gave Han Xiao a fierce glare. Han Xiao did not plan to rest at the secret base. He went into the trunk of Big Black and started assessing the situation. Both operations are team-based. They will most likely complete them without any hiccups. I should be more concerned with my personal mission. I will need some handy tools in order to assassinate the sentry guards in the forest. Han Xiao took out some spare parts and began working on his interface. Do you wish to proceed with talent fusion? Basic spatial sensing plus basic bioengineering plus basic mechanical engineering. This fusion will cost you 15,000 EXP. Fusion success. Congratulations. You have invented miniature biological sensor spider. Winna's team sneaked among the trees silently, as if they were hunters searching for prey in the dark forest. They were wearing camouflage suits and night vision goggles. The sentry guards were stationed right outside the base. One of the team members was a master in investigating trails. He could deduce the number of people that had walked past a location a day before based on the minimal evidence left behind. He was called Magarnu, a tall Sharnik. He was built like a small mountain, which made it hard to believe that he was extremely meticulous. He rubbed the soil between his fingertips, smelled it, and pondered for a few moments. There was a man, weighing around 180 pounds, who walked past here in a northwestern direction 7 hours ago. Winna did not doubt Magarnu's deduction. She and her team walked carefully in that direction. Suddenly, they came to a halt. Night vision goggles showed a living entity on tree 300 meters out. Search the surroundings. Winna kept a cool head and did not act prematurely. She instructed her team to search for any other sentry guards or surveillance devices in the surroundings. After about 20 minutes, they confirmed that they were safe. Yi Fan gave the order through the radio. Take him down. Winna activated her power, and immediately, a maroon energy trail flashed under her feet. She moved swiftly and quietly within a 100-meter radius from the enemy. She always stayed in the blind spots of the enemy by using the trees to hide her body like a master-level assassin. She hopped onto a tree in a cat-like manner before summoning her maroon-colored energy. The energy allowed her to stick onto the tree branches, and she jumped constantly from tree to tree, quickly approaching the enemy. The Germinal sentry guard felt a sudden gust of wind over his head. He looked up and saw a dark shadow accelerating toward him. 10 minutes later, snap! Magarnu twisted the neck of the sentry guard. They had already secured the information they wanted. Winna's voice blared out from the communication device. From our preliminary reconnaissance activity, we discovered that the base has been divided into 6 high-alert regions. The level of defense gradually increases from the innermost to the outermost sectors. We are currently at the outermost region. Every high-alert region will have a sentry post manned by an officer and his troops. Based on our previous interrogation, officers have access to the intranet of the military base. Therefore, as long as we can arrive at the sentry post, we will be able to access the intranet and gather intelligence using the officer's computer. This sentry guard revealed the exact position of the post. Let's move out immediately. Yi Fan knew that even the slightest delay would change the outcome of the operation. There was a series of protocols to follow for the shift changing of the sentry guards in the next few hours. By then, other soldiers would discover the disappearance of the sentry guard who had been killed. However, their first priority was still to gather sufficient intelligence, even if that risked revealing their positions, since ultimately, the enemy would realize the impending invasion by the Hesla military. They needed to find out the military strength and defenses at the Dark Crow Valley base. If Winna managed to succeed, the agents of Division 13 hiding in Dark Crow Forest Town would fall into the precarious situation of revealing their positions to the enemy. The agents might even be caught before they made their moves. Yi Fan analyzed the situation rationally and made the decision. Operation approved. Immediately head out to the enemy base. Winna nodded and disposed of the sentry guard's body. She then led her teammates into the enemy base. Yi Fan heaved a sigh of relief, and his eyes moved away from the screen. He glanced at the operations office of Division 13 and shook his head slightly. He did not know what his decision would bring, but he wanted the best for the mission. He would inform the department afterwards. There were times when one had to take a leap of faith. Before twilight, Winna and her team found the sentry post. It was a shed camouflaged deep in the vegetation used by the hunters. Quietly, the team moved closer to their target. Magarnu grabbed the sound wave detector from his haversack and scanned the interior of the shed from outside. The results returned revealed 3 human targets, 1 lying on the sofa and 2 who seemed to be consuming their supper at the table. Winna raised her hand and started the count. 3, 2, 1. Winna leapt forward into the shed through the window. Her teammates followed behind. The 3 enemy soldiers were shocked by the unexpected attack, and before they could retaliate, they were shot with the tranquilizers by the Hesla agents and collapsed onto the ground. The Hesla agents then searched the shed and the clothing of the unconscious soldiers. They uncovered a hidden compartment behind the wall. The agents discovered that out of the 3 soldiers, one of them was an officer based on the identity card he carried. "This is our target." Winna grinned to herself. This officer by the name of Roman seemed to be the one in charge of the sentry post. The agents tied Roman up and gave him an injection to wake him up. Magarnu then slapped Roman repeatedly to speed up the process. "Tell us the password to the safe if you want to live." Roman was scared to death by the troop of heavily armed agents and immediately confessed the password without any sign of hesitance. After entering the password, the safe successfully opened, and a laptop could be seen. After turning on the laptop, a sign-in page appeared on the screen, and both the identity card and a verbal password were required to access the portal. Roman was very cooperative, and the agents managed to access the portal with his account. Following the jingle, the words "Dang, dang, dang, the Germinal assistant is at your service" flashed on the screen. Startled, Yi Fan choked on his coffee. All the agents had confused looks on their faces. No one could have imagined that the portal's interface would look like that. Yi Fan didn't know what to say. What a cute portal. A couple of menus appeared on the server, and due to the low rank of Roman, he could only access a few of them. When he found the page that displayed the daily activity log for the military base, and the team became really excited. There must be important information hidden in the daily logs. Let me do it. Yi Fan instructed Magarnu to plug the chip into the computer, which allowed Yi Fan's computer to also access the server. There was a look of seriousness on Yi Fan's face, and his fingers started to punch the keyboard and input the codes like a butterfly dancing in the air. Level 1 firewall, hacked. Level 2 firewall, hacked. Level 3 firewall, hacked. One-time password, hacked. Rights restrictions, hacked. Yi Fan gave a slight smile. He was a seasoned hacker in Hesla with hundreds of viruses and bugs in his arsenal. Except for certain servers on the dark web, there was practically no server that could escape his attacks. In less than 3 minutes, all the encrypted documents were decoded. At that point, the enemy technicians realized what was happening and started deleting the documents frantically while Yi Fan was copying the files. In a brief moment, all the documents were deleted. Yi Fan's computer was too slow and only managed to copy 28% of the documents. The more confidential documents were deleted first. However, the copied documents contained sufficient intelligence, including defense blueprints, internal structure information, and the military strength of the base. Yi Fan felt relieved. Good job and well done. Now it's time to return. The attempt to steal sensitive information about the Dark Crow Valley base would definitely heighten the security of the enemy. However, it was all worth it for the intelligence reports. But despite the success, there was still a sense of unease in Yi Fan. It seemed a little too easy. A member of staff from the central control room of the Dark Crow Valley base reported, "Sir, our external server was hacked." The assistant director of the military base was Jie. He was a tall, lanky man with a sly appearance. He proceeded calmly to the screen and asked what data was stolen. The daily activity logs, internal structure of the military base, the coordinates of the base, the sentry logs for the base. Even though so much critical information had been stolen by the hackers, there was no sign of panic within the base. Were the hackers actually from Hesla? The bait is set. Now, we are just waiting for the fish. Jie gave an eerie grin. He was like a hunter, excited to see the prey he had managed to trap. Jie went into the director's office and reported the situation to Pan Quan. Our external deceptive server was hacked. I presume the hackers to be from Hesla, and they will probably launch a military invasion soon. Pan Quan was polishing his dark, long machete with his handkerchief. The machete had an icy cold blade and a thick body with its handle wrapped with strips of cloth. There were clear spots of dried blood on the cloth. The machete had been used to slay many enemies throughout the years. Pan Quan was fixated on polishing his blade. He then asked calmly, "What do you think we should do?" Jie cleared his throat and said, "Although the information stolen by the enemy is false, we have unfortunately revealed the existence of the base. Therefore, I hope that the chief can evacuate the base and bring along all necessary equipment and information. In addition, I also recommend that we deal a hard and decisive blow to the existing enemy forces." "Okay, just tell me when you need me to fight," Pan Quan replied. Reconnaissance 1 completed. You gained 3,000 EXP. Han Xiao was woken up by the pop-up message on the screen. He looked out of the car's window to see it was twilight, and the sky was a grayish-blue hue and was gradually getting brighter. The previous night, Han Xiao had been busy creating new machines and only had 2 hours of sleep. He took out his water bottle and splashed the water onto his face. The cooling splashes refreshed his senses. Then, he went out of the storage and headed for the base. Lin Yao had worked throughout the night, and she was exhausted. Bai Jiao was next in line for the shift, and he woke up from his nap on the couch. "How was last night's operation?" Han Xiao asked. Lin Yao replied with fatigue. "The bald guy revealed the positions of his comrades to us in the forest, and we managed to apprehend them. Also, we discovered the exact location of the Dark Crow Valley base from the captive statements. However, our prisoners are low-ranking personnel, and therefore, they do not have the authority to access confidential files." Han Xiao nodded to himself. The outcome was what he expected. "Is the operation team still in action?" "Yes, The agents are all still hidden in the forest, waiting for new orders. There is no point waiting in the forest. The agents should return, said Han Xiao. Bai, who was munching on his breakfast rations, blurted out, "Hey, I am supposed to be in charge here. Aren't you in charge because you were supposed to take the blame for all of us?" Han Xiao questioned. Bai choked on his rations. He wanted to rebut Han Xiao, but was interrupted by Yi Fan. "Fellow agents of Division 13, our guys have successfully obtained critical intelligence of the Dark Crow Valley base." Bai was puzzled. In less than a day, the Hesla agents had managed to complete the mission. Their efficiency seemed too impressive to be true. "You guys really secured information about the base?" Yi Fan nodded in affirmation. "Winna captured an enemy officer. Our operation is done, and we are getting our agents back. After which, we will compile the gathered intelligence and pass the critical information to the military." Although it was claimed that the mission was completed, Han Zhao's tablet indicated that Reconnaissance 2 was not completed. He frowned and then questioned, "Can you ensure that the information we obtained is accurate and not fake? Also, can you explain the flow of events to us?" "Of course," Yi Fan and Winna briefly described the completed operation. "Don't you think the mission seemed to be too smooth sailing?" muttered Han Xiao. "The mission was indeed easy, but there is nothing especially suspicious. Perhaps it was a result of the enemy letting their guard down. Also, our mission this time was supposed to be a covert assault. I have second thoughts to the reliability of the information obtained. In our line of work, we must not be too trusting, but you must also back your word with evidence." The frustrated Yi Fan frowned even harder and ordered, "In any case, we will move out at dawn tomorrow." Looking at the Yi Fan's back as he left, Han Zhao's face dimmed. He could confirm with 100% certainty that there was something wrong with the intelligence gathered by Yi Fan. Han Xiao started thinking about the events that Yi Fan had described. Although Winna and her fellow agents were a little too brash with their actions, they had not made any critical mistakes. Therefore, the only possibility was that Dark Crow Valley contained hidden traps that outsiders were unaware of. Han Xiao unfortunately had no evidence, and even if he voiced his opinions, nobody would believe him. A mere speculation was insufficient to convince anybody. "Looks like I have to go and take a look at it myself." In the morning, Di Susu and Winna returned back to the base. Both brought with them their prisoners. Since Roman was an officer, his value exceeded that of all the prisoners brought in by Di Susu. Winna beamed with pride like a victor. In her opinion, the operation was likened to a battle between the two countries of agents. It was exhilarating for her that the agents from Hesla had trumped the agents from Star Dragon. The agents from Division 13 were irritated by the arrogance of the agents from Hesla. Li Yalan remarked, "If we were the ones in charge of your mission, we would have been winners ourselves." Winna smirked. "Accept the sad truth that you guys lost." Han Xiao went forward and said, "The information you guys obtained might be fake." Even if the agents from Hesla did not believe him, Han Xiao still felt the obligation to voice that fact. Winna's face instantly slumped and questioned, "Any evidence?" "My intuition." Everyone was astonished by the answer. Winna laughed. "Then I guess you have to shut up. Who do you think you are?" Han Xiao calmly replied, "Do you have any evidence then?" Winna patted on the shivering Roman and said, "He is my evidence." Han Xiao squatted down and gave Roman a thorough scan. It seemed like the Dark Crow Valley base had a master of deception. Roman did seem to be genuinely frightened, and this showed that he was not providing fake information to the agents on purpose. Therefore, the only reasonable deduction was that the higher-ups of the enemy base had never intended to reveal genuine military information to their lower-ranking officials. The sentry guards on the outer circumference of the base were merely posted as bait. The information obtained by Yi Fan was highly likely to be deceptive. To uncover the truth, Han Xiao needed to go deeper into the Dark Crow Valley base. A plan started formulating in Han Zhao's mind. However, he needed to wait till nightfall to execute the plan. All the other agents were busy interrogating the prisoners and consolidating the intelligence report. They would leave the next morning. Therefore, he could carry out his plan at night. Night arrived, and the bright moon masked the twinkle of the stars. Han Xiao told his fellow agents that he wanted to be in the truck, Nobody replied. The agents of Hesla could not be bothered with him, and the agents from Division 13 were too lazy to say no. Only Zhang Wei said, "Go if you really want and nobody's stopping you." Han Xiao nodded, after which he proceeded out of the camp. He went into the container and equipped himself with Lambert's sniper rifle. He also took other necessary equipment. After a few quick glances, he realized no one was present around the camp. Han Xiao sneaked out into the woods. He did not plan to inform his teammates. Qi Baijiao would surely not approve of his actions, and this would only create more trouble. After hours of trekking, he finally reached the stipulated location. Equipped with his thermo-tracking night vision goggles and camouflage suit, after confirming that there were no enemies around him, he started digging a trench deep enough to fit himself. After which, Han Xiao took out a small mechanical spider from his toolbox. The mechanical spider was the size of his palm. He flicked the switch, and the mechanical spider immediately stooped up before his eyes as if it was awaiting orders from its master. Miniature biological sensor. Spider, miniature bug-like sensor. This was the latest creation by Han Xiao. It was a practical tool due to its size, ability to camouflage, and ability to be remotely controlled. It also had thermosensors that enabled it to avoid other animals. It was like a walking surveillance camera. Han Xiao was not required to move up close to the sentry, and therefore, he was also less likely to be caught. Han Xiao took out his tablet computer to remotely control the spiders. He was able to locate the positions of several sentries, and most of them were hidden beside trees. Han Xiao pictured the location of the sentries in his mind so that he could come up with an optimal route for the assassination he was going to carry out. Han Xiao carried the heavy sniper rifle and trudged through the condensed vegetation. The target was now within the range of the rifle. Lambert's rifle had a silencer that allowed it to fire out a large beam of energy at a sound that was as light as a finger knocking on wood. In this dark and condensed vegetation, a seasoned agent would able to spot any slight movement within the range of 100 meters. However, Lambert's rifle could be operated from a distance of 800 meters. It was also the main reason that compelled Han Xiao to select this weapon for the mission, which offered greater safety and convenience. Han Xiao looked into the scope with great concentration and held his breath. The distance somehow did not matter, and Han Xiao could feel the adrenaline rushing through him. The target was the enemy's head. The wind was blowing in 8 o'clock direction. Wind speed at 1.3 meters per second, with a 43 millimeters inaccuracy. All the corrections and modifications were completed. Han Xiao pulled the trigger. His body absorbed all the recoil coming from the butt of the rifle, and his hands gripped the rifle to stabilize it. Through the thermosensing scope, Han Xiao could see that the bullet had managed to hit the target. The target had instantly lost his head, and blood was spurting out. The bullet from the heavy sniper pierced through the target's head. Like a watermelon pounded by a hammer, the head disintegrated into bits and pieces. Through the video feed transmitted from the spider, Han Xiao adjusted his position and stabilized himself again, before firing a shot at another sentry guard. One shot after another, the sentry guards were eliminated. The interface flashed with each successful kill made by Han Xiao. The sudden blast is charged up to 200% and ready to be deployed. The enemy has been successfully eliminated by the fatal blast. You have dealt 190 points of damage to the enemy. You have successfully eliminated the sentry guard. 500 EXP gained from the attack. The sudden blast is charged up to 200% and ready to be deployed. The enemy has been successfully eliminated by the fatal blast. You have dealt 201 points of damage to the enemy. You have successfully eliminated the sentry guard. 500 EXP gained from the attack. These level 10 sentry guards were merely ordinary troops. Their fighting abilities were similar to those of the guards back at the lab, where Han Xiao had once been held captive. Han Xiao had no issues wiping out the lab guards back then. Likewise, he had no problems now. One after another, the sentry guards were killed, and Han Xiao gained 18,000 EXP from the kills. Forest Assassin mission completed. You gained 18,000 EXP. The mission proceeded smoothly. After killing so many sentry guards, reinforcements were bound to arrive. And there they came. The Spider detected 3 fully armed quick response teams approaching in their jeeps. After the jeeps pulled up, the team members hopped down and started conducting thorough searches. The sentry guards had their earpieces, which enabled them to connect main communications network. If a sentry guard was killed, their radio channel would fall silent. If a large number of channels operated by the sentry guards fell silent, it would raise suspicions at the Dark Crow Valley base, which would dispatch quick response teams to the field to investigate the situation in response. Han Xiao predicted that once the quick response teams discovered the murdered sentry guards, they would start searching intensely. Through the eyes of the Spider, which he shifted up the tree, he could observe that the troopers were equipped with Jackson machine guns, high-explosive grenades, and RPG rocket launchers. Instantly, Han Xiao called off the plan of challenging these heavily armed troopers. It was the perfect time for Han Xiao to flee. Han Xiao disassembled the heavy sniper and lugged it onto his shoulders. Clad in his camouflage suit, he sneakily shuffled to the trench he had dug. He transferred all the unnecessary accessories into the toolbox and then dumped both his sniper rifle and toolbox into the trench. At that instant, the search teams discovered the headless sentry guards. The armed troopers immediately started searching warily, using the torchlights on their machine guns. The tree beside the trench was Han Xiao's hiding spot. The spot had been carefully selected by Han Xiao. It was at the edge of the high alert sector. The further away from the enemy base, the more dispersed the enemy troopers would be. It was likely that the troopers would search the area alone. The rays of a torchlight flashed beside the tree. Han Xiao gradually lowered his body and held the thin metal wires tightly. He concentrated all the energy in his legs and was preparing to launch himself forward like a mantis. The moment the trooper's foot crossed the tree's body, Han Xiao moved his body like a phantom and instantly went behind the sentry guard. Although the enemy had already detected Han Xiao's movement and had intended to fire at him and call for help, Han Xiao reacted faster and managed to strangle the trooper by coiling the metal cables around the trooper's neck. Han Xiao then kicked the trooper's machine gun to one side, after which he wrestled the trooper to the ground. The trooper's entire upper body was resting beneath his knees. The suffocation caused the trooper's face to turn purple. It was as if the blood was going to burst out of the vessels. At this point in time, the metal cables had already pierced into the flesh of the trooper. The trooper waved his hands hysterically, trying to grab Han Xiao by any means, but it was to no avail. The trooper's eyes also flipped upwards. Han Xiao maintained attention until the interface indicated that the trooper was dead. Throughout the entire process, he had managed to keep the struggling trooper silent. Han Xiao quickly changed into the trooper's uniform. The trooper was a Caucasian of similar height to himself. He quickly used his pocket knife to trim his hair, after which he straightened his collar and pulled the sleeves tight to ensure none of his skin was showing, since he was of a different skin tone from the trooper. He then used his finger to tap his forehead to activate the face scanner. A light beam emerged from his forehead and scanned the dead trooper's face. Replicate the scan. Almost immediately, Han Xiao's face morphed into that of the trooper. That was the trump card to be used in his successful infiltration. He dumped the dead trooper's body and the unwanted accessories into a hole and buried the contents. He then marked out the area. Han Xiao, clad in a trooper's uniform, made his way forward blatantly. He could also clearly hear the conversations on the enemy's communication channel. This is H-103 reporting. Everything is fine in the northwest sector. This is H-141 reporting. Everything is fine in the southeast sector. The call sign of the trooper that Han Xiao had killed was H-223. Han Xiao made his report in a similar fashion using his suppressed voice. H-223, what happened to your voice? A man that seemed to be his captain spoke. I have a sore throat. After searching the area for a while, Han Xiao was recalled. More than 20 troopers gathered at the jeep, and Han Xiao had not yet raised any suspicions. The captain asked, "None of you found anything?" "No, sir," the troopers replied. The captain frowned and said, "Get in the car. Let's head back to base." Han Xiao squinted. He had managed to infiltrate the team, and it was all part of his plan to enter the Dark Crow Valley base. The car drove into a cave, and 3 minutes later, an unexpected sight appeared before Han Zhao's eyes. There was something special about the cave. It was actually a mini car park. The jeep pulled over, and the troopers alighted from it. Han Xiao tagged along with the team and came before a wall of rocks. The captain pulled out a rock that was actually a modified metal casing that contained a card scanner. The captain scanned his identity card, and following a boom, the rock wall split open. At this point, Han Xiao realized that the rock wall was a metal gate in disguise. The gate was sprayed with a grayish paint, and it looked very much like a rock. One would be unable to tell the difference if he or she did not examine the wall closely. How strange. This looks exactly like what the agents from Hessler reported. Han Xiao was confused. All of this had actually been detailed in Yi Fan's intelligence reports. It was all accurate information. However, why did the interface claim that Reconnaissance 2 was not yet completed? What was the problem exactly? Could it be something to do with the time? Perhaps the base appeared differently at different times of the day? Han Xiao proceeded together with the rest, and they came upon a gantry. After scanning his identity card, he was finally into the base. The base was hidden deep in the ground. It was supported by metallic structure, which added a cool grayish tone everywhere. There were winding corridors and many rooms. The troopers were busy transporting containers of items. Han Xiao lifted his head, and he could see a surveillance camera positioned at the corner of the ceiling. He retracted his neck instinctively. Going behind enemy lines alone was tough, and Han Xiao prayed for the success of his operation. So, now that I am in the base, what shall I do next? Hang around aimlessly or chat someone up? Better not. Chatting with someone will likely reveal my identity. What information am I hunting for exactly? Since for Reconnaissance 2, I am supposed to uncover critical intelligence with regards to the Dark Crow Valley base. There must be some loopholes here. Since the low-ranking officers serve merely as bait, most of the people are not likely to have access to important information. I need to find someone that looks and acts differently from the rest. Once this thought flashed in Han Zhao's mind, he started wandering about the base, carefully examining every inch. 13 sentry guards were killed. GGF frowned in disbelief. Based on his prediction, since the enemy agents had obtained the necessary intelligence, they would not kill any sentry guards, unless they were suspicious of the information they stole. It appeared that these invaders were indeed meticulous and careful with their actions. GGS shook his head and said proudly, "But they are still greenhorns." The double-server network was the best trap GGS had ever planted during his stint as the assistant officer in charge of the base. Its sole purpose was to prevent invaders from attacking, and now the security network's effect was finally showing. If only false information was planted, it would only raise the suspicions of the invading agents. Therefore, to deceive his enemies, GGS was willing to risk his life and included some true information in the bait. The information included were the exact location of the base, the deployment of the sentry guards, and defense mechanisms in the 3rd and 6th high alert sectors. To successfully trick the enemies, a certain degree of true information needed to be weaved in with the false. The final 2 sectors had defense mechanisms with firepower that was more than 10 times stronger than the rest. There was also another trump card. The chief has approved the path of the retreat. Reinforcements will arrive in 5 days. That will also be the day for the retreat. For now, let's deliver a huge present to Hessler. The main forces of the Germinal organization were concentrated on the continent of Andria. The Germinal organization had also covertly extended its influence to the other continents through setting up secret facilities and bases. These bases remained hidden, and if they were discovered, the Germinal organization would order the retreat, as it was impossible for a single facility to withstand the raids from the military forces of the 6 nations. GGS was highly confident of his trap. He was not afraid to expose real information and the location of the base. He had one trump card in his hand. All the other troopers, and even the base itself, could be sacrificed in order to deal a strategic and painful blow to Hessler. The more nervous he was, the harder it would be for him to infiltrate without being exposed. Han Xiao had many experiences infiltrating enemy bases. Thus, he was very calm and walked as fast as blowing wind, without alarming anyone. He gradually understood more about the base after exploring it for a while. The base was hidden at the hillside, and it was about 5 to 6 times larger than the laboratory that he used to stay in. The base had 2 exits. One was the entrance that he took. The other was a side gate for the individual personnel to access the outside world conveniently. Not knowing why, Xiao felt that some places in the base were unusual. However, he could not pinpoint the exact reasons. Most of the personnel had a serious face, as if they were expecting an incoming storm. They were loading up important supplies hurriedly. Have you heard? The higher-ups want us to evacuate the base. It seems like Hesla's agents have found us. They mentioned that the spies stationed at Crow Forest Town lost contact. I think a battle is going to happen soon. Xiao heard some voices as he turned a corner. A few armed guards were gathered together and having a discussion. They looked worried. As they saw Xiao, one of the guards shouted, "Hey Mandela, did you guys find anything from the search inside?" Mandela was H223's real name. He was a Caucasian. Xiao covered his skin fully with his uniform so that the rest would not get suspicious. These few guards seemed to be acquainted with Mandela. The sentry guards outside were all shot in the head by a sniper. "We still haven't uncovered the enemy. I bet it was done by the Hesla agents," lied Xiao while innocently blinking. The guards looked troubled. They were all armed personnel, so if the enemy were to strike, they had to be at the front line to defend the base. "I am so jealous of the non-military personnel. They get to evacuate the base first." One of the guards was disgruntled with his circumstances. Light flashed in Xiao's eyes. Since they were up against an army from Hesla, it was predicted that the enemy was going to evacuate the base. Furthermore, this was only a supplemental base, not a main one. It was impossible for everyone to stay back and fight to their death. However, evacuation was not an easy feat. Too many people leaving at the same time risked leaving trails in the forest for the Hesla army to track. So, it was essential to leave some military personnel to stay behind and cover their tracks, while the officers and non-military personnel left first with important supplies, which were more valuable than those armed guards. They would only get to leave after the more important personnel had evacuated safely. The final Camp Destroyer mission was to destroy the entire base, which included their personnel. If they only took hold of an empty base, the completion rating of the mission would be really low. A thought suddenly occurred in Xiao's mind. They already know Hesla is going to attack the base. They should have evacuated by now. Yi Fan's team infiltrated the base last night, which was 24 hours ago. They should have had enough time to leave. This is strange. A muscular-looking guy walked over and shouted, "What are you idling here for? Don't you have things to carry?" The guards apologized in great trepidation. It was the captain of the base's security team, Dormand Above Sharnik. A Corps member like him would definitely know the secrets about this base. Dormand left after some reprimanding, and Xiao followed from a distance behind. After turning a few corners, Xiao was dumbfounded. He barely looked away for 2 seconds, and Dormand was already missing from his sight. There was no one on the walkway, only a storage room. Xiao walked over to the room and turned the knob. It was not locked. He pushed the door open and walked inside. The room was about 100 square meters, and it was filled with miscellaneous items with no one else inside. The lamp was not switched on, and the light from the walkway shined through the gap beneath the door. Xiao knitted his brows as he suddenly realized something unusual. The room was spotless, and the floor was clear of any footprints. Normally, very few individuals would go into the storage room. Even 5-star hotels would not send people to clean their storage unit like this. So it was impossible for the Germinal organization to keep an ordinary storage room as immaculate as this. There must be a secret door somewhere here. Otherwise, Dormand would not have disappeared so quickly. But Xiao could not locate the door. What would be behind the secret door? All of a sudden, Xiao pretended to cough while bending his back. He took this chance to take out the spider from his pocket. He then threw it into the corner silently before leaving the room immediately. He took out his tablet in a spot that was hidden from the surveillance cameras, switched the spider on, and stared at the storage room. It took Xiao 2 hours of high-intensity monitoring, during which he started to become quite weary before there was some movement in the storage room. One of the walls creaked open, and a secret metal door was shown. 2 people, unarmed, walked out. They seem to be technical staff. There's my secret door. As the two personnel left the room hurriedly, Xiao followed behind quietly. He suddenly sped up to bump onto the staff from the back. Three of them almost fell. Sorry. I'm really sorry about this. Xiao apologized as he stabilized the two staff with his hands. They did not make a fuss over it and left. Xiao turned around to continue following them. However, this time round, he had gotten a white card. It was an access card from the pocket of one of the two staff. His stealing skill had come in really handy. This card had no noticeable difference from the ordinary identity card from the base. However, Xiao believed that the chip inside should be different. It should have access to the secret door. He followed the two staff for a while and arrived at the side gate of the base. The two greeted the door guard and left through the gate. All of a sudden, Xiao realized what was wrong with the base. Atmosphere. Although most people were worried sick over the incoming Heslo attack, a small group of personnel still held on to their posts without any anxiety. They seemed to have some backup plans and were as calm as the sea, greatly contrasting the first group of personnel. Xiao squinted and soon arrived at a reasonable deduction. However, he still needed some evidence to confirm his thought. He went forth toward the side gate before the door guard stopped him. You are not allowed to enter or leave the base without a mission. Xiao took out the access card he had stolen and said, I bumped into those two people just now, and they dropped this card. I want to return it to them before they walk away. The door guard nodded his head before allowing Xiao to go. Xiao walked out of the gate and saw a forested valley. It was already past midnight. The two staff were a few hundred meters away, so one could only see their tiny back view. He chased them up quickly. The staff turned around as they heard footsteps coming from behind and looked guarded. You drop your access card. As Xiao walked near, they realized that he was the colleague that they bumped into in the base beforehand. They let down their guard. One of the duo searched his pockets and exclaimed, Where did I drop the card? Thank you very much. You don't have to thank me. We are all comrades of the Germinal organization, working hard to build a new tomorrow. This is just a part of my job. Xiao smiled as he walked closer to them. You're quite an interesting guy. The person laughed while he moved his hand over to grab the card. Xiao's face instantly turned serious, and he launched his attack all of a sudden. His fist punched hard onto the person's stomach, injuring the internal organs with its sheer force. The person stared with astonishment as he vomited. The other person almost screamed before Xiao quickly grabbed his neck to choke him. He then slammed his head onto the floor and slapped them as hard as he could, knocking them out. Xiao took off his belt to tie the two personnel. He dragged them behind him while taking a big detour to avoid all the sentry posts. As soon as he had moved far enough away from the base, he slapped the two awake. They woke up with faces full of horror. You are not from the base. Xiao took out his foldable machete and rubbed its blade. He was clearly threatening them. He said in an ice-cold voice, I know the two of you know something that the ordinary members are kept in the dark about. You'd better tell me honestly now. They gulped in fear and stuttered. We are just low-ranking members who do not know anything. Low-ranking? Xiao laughed before he moved his knife swiftly toward one man's crotch. Ah! The person screamed as if his soul was tearing apart, like a pig that was being butchered. But he suddenly realized he was not in pain. He looked down and saw the shiny blade had grazed past his inner thigh and cut into the soil beneath. It was only 3 centimeters from his genitalia. His crotch could feel the chill from the cold metal blade. I know there is a secret door in the storage room. Tell me everything you know, or I will make you the first eunuch in the Germinal organization, Xiao said in a murderous tone. Although they did not know what a eunuch was, Xiao action was quite telling. They were badly shaken up immediately. How did you learn about the secret door? I am the one asking questions. Xiao lifted his machete to brush his genitalia gently, as if he would just lop it off at any moment. He was so frightened that he almost peed his pants, and he really peed his pants? Damn! My machete! The two staff looked crestfallen. Since the secret was out, there was no point in hiding. They spilled the intel as they trembled in fear. After 10 minutes, Xiao's brows were knitted tightly together. No wonder. Reconnaissance 2 completed. You gained 8,000 EXP. Dawn at the secret base. All the agents were busy packing their equipment as it was time for them to evacuate. Brother Xiao, where are you? Lin Yao slapped on the door of the truck's container. He looked frustrated. He had been trying to find Han Xiao for the past 15 minutes, but his efforts had been futile. The rest of the agents from Division 13 were running out of patience. He is not in the truck. Where could he possibly have gone? Li Yalan was puzzled. Everyone looked at one another and did not have a single clue. Last night, Han Xiao had mentioned that he wanted to stay on the truck, but now he was not there. What exactly did he do last night? What is your team's plan? Qi Baijia said to Zhang Wei's team. We are going to stay back to wait for his return, Zhang Wei replied. Is there a need to do so? Di Susu was rather surprised. Because the truck key is with him. Zhang Wei was gnashing his teeth in great anger, and the vein on his forehead was about to pop at any moment. Everyone was rendered speechless, not sure whether they were lucky or unlucky to have such a member on their team. Qi Baijia was very displeased as he hated any unexpected changes during a mission. Just when he thought Han Xiao had a clear understanding of the big picture, he caused trouble like this. I must be blind. Any team member who acts on their own accord without following any order is a rascal. If something went haywire, Qi Baijia would have to assume the responsibility. Han Xiao was such a jackass. The Hesla agent stationed on the other side discovered Division 13's unusual behavior, and they started discussing secretly. Some of the Division 13's agents are intending to stay behind. I thought we agreed to move together? Yi Fan frowned. He went to find Qi Baijia to get an answer on this, after which he came back and explained the reason to the Hesla agents. Who was the agent missing? It was the agent that was wearing the mask. His name is Han Xiao. It's him. Winna's face suddenly tensed up and said, Last night, when we received the intel, Han Xiao rejected it without any supporting evidence, and then he was gone for the whole night without leaving a message. This seems quite suspicious. Is it possible that he is a spy? All the Hesla agents startled. Be careful of your words. Yi Fan frowned. He did not buy that deduction, but Han Xiao's actions definitely aroused his suspicion. We will report all the facts to the commanding officer when we get back to the army camp. After all the other agents left, Zhang Wei and the other 3 teammates stayed back at the base. Lin Yao could not help asking, where did Han Xiao go, and what is he going to do exactly? How would I know? He did not say anything to me last night. Li Yalan rolled her eyes. Zhang Wei shook his head as he felt irritated. That guy had zero respect for his team leader. The other agents arrived at the border several hours later. Winna and Yi Fan went to report to Colonel Carl immediately. A Division 13 agent was missing for the entire night? Colonel Carl walked back and forth, and his brows furrowed. Is this 100% true? He asked. Winna nodded. He left last night without telling anyone, and it was right after we uncovered the intel about the Dark Crow Valley base. Although it seems suspicious, this does not mean that he is a spy, Yi Fan added. Colonel Carl nodded slowly. I will go and clarify this with Star Dragon a while later. Now tell me more about the intel. The captive that we brought in passed our lie detector test, which means that everything he said was true. Furthermore, Yi Fan personally hacked their network to gather all this intel. We can guarantee its authenticity, said Winna. Colonel Carl's eyes turned sharp as he said decisively. Then let's attack immediately before anything changes. Yi Fan was hesitant. The Division 13 agents left at the secret base will be in danger if the army attacks now. To achieve our strategic objective, it is reasonable to sacrifice 1 or 2 people from Star Dragon. Since they are not from our country, we need not care so much. Colonel Carl did not give it a second thought. At the same time, after taking a long, indirect route, Han Xiao finally brought the 2 captives to where he had hidden his toolbox, bypassing all the detectors and sentry posts. The whole journey had been arduous and onerous. He was so tired by then that he almost wanted to puke blood. The captives were not wearing camouflage suits, so he'd had to spend hours to bypass the alert areas. Fortunately, they were the technical staff in charge of the testing detectors and landmines, so they provided much valuable information. Otherwise, he would not have left without alerting anyone. However, the captives had tried to lure him into a high-alert area to expose him once, but he'd realized immediately. He had punished them harshly before they cooperated fully with him. The sun was shining brightly above the sky. Han Xiao calculated the time and sighed. Crap, I went beyond the stipulated time. I guess all the other agents have already left. He dug out his toolbox and took out his radio equipment to contact Zhang Wei. Hello. Hello. Yangtze River. Yangtze River. This is Yellow River. Please reply if you can hear me. Yellow your head. Zhang Wei's fury could be heard through the earpiece. Where exactly did you go? You were missing for the whole night, and all the other agents left. We could only stay at the base and wait for you. That's right. You better make up for this. I want new equipment. Li Yalan chimed in on the radio channel. One could hear the annoyance in her voice and imagine her pouting. It was actually a little cute. Han Xiao shook his head and started acting more seriously. I infiltrated the Dark Crow Valley base and discovered top-classified intel. Let me get Officer Qi for you, Zhang Wei said with a look of solemnity. Qi Baijia received the radio message at the border army camp. Zhang Wei, what are you calling me for? Is Han Xiao back? He asked. He wants to speak with you. He'd better cook up a good explanation for his actions. Qi Baijia was clearly displeased. After Han Xiao was connected to the channel, he said, I just received the intel saying that the Dark Crow Valley base has two sectors, the outer sector and the inner sector. The outer sector is where all the low-ranking personnel work, while the inner sector is where the core members station themselves. The inner sector is hidden deeper in the mountainous valley, and the low-ranking personnel outside are not even aware of its existence. The information about the inner sector is classified for all the low-ranking personnel, and the path connecting the two sectors is always blocked. The two captives had told him that the base was divided into two sectors. The inner sector was hidden deeper in the mountains, where all the important supplies were stored. It was the real core of the base. The higher-ups in the base did not tell the periphery personnel anything about the inner base. So, it was a secret to many of the German organization personnel. In their previous lives, the real players did not even know the existence of the inner base. The inner base had many evacuation routes. The core members could leave without leaving a trace. They were very cunning in the sense that each of these roads was classified. Nobody knew which path they would take before the actual evacuation was decided by the top leadership of the base. Qi Baijia understood the importance of this information immediately. If Hesla did not know about the existence of the inner sector of the base, and the army went ahead to attack the outer base, they would simply retreat when they took down the outer base, declaring it a military success. In that case, the core force of the enemy would be entirely unharmed, and the inner base would remain safe. The enemy could move back secretly in the future, ensuring that hideout was secure from the enemies. Qi Baijia was dumbfounded. He could not believe that Han Zhao's solo act could bear such critical intel. Cough, cough. Even though it was a move well played, I still have to emphasize that it is unacceptable to act on your own without any orders. Hold on for a while. I will report this to the commanding officer immediately. Qi Baijia was stopped by the deputy officer when he requested to meet Colonel Carl. He waited anxiously for 5 minutes before was allowed to go into the office. He realized Yifan and Winner were there too. Colonel Carl looked at Qi Baijia and asked, What do you have for me? One of my team members just discovered some critical information that needs to be reported to you. Han Xiao. Yes. Qi Baijia nodded, but he did not realize that the other three started having a weird look. Colonel Carl's eyes flickered. Speak. Han Xiao repeated what he said before, and at the end, he added, If we attack brashly, we will only take down an empty shell. I hope we can pause the operation until our guys get hold of the enemy's evacuation time, evacuation route, and the detailed structure of the inner base. By doing so, we can directly kill their evacuating troops and prevent a direct attack against their fortification. This will greatly reduce our casualties. Colonel Carl was expressionless after he heard everything. Where did you get this intel from? He suddenly asked. I infiltrated the base by disguising my face, and I managed to capture 2 personnel from the inner base. All of a sudden, Colonel Carl yelled, You are lying. To Colonel Carl, it was impossible for Han Xiao to infiltrate, even if he said he could disguise his face. It would take at least tens of minutes to make a legitimate face mask. During that time frame, Han Xiao would have faced all kinds of danger. At the same time, he could not predict which enemy he would encounter next, so it was impossible for him to make the face mask beforehand. So, it was an impossible situation that Han Xiao could never achieve. Han Xiao was startled. He realized that these people did not know the capability of his facial simulator. The function of the facial simulator was his trump card. He would not divulge such information. However, without exposing it, he could not explain the details of his infiltration. I have the capability to do so. Han Xiao had to give an ambiguous answer. Unless you can demonstrate, there is no way we can believe you. Colonel Carl was still expressionless, but he was more untrusting of Han Xiao's words. This person is really suspicious. Han Xiao's brows furrowed. Do you have any evidence to support your claim? Jia quickly provided a solution as he trusted Han Xiao. However, Hesla had a different position. Both parties were mutually untrusting toward each other. Han Xiao paused and said, I have 2 captives with me. You can test them with a lie detector to confirm that I am not lying. Colonel Carl squinted. Well then, you can bring them over. Jia heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was skeptical of how Han Xiao had managed to infiltrate the base, he chose to believe that Han Xiao had his own ways. Fortunately, he had captives to prove to them that what he said was true. However, after the radio connection was cut off, Colonel Carl told his deputy, order the troops to move out. Our target will be the Dark Crow Valley. Jia was stunned. It was the complete opposite of what was previously promised. Colonel Carl was reluctant to explain his rationale. It would take Han Xiao a few hours to bring the so-called captives in. And if Han Xiao was to play tricks and delay further, the enemies from the Dark Crow Valley base might seize the opportunity to evacuate completely before his troops could reach the target. As the commanding officer, he would not simply alter his decision based on certain unverified intel. He was more inclined to trust Yi Fan's intel. It had witnesses, evidence, and originated from reliable sources. Colonel Carl believed that he would not risk any damage for moving out earlier even if Han Xiao was right. Han Xiao could still bring the captives to him. The only difference was that the base would be on high alert earlier, and that would cause danger to Han Xiao's team. But he didn't care about the lives of a bunch of Star Dragon agents. Even if they were killed, the Hesla top-level officers would not look into it. Someone from Hesla would naturally block the protests from Division 13. Furthermore, Han Xiao had already provided the information about the inner base. Colonel Carl did not give a hoot whether or not Han Xiao could prove his story. He could verify this information himself after he took down the base. My men are still stationed near the base. Your rash attack will put them in great danger. Jia was clearly enraged. Such a great opportunity may pass at any moment. We cannot risk a delay because of 1 or 2 agents. Since they are agents themselves, I am sure they can understand the bigger picture, Carl replied calmly. Objection. Jia's face was filled with anger. It's not your place to disagree. Carl pressed on an electric bell to summon a section of troopers. They pointed their rifles at Jia. Send our friends from Star Dragon to the vehicles. We will move out together later. I do not want them to communicate with anyone else, as that may leak our plan. So remove all of their communication devices. Carl emphasized the word friends to stress his point. Jia was so furious that his body started shaking vigorously. Sigh. How did things come to this stage? Yi Fan was bereft of words. Han Xiao had suggested a conservative method, while Carl was more radical. Neither was wrong, but Carl was the commanding officer, and Han Xiao was only a subordinate. Furthermore, they were not from Hesla. Winna watched coldly from the side. After the connection was cut off, Han Xiao's face blackened. He had a hunch. Carl was a radical commanding officer, so he would most likely attack in advance. This guy is eager for a quick success. Han Xiao was clearly irked. It seemed like he had to complete the mission by himself, since time was running out. However, he only knew about the existence of inner base but not the enemy's evacuation route and time. He needed to infiltrate again to gather more information. This time, Han Xiao did not plan to accomplish it himself. To achieve his plan, infiltrating alone was not the optimal option. The best option for a partner was actually Lin Yao, a hacker that could be planted inside the base. like a computer virus. He could cut the enemy's communication network at the critical junctures, rendering them blind and deaf. Therefore, he had to make 2 facial masks based on the 2 captives. There were molds and makeup tools in the truck storage. Thus, he could craft the masks in an hour or so. Han Xiao forced his mind to focus and used his remaining energy to drag the 2 captives toward their secret base. He reached it in the afternoon, and his teammates came out to welcome him. "Are you all right?" Lin Yao quickly came forward to support the exhausted Han Xiao. Han Xiao shook his head and said, "There is not much time left. We need to make 2 facial masks based on the captives. Lin Yao and Lambert will use their identity cards to infiltrate the inner base. I will explain the details later. Brother Xiao, I have no experience in spying. Can you give the job to another person?" Lin Yao's face turned pale due to the overwhelming fear. "You are our only hacker, so it has got to be you." Lin Yao looked petrified. "I will take the other slot." Li Yalan volunteered herself. Han Xiao peeked at her and shook his head without any hesitation. "What are you trying to imply? Are you looking down on me?" Li Yalan was infuriated. "These things are too big, making them hard to conceal." Han Xiao pointed at her breasts. Li Yalan was speechless. Lin Yao anxiously grabbed on a Han Xiao's sleeve and said in a hopeful voice, "Brother Xiao, are you going in with me then?" "Nah, I won't. This mission is too too simple for me. It is not challenging enough for me. You definitely said something fishy there." Lin Yao and Li Yalan were screaming in their hearts. "I shall do it then," Zhang Wei said. Han Xiao shook his head again. "No, you can't. No one else can operate the armored suit. And you're the team leader." "Oh, so you still know that I'm the team leader?" Zhang Wei gave a bitter smile. Ever since the appearance of Han Xiao, he had become a mere figurehead. There was only one possible candidate left. "It has been decided that it will be you." Han Xiao pointed at Lambert. "Lambert? Oh my God! I am definitely going to die." Lin Yao was exasperated. Lambert slapped the back of Lin Yao's head with an expressionless look as he was unhappy with Lin Yao's attitude at the decision. He made it seem so much worse than choosing Han Xiao. One of the team members drove the truck closer toward Dark Crow Valley so that they didn't need to walk so far, while the rest were busy putting on makeup to disguise the 2 unlucky souls. They parked the truck right outside the alert zone. After more than an hour, Lambert and Lin Yao's disguises were completed. They looked exactly like the 2 captives. After putting on micro earphones, they held the access cards and entered the Dark Crow Valley base from the side gate. "Brother Xiao, how concrete is this plan?" Lin Yao asked Han Xiao softly. "If you dream of its success with sincerity, you will make it." Lin Yao felt a clot of blood stuck in his throat as he was made speechless by that answer. He turned to Lambert for more assurance. "Are you not afraid?" Lin Yao asked Lambert in a quiet voice. "To accomplish the mission, we must try even if there was only a slight possibility of success," Lambert said calmly. "Well said. You seem to be very dedicated to the mission." Lambert. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at the gate. Lin Yao was so nervous that his jaw was trembling. "Will we get exposed?" "The more nervous you appear, the easier it will be for you to be exposed." Lambert patted Lin Yao's shoulder and reassured him. Lin Yao took out his access card after he had gathered his senses. The security guards checked the access cards, and shortly after, they opened the gate for them. They then walked to the storage room under Han Zhao's instruction. They found the access card reader and successfully opened the secret door using the 2 captives' access cards. A metal pathway appeared before them. The pathway was long. It took them 10 minutes to reach the inner base. The defenses were much tighter in the inner base, and many computer screens were seen hung on the walls. The enemy personnel were busy moving supplies and data. Lambert and Lin Yao looked each other in the eye. Now, they were really deep inside the enemy's base. All of a sudden, a screeching alarm was heard in the base, and the lights turned red. Lin Yao was scared to death as he thought that they had been discovered. Lambert frowned slightly and held on to Lin Yao. "Calm down. The alarm was not triggered by us," he said softly. The personnel in the base were whispering to one another. "What is happening? Is the enemy invading us?" Jia walked out calmly and updated everyone. Be quiet. Hesla's border troops are advancing toward the base. The military personnel in the outer base have already set up the necessary defenses. They will be able to hold our enemy back long enough for us to get ready to evacuate. Lin Yao's expression changed, and he whispered anxiously over the radio, "You guys must leave now." As expected, Carl did not choose to wait. Instead, he ordered the early deployment of his troops. Zhang Wei violently slammed the table and screamed, "Damn it! It took Han Xiao so much effort to obtain the critical intelligence, but now this lot are going to leave us in the lurch." Such a scenario had been predicted by Han Xiao, and therefore, he looked rather calm. The rest were puzzled when they saw Han Xiao being so composed. Through the communication set, he ordered Lin Yao and Lambert, "You guys remain under cover. Always keep your safety at the front of your mind. We're going to retreat soon. Copy that." There was an air of uneasiness around Zhang Wei and Li Ye. The truck was parked not far away from the Dark Crow Valley base, and once the base entered the battle mode, more enemy troopers would be deployed. The tracks of the truck would definitely be discovered quickly. There was no time to waste. "Li Yalan, you are in charge of driving the truck." Li Yalan was a pugilist, and she would not be able to launch attacks while they were driving anyway. Therefore, she did not disagree with Han Zhao's decision. Han Xiao and Zhang Wei stayed in the container, where they were able to carry out their strikes at the enemy. Li Yalan stepped hard on the accelerator, making no effort to cover their tracks. The engine of the truck blared, and the tires started to spray the mud and soil from the ground. The truck moved forward loudly. In a while, the sounds of approaching vehicles could be heard. The retreating party could feel the heavy beating of their hearts. Through the window, Han Xiao could see a large group of armored jeeps chasing behind their truck. The headlights of these jeeps could be seen flashing around the truck. There were more than 10 jeeps around, and each had a heavy machine gun attached. "We have been discovered." Zhang Wei's heart sank. Han Xiao was not affected by the heavy rocking of the moving truck. He started preparing the weapons to be used for the impending battle. "Drive fast, Yilin," Zhang Wei yelled. "I know," Li Yalan replied, biting her lips. She was trying to change gear to speed up even more. The full power of the truck's engine was unleashed, and it growled like an enraged beast. The anti-slip tires left deep marks in the moist ground. The uneven, hilly terrain and winding paths caused the truck's body to spring away from its tires as a result of the shock absorbance effect created by the vehicle's suspension. Even with the suspension working well, the truck rocked violently. Han Xiao peeked out of the window in the container and saw the enemy's jeeps closing in. "Can you go faster?" Zhang Wei shouted. "This is a truck, not a sports car." Li Yalan was evidently irritated by Zhang Wei's comments. "The 4 buttons beside the gear lever can be used to activate the nitro boost," Han Xiao said. "You added nitro boost to the truck." Li Yalan was shocked, yet excited to try it out. "Do not activate the boost now. We are still traveling through dense vegetation, and you may destroy the truck with it. Use this to pick up more speed once we reach the plains." Da-da-da-da! The enemy troopers from the jeeps started firing their machine guns. Thick smoke emerged from the guns' barrels. Countless enemy bullets were sprayed at them. However, the shots fired from further away were largely inaccurate. The firing encompassed a huge radius, and trees along the way were getting destroyed. Some bullets also managed to scrape the surface of the container, and sparks were created from friction. Li Yalan glanced at the rear mirror, and the next moment, the rear mirror was destroyed by a bullet. She cursed in silence. The heavy truck was difficult to control. It rocked violently as she tried to evade the oncoming trees that were obstructing the path. She could feel the pain in her, but due to all the incessant vibrations of the vehicle, the contents of the truck were flying all around, and Han Xiao had to use locks to fasten the weapons and machinery in place. The 2 prisoners were sitting at the corner of the container, trembling profusely. The sun was setting, and it looked as if the skies had been stained red with blood. Dozens of armored jeeps were engaged in the intense pursuit of the fleeing truck. The enemy troopers were fast approaching, and bullets were fired everywhere. Gunshots could be heard all over the forest. The blares of the engines sounded like the roars of a wild dragon. The wanderers who were at Crow Forest Town could hear the sounds of battle and started to search for the source of the faint sounds. Closer and closer, closer and closer. Suddenly, a truck emerged from the forest and entered Crow Forest Town like an uncontrollable rhinoceros. It crashed into a building, which instantly crumbled under the huge impact. The shape of the crash barrier at the head of the truck became warped. The truck sped past the streets. The wanderers on the streets were shocked and quickly searched for shelters to hide. Only after confirming that the truck had driven past did they come out of hiding. Many of them were confused and astonished. Before they could even calm down, the armored jeeps entered the town, driving recklessly. Many buildings were destroyed, and it was a complete mess. It was raining bullets, and many wanderers were shot by stray bullets. Screams of pain could be heard all around, and the ground was drenched with blood. The final rays of light from the sun disappeared, and night fell. The truck was finally at the edge of the forest, and the obstacle-free plains appeared before it. The headlights from the armored jeeps illuminated the darkness like a light dragon. There was no obstacle blocking the way on the plains, so it was easier for the armored jeeps to close the gap. Nearer and nearer they came. 600, 500, 400 meters. Zhang Wei, change into your armor. Zhang Wei felt a surge of adrenaline. Even before the command, he had prepared for the moment of his suit-up. Upon activating the armor, he noticed an immediate difference. The internal skeletal system provided power for all movements, and therefore there was no need for his own strength to be used. His vision was also enhanced with the analysis interface. Chains of battle data flashed on the display. There was even an enhanced scope that offered greater shot accuracy. Zhang Wei widened his eyes in disbelief. It is so powerful. Han Xiao loaded the high-explosive rounds into his sniper rifle and replied confidently, "This is only a simple modification. It was right to have spent the $360,000 on the suit." Ding, ding, dang, dang. The clanging of the bullets that were crashing against armor became denser. "Retaliate now!" Han Xiao growled, and following that, Zhang Wei kicked open the door of the container. He had a clear vision of what was in front of him. The head armor covered the fury in his eyes. He lifted the triple-barrel machine gun and started firing. 2-2-2-2. The high-frequency gunshots created thunderous blasts. Thick ember emerged from the wild firing formed around the gun's barrel. Shells were spat out of the gun and fell to the ground. The large, long bullets coupled with traces of ember were directed at the armored jeeps. Boom! The bulletproof windows of 2 jeeps were shattered, and the passengers of the jeep were crushed. Zhang Wei held 2 chains of bullets tightly. The chains extended all the way behind his back and led to a box. The box contained the ammunition that Han Xiao prepared. Zhang Wei had sufficient ammunition to spray to his heart's content. The dozens of armored jeeps dispersed from their formation to evade the shots from Zhang Xiao. The enemy troopers fired back using the machine guns mounted on the jeeps. Zhang Wei was standing right at the opening of the container wearing his armor. The exterior of the suit was made up of the platinum alloy. Zhang Wei mounted the hexagonal shield before his body to shield himself from the bullets. Most of the bullets were blocked by the thick armor. Han Xiao raised the sniper rifle and started firing the high-explosive rounds. The rounds set the jeeps aflame. The enemy drivers started panicking, and once the flames reached the jeeps' engines, they were forced to stop. However, more jeeps were approaching, and bullet holes could be seen on the external armor of the truck. The distance was sufficient. Han Xiao put aside his sniper rifle and grabbed the mechanical dragonfly explosives from the box. He threw them forward as if they were free of charge. The mechanical dragonflies glided close to the ground, and they were detonated once they reached the jeeps. Boom! The armored jeeps were overturned by the explosions, and the momentum from the blast resulted in the jeeps tumbling in midair before landing. Once the flames reached the fuel tanks of the jeeps, it resulted in a second explosion that caused more deaths. The never-ending death toll started flashing on the tablet's interface. Every delayed explosion caused by the mechanical dragonfly could kill 4 to 8 enemy troopers in the jeep. In addition to the kills, EXP was also awarded for the destruction of the vehicle. Therefore, every jeep destroyed generated 5,000 to 7,000 EXP for Han Xiao. The rewards motivated Han Xiao greatly, and he strove to cause greater damage with the explosives. Direct conflict completed. You gained 35,000 EXP. Ah! Hysterical screams were heard. Han Xiao turned back his head, only to realize that the two enemy troopers who were held captive had been killed by the flying bullets. Instantly, Han Xiao's heart sank. The prisoners are dead. The firepower coming from the jeep started to lessen. The enemy troopers were afraid of the attacking abilities of the truck. A single truck had managed to destroy 20 armored jeeps. It was definitely a scary fact for the enemies. I can see the military forces of Hesla. Li Yalan screamed in excitement. Han Xiao looked ahead and saw the army of vehicles operated by the Hesla military. Commander, there seem to be skirmishes ahead of us. Carl looked at the video feed on the operation vehicle and was thoroughly shocked. More than 20 armored jeeps were chasing after the bullet hole-riddled heavy-duty truck. He then saw the trail of overturned jeeps that had been set ablaze. Carl was suspicious of the situation. These agents from Division 13 really had a substantial and fierce firepower. There were not many operation teams that had such strong fighting abilities that could rival with those of modern militaries. A smaller team enabled greater flexibility in operations. Usually, such operation teams were considered the best of their kind. He suppressed his initial shock. Following that, he squinted and started looking back and forth. Winna and Yi Fan were also astonished by the sight before their eyes. A single truck had managed to survive the attack of an army of armored jeeps. Also, it had managed to wipe out half of the total enemy count. It's surprising that the truck can still move after withstanding 1,000 shots. Even though the truck was almost wrecked, it could still travel freely like a wild dog on steroids. The truck had undergone some sort of modification. A grenade exploded on the armor of the truck, yet the explosion only caused minor change, barely denting the armor. In the same situation, a normal vehicle would have been blasted into multiple pieces. What sort of metal was it made of? Too strong. Even the agents for Division 13 were confused. Since when did Zhang Wei's team possess such powerful fighting capabilities? Could a mechanic really elevate the firepower of a team so much? The armored jeeps started to flee from the scene by turning in the opposite direction. Carl's eyes lit up, and he ordered, provide fire support and blast everything in the vicinity. Carl's assistant understood the hidden agenda behind Carl's order. He was shocked but still carried out the order. The area of attack was locked in. The team of vehicles equipped with missile launchers moved forward, and in an instant, the rockets were launched. The truck fell inside the radius of the missile strike. The agents from Division 13 were sharp-eyed and figured out what Carl was trying to do. They were enraged and astonished. The assistant officer explained, "Damn it, we miscalculated the radius of the attack." Such words were only sufficient to fool little kids. The agents from Division 13 were not convinced, and the enraged Chi by Jia shouted, "Carl, what do you think you were doing?" Carl did not reply. His face was expressionless, and his eyes were cold as ice. "Too bad. You guys do not belong to Hesla." Li Yalan could clearly see the flaming exhaust of the rockets, which also signified the impending destruction their team was going to face. She screamed, "They want to send us up to heaven too." Hesla's commanders did it on purpose. Zhang Wei was furious. Even though tension was bound to occur during joint operations involving different countries, nobody expected the commanding officer from Hesla to make such a brutal move. Also, he could shirk off the responsibility by conveniently claiming that it was an accident. Only radicals would result to such despicable measures: the killing of their allies and the neglecting of consequences. The Germinal organization was a common enemy of the Six Nations. All the parties agreed on counterterrorism efforts. However, the different parties involved were not allies, and some even had conflicts with one another. The higher-ups of the nations were pretentious and hypocritical. They were also willing to sacrifice those beneath them to attain their goals. Han Xiao focused and shouted, "Nitro boost!" Li Yalan immediately pressed the button. Blue flames emerged from the exhaust of the truck. The acceleration of the truck was exponentially increased, charging forward like a wild rhinoceros. Xiao was pressed hard onto her seat by the surging momentum. The rockets began to descend quickly. 300, 200, 150 meters. Boom! Finally, the blast arrived and created a wave of heat that resulted in a mushroom cloud of dust. The flaming smoke rose on the plains. At that instant, everyone lost their senses. The sound of the blast exceeded the audible range of the human ear. It was as if the whole world had fallen silent. All that was left was a rising glow, which illuminated the night sky. Everything within the radius of the strike, regardless of vehicles or humans, had been demolished. After 3 seconds, an incessant ringing became audible. Rage and fury were written on the faces of the agents from Division 13. Grief could be observed from the killer eyes of Dee Susu. A green flame was burning silently in her heart. Whoosh! The wind started howling. The heavy-duty truck emerged out of the thick, dark smoke. Only a small section of the container had been blown apart. Some of the machinery and accessories had been reduced to scrap metal. They are still alive. The agents from Division 13 were surprised. Xiao was not yet out of her state of shock. It had really just been a matter of a few meters. They were really lucky to have escaped the radius of the strike in time. If not for the nitro boost, all of them would have vanished into thin air. Xiao coughed out the blood from his throat. He'd suffered from injuries due to the shockwave of the blast. Almost 200 HP had been lost due to the blast. The second blast had sent him crashing into the hard wall of the container, costing him another 50 HP. Xiao was still feeling giddy from the aftershock of the blast. After the nitro boost, the engine was overheating, but it still managed to move forward till it reached the Hesla soldiers. After seeing countless bullet holes on the container, the soldiers of Hesla could feel the chills up their spines. What a tough battle they'd had. What a pity. They managed to survive. Carl frowned in disappointment. After Xiao alighted from the truck, the agents from Division 13 started to crowd before him. Jia, who broke out into cold sweat, heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing that Xiao was alive and well. Carl walked toward the agents. Instantly, the agents from Division 13 glowered furiously at him. Zhang Wei, clad in his armor, gritted his teeth and moved toward Carl. The soldiers at the side immediately raised their weapon and pointed at the agents. The assistant officer bellowed, "What do you want? Back off. I want an explanation." Zhang Wei yelled. "Explanation? How childish." Carl ignored Zhang Wei and glanced at Xiao. He asked flippantly, "Where are the captured enemies? Dead?" Carl's order to strike ahead of the stipulated time had caused immense danger for them. The 2 captured enemies had also been killed. More importantly, Carl had tried to kill them. It was obvious that he had done these things on purpose. Xiao shut his eyes to conceal the ice-cold chill in them. "No more evidence, I suppose?" Carl frowned with a look of discontent. His poor attitude angered the agents from Division 13 even more. However, they were rational enough to keep their cool as they were, ultimately, in a foreign land surrounded by soldiers from Hesla. Jia could not contain his anger and lashed out, prepared to be questioned by Division 13. Carl couldn't care less. Division 13 had no jurisdiction over him. Moreover, what happened just was an accident. There was no evidence to justify that he had done it on purpose. At most, he would be reprimanded by the foreign diplomats. He would not have to face any real punishment. If he managed to destroy the Dark Crow Valley base, it would truly be a great achievement. With the help of his backers, he was highly likely to be promoted to the leading figure for the radicals in the government. No matter how Division 13 complained about him, the higher-ups in Hesla would be there to fend off these complaints. Carl thought to himself, after which he pointed at Xiao and said, "Take him to the medic. Let them check his injuries." Xiao had no expression on his face. He followed the medic to the logistics vehicle. All his injuries were due to the shock on his soft body. With his endurance, he would recover quickly with a sufficient amount of rest. Therefore, he dismissed the medic. The logistics vehicle started its engine. Hesla's troops continued their advance. Xiao shook his head, closed his eyes, and then proceeded to lie on his bed. He had not slept since yesterday. Now was the right time for him to catch up on his sleep. The sounds of gunshots could be heard. Han Xiao was a light sleeper, and he opened his eyes. He alighted from the vehicle and realized it was midnight, around 3 to 4 a.m. At this point of time, Hesla's troops had arrived at the border of the high-alert sectors of the Dark Crow Valley base. The 6 high-alert sectors comprised not only of sentry guards and patrolling troopers. There were also large defense mechanisms put in place like ramparts and guardhouses that were fortified with enemy troops. In the event of war, Hesla's army would have to go past the 6 high-alert sectors before they closed in on the actual base itself. Han Xiao, who was now with the logistics division, was far from the battlefront. Han Xiao asked the 2 soldiers guarding by his side, "What's the situation of the battlefront?" One of the soldiers replied, "Everything is proceeding smoothly. Our troops have successfully reached the 4th sector." Han Xiao nodded, and just when he was about to proceed out, the 2 soldiers blocked his path. "The colonel wants you to rest and recover from your injuries here." Upon hearing that, Han Xiao realized that he had been intentionally imprisoned here by the colonel. Han Xiao frowned and asked, "Where are my friends?" "Your officer also tasked us to look after you and ensure that you have sufficient rest." Han Xiao understood the intentions of Qi Baijia. He did not want Han Xiao to risk his life anymore. Ultimately, Han Xiao had almost been killed by the flaming missiles. Qi Baijia wanted to keep Han Xiao away from the battlefront. Such a move is better for my plan, Han Xiao thought. Han Xiao turned his head and saw the truck being towed away. The escape mission had almost destroyed the entire truck. Without a full repair, the truck would surely be not usable. Han Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up before he proceeded toward the heavy-duty truck. The 2 soldiers guarding him allowed him to do so. Han Xiao was free to go anywhere as long as he stayed away from the battlefront and the logistics zone. He entered the container and discovered that all the important equipment was still around. Only the bodies of the 2 captured soldiers had been disposed of. Han Xiao took out the communication set from the box and adjusted it to Lin Yao's frequency. "Lin Yao, are you still alive?" "Of course I am, but don't jinx it." Lin Yao's unfriendly voice blared out from the earpiece. "What's the situation now?" "We are preparing for the retreat." Apparently, according to the higher-ups in the base, the troops stationed around the base were all deployed to fight Hesla's army. I have yet to discover their path of retreat. Seems like I'll have to follow the order to locate the exact route. Oh, I also managed to find out the false information that Yi Fan collected. The defense mechanism and deployment between the 3rd and 6th sectors were true. However, the 1st and 2nd sectors were different. If Hesla's troops attack according to the information Yi Fan provided, they are bound to suffer heavy losses. Have you told them yet? Nope, you're the first guy that contacted me. That's good. Don't tell that to Hesla's people. Lin Yao was confused and asked, "Why so?" Han Xiao told him the series of events that had happened previously. Upon hearing the incident of the misfire of the missiles, Lin Yao's blood started boiling with rage. That is just too much. Carl revealed his intention to wipe out his allies, so it was no longer logical for Division 13 to continue assisting him in the operation and minimize his losses. The intelligence that Han Xiao provided was all aimed at eliminating Pan Kuang and Ji Jie, who were high-value members of the Germinal organization. Only the successful elimination of them would ensure the mission's success. Carl treated them like they were merely tools. Now it was time for Han Xiao to reciprocate. They wanted his intelligence reports, and he wanted their troops. Both parties were merely using each other to their advantage. As long as Hesla's army accomplished the mission using his intelligence, he could not have cared less about the number of troops they lost. What Han Xiao had not expected was Carl's intention to kill them. It is time for a change of plan. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled brightly. 2 days later in Hesla's Morning Wind City, a coastal city near the border, Morning Wind City had a massive seaport that handled a massive volume of transcontinental ships. The city was a metropolis with many high-rise buildings. Hesla had the strongest maritime force among the 6 nations. It focused on developing its navy to protect its numerous coastal cities. There were 4 continents on Aquamarine. They were separated from one another by the massive oceans. There was an old saying, "He who controls the sea controls everything." There were tons of resources beneath the seafloor, including petroleum and natural gases. Extraction of fossil fuels from the sea was the main pillar of Hesla's economy. Han Xiao remembered that Hesla had a secret military strategy called the Fourth Contingency Plan against Great Crisis. The plan was to produce many thousand-meter-long motherships in preparation for the scenario that the country suffered from massive calamities, such as nuclear world war. They could transition into a drifting nation on the sea and preserve their population. Although this strategy eventually paved way for others, their spirit of preparing for the worst in times of peace was worth emulating. As the saying went, one who prospers in worries and hardships perishes in ease and comfort. It meant that if one did not create some sort of trouble, one might as well not live. Wait, that does not sound right. Well, it's not important. Now, Han Xiao, with a new face, was waiting at the branch of Farian Company in the city. He had used the black gold card from Matthews to receive VIP treatment at the place. It was his temporary rest stop. There were 3 months to open beta, and moving around on his own would yield him the greatest amount of benefits. He could use Farian Company's channels to purchase mechanical parts with the huge amount of cash that he had accumulated to make more machinery. He could then earn a lot of EXP from this, and even sell his products for more cash. Old Man Lu's secret quest would only be triggered after the open beta. He had established a good relationship with him, so he was in no rush to continue this mission. Han Xiao wrote down the key points for personal development for this last period of time before the open beta. Trigger all the high-reward quests, and subsequently obtain rare skills and abilities to improve my power. Obtain stable supply channels for mechanical parts, so as to allow myself to make machinery during the course of my quests and earn more EXP. Continue to cause destruction for the Germinal organization. Increase my personal mission issuances reward limit in preparation for the open beta. These are roughly the points of focus. Han Xiao put down his pen and began thinking carefully. The first point was easy, since he remembered many large-scale quests. Also, supply channels could simply be obtained from the Farian Company with the help of the black gold VIP card. Destroying the Germinal organization was his A-class quest. He had some initial thoughts on how he could maximize his large reservoir of intel. He could utilize the help from all the powers that were hostile toward the organization. As for his personal mission reward limit, Han Zhao's goal was to increase his universal reputation. Because there were 2 types of reward limits, daily limit and individual quest limit. He could increase both by improving his universal reputation. This was the most cost-effective method. His universal reputation was now 0, but that was okay. Han Xiao would definitely increase it in due time. There were 3 ways to obtain universal reputation. The first method was by achieving high contribution ratings in advanced and rare quests. Normally, only a planet's main quest line would reward universal reputation. His A-class quest, Fall of the Germinal, was one of them. Every planet, not only limited to novice planets, had at least 1 or more major storylines that linked to the respective main quests. For example, in Planet Aquamarine version 1.0, there were 2 main storylines and 1 hidden storyline. The conflict between the 6 nations and the Germinal organization was one of the main storylines. The others would only appear in the open beta. On the other hand, the hidden storyline could only be discovered by luck. That method of obtaining universal reputation was highly difficult and time-consuming. He could not achieve it in a short time frame. The second method was rather random. It involved doing things related to one's reputation with a camp that could potentially become well-known. The things could be very varied and circumstantial. Nobody had a clear idea of how to do it, and it was quite unreliable. Han Xiao was keen on applying the third method, getting on top of some ranking lists, the easiest way to obtain universal reputation. Some factions had created publicly recognized rankings. By climbing to the top of rankings, he could easily obtain universal reputation. However, if some new guys were to push him down the ranking, his universal reputation would decrease, making this method unreliable. That was the method employed by most real players. Universal reputation quickly helped one accumulated camp reputation, which in turn gave players discounts on NPC items and provided opportunities to trigger rare quests. Han Zhao's fingers on one hand tapped the table surface as he continued to contemplate on this, and with his other hand, he picked his nose. Well, before I make a move, let me get rid of all the burdens EXP I have now. He looked at his character interface, which showed a grand total of 720,000 EXP. He directly channeled all the EXP into leveling his character to 30. His stats consequently increased. Mechanic, Novice, reached the maximum level. The last level up always gave players the greatest stats increase. This time he received a 90-point increase in his energy between levels 9 and 10. He then threw all 6 unassigned stats into his intelligence, making it 100. His mind instantly became much clearer, and he felt more at ease controlling all the machinery. Intelligence affected many different areas of a mechanic, including production speed, production quality, and the damage bonuses when using mechanic weapons. For example, when a mechanic used a pistol that normally dealt 20 damage points, the pistol would deal more damage due to the mechanic's damage bonus. As such, even though other classes of players could still use mechanic weapons, the damage would be lower. Mechanic Novice has reached the maximum level. To advance, learn 20 blueprints. This randomized requirement for advancing class is quite simple. Xiao was delighted, and he counted the blueprints that he had learned so far. He was only short of 8. He did not want to produce useless blueprints through random fusions. I should make full use of the EXP I have. Anyway, all the EXP is stored in the interface, so there is no rush to advance my class. At Farian Company's Morning Wind City branch, the man in charge, Antonio, was smoking a cigar. He was built like a mountain, filling the entire space on the sofa. He exhaled a puff out and looked Xiao, who was sitting at the sofa across, up and down to size him up. Xiao was wearing a black jacket, and his facial simulator simulated an ordinary unemployed, middle-aged male who looked rather unassuming. This was the face that he had prepared for his new identity. Xiao took out a shopping list for supplies and said slowly, "I want all the items on this list." Antonio took the list and looked over it. "The total cost will be $100,000. After the 20% discount from your black gold card, it will cost $80,000. Also, I want to buy an entry pass for the Darknet's Blood Pact Society. $20,000. Antonio's eyes narrowed. The Darknet was the hub of all intelligence related to the underworld. It was fully controlled by the Darknet organization, a neutral faction that strictly followed the principles of not getting involved in conflicts and developing peacefully. Many factions were business partners with the Darknet organization. They provided people from the underworld many kinds of services, including but not limited to smuggled firearms, package transfers, safe houses, hired assassins, mercenaries, and intelligence. The Blood Pact Society was the organization for hired assassins under the Darknet organization. Using the entry pass, Xiao could become a contracted assassin under the organization and enjoy all the services provided by the Darknet. This meant that Xiao could unlock his relationship with the Darknet just from using the pass. Although Blood Pact Society was a lousy name, it had another world-famous name, the Assassin Union. Of course, one could also call it the Assassin Social Club, which instantly degraded its class. A player had to go through a series of complicated quests to join the Darknet organization. However, time was of the essence for Xiao, so he would rather use extra money to buy the pass instead of spending a few dozen days fulfilling the entry requirement. Although $20,000 was a big sum of money to real players, it was considered peanuts to him. Who says money can't buy happiness? Xiao muttered. When he was still a real player, he had needed to be stingy and calculative about every single purchase. He had never felt the pleasure of having so much money to spend before this. The mechanical supplies were soon transported to the private workshop that Antonio arranged for him. Xiao went on to repair all the equipment that was damaged during the fight against Pan Kuang. The mechanical parts left were meant for the new machinery. I will be moving alone without any team support. Thus, my fighting style should focus more on minimizing danger. Sniping better suits me temporarily. I need to develop more powerful snipers and new types of bullets. Also, I will need some explosives, booby traps, and anti-vehicle weapons. Lastly, I will probably need machinery that enables me to engage in close-quarter fights, such as tiny and covert weapons that can deal maximum damage. Xiao contemplated for a while before he drew out his interface to start his talent fusion. He decided to start with new bullets. underscore 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 underscore. Do you wish to proceed with talent fusion? LV3 basic weaponry plus LV3 basic material science plus LV.2 basic dynamics principle. This fusion will cost you 15,000 EXP. Underscore 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 underscore. Fusion success. Congratulations. You have discovered spindle-shaped penetration bullet. Underscore 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 underscore. Do you wish to proceed with talent fusion? LV3 basic weaponry plus LV3 basic material science plus LV.1 basic biology. This fusion will cost you 15,000 EXP. Underscore 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 underscore. Fusion success. Congratulations. You have discovered Haim bullet. Underscore 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 underscore. Do you wish to proceed with talent fusion? LV3 basic weaponry plus LV3 basic material science plus LV2 basic optics. This fusion will cost you 15,000 EXP. Underscore 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 underscore. Fusion success. Congratulations. You have discovered Flash Bullet. I still have over 20,000 EXP left, and my sniping capability is not yet up to standard. Let's continue. Han Xiao pondered for a moment before he decided to raise the core skill, Snipe, to LV.5, which increased his accuracy and sniping range. He had stolen the sniper rifle named Red Falcon from the Hesla Army logistics team. The rifle was black and only a gray-grade weapon. It had mediocre quality. He soon started upgrading the weapon. Han Xiao focused on increasing the power of the sniper rifle during this series of upgrades. The damage was increased to 92-103. The rate of fire was 2 rounds per second. The range was 600 meters. But with machinery affinity and sniping, his range could reach up to 750 meters, which was sufficient for his use. Han Xiao was still left with tens of thousands of EXP, but he decided to hold on to it first. He started the production of the 3 bullets that he had previously discovered. Soon, batches of new bullets were produced. Farian Company's private workshop was primarily adapted for making firearms and ammunition, which saved Han Xiao a fair bit of time for the whole production. This also reminded Han Xiao of something. Should I make some robot assistants to help me with the production of mechanical parts? He already had the blueprint for smart chips and other necessary parts for the robot. All he needed to do was upgrade his basic programming before he could produce a simple robot rover that could act as his assistant. However, since he did not have a fixed base for now, it was not appropriate for him to produce the robots yet. Antonio's footsteps were heard. Soon he entered the workshop. He placed an intricately designed dark gold coin onto the table and said, "This is your membership pass." Han Xiao was delighted. Underscore 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 underscore. You have unlocked a new camp reputation. Blood Pack Society. Cold 0/300. Reserve level assassin. Hotel Victoria was a 43-floor tall, luxurious hotel, and it had branches in every major city of the 6 nations. It was owned by the Dark Net organization, and it only permitted members of the organization to stay. The hotel would use the excuse of no available rooms to deny normal people from staying in the place. While it acted as a safe house for the members, it was also the transaction hall for people from different camps. No fighting was allowed in this place, and anyone who broke the rule would receive endless assassinations. After obtaining the pass, Han Xiao went to Hotel Victoria. It had a classic interior, with various types of aged dark brown wooden furniture, which had a beautiful luster. A sense of serenity was overflowing in every corner of the hotel. Han Xiao came forward to the front desk before revealing his Blood Pack Society coin. Then he was brought to the 23rd floor by a servant. 23rd to 25th floors belonged to the Blood Pack Society. The 23rd floor was the resting and transaction areas for all the assassins. They would get employed or paid here. The floor also had numerous entertainment facilities such as a bar, cafe, and restaurants. After he handed his dark golden coin to the receptionist on the 23rd floor, another server wearing a white glove came to receive Han Xiao. They sat down at a semi-private table in the corner. The server took out a notebook with black leather covers and started recording the personal information of this new member. "What will your code name be?" Han Xiao thought for a moment, and he decided to use an enchanting name, which might help his universal reputation in some ways. Apostle-level observer number 9527 from the Crimson Dynasty stationed in Kutun Group. The server was stupefied. Assassins usually had minimalist names like Silver Fox, Devil Snake, or Ghost, the kind that was more appreciated in the age when reduced attention spans were the norm. Such a unique name would really intrigue employers, but it way too long. The server coughed. "Can you shorten the name?" "What? I've only ever heard of others complaining about short names. I didn't know people would dislike name for being too long." Han Xiao pondered for a while before he came up with another name. "Black." The server was briefly rendered speechless. "Your name is too short now. A single world code name is permissible, but code names that are just colors have long been taken by other assassins. All the names like Red, Blue, Orange, and so on were mostly names of the honored assassins of the previous generation who have passed away. The organization will not allow someone else to reuse their code names." Han Xiao smacked his lips in irritation. It seemed to him that naming was a troublesome affair anywhere he went. He then came up with a final name. "Mr. Black." "Mr. Black. All right." This name was much more ordinary. The server quickly recorded it. "You are now a reserve-level assassin with a blank resume. You can only rise to Scorpion level upon the completion of your first assignment. Employers will usually pick from our whole list of assassins. If someone chooses you, we will contact you. Until then, you can take up assignments that are open to everybody on the market or assassinate wanted personnel. Of course, you can also accept private jobs. We do not have any hard requirements for our assassins, but we will take 5% of the reward as our commission. If you have any questions in the future, you can always call up our reception at Hotel Victoria." "Sounds reasonable." Han Xiao nodded his head. There were two reasons for him joining the Blood Pact Society. First, he wanted to take on all the wanted personnel that warranted high bounties, and these missions would trigger high-reward quests. Secondly, he could earn some universal reputation by becoming one of the top 10 ranked assassins on the dark net. There were only 3 months till the open beta. He needed to accumulate a large base of resources using the remaining time he had. All of these are wanted assignments. The servant took out a tablet and opened a page on the dark net before passing it to Han Xiao. Han Xiao instantly saw the most popular personnel on the list, himself. 0. $5 million reward. Dead or alive. Location. West Capital, Star Dragon. All the best. If he had returned to the West Capital, his movements would have been heavily restrained. Fortunately, he had escaped early. Han Xiao sniggered. It would take a long time for the Germinal organization to realize their efforts were all in vain. He was the most popular target on the wanted list, as the Germinal organization had spent a lot of effort in chasing him down and hunting him recently, but he was not the most wanted. Some of the accumulated prices had even reached tens of millions. They were mostly impossible assignments, such as stealing top-secret intelligence from a certain country, based on the security and defense around Division 13's underground database. This mission success rate could go as low as 0.001%, with the probability of death being 99.999%. This assignment only looked good on the list. No one would really attempt to do it. Han Xiao scanned further down the list. He soon settled on a wanted assignment. Take down the Rose Militant, a group of mercenaries active in the Samar Desert, in the Southern Land. The Southern Land was where Hesla was located, and it was also called the South Continent. It had a vast land area and tropical climate. The other continents were the North Continent, West Continent, and the Andrea Continent, which located in the middle of the other three. Han Xiao picked this mission due to its close proximity. Just as he was about to accept the assignment, the server suddenly jolted and said, "Mr. Black, you have a new personal assignment." Han Xiao was pleasantly surprised. He received an assignment within 5 minutes of uploading his particulars onto the net. "This organization's business is really thriving," Han Xiao remarked sincerely. The server was puzzled himself. Such happenings are actually quite rare. The employer hopes to speak with you personally. The server looked at the screen and continued. Take a seat first. He will arrive in about 10 minutes. Han Xiao complied. 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man walked in hastily. He had a head full of white hair, which made him look much older than his real age, and his expression was one of exasperation. He walked into the hall and looked left and right before he came forward to Han Xiao. I am Qingshan Shui. Before an assignment was officially accepted, the employer would not divulge the target's real name. Assassins could only ask for other basic information. What will the bounty for this assignment be? And tell me more about the target's protection and location. 12 to 20 bodyguards. The location is right in this city. The remuneration will be $10,000. Only $10,000? Han Xiao frowned slightly. That price was insufficient to employ an assassin. Qingshan Shui nodded anxiously. He had immediately been turned down by other assassins when they heard the price. He lacked enough money to pay for the usual price, so he had decided to try his luck on new assassins like Han Xiao. I will take it, Han Xiao agreed. Qingshan Shui cheered inwardly. He took out a stack of documents and passed them to Han Xiao. Yu Zhu, located right in Morning Wing City. Yu Zhu was a mafioso in Hesla who was always accompanied by 12 to 16 bodyguards that were made up of retired army reconnaissance soldiers. Recently, he had expanded his influence into the territory of Morning Wind City, which belonged to the local mafia head, Qingshan Shui. He could not guard against Yu Zhu's invasion, and so his mafia gang had disbanded. He was now left all alone and wanted a higher assassin to avenge him. Han Xiao signed the contract after he finished reading the information. You have triggered an E-level quest, assassination assignment, Qingshan Shui. Han Xiao already knew the quest requirement. He went on to look at the reward of the quest, and it was not much, only 5,000 EXP. I'm leaving. Han Xiao stood up and prepared to leave. Qingshan Shui quickly stopped Han Xiao from going and asked, how long will you need to finish this job? Han Xiao paused. He looked out the window and saw that it just reached noon. I'm guessing you haven't had lunch, right? Qingshan Shui was startled, not understanding what Han Xiao was trying to say. Han Xiao turned his head and gave him an aloof look. You will be gone by the time you finish your lunch? Qingshan Shui's heart skipped a beat. Based on his impression, assassins would normally do some pre-assignment preparations, such as reconnaissance and escape route planning. Was this Mr. Black really that powerful, or was he just being arrogant? We meet again, Mr. Chung. Qingshan Shui was anxiously waiting for the result of his assignment when he heard a voice. He raised his head and saw that it was the man, codenamed Lawson, who had previously turned down his assignment. He was a Scorpion-level assassin. Oh, it's you. How are you doing? I have some free time for now. I can take your assignment, Lawson said coolly. Qingshan Shui's eyes glimmered for a moment before they became gloomy again. I'm sorry. My assignment has already been accepted by someone else. Qingshan Shui gave a bitter smile. The Blood Pact Society's rule dictated that once a contract had been established, no one could alter it. Lawson was slightly disappointed upon hearing his words. He had come all the way from Red Maple to visit a friend in Hesla, and he was taking the opportunity to travel around Hesla, so he had no intention of doing any assignment on this trip. When Qingshan Shui approached him with his assignment, he had given an outright rejection because the reward for the mission was too low. But now, Lawson was feeling bored from the idling the past few days. Thus, he wanted to do some simple assignments, and he had planned to take up Qingshan Shui's mission. He was surprised that someone else had already accepted the assignment in just one day. Lawson was annoyed at the situation, but he knew that he could not break the society's rule. He had no choice but to give up on this. He then walked toward the bar and ordered a drink. After taking 2 sips from his drink, his phone suddenly rang. He looked at the incoming call. It was from an old client of his, Yu Zhu. Hey, Lawson. A man's voice was heard on the phone. Yes, it's me. How can I help you, Mr. Yu? Lawson said nonchalantly. I have a job that I hope you can help with. Tell me more about it. Lawson's eyes suddenly turned sharp. I want you to help me get rid of someone. Who? I have sent the details to you. The rule of confidentiality did not apply here, since it was a private job. Lawson took out his tablet and looked over the information. He then raised his head suddenly and looked at Qingshan Shui. He was the target. So, what do you think? Yu Zhu asked. A group of people could be heard going down the stairs from the phone. I will take it, Lawson replied confidently. Great. I will ask my guy to transfer the deposit to... Boom! Suddenly, the sound of someone dropping onto the floor was heard through the phone. A gunshot was heard from a distance, and Lawson's body stiffened. He recognized the sound. It was a gunshot from a sniper rifle. Soon after, he heard people shouting and screaming in panic. He did not bother to speak, as he knew Yu Zhu had just been killed by someone. This sniper killed the target, who was surrounded by a dozen bodyguards, with just one shot. He's a fine sniper. Lawson's face tensed up as he immediately deduced the whole sequence of events. Qingshan Shui's assignment was to kill Yu Zhu. After all, they were enemies. Qingshan Shui must be waiting for the sniper. Let me see who the assassin is. Lawson's eyes flashed. Using the information provided by Qingshan Shui, Han Xiao stationed himself on top of a high-rise building a few hundred meters away from Yu Zhu's base in advance. He aimed his sniper from a high vantage point and wanted to snipe Yu Zhu through the window. However, Yu Zhu walked out of the main gate, which made Han Xiao's job much easier. Even though he was surrounded tightly by a dozen bodyguards, they were no use in defending Han Xiao's shot. His newly produced spindle-shaped penetration bullet was strong enough to penetrate any non-metal object easily. The bullet pierced through a bodyguard's body, and with no sign of slowing down, it went right into Yu Zhu's heart. One shot, one kill. Assassinating a regular person was too simple for Han Xiao. He finished the job without any hiccups. Han Xiao's facial simulator was an extremely useful tool for an escape. He changed his look and ran away easily before the commotion attracted the police. As soon as Han Xiao was back in Hotel Victoria, the troubled Qingshan Shui stood up with a look of anxiousness. The job is done. Qingshan Shui's body loosened up instantly. He subconsciously looked at his watch, and he realized that Han Xiao had only spent 45 minutes between leaving this place and coming back, which meant he had taken less than 10 minutes for the actual assassination after subtracting the traveling time. That was too fast. It's for you to pay me? Yep. Okay. Qingshan Shui was in reverence. He took out a suitcase containing $10,000 and handed it to Han Xiao. Assassination assignment. Qingshan Shui. Completed. You gained 25,000 EXP. Qingshan Shui left with light footsteps, as if he was rid of a heavy load. Han Xiao pressed the bell to call the servant in so that he could take up the wanted job on the Rose Militant. Suddenly, he was aware of something, and he turned around. Someone is watching me? A man, sitting at the bar, looked at him as if he was sizing him up. Han Xiao did not recognize him, but the man clearly showed a hint of provocation. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, not afraid at all, but he did not want anyone to give casual, provoking looks at him. He gathered his power and threw a freezing stare toward the man to send a universal message. What are you looking at? Lawson's whole body turned rigid as if he was being locked onto by a menacing sense of hostility. The feeling of danger was hitting his mind in waves. He hurriedly moved his eyesight away from Han Xiao, and the ill feeling finally disappeared. In just a few short seconds, Lawson's forehead had become covered in cold sweat. What a terrifying feeling. I should never provoke this guy again. Lawson quickly gave up on his previous scheming thoughts and left hastily after paying the bill, refusing to stay a moment longer. We meet again. Han Xiao smiled gently at the servant. It was the first time the servant had encountered a newbie who ranked up to an official member of the society so quickly. He was left in wonder. Now you are officially a Scorpion-level assassin. Higher tiers of benefits will be available to you. Additionally, you will receive primary VIP benefits in Hotel Victoria in other cities. What is my current ranking on the Darknet Assassins ranking list? Han Xiao suddenly asked. The servant was dumbfounded by question. Only the top-ranking assassins will appear on the list. You are at least more than 1,000 over rankings away. After speaking, he took out his tablet and opened the ranking list for Han Xiao to see. Han Xiao quietly nodded after scanning through the list. Right now, The top 10 assassins were on average at level 40. They were not of top-notch capability. Only the top 3 assassins were more terrifying as their powers were near the upper limit of version 1.0. This ranking list was determined by the number of completed assignments and other related achievements. Real players could only get on the ranking list by competing missions. The same rule applied for the ranking list of hired mercenaries. Planet Aquamarine did not have many powerful superhumans. Before the open beta, players could hardly meet any superhumans above level 40. Furthermore, those powerful individuals who were level 50 to 60 had the highest combat powers on this planet. They were generally leaders of large organizations, secret weapons, recluses, or supercriminals, and formed their own social circles. Thus, they were hardly present before the normal people and players. Players would only meet them through missions or by getting more powerful themselves. After these thoughts flashed through Han Xiao's mind, he opened the wanted list and pointed at one of the assignment. I want to take the assignment to eliminate the Rose Militant. All right, your request is now being processed. Please give us a few moments. The servant wrote down the request on some paper before placing it in a specially made metal tube. He went forward to the reception desk and stuck the tube into a metal pipeline, which fitted the metal tube perfectly. Swoosh! The tube was sucked into the pipeline. The tube traveled rapidly through the pipeline, bypassing numerous openings and other similar tubes, before coming to its new exit. It was a spacious room decorated like a customer service room. Rows of tables were lined up neatly, with a few computers on top of them. The administrative staff were busying processing the documents on their computers, and every table was connected to the pipeline. An administrative worker dressed in an all-black suit took out the paper from the metal tube and started typing furiously on the keyboard to upload the information. Wanted target: the Rose Militant Mercenary. Requirement: complete annihilation. Initiator: Rothschild family. Location: Samar Desert. Initiated date: Year 685, November 17th. Wanted amount: $3 million. Difficulty assessment: hard. Assignment record: 685.11.27. Codename: Hall Dark Level, killed in action. 685.12.11. Codename: Bloody Hand Dark Level, killed in action. 685.3.10. Codename: Magic Flower Dark Level, Freeman Dark Level, killed in action. Assignment info update: the strength of the militia is currently between 80 to 120 people, including 4 superhumans: Leader Luo, Esper; Instructor Dorothy, Pugilist; Instructor Ghostly Fox, Pugilist; and Unknown, suspected to be a mechanic. They are active in the Samar Desert. Authorization approved. Assignment info updated. 688.4.1. Codename: Mr. Black, Scorpion Level. Awaiting results. At the same time, Han Xiao triggered the corresponding quest. You have triggered C-level quest Bounty Hunter, the Rose Militant. Quest information: the Samar Desert is filled with many factions, including wanderers and hired militants, but how did a desolated land like this attract so many powerful factions? Perhaps it has something to do with certain incidents in the past. You should explore this land. Quest requirement: kill all members of the Rose Militant. Time limit: 15 days. Quest reward: 15,000 EXP. Special reward: 25,000 EXP. Unknown reward. I need to use your cargo plane, Han Xiao said to Antonio. They were in a base camp of the Farian Company. Antonio was slightly shocked. We only use the military cargo plane for large-scale transactions. Even if you are a Black Gold VIP, you are still required to pay the stipulated charges, Antonio stuttered. Okay, got it. Well, how many guys you want to transport? When will they leave? Just myself. I'm leaving immediately. Antonio's chubby face was shaking like waves of water. He paused for quite a while and eventually said, "What a waste." The military cargo plane was able to reach the destination in around a day's time. There was a simple garage available on the plane, and Han Xiao was able to create new machinery and gain experience during the trip on the plane. A trip by the plane cost $50,000. Are you serious? When can I board the plane? Han Xiao took out a large stash of cash from his briefcase that contained $100,000. 1 hour. The Farian organization rented a stretch of runway at the Morning Wind City's airport. There were a couple of large olive-green cargo planes parked. Han Xiao brought along all his gear and materials and boarded one of the planes. Soon, he could sense the vibrations. The plane started to accelerate and took off into the clouds. Once the plane regained its stability in the skies after the takeoff, Han Xiao was able to start his creations. The glaring sun was shining brightly on the endless desert. The yellow sand was heated to a temperature unbearable for the human body. A group of 20 was trudging through the desert. They were clad in torn and tattered gray robes. Their robes had not been cleaned for God knew how long. Their robes were drenched in sweat, releasing a disgusting stench, and they stuck to their wet bodies. Their lips were cracking, and their eyes draped down. Their fatigue was evident from the look on their faces. They were moving shakily, and it was as if they were going to collapse at any moment. The horses that they brought along also looked sick and skinny. The Samar Desert had once had an oasis. The country was rich, and its citizens lived happily. But after a war, the entire country had perished. The oasis had been destroyed by the battles and blended into the surrounding desert. The people walking in desert were the citizens of the country that had vanished. A legend of the old nation said that ruins of over 1,000,000 years old were hidden deep in the Samar Desert. Beneath the ruins, there was a hidden treasure that held the power to control the entire desert. In the wars that happened decades ago, the desert had undergone a series of abnormal changes. The sand behaved like water and transformed into a whirlpool. The whirlpool moved around the desert as if it was being controlled by someone. The whirlpool then vanished after 7 days. The records of the eerie incident disappeared with the destruction of the country. Many citizens of the old nation believed that the treasure could revive their country, and they searched long and hard for it. The wanderers active along the border of the Samar Desert were also known as the pilgrims. That group of 20 was the last batch of pilgrims. The ruins of Felonia, the power of the magic, they are sure to exist, the eldest of the pilgrims mumbled to himself. A fleet of vehicles returned to the desert to defend the boundaries. Dorothy, nothing again this trip? Luo Qing, the chief of the Rose militants, questioned. This time, we searched in sectors E4, E5, and D4. There are still no signs of Felonia, Dorothy replied with frustration. She was a strong black lady. Her face was disfigured by a long scar that looked like a centipede. Her strong muscular arms had tattoos that were hard to see due to her dark complexion. Rose Militant was a mercenary organization made up entirely of female members. They were active in the Samar Desert and had been searching for Felonia for years. There were 2 trainers in the organization. The other trainer, nicknamed Ghostly Fox, was a petite white lady and a brilliant assassin. In this search, our members came into contact with the Catonians. When Lee and Cecil died in battle, all the returning members of the militia suffered from injuries. Their bulletproof vests had many holes, and the ceramic tiles housed in the vests were also shattered. Luo Qing gave a cold glance and said, "Be more careful in the next search. The Catonians are funded by the Rothschild family, who have always wanted to wipe us out. All the military groups active in the Samar Desert had their sponsors. They all had the mission of finding Felonia. Therefore, battles between the different groups were very common. Most mercenary soldiers had at least 10 lives on their hands. They were all ruthless individuals." Han Xiao felt a shake in the plane. The huge force pressed his body hard on the seat. Gradually, that force pushing him disappeared. "The plane has landed," the pilot shouted through the speakers. Han Xiao brought his briefcase down, and he could feel a wave of heat once he alighted from the plane. The landing site was a warehouse surrounded by barbed wire. There were many militias patrolling the area. It was the branch of the Farian organization in the Samar Desert. The Farian organization was a global arms-dealing organization that had branches everywhere for more convenient business dealings. "Welcome to Samar Desert." Antonio descended from the plane. His white shirt was stretched tightly by his fat body. The chunk of meat could be seen clearly as if he was topless. "Why did you follow?" "Haha." The chief in charge of the Samar branch was killed in a recent battle. Therefore, I am here to take care of some administrative matters. Also, it has been a long while since I traveled. Han Xiao nodded. He was not shy at all and asked, I need a map indicating the different military groups that are active. Also, can you lend me a desert jeep? I'll get someone to make the arrangements. Samar Desert spanned a large area. Even if he drove the jeep continuously without sleeping and followed the correct route, he would need at least 10 days to travel across the desert. Since it was hard to navigate through a desert, a radar was definitely required to accurately tell the direction. Furthermore, there were many military groups active in the region. Han Xiao felt confused as he could not understand what the different groups of forces were fighting for in the barren terrain. To find Felonia, what's that? Han Xiao was very curious. He did not have any recollection about that word. It was probably a hidden mission that had not been activated in his past life. Antonio yawned. I am equally clueless. Han Xiao realized that Antonio was trying to hide something from him. He raised his brows, collected his gear, and walked toward the jeep without saying another word. He was ready to check out the active areas of Rose Militant. Bon voyage. Antonio waved lazily at Han Xiao to bid farewell. Han Xiao drove the jeep into the desert through an opening in the barbed wires. Through the information on the radar, Han Xiao managed to reach a location quite a distance away from the area occupied by Rose Militant, where he could observe the activities of the member of the organization using a telescope. The campsite of Rose Militant was heavily guarded. It had concrete walls and barbed wire on the walls. The metal gate was the sole entrance and exit to the base. Within the base, there was a tall sentry post. The sentry guard on the post observed the surroundings, while the sentry post was also equipped with a huge searchlight that would be switched on at night. Han Xiao came to a conclusion. Unless he could burrow into the sand and dig a tunnel into the base, it was almost impossible for him to infiltrate the base. Furthermore, Rose Militant consisted only of women. They had big breasts and perky asses. Han Xiao had a perky ass, but he could not squeeze out any breasts. Even if he could disguise himself as a woman, it was highly likely that he would be discovered. The infiltration was bound to fail. Han Xiao glanced at the weapons on the sentry post. There were several grenade launchers and dozens of heavy machine guns in addition to the tough concrete walls encircling the base. An assault of the base was also bound to fail. It seems like the only way to achieve success for the mission is to lure the snake out. I need to employ traps in my upcoming battles. I need to create some new items, Han Xiao thought to himself as he left. He started his journey back to the Samar headquarters of the Farian Company. He wanted to ask Antonio if he could use the garage. There were still 7 remaining potential points. He raised basic electromagnetism to level 4 and basic spatial sensing to level 3, using a total of 4 points. Underscore. Do you wish to proceed with talent fusion? LV for basic electromagnetism plus LV 3 basic energy theory plus LV 3 basic spatial sensing. This fusion will cost you 15,000 EXP. Fusion. Success. Congratulations. You have discovered electromagnetic combat scanning visor. Oh. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. The product from the fusion was not what he had anticipated. However, the visor was of great use to a sniper since it offered greater accuracy compared to using the thermoscope. The new visor enabled vision through the internal compartment of concrete walls. If it was mounted onto the scope, it would allow for more accurate shots through the concrete walls at the stipulated target. Let me try it again. Underscore. This fusion will cost you 30,000 EXP. Fusion. Success. Congratulations. You have discovered electromagnetic pulse interference machine. That's the one. Han Xiao nodded. The EMP interference machine was a common blueprint. It was very likely to appear, and other than the EMP interference machine, there were a couple of other machinery blueprints that could meet his expectations. In fact, he had actually set aside sufficient EXP for a third fusion. However, he was no longer required to use the additional EXP and could save it for future tasks. The powers of the EMP interference machine were known far and wide. There was no shortage of vehicles available in the desert. However, since Han Xiao was a sniper, maintaining the distance between the target was of the utmost importance, and he needed to have some distractions for vehicles if they approached. He was still short of some highly destructive explosives, mines, and traps. He touched his chin, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He had a new idea. I guess I can try creating the items and skip the fusion process. Previously, the players could hardly utilize self-creation skills. However, they were able to absorb the knowledge from the other blueprints and fuse their knowledge and the information from the other blueprints together to create new ones. They were able to use their knowledge gained to add on to the details of their concepts. Through self-creation, they were able to skip the arduous research and development process of the new machinery, and they could even create powerful new machinery ahead of the expected progression. The core concept behind the highly explosive rounds was flammable gas. By compressing flammable gas into a container, its power would be escalated to an extent that was no lesser than the mines of shattering shards. Since he needed to create an explosive mine, he needed additional gunpowder and ball bearings. He started to consider the use of flammable gas. He decided to split the explosive round into different sections. The flammable gas became less reactive upon coming into contact with the atmospheric gases, and they were sealed up. There was a switch in the round that also acted as a timer. Once the time was up, the switch would click, and as the flammable gases came into contact with the gunpowder, an explosion would be triggered. Since he was going to utilize his prototyping skills, Han Xiao felt that it was a good opportunity to increase the power of his product by equipping it with additional effects. Therefore, he decided to incorporate the theory behind the Haim bullet into his new creation. Han Xiao quickly finalized the blueprint in his mind and started crafting the new equipment with his hands. A prototype was required to be tested in order to determine whether the new creation was a success or not. Most players employed the creation process. They merely set the blueprint and selected the materials and tools required. They did not participate in the manufacturing process, and the success of the creation depended a lot on luck. However, Han Xiao was involved in every phase of the production process, including the hands-on manufacturing. Hence, he was able to fine-tune the steps in each stage of the production, and that greatly increased the success rate of his creation. After a while, a circular mine with a 30mm diameter emerged from Han Xiao's production. He operated the interface and did an automatic scan to determine if his creation was successful. Scanning to determine success of product. Failure. It failed? Han Xiao raised his brows and frowned. The reason behind the failure had to be due to the fact that the mechanical components were unable to attain the projected effects, or there were some obvious loopholes. He found a spot to test out the power of his new creation, and he discovered that the ignition process involving the highly flammable gas, gunpowder, and the poisonous gas was awry. Although an explosion still took place, the damage caused was far below what was projected, and modifications were required. The gases were very hard to control. A slight mistake meant that the entire process had to be repeated and modifications of the mechanical parts had to be made. The weapons testing area of the Farian organization's camp was completed charred, and venomous gases were everywhere. Han Xiao had to vacate the ground, else he would suffer continuous deductions of his HP. Finally, after 13 failures, an angelic line emerged on the interface. Success. You have successfully created a new prototype blueprint. A new explosives blueprint emerged in his mind, and the interface recorded all the theories behind the machinery. After witnessing the effects of this new weapon, Han Xiao whispered, "It's too conventional to call the explosive the highly flammable, poisonous, delayed explosion mine. I shall call the mine flaming poison dot. Underscore. The naming is successful. You have gained the blueprint of the new creation, Flaming Poison Mine." After the newly created blueprint was recognized by the interface, The usage of the explosive became a skill, and EXP could be utilized to increase the level of the explosive. Furthermore, the various requirements to create the explosive were also recorded on the interface. And by referring to the interface during the creation process, the manufacturing of the explosive could take place at a faster rate. Han Zhao's eyes lit up brightly. Indeed, just as I expected, the self-creation blueprints can meet my needs for adaptable weapons during battle situations, and there is a huge potential in this area that is yet to be unraveled. The next step will be to create a sufficient inventory of explosives. Night soon fell. Han Xiao drove his jeep into an empty and spacious sector. He then arranged rows of fireworks on the ground and put them on delayed ignition. After that, he prepared the flaming venoms and EMP interference machine along the path that Rose Militant had to take in order to reach the specified sector. How did Han Xiao predict the route that Rose Militant would take? It was based on the shortest distance between the 2 points. Obviously, one could not eliminate the possibility that the enemy would take a longer path instead of the predicted one. However, it was not much of a worry, as there was always another opportunity to ambush the enemy. The EMP interference machine was a circular piece of equipment with a base. Han Xiao had created a portable version with a height of merely 1 meter and a radiation radius of 300 meters that released high-frequency wave signals. The machine could interfere with the abilities of other precision electronics, such as communication devices, remotely controlled electronics, and search radars. It was especially effective against vehicles and could paralyze their communications, signal receptors, controllers, and even their movements. Although Han Xiao did not expect the vehicles operated by the Rose Militants to be equipped with anti-interference machines, he adjusted the interference machinery to a frequency that had the highest likelihood for success. As long as there was a slight opening in the vehicle that was not equipped with anti-interference metal, the vehicle would succumb to the effects of the interference. The drawback of such a method was that it was very draining on the battery of the machine. However, it was not much of an issue as the machine was not required to release constant interference. As long as there was one successful penetration, the vehicle would be paralyzed. After setting up the trap, Han Xiao parked his jeep at a sand dune that was around 400 meters away from the ambush. He then silently lay prone on ground and looked through his scope like a patient hunter waiting for his kill. At night, the temperature of the desert plunged, and the cold gusts of wind blew the sand into the air. Han Xiao was wearing a windbreaker and had thick leather gloves on his hands to prevent the freezing cold from immobilizing his hands, and thus his accuracy. Boom! The fireworks shot up into the sky in the marked-out sector. The fireworks were especially glaring in the dark of the night. They could be seen clearly from even tens of kilometers away. There's a problem. In the base of the Rose Militants, the sentry guards saw the booming fireworks in the sky and immediately reported the situation to Luo Qing. Dorothy, take your troops and check out the situations. Be careful of the other militias around and request for reinforcements immediately if you guys engage enemies, Luo Qing quickly ordered. Dorothy nodded. She selected 20 troops. They suited up, equipping themselves with a plethora of magazine cartridges and grenades. They then rode out in 4 desert jeeps. In the Catonian base camp, Kutun, who was the chief, also saw the fireworks and ordered his men, "Bring your troops and check out the situation. A fight is likely to take place." A couple of the armed jeeps drove out of the Kutun base camp into the wild. The same scene also played out in a couple of other militant camps. The jeeps of Rose Militant were speeding through the desert. The rotating tires threw the sand into the air, and a long dragon of dust trailed behind the vehicles. "Dorothy, is this the appearance of Felonia?" a female trooper asked Dorothy. Dorothy had a ferocious look. When she squeezed her lips, she looked like a black tigress that devoured anything in her way. She replied coldly, "If Felonia could be discovered so easily, I wouldn't have wasted 2 years here. This is probably some smokescreen created by others. Everyone stay on high alert. This is probably another trap the Catonians planted." Once Dorothy's sentence ended, an eerie sound of electricity could be heard in the air. Dorothy and 5 other troops could sense that there was a special wave that originated from somewhere not far away. Simultaneously, All the meters on the cars cracked, and the four Jeeps instantly lost control and collided into one another like drunkards. No matter how much the drivers stepped on the pedals, the Jeeps were still out of their control. Enemy ambush! Dorothy was shocked and started to scan the surroundings alertly. What was the cause of the paralysis of the vehicles? Could it have been an EMP? The troops searched around, and they could only see the yellowish sand in the darkness. There was nothing strange. The desert was spacious, and stars of the galaxy could also be seen in the night sky. The cold wind of the night howled. The troops could feel the goosebumps on their arms. It was as if they were being choked by a gigantic hand and could hardly breathe. Boom! A Rose militant was flung into the air by a large shockwave and landed hard onto the sand. She no longer had any breath, and there was a bloody hole in her body that looked ghastly. There's a sniper. Hide behind the vehicle. Dorothy was shocked and angry. She immediately gathered her teammates to move behind the vehicle and requested for reinforcements by shooting the flare into the air. Rose militant felt a small sense of security as their base was relatively close to their current position. Within 15 minutes, their reinforcements would arrive. Xiao, who was lying prone on the sand, saw the flare and muttered to himself, "This arrow into the clouds will bring tens of thousands of enemy troops." He then changed to the highly flammable magazine and fired a shot at the trap lined with the flaming poison mines. Fire started burning at the point the bullet landed and ignited the flaming poison mines. Boom! After a thunderous sound, a sea of flames emerged, and it resulted in a chain reaction that lit up the other mines, causing continuous explosions. The merciless flames swallowed 4 Jeeps, and the poisonous gas was released everywhere. The damage to the enemies caused by the poison and burns appeared on the interface. The Haim bullet was a poisonous bullet also known as the bullet of justice. The effect of the damage was much greater when the theory behind the Haim bullet was applied to the flaming poison mines. Coughs were heard everywhere. Dorothy felt nauseous, and her teammates looked as if they were suffering worse. Their heads were spinning, and they were vomiting uncontrollably. If all of them continued to remain at their current position, they were bound to die from either the flames or the poisonous gas. What a sly bastard. Dorothy tired hard to overcome the nauseating sensation in her chest and yelled, "Charge toward the sniper and kill him. That's the only way we can survive." The Rose militants staggered toward the direction that the bullets originated from. The venomous gas had infiltrated their bodies, and they were clearly poisoned. Only Dorothy, who had the physical attributes of a pugilist, was able to withstand the poison. She led the troops in the charge. Xiao calmly switched to the cartridge with the spindle-shaped penetration bullets. He fired the sniper, and the gunshots sounded as if they followed a steady tempo. Shot by shot, he wiped out the militants one by one. The bulletproof vests were unable to withstand the power of the penetration bullets. Coupled with Xiao's personal attribute, a shot fired by Xiao could deal a theoretical damage of around 130 damage points. Moreover, the normal troops ranged from level 5 to level 8. They possessed around 150 points of HP. Therefore, a single shot was enough to kill them with the damage dealt by the poison and flames. A second shot was not even needed to kill the troops. The efficiency of wiping out the enemy was especially high. Xiao deliberately made Dorothy the sole survivor of his attacks. Firstly, he killed all of Dorothy's assistants, and he was only left with the strongest of them all, Dorothy, to fight. After Xiao killed the last of the ordinary militants, Dorothy finally got close to him. She raised her modified machine gun and started firing hysterically at him. Xiao ducked, and the bullets struck the sand dunes, spraying sand into the air. Dorothy was running and firing her weapon ferociously at the same time. She finally came before Xiao after she exhausted the bullets of her magazine. She appeared to be a brutal killer. The sniper was bound to be dead if a pugilist managed to get close to the sniper. Dorothy could not wait to smash Xiao's skull into pieces, just as she had done to a couple of her other enemies. Hunting tiger axe? Dorothy wielded her axe and slashed it at Xiao's head. The sound of the axe slicing the wind could be heard. She was confident that her strike was powerful enough to wreck Xiao's brain into pieces. Xiao dodged the strike and slide backward 3 steps like a mud skipper. Dorothy missed her strike. Strafe! Like a phantom, Han Xiao drew the berserk eagles from his waist. The continuous firing by Han Xiao instantly led to countless penetration bullets piercing Dorothy's body. Dorothy shrieked in pain. However, her eyes revealed a tinge of arrogance. She took out a shotgun from her back and fired at Han Xiao. Shotgun bullets are the deadliest close range. It is a sure kill. You're a dead man. Dorothy expected Han Xiao to be dead, but the next moment astonished her. The scale-like armor covered Han Xiao upper body, and the bullets from the shotgun struck the hard surface of the armor, resulting in sparks. With his current skills, Han Xiao was able to create a magnetically controlled retractable armor that covered his entire upper body. "I have armor, you fool!" Han Xiao then fired all the bullets in his magazine at Dorothy's body. A pugilist that reached Pan Kuang's level was able to withstand the penetration by the bullets only if he focused hard. Compared to Pan Kuang, Dorothy was much weaker, and it was impossible for her to withstand the penetration by the high-caliber bullets. Blood spurted out from her mouth, and her bloodshot eyes stared hard at Han Xiao. She was mumbling, as if she wanted to say something. Boom! Han Xiao blasted Dorothy's head with his pistol. You killed Dorothy. LV 25. You gained 7,500 EXP. In the earlier stages, snipers possessed strong long-range combat power, and they were able to conveniently strike their targets from afar. However, snipers were trained solely by the Union. This was because of the fact that it was too expensive to train snipers. Even the lousiest sniper would require at least $10,000 of investment. Sniper bullets were expensive. Every shot fried was like to money being used up. Furthermore, ordinary snipers did not possess the magnetically controlled retractable armor. Therefore, they were easily killed when their enemies moved up close to them. Han Xiao searched Dorothy's body and discovered that her gun was modified. From the modifications, it seemed like Rose Militant had a skillful mechanic. After wiping out this group of enemies, Han Xiao had gained 10,000 EXP. The endless flames from the flaming poison mines would soon attract more enemies. Han Xiao retrieved the EMP interference machine and returned to his jeep, quickly leaving the site. A while after Han Xiao left, a group of Kutun troops arrived at the scene. They were shocked by the sight before their eyes. They are from Rose Militant. Who ambushed them? The Kutun troops were just about to check out the scene when the reinforcements led by Luo Qing also arrived. They saw their comrades lying dead on the ground, and the Kutun troops standing over their bodies. Fire! The two groups had been in conflict for quite a while. Upon seeing their enemies, Rose Militant was instantly angered, and they started firing. Any form of explanation to prevent the fight was futile. Luo Qing ordered the attack without hesitation. The Kutun troops retaliated upon realizing the situation they were about to face. Instantly, a fierce battle took place, and the gunshots and explosions lit up the night sky. Other militias also arrived at the scene. Upon seeing the ongoing battle between the Kutun troops and the Rose Militants, they wanted a piece of the cake and joined in the fight. It turned into a complete chaos. Even more militias that had bases further away from the site arrived, and they joined in the fun and started stirring more chaos before even finding out the reason behind the fight. The fight went for almost half of the night. All the respective militias suffered damage. They retreated to their bases and started to count their losses. The last few militias that arrived at the scene did not even know why they had been fighting. The Rose Militants brought back 20 bodies of their dead comrades. These bodies had grievous wounds created by the bullets of a sniper. Looks like Dorothy and the others were not ambushed by the Ketonians. They were killed by a sniper, Ghostly Fox said. Luo Qing's face sank as she started thinking hard about the culprit behind the attack. Their enemies were all from the Samar Desert, and even if there was conflict, it was more likely to be a direct battle rather than an ambush. She immediately thought of the incident that had happened 2 years back. When the Rothschild family first put a bounty on their heads, many lone assassins had taken up the challenge and tried to kill them. Another bounty hunter? Luo Qing frowned. Rose Militant had not been approached by assassins for almost a year. Perhaps after a year, some rash youngster had forgotten about the painful lesson the Rose Militants had taught the assassins. Dorothy had suffered a painful death. She was murdered at a close range. This indicated that the sniper possessed some close combat abilities. A petite woman approached. She was wearing an oil-stained coat and said, "I found the killer's vehicle tags." He headed toward the southeast. There are 3 distinct camps based there, and the nearest one belongs to the Farian organization. Good job, Suli. Suli was the mechanic of the Rose Militants, and she was in charge of maintaining and modifying the guns, vehicles, and defensive gear. I found some shards of the exploded mines at the site, and I presume the incident was a well-planned ambush. The outer shells of the mine belong to the Farian organization. It is highly likely that the killer is residing in the camp of the Farian organization. I try to piece back the mine that was used, and it seems like a new type of explosive. The explosion involved the use of several gases. Luo Qing squinted. They had met a tough foe this time, but she was determined to take revenge. She made an encrypted phone call to their secret sponsor. "Mr. Sebastian, a team of 20 of our troops were hunted down by an unknown assassin." An old, raspy voice emerged from the other side of the line. "I will send someone to handle it." Every time an assassin emerged, the sponsor behind the Rose Militants would send out other professional assassins to punish the culprit. That was the reason Rose Militant had managed to wipe out so many assassins in the Summer Desert. A helicopter landed on the helipad within the compound of the base camp of Rose Militant. 3 cold-looking men alighted from the helicopter. They seemed to possess an air of mystery that prevented others from wanting to go near them. Furthermore, they looked almost the same, like they were made from the same mold. Code 3, Code 5, and Code 9 were all the assassins trained in the same training camp. "How's the situation?" Code 3, who was the captain of the team, asked directly. Luo Qing gave him a brief of the events that had occurred. Code 3 squinted and said, "The enemy is a sniper, and his ambush on your men was to scout on your abilities. He wanted to lure all of you out. The enemy possesses detailed information about you guys, and based on the latest information provided, the enemy is probably residing in the camp of the Farian organization. However, the Farian organization is not a party you want to mess with. We are unable to conduct assassinations in their territory. What are you guys planning to do then?" Luo Qing asked. "You guys are the target of the killer. Therefore, we are going to use you as bait to lure him out. After that, the 3 of us will ambush him and secure the kill. Ghostly Fox, you will be responsible for taking our teams out over the upcoming few days," Luo Qing ordered. Ghostly Fox nodded. In the Farian organization's campsite, Xiao was scratching the unshaven stubble on his chin in his room. He was still puzzled. It seems like Rose Militant can no longer fight as well as they did in the past. The combat skills of Dorothy made him feel strange. If that was what Rose Militant was capable of, there was no reason the bounty had yet to be collected. Once again, the suspicion in Xiao was activated, and he felt like he was missing some critical information. He then went to find Antonio to clear his queries. Xiao knocked on the door of Antonio's office and looked into the room from the tiny available gap. Antonio was looking through files on his study table. "What are you here for?" Antonio laughed. Xiao sat in front of Antonio and faced him directly. Xiao then asked, "I want to know more about the different militias active in the Summer Desert. I passed you the report previously. You can find all strengths and territories of these militias on it." "I want something not on the report." Xiao raised his brows and said, "You know what I mean?" Antonio lit a cigar and laughed. "I guess you realized it. All these militias are merely tools used by the rich families who act as their funders. They sponsor these militants to help them search for Felonia. If these backers are not wiped out, there will only be endless streams of militants pouring into the desert. The troops of Kutan are sponsored by the Rothschild family, who put up your bounty. Haha, don't be too surprised. The bounties for the Rose militants are all public." Xiao was not surprised. If that was the case, in order for him to complete his mission, he had to wipe out all of Rose militant, especially their chief, Luo Qing. Antonio took a puff and said calmly, "Rose Militant is funded by the Ordofina organization. The organization controls various political lobbying groups. It also manages secret facilities to train mercenaries and assassins. It is headquartered in the Western continent, which is relatively less powerful in the Southern continent. However, it is definitely not a small organization to be trifled with. Han Xiao had a sudden realization. No wonder all the darknet assassins sent to kill the militants did not return. Rose Militant had a powerful supporter that provided them with reinforcements. What's so special about Felonia? How can it draw the attention of so many different forces? Han Xiao felt that the mystery of Felonia had something to do with the rewards of his assassination mission. Since a large number of reinforcements was expected to arrive, Han Xiao had to plan out his next steps carefully. At first, Han Xiao had two ideas in mind. The first was to wait for the target to arrive at his doorstep, and the second was to lure the enemies out of their camp. Both methods required Rose Militant to leave their base. The reinforcements sent by the enemies were bound to work out the tactics he was going to employ. Therefore, it was highly likely that they had ordered the Rose Militants to move out of their base to lure Han Xiao out and eventually ambush him. What shall I do? Perhaps take an unexpected path? Han Xiao massaged his temples as he contemplated his options. What if he set up a trap somewhere, then acted as if he did not know about the enemy ambush? Once contacted, Han Xiao would lure the enemies into his trap and turn the situation around to his advantage. I will need more weapons. Ghostly Fox took her team out for their third patrol. They were wandering aimlessly in the desert. She felt a tinge of frustration and asked through the communication line, "Why is the assassin not appearing? Is he afraid or what?" From the other side of the line, Code 3 replied, "Assassins are meticulous individuals. The successful ambush means that he will wait to observe your movements before making the next move." It was night again. Recently, Han Xiao had often been busy at night. He hauled the new equipment that he had created into the Jeep before he drove out of the camp to the site where he would set up his tap. The Jeep moved out of the gates of the camp. The light emitted by the Jeep dimmed as the vehicle moved deeper into the desert. At the same time, there was a telescope that could be seen far away from the scene. On the sand dune a kilometer away, Code 9, who was clad in yellow cloth, was observing the movement of the Jeep with his telescope. He broke into a cold grin. The target has left the camp. He is heading north. I suppose he wants to set up his trap. He has probably discovered our existence and wants to employ reverse psychology to lure us into his trap instead. Since they knew that Han Xiao was hiding in Farian Organization's camp, they were naturally spying on him. The enemy is pretty amateur. Code 3 looked confident. He expected the upcoming mission to be an easy one, since everything was under their control. At dawn, Han Xiao back to the base and went to look for Antonio. "You want me to help you drive?" Antonio looked shocked. "Yes, I need you to drive, since my hands will be tied up with firing the shots." "Wait, this is your mission. How does it concern me? Why must I help you?" Antonio was puzzled. "It is rare for you to venture out. So how can you just stay here and do nothing? Come out with me and experience the beauty of nature." Antonio pointed to the barren desert and asked, "What nature is there to see here?" "This is all just on the surface. Maybe we will see a magnificent mirage. Maybe there will be hidden mountains and rivers. The desert is very big. I am sure these sights can be discovered if you explore the area with a devout heart." "I don't think we are close enough to travel together," Antonio replied in an awkward manner. "Then give me a chance to be friends with you." Han Xiao laughed out loud. "Did anyone ever tell you that you are very thick-skinned?" Han Xiao touched his face mask. He was obviously thick-skinned. His mask alone was 2 layers thick. Although Antonio looked obese, Han Xiao could sense the immense combat power that he possessed. Han Xiao had selected Antonio to be his driver, as he knew that Antonio would be unlikely to commit any screw-ups or die so easily. If it was an ordinary driver, the driver would die almost instantly upon contact with the enemy, and he would be left to fend for himself. Antonio thought for a moment and said, "If you want me to participate in the mission, I want a share of your earnings. How about 5%? "No way. That's too little." Antonio shook his head. "Don't argue with me. You are just going with me to drive the vehicle. 5% is already a generous offer. If we meet any enemies, the driver will surely be the first target. At least 20%. Han Xiao widened his eyes in disbelief. Why don't you just go and rob someone? That's precisely what I'm doing now. There was a hint of cheekiness in Antonio's tiny eyes. After arguing for quite some time, Xiao finally decided to appease Antonio with $20,000. Paying Antonio with hard cash was more reliable than just making a verbal contract. The collaboration between the two became an employment contract. $20,000 for a one-time driver was no doubt an extravagant spend. Antonio squeezed his fat body into the driver's seat while Xiao sat at the back of the Jeep. He then handed the radar coordinates to Antonio and briefed him on the plan. Antonio chuckled after he heard the plan. Interesting. It was late in the morning. The sun was scorching, and mirages started forming under the intense heat of the desert. The team that Ghostly Fox was leading only operated 2 Jeeps. They were wandering around the desert and searching the surroundings. "A Jeep is approaching," a trooper exclaimed. An armored Jeep appeared at the sand dune not far from their position. The Jeep was traveling in parallel to their Jeeps. It was the Jeep with Xiao and Antonio. "Enemy is approaching." Ghostly Fox was delighted. An eerie voice sounded from the communication device. The voice was cold and had the vibes of a killer. "The prey is finally in the trap." Xiao stuck his rifle barrel out of the car window. A high-explosive bullet spun out of the chamber and reached accurately on one of Rose's militant Jeeps. The bullet exploded, engulfing the car in massive flames. However, all these desert Jeeps had a specially made protective exterior that offered protection against the high heat. The destruction caused by the high-explosive bullet was limited. Xiao assessed the situation before he decisively changed to the penetration bullets and fired them at the bulletproof windows of those vehicles, causing numerous cracks. Surrounded, Ghostly Fox's team turned around immediately, and 2 other vehicles followed to encircle the place. Where is the ambush? Since Xiao was undeterred by the dangers ahead, he was naturally vigilant about his situation. All of a sudden, he covered his face with his magnetic armor, and it deflected a sniper round that was aimed at his forehead. He raised his eyes and saw a new enemy Jeep charging toward him from the side. On the back of the vehicle, a foreign enemy was operating a sniper rifle. A person who could fire such an accurate round on a fast-moving vehicle had the 30% chance of being a mechanic or a 60% chance of being a sniper-type assassin. The last 10% accounted for the possibility of it being sheer luck. The shot had come from Code 3. He was slightly surprised by the fact that he did not succeed. The target has a special protective method. Could be an Esper power or machinery, he uttered in a low voice. Xiao believed that there were more to this ambush. He slapped on the back of the front chair and said, "Go faster, don't slow down. Drive to our destination." Antonio skillfully changed gear and stomped on the accelerator. The car drifted before it changed direction and sped to escape. All of a sudden, another Jeep, as if it had been waiting in place for days, appeared right in the direction of their new escape route. This time it was driven by Code 5. He fired his bazooka at them. The anti-tank warhead, driven by the flaming rocket propeller, approached them rapidly. Antonio's face slightly paled, and he immediately turned the steering wheel forcefully to make a sharp turn. The rocket brushed past the rear end of the car and landed on the sandy ground. A loud blast was heard, and sand was flying all over the air. The shock waves smashed onto the back of the vehicle, tilting it 30 degrees upward before it fell hard onto the ground. Xiao, who was sitting on the back seats, was bumped up and down heavily. His butt was in great pain as a result. They dodged it. Code 3 squinted and said, "Code 9 is waiting for them in front on Thorns." Thorns was an armored battle vehicle modified by Su Li. It had extremely strong firepower, massive horsepower, and an ultra-thick armored exterior. It was the perfect fusion of a tank's attack and defense capability and a Jeep's mobility. Last night, Code 9 had discovered Xiao's tracks, and they had set up the ambush with the 3 assassins. Code 9 was their final insurance. He drove Thorns in the direction that Xiao placed his trap. They had even discovered the rough coordinates of the trap, so it was impossible for them to fall into it. They then purposefully waited in the direction of Xiao's escape to dash the little hope he had when he so desperately tried to escape. "He is already dead," Code 3 whispered. The The battle caused many explosions on the road. Countless bullets and rockets were chasing Han Xiao's vehicle wantonly. Han Xiao fired back as many times as he could, barely slowing the four Jeeps' pursuit. The Red Falcon sniper rifle complemented the powerful spindle bullet, causing a substantial threat to the Rose militant. But as his vehicle was now scrambling to escape from the scene, coupled with Code 3 and Code 5 suppression, his shooting accuracy was undermined to a great extent. A distinct engine sound thundered on the battlefield, like a tiger roaring in rage. Han Xiao felt his heart tighten, and he quickly looked forward. A modified battle jeep was blocking their way. Its armored exterior, thick and bulky, was covered with sharp spikes like a hedgehog. Different kinds of large-caliber barrels were sticking out from the sides of the vehicle. Based on the sizes of the barrels, they were grenade launchers and small missile launchers. On the roof, there was a 4-barreled rotating Gatling machine gun. Oh wait, it must be a Gatling-type cannon with that kind of caliber, powerful enough to be used on air fleets. Thorns! The battle jeep was right in front of their final path, circling them with the other 4 cars. They had no way to escape. We definitely cannot withstand the firepower from that damn thing. Antonio had a grievous look. They were blocked by the enemies from all sides and surrounded. They were on the brink of death. Drive south. You don't have to worry about the firepower from that vehicle. I will handle it, Han Xiao said solemnly. There was only Code 3, armed with a sniper rifle on the southern path. He was the lowest threat. Antonio had no choice but to have faith in Han Xiao, and he quickly turned the steering wheel to run Code 3 down. Too late. Code 9's expression was icy cold, and he was about to fire the cannon on Thorns to blow Han Xiao's jeep up in the air. Suddenly, Han Xiao turned around and fired a shot in his direction. The round hit the glass window and instantly flashed a blazing light. Code 9's eyes were blinded by the light and started tearing. He shut his eyes in the moment of pain. Flash bullet. A massive volume of flames and smoke was coming out of the Gatling cannon on Thorns, but it was fired in the wrong direction. The explosive rounds landed more than 10 meters away from Han Xiao's jeep. Crap! How did Code 9 flounder that shot? Code 3 was dumbfounded, and he quickly ordered the driver to block Han Xiao's vehicle. Antonio was fearless. He stomped on the accelerator, and the vehicle collided with the side of Code 3's jeep front unyieldingly. Both vehicles vibrated violently. However, Antonio chose an excellent angle of collision. He was able to force a path out, creating an opening for them to escape the encirclement. Pursue them. As they had fallen short of success at the last moment, Code 3 was infuriated. However, as he reassessed the situation, his mood eased up again. They still had the upper hand in the current situation, so he had nothing to worry about. Although Han Xiao was running away frantically from the ambush that they had laid, they would soon catch up with him and blow his vehicle up with Thorn's firepower and horsepower. Han Xiao looked behind the vehicle through the glass window. The Rose militant motorcade was chasing them relentlessly. They were merely 200 meters apart, and both parties were driving more than 100 miles an hour. Additionally, Thorns was firing non-stop, erupting waves and waves of sand behind his car. The aftereffect of the flash bullet was still being felt by Code 9. His eyes were red and sore, and his vision was blurred. As a result, his shots had zero accuracy. Han Xiao was not at all flustered. He peeked at his coordinates on the radar and said with great composure, "Antonio, start the nitro boost in 48 seconds. 47, 30, 16, 3, 2, 1. When the moment arrived, Antonio opened a small cover beside the gear shift, which exposed the button for the nitro boost. He then pressed hard on the button. Blue flames were gushing out of the exhaust pipe at the back of the Jeep, and its speed soared, pulling their distance apart rapidly. The resultant force pushed the two in the vehicle into the back of their seat, restricting their movement. A futile struggle. Code 3 thought nothing of it. He believed that the nitro boost would run out sooner or later. It was just a last-ditch effort to extend their lives. They would eventually be caught up by Thorns and be blown up. The nitro boost was exhausted when the distance between the two parties extended to 400 meters. They're slowing down? Code 5 loaded a new rocket, and he stood up through the roof window and aimed at Han Xiao's Jeep from a distance. All of a sudden, his car braked at once. The sudden momentum threw Code 5 into the back seat. What the hell? Code 5 was shouting when he saw the driver, changing gears frantically. However, the vehicle was not responding at all. His heart sank, and he turned around and looked out the window. All their Jeeps had stopped moving, including Thorne's. They had all lost their driving power. All the cars are paralyzed. What is happening? Everyone from Rose Militant was frightened. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered now that they had lost control of their vehicles. Han Zhao's Jeep parked a distance away. Ghostly Fox wanted to contact the base for backup, only to realize that their communication devices were malfunctioning. "This is the effect of EMP," she screamed. Ghostly Fox felt a chill down her spine as she recalled how Dorothy had died. "Run!" The next moment, a high-explosive sniper round flew over from a distance, targeting an area beneath Code 3's feet. Then, the landmines buried underneath the ground exploded. This time, the explosives included not just the toxic explosive mines, but also the good-quality ordinary landmines from Farian Company's warehouse. The blaring sound of the blast was heard non-stop. Glaring flames shot up into the air, creating a dazzling mixture of orange, red, and white in Han Zhao's eyes. Flames and explosions engulfed the whole 100-meter radius of Rose Militant. There was not a single figure in sight. Han Xiao lifted his sniper rifle on his shoulder and gave an evil chuckle. "Are you surprised? Are you shocked?" Antonio alighted from his vehicle and stood beside Han Xiao as he watched the explosion. He lit a cigar and took a puff before he chuckled heartily. "It has been a while since I last saw such beautiful scenery. I almost forgot what an explosion looks like after sitting in the office for so long. Go ahead and enjoy the scenery." Han Xiao stretched his neck to relieve some of the fatigue as a result of the pursuit. The flames eventually diminished. Antonio and Han Xiao cautiously approached the scene of explosion. A pungent stench, created by the mixture of smells from burning bodies and toxic gas, blew toward them. "Crap! I forgot that there is some toxic gas remaining." Han Xiao was dumbfounded as he watched his HP drop on the interface. He had no choice but to retreat the place, and he could only go back to sweep the battlefield after the toxic gas dispersed. Ugh! A faint moan was heard on the battlefield. It came from Code 3, who was already half dead. His 4 limbs had been shattered in the explosion, and his body was covered in red and dark burn marks. He raised his head laboriously and leveled Han Xiao a deadly gaze. "You? Why?" Han Xiao gave him a glance and used his berserk eagle to silence him before he could even finish his sentence. Good guys could win battles with their words, and bad guys would always lose and die because they talked too much. There were countless similar lessons in the past. Han Xiao had wanted to try and talk to Code 3, but he believed that he did not belong to the good guy category, so he had killed Code 3 without saying a word. "This kill has given me quite a lot of EXP, Code 3. What kind of lousy name is that?" Han Xiao looked at his interface while insulting the enemy's name. "Hold on. There seems to be an enemy missing from my kill history." Han Zhao's eyes flashed and immediately surveyed his surroundings. He suddenly fired at the ground 20 meters away. Whoosh! A shadow jumped out from beneath the sand. Ghostly Fox. She dashed rapidly and stabbed her dagger swiftly toward the nearest person, Antonio. Her pugilist training had taught her simple ground tunneling techniques. She had escaped the devastating explosion by tunneling into the sand the instant before the explosion. She had intended to continue hiding until all the enemies were gone, but since she had been spotted by Han Xiao, she had to fight for her life. Sunlight was reflected off the surface of the dagger, emitting an icy glare. Antonio's eyes narrowed, and he slammed his massive arms rapidly toward Ghostly Fox. His palms were almost as large as those of bears. Ghostly Fox ducked as her petite build allowed her to do so easily. She circled to the back of Antonio and stabbed her dagger toward his heart. Suddenly, a dark shadow zoomed in before her eyes, and a bear-like palm followed and grabbed her head. The palm was so large that it almost wrapped around her entire skull. Antonio threw her more than 10 meters away, as if he was shot putting. The sheer amount of force created wave-like tracks around her on the ground. She was badly injured from the throw. However, She gritted her teeth hard and dived toward Antonio again. With Han Xiao watching on the side, she would be sniped down if she attempted to run away. She had no choice but to continue the fight. Pum, pum, pum. Antonio was about to strike back when Han Xiao fired a few rounds with his double pistols, which turned her into a sieve. You killed Ghostly Fox, LV-29. You have gained 9,400 EXP. Her level was quite high. Why was she so weak? Han Xiao looked at the battle info and realized the reason. Ghostly Fox's main job was only LV.8, and the rest of her levels were in her secondary jobs, which were mostly useless. You should have given me the opportunity to exercise my rusty body, Antonio groused. The body is still warm. You can use it for some exercise. Han Xiao nonchalantly picked his nose. You really are a jerk. Once the toxic gas dispersed, Han Xiao stepped into the explosion site to retrieve his EMP disruptor. Han Xiao had been unaware that Code 3 knew his whereabouts, but he was used to making multiple plans at once. He had planted not just one, but 4 traps that night, each on a different position of the road that he was circling. Unless the enemy did not pursue him, they would have fallen into at least one of the traps. As long as you dare chase me, I will eventually kill you. After collecting his EMP disruptor, Han Xiao started scavenging loot from the bodies. He found a substantial number of firearms and ammunition, which could be sold for a handsome amount of money. However, his greatest loot was the modified battle vehicle, Thorns. He would be able to use it after he fixed its internal electronic components. Next, it is time to borrow some help. Ghostly Fox lost contact. They had 3 assassins ambushing and better intelligence, yet they fell into the enemy's trap. Luo was heavy-hearted. She had just lost 2 teams and the modified battle vehicle, Thorns. Now, the base was void of any defense, which was another huge loss. She contacted her secret sponsor again and explained the situation. You guys retreat first, the person said slowly over the phone. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Luo immediately organized her troops to load all the valuable assets onto vehicles in preparation of discarding the base and retreating temporarily. It was not the first time Rose Militant had faced a crisis of this magnitude. All they needed to do was seek shelter somewhere else for a few days before their secret sponsor sent down more personnel. They would gain a firm foothold again by then. However, only half of the assets were loaded up when a blaring alarm was heard all over the base. Enemy attack! The sentry was shouting as loud as she could. Luo was astounded. She quickly climbed up the sentry post and looked far ahead, and that was when he saw a wave of sand inching closer. It was a motorcade of the Kut-Huns approaching menacingly. Damn it, they are here too soon. Rose Militant had suffered great losses, so they were bound to fall prey to other powerful factions at this opportune time, and the Kut-Huns were the prime candidate. The primary purpose of discarding the base was to avoid the hostility from other factions. However, the Kut-Huns came too quickly. Someone must have tipped them off. Luo was enraged. Those Catonian mercenaries were attacking the base from the front line. If they were to brashly attempt to escape with their vehicles, it would surely become a battle in pursuit, which would make it all the more dangerous for them. They were in a dilemma. Commander, what should we do now? Let's strike back. Strike them hard, Luo said unyieldingly. The militants dropped the supplies in their hand and quickly got back into their defense positions. They began bombarding the Catonian motorcade with machine guns and grenade launchers. However, the mercenaries were undeterred and struck back. One could only see rounds flying back and forth between the two sides, forming a curtain of death. Countless cartridges fell into the yellow sand, and the grenades left numerous darkened sand craters on the ground, making the place resemble the surface of the moon. Rose Militant had excellent defenses in the base. They shouldered the attack even with insufficient manpower. Behind the 4 walls of the base, Luo was seen commanding the militants tirelessly. Su Li walked over and whispered into her ears, "Due to insufficient manpower, 1/4 of our defense system is unmanned. Furthermore, as we are walled inside the base, we will face serious danger if other factions decide to butt in." As soon as she finished her sentence, a roaring engine sound was heard from a distance. Luo and Su Li's hearts both jolted. They recognized the distinct engine hum. On the other side of the battlefield, Xiao was driving the ferocious Thorns. The car jumped down from the sandhill like a fearsome tiger, drawing a parabolic path on the sky. The repaired exterior reflected a glaring beam of sunlight, and the vehicle's tires sped furiously. The vehicle smashed onto the ground, splashing heaps of sand to the side before it charged furious toward the base. It was unstoppable. Don't the Thorns only belong to Rose Militant? Kutan's eyes narrowed, and he quickly ordered his subordinates to pull back their positions. He thought that the Thorns operator was from the enemy side, and he was well aware of the firepower of the vehicle. Thus, he wanted to prepare his defense before the enemy was able to destroy them from their flanks. He did not know that Rose Militant was even more anxious than him. They were even clearer about the real firing capability of Thorns. Quickly stop him. We cannot let Thorns near the base. Su Li screamed. Luo was wailing in her heart. Thorns used to be their trump card, and now it had been taken and was being used against them. What a despicable act. It was like having your girl snatched by another guy, and he still dared to bring your girl, ex-girlfriend, to show off in front of you. How could anyone endure such humiliation? Luo could never tolerate such an act. She hated the killer so much that she wished that she could grind him into sand. All the machine guns and grenade launchers in the base were immediately adjusted to face the fast-approaching Thorns. Upon seeing their reaction, Kutan knew that Thorns was an ally right away. He then shouted, "All vehicles on the flank, make a path for the unexpected guest." The Catonian motorcade changed its formation, emptying a path on its flank that led directly to the front gate of the base, which allowed Thorns to conveniently charge forward. Xiao was alone in Thorns. After they killed Ghostly Fox's team, they had gone back and repaired Thorns at the Farian base. This time, he came alone. Other factions in the Sumar Desert would not allow such a great opportunity to pass. The main fighting force of Rose Militant had been wiped out. Xiao passed this piece of information to them. It gave him the ability to fish in the troubled waters. The grenade launchers, heavy machine guns, and small-scale missile launchers had to be controlled manually using the aiming system beside the speedometer. An automated firepower control system was not installed in the vehicle. There were many incoming rounds. Xiao managed to escape some, and the armored exterior absorbed the impact of the rest. He then aimed one of the cannons at the wall of the base and fired. As the vehicle vibrated violently, a few small-scale missiles and grenade explosives blasted promptly on the wall, triggering a glaring flame. The cannon exploded in 1,000 pieces, lingering in the air. Inside the base, Luo was livid. She had a hunch that they would not be able to guard the base. She called in Su Li and gave her an orderly softly. "We will give up the base and evacuate using the secret passageway. Bring 5 people with us." Su Li nodded her head, agreeing with the plan. The mercenaries left guarding the base would be the sacrificial lambs while they quietly evacuated the base using the passageway. As long as they survived, they could get as many mercenaries as they wanted from their secret sponsor. The Rose Militant mercenaries who were defending against the incoming attack did not know that they had been abandoned. They were still operating the cannons assiduously to defend again the Catonians and Thorns. The blasting sounds of cannons filled their ears. Smoke and flames engulfed their sight. They could not hear a word from one another. Everyone was fighting as if they were the only reef there against the ocean wave, fighting a lone battle. After more than 10 rocket rounds were fired at the scarred metal gate, it finally gave in and blew up. The gate was open. "Charge!" Kutan was overjoyed. The motorcade entered in a single file, following which the Catonians, equipped with automatic rifles, swept through the entire base. The mercenaries from Rose Militant could not set up an effective counterattack the moment the enemies charged into the base. They were shot into sieves when they tried to escape from the cannon emplacements. Xiao drove Thorns in. He took out his 2 berserk eagles and acted independently. The Catonians gave him a glance but did not hold him back. Xiao's movement was as swift as could be, his black windbreaker flying like a cape. He was like a dark specter scouring the battlefield. Soon he finished searching the entire base. In the process, he encountered two mercenaries from Rose Militant, who he preemptively shot in the head. One of them was rather beautiful. She would have turned many heads if she wore a bikini and walked on the beach. Han Xiao secretly regretted his decision to shoot her in the head. After a round of searching, Han Xiao did not spot the leader of Rose Militant. His brows knitted as he knew the whole situation was not so simple. There must be a secret passageway. Wars were daily affairs in the Samar Desert. It would not be surprising if the Rose Militant kept a secret passageway for their evacuation. Han Xiao soon discovered their tracks. Luo and her gang had left in a hurry. Thus, they had left some footprints behind. He followed the trail of the footsteps and entered a hidden cellar beneath the ground. The cellar was dark and filled with a moist, humid smell. A secret underground river? Han Xiao ignited a fire pack before he threw it down. The depth was about 5 meters. He ensured that it was safe before he jumped down. Beneath the base was a rocky mountain, and the cellar was actually a path dug within it. Like the passageway in a regularly mined, the walls of the path were held up by wooden frames. It was completely dark at the front of the path as there was not a single source of light. There were clear footprints in the soil. Han Xiao raised his hand to feel the rocky walls, and he felt a patch of moisture. He suspected that there might be a secret underground river nearby. The situation of the path ahead was uncertain. Han Xiao pondered for a moment. He then took out his spider detector and laid it on the floor. The mechanical spider stood at attention like a soldier awaiting orders as Han Xiao started controlling it with his tablet. I will call you Spider Number 1. After coming up with an amazing name as usual, Han Xiao quickly controlled Spider Number 1 to move further into the path. The vision of its camera was shown on the tablet. Spider Number 1 was equipped with a night vision camera. After moving for a while, Spider Number 1 suddenly ran into a rocky wall. It had reached the end of the path. As the path was clear of danger, Han Xiao took out his torchlight and walked briskly to the end of the passageway. Unsurprisingly, he spotted a secret door on the ceiling. Heaps of sand fell as he opened the door. Han Xiao stuck his head out of the opening, and he looked out of the cellar. It was a slanted cave. Sunlight was shining in through the opening of the cave along the slope, and the ground was covered in tire tracks. Han Xiao swiftly moved out of the cave, and his view suddenly brightened. The place was a complex of weathered rocks. The silhouette of the base could be seen from a distance. A vehicle's tracks had been left in the desert, heading away from the base. The remaining members of Rose Militant escaped using the vehicle. I'd better chase them quickly. Han Xiao retrieved Spider Number 1 and went back to the base hastily. He prepared to chase them using thorns. The Catonians had eradicated Rose Militant's presence within the base. They were now unloading all the supplies to take them away. They slowed down their movement and focused all their attention on Han Xiao as he walked out. They were looking at him warily. Han Xiao's heart sank. Kutan brought a bunch of mercenaries and surrounded Thorns. Han Xiao touched his gun in secret before he walked over to them and said, "Move away." "Who are you?" Kutan looked Han Xiao up and down, thinking about something. "Not important. Please get away from my car." "Your car?" Kutan glanced at Thorns before a wicked smile appeared on his face. He gave his men a signal, and they quietly surrounded Han Xiao, ready to draw out their guns anytime. "Are you sure this is your car?" Kutan stared at Han Xiao and chuckled. He was clearly threatening Han Xiao. If Han Xiao's answer was not to his liking, he would have his whole gang of men beat him up. Phew! Han Xiao attacked without saying a word. He swiftly dashed 3 meters forward, and his berserk eagles were already pointing at Kutan's forehead like an unsheathed sword. His movement was as fast as that of a fox, and his gun moved rapidly like lightning. That was too fast. The surrounding mercenaries were shocked. They then hurriedly raised their guns and aimed at Han Xiao. Han Xiao's sudden specter-like movement made them extremely nervous. Furthermore, their boss's head was right against Han Xiao's pistol, so they did not dare fire at him. They were in a deadlock. Although there was a gun to his forehead, Kutan was surprisingly calm and unafraid. He had always been living his life on edge. "If you want to threaten me to disarm my men, you can save yourself the effort." He smiled coldly. "You know who I am? Your master would not want his people to fight against each other," Han Xiao replied calmly. He seemed oblivious to all the guns pointing directly at him. Kutan's expression turned gloomy. He frowned and pondered for nearly 1 minute, the tension on the ground increasing all the while, before he suddenly waved his arms to ask his men to drop their guns down. He gave a half-hearted smile and said, "It seems like it is really your car." Han Xiao held his berserk eagle up and remained unmoved. Kutan moved sideways to open a path for Han Xiao. Only then did Han Xiao start moving. He brushed past Kutan before going up to the thorns and saying in a hostile manner, "Good try." He then stepped on the accelerator and drove away. The smile on Kutan's face disappeared as he watched the car vanish in the distance. He turned around and realized that his men were all watching him. "What are you guys looking at? Hurry up and carry the items away," he shouted snappily. Although he was eyeing thorns, he did not want to bear the possibility of infuriating his master. Kutan reckoned that Han Xiao was an assassin hired by his master, so he was on his side. Thus, after Han Xiao pointed this fact out, he could no longer provoke him. If he messed up his master's plan, he would suffer dire consequences. Furthermore, Han Xiao was an assassin that he did not know enough background information about. So, after some consideration, he decided to control his greed and made peace with Han Xiao.